In the tumultuous frontier of the Great Sheng Dynasty, the valiant general of the state prepared for battle, rallying his 5 sons, who were ready to sacrifice their lives for the nation at any moment. Before their departure, the matriarch, with tears in her eyes, implored the imperial decree to allow her 5th son to wed the famed daughter of the Duke of An Ding, the Cui family, known for their exceptional fertility, hoping for a swift union that would bear fruit. The daughters of the Duke of An Ding were either feigning illness or mysteriously absent, except for Cui Ling, who perceived this match as a noble alliance, unmarred by deceit, for the family was affluent, ensuring a comfortable life. Moreover, as a young daughter-in-law, she would bear no burdens. With the prospect of her husband not returning for several years, she relished the tranquility of her existence. Should misfortune befall her husband, she would be a martyr's widow, entitled to state benefits. After a lifetime of intrigue, she yearned only for a peaceful retirement, and the temptation was overwhelming. Cui Ling sat resolutely upon the bridal bed, peering through the seams of the vibrant red bridal veil at the shimmering jade floor beneath the flickering candlelight, a stark contrast to the opulence of her maternal home at the An Ding Duke's residence. Though jade was readily available, crafting it into perfectly square tiles to adorn an entire room was a laborious and costly endeavor, unattainable for ordinary noble families. A smile unconsciously graced her lips indeed. The Yuan family appeared to be as wealthy as the rumor suggested. Her maid, Mu Jin, whispered in her ear, "Miss, a Lady Lin has just delivered a food box, saying that the young master has sent word. Several lords and princes remain present, and it seems he will be delayed. He feared you might go hungry, so he requested that you eat something to tide you over." She assisted Cui Ling in rising, adding, "The young master is truly considerate. Lady Lin has excused the matchmaker and the Yuan family presently. It's just you and me in the room, so feel free to eat. No one will scrutinize your manners." In the Great Sheng Dynasty, marriage was the most joyous occasion for a bride, yet it was perhaps the most tormenting ordeal of her life. From dawn, she was subjected to the rigors of makeup and attire, enduring various tedious and lengthy rituals before being seated immobile upon the bridal bed, adorned with a heavy golden crown, unable to move or speak, much less partake of food. Only after the groom unveiled her and partook of the marriage wine could she sample a few delicacies from the banquet table, and when the red candles extinguished, the marriage was deemed complete. Any bride who succumbed to hunger and stole a bite or could not remain seated would face scrutiny for her lack of decorum, with mothers-in-law deeming her frivolous, while sisters-in-law would find amusement in her folly. Even the servants would look down upon her. Though Cui Ling abhorred the oppressive feudal customs, she understood the necessity of submission, as her future lay within the Yuan household. She could not jeopardize her lifelong prospects over a momentary lapse in etiquette. After enduring an entire day, her body ached under the weight of the golden crown, which strained her neck. However, the physical exhaustion paled in comparison to the agony of hunger. As a seasoned epicure with a prodigious appetite, she felt as though her stomach was pressing against her back, willing to exchange a fortune for a steaming bowl of fragrant food. Thus, upon learning that her betrothed had arranged sustenance for her, she was nearly moved to tears. Noting that only her 2 maids, Mu Jin and Zhu Gong, remained in the chamber, and inhaling the appetizing aroma wafting from the food box, Cui Ling could no longer restrain herself. She eagerly lifted the bridal veil and settled onto the wedding stool. Zhu Gong, being more mature, hurried to intervene. "Miss, the veil must remain until the young master arrives. To lift it, this is improper. Quickly, cover it back up. If you desire something, simply instruct Mu Jin and me. It would be unseemly for anyone to witness this." Cui Ling replied with a grin, "But it is just the 2 of you here, is it not? I shall be quick. Once I have eaten, I will cover it again, and no one will see. Worry not, it will be fine." Zhu Gong was about to protest further, but Cui Ling had already deftly arranged the dishes from the food box onto the banquet table, her eyes gleaming with delight at the exquisite cuisine before her. South Sea's grouper, West River's sparrow tongue. The Yuan family is indeed extravagantly wealthy. This match was truly well chosen. As she spoke, the banquet table was soon cleared in a whirlwind. Zhu Gong, feeling helpless, reflected that her mistress, while possessing many admirable qualities, was undeniably gluttonous. Faced with delectable delicacies, no words could penetrate her resolve. She began to believe that her mistress had consented to this marriage, which others sought to avoid, primarily due to the Yuan family's reputed wealth. It was said that the household chefs were exceptionally skilled, either having been favored from the imperial kitchen or hired from renowned restaurants at great expense. Marrying into such a family guaranteed not only a life of luxury, but also 3 sumptuous meals each day. After all, it was common knowledge in Shengjing that General Yuan Shitao had been entrusted with a critical mission, leading his clan to battle in the northwest against the incursions of the Ruan cavalry. The new groom, Yuan Jun, was among them, but due to his recent nuptials, the emperor had graciously permitted him a delayed departure. Once he entered the battlefield, fate would be beyond his control. Over the years, the frontier had seen numerous conflicts, and while the valiant Yuan army had preserved the empire's stability and the people's safety, many of Yuan's kin had fallen in battle. The general's second son, Yuan Zhe, had perished 5 years prior during the campaign against the Turks. Even if Yuan Jun were to survive, given the tumultuous nature of warfare, his return would likely be years hence. Thus, any bride entering such a union would effectively be a widow in waiting. Unbeknownst to the matriarch of the Yuan family, she had heard tales of the daughters from the An Ding Duke's household being particularly fruitful. It was said that nearly all daughters married off bore children shortly after, often 2 within 3 years, and were blessed with sons. With her beloved 5th son yet to wed and facing peril on the battlefield, the matriarch resolved to see him marry a daughter of the Cui family before his departure, hoping for a swift conception and a fruitful union. Thus, the matriarch beseeched the Empress Dowager with heartfelt tears, who, in consideration of the loyal subjects, persuaded the emperor to issue a decree compelling Duke Cui Hongjin to select a suitable daughter from the Cui family to wed Yuan Jun. Originally, the Yuan family boasted lineage as a founding noble, possessing great wealth, military authority, and the emperor's favor, making this a most desirable match. However, in these turbulent times, even the most esteemed alliances became akin to a hornet's nest, avoided by many. The daughters of the An Ding Duke were cherished and pampered, raised with care and love, lacking neither titles nor riches who would willingly send their daughters to live as widows. That would be akin to casting them into a fiery pit. Thus, overnight, eligible young women from the Cui family either fell ill or fled to relatives, while others sought refuge in temples under the guise of prayer. Only the 9th daughter of the 5th branch, Cui Ling, remained unfazed and unyielding. To alleviate her aging grandfather's worries and ensure her family's safety through this crisis, she selflessly volunteered for this hasty marriage, evoking both pride and guilt in Duke Cui. With Duke Cui's command, Cui Ling not only secured her family support, but also a generous dowry. In public, the 9th Miss Cui appeared composed and dignified, her countenance betraying no hint of joy or sorrow, exuding a sense of righteousness. Yet Zhu Geng recognized that, in private, her mistress' eyes often twinkled with satisfaction regarding this union. However, Zhu Geng pondered, if misfortune were to befall her husband and there were no children to comfort her, what would it matter if she married into an illustrious family, endowed with a lavish dowry, adorned with priceless treasures, and feasting on the finest delicacies? As Zhu Geng contemplated this, she could not help but ask, "Miss, I heard that the young master is to leave tomorrow. What are your true thoughts on this? Do you truly not care at all?" Beneath the tall and graceful locust tree in the courtyard, a striking figure clad in bright red halted involuntarily upon hearing the words, standing still in the luminous moonlight, listening intently for the response that might emerge from within the house. The flickering flame of the joyous candle cast mottled shadows upon the radiant face of the bride. Cui Ling pressed her lips together, swallowing the last spoonful of jade-like soup, then gently dabbed her lips with the handkerchief offered by Mujin. Raising her gaze towards Zhu Jing, she smiled and said, "Before marrying into the Yuan family, I was already aware of what would occur after the wedding. Since the outcome is known, and my feelings cannot alter it, why should I dwell on it? I can only wish for the Yuan family's army to achieve victory and return safely." Her words, tinged with sadness and grievance, bore the weight of familial enmity and national hatred, yet also revealed a profound understanding and compassion that momentarily unsettled the groom, Yuan Jun. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards this delicate wife, unable to resist the urge to enter the house to offer her some comfort. At that moment, a melodious laughter rang out from inside. "Ah, Zhu Jing, your eyes are red. Don't cry, don't cry. I was only teasing you." The voice was crisp and pleasant, like mountain springs cascading over rocks. Yet the words were as cold and unyielding as frost. "I don't even know what Yuan Wulong looks like, and he is leaving tomorrow. What is there to mourn? His departure will bring peace, for it is his presence that causes discomfort." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jun felt a pang in his chest, his handsome visage reflecting deep contemplation. He took a step back, leaning against the locust tree with arms crossed, curious to hear what this newlywed wife, whom his grandmother had sought from the Cui family, might say next. Inside, Cui Ling seemed blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. Cheerfully patting Zhu Jing's arm, she said, "The reason I agreed to marry into the Yuan family is not just because I've heard their cook is skilled, but primarily due to the benefit of Yuan Wulong's absence." While other eligible sisters in the An Ding Duke's residence recoiled in horror at the prospect of marrying Yuan Wulong, Cui Ling perceived it as a fortuitous match, tailored perfectly for her. She counted off on her fingers. "Look, not being the eldest daughter-in-law means I won't have to manage household affairs for my mother-in-law, and with 4 sisters-in-law ahead of me, I won't be burdened with family matters. Besides, aside from the morning and evening rituals, I need not attend to a husband, nor worry about concubines or illegitimate children. I can stroll through the garden when I please, or simply lie around if I don't feel like it." How liberating. She continued, "I heard from my grandfather that this war with the Ruren will take at least 3 to 5 years to resolve. If Yuan Wulong is lucky enough to return safely, we would have enjoyed a few years of peace. Should he perish heroically in battle, I would become a widow of a war hero, and the court would grant me a pension. No matter how you calculate it, I stand to gain." As the bride within the house eagerly contemplated the benefits of her husband dying for his country, the groom outside felt his face darken with anger. Yuan Jun had never imagined that his wife would possess such a mindset. His grandmother had pressured him into marrying Cui Ling, a decision he had vehemently opposed. The battlefield was fraught with peril, and no one could guarantee their survival. To marry at such a critical moment was to subject his new wife to the anguish of separation, potentially robbing her of her youth and life. It was cruel. Yet, with the imperial decree in place, he, as a subject, had no choice but to comply. Upon learning that the 9th miss of the Cui family was willing to marry him, he felt gratitude mixed with profound guilt and empathy towards this stranger named Cui Ling, vowing to treat her with utmost kindness. Thus, even while receiving guests in the main hall, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of her, whether she was hungry or tired, and if she was faring well. He sought opportunities to excuse himself to check on her, wishing to perform the wedding rites before attending to the guests, hoping she could rest if she felt fatigued. Little did he expect that while he worried about her future, fearing she would feel abandoned and waste her youth, she actually desired his death in battle, so she could enjoy peace and even receive the court's compensation. In that moment, his heart shattered, and all feelings of affection and guilt dissipated into the wind. Yuan Jun's sharp and profound gaze flickered, and ultimately he took no further steps forward. Under the clear moonlight, he brushed his sleeve and departed, his vibrant red wedding attire unable to conceal the loneliness and disappointment that enveloped him. Meanwhile, Cui Ling remained blissfully unaware, lost in her imaginings of a tranquil and beautiful life post-marriage. Zhu Jing and Mu Jin were stunned by their mistress' candid thoughts, unable to comprehend why what the world deemed a tragic union seemed to her a stroke of fortune. To them, being a woman meant relying on a father in youth, a husband in marriage, and a son in old age. Yet, their mistress might very well end up without a husband or children, existing alone in the world, vulnerable to the whims of a thirst of fate that could bring untold suffering. Yet, she found solace in such solitude. Cui Ling understood that her thoughts might appear absurd, even heretical, in an era where women were subservient to men, and her values starkly contradicted those of the common populace. However, for her, marrying Yuan Wulong was indeed her optimal choice. In her past life, she was born into poverty and toiled diligently to alter her fate. After entering the workforce, she engaged in fierce competition for greater wealth and success, navigating treachery and deceit, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of her industry as a renowned businesswoman. Yet, what did she ultimately gain? A sudden earthquake buried her life's work and achievements. Trapped beneath the rubble, she suffered no physical injuries but succumbed to starvation due to the remote location of her entrapment. Anyone who has endured such a painful demise would, upon receiving a second chance at life, undoubtedly possess a radically different worldview. Cui Ling was one such individual. Believing she had perished, she opened her eyes to find herself reborn in an era not chronicled in history books. Yet she felt little shock or excitement. Rather, she resolved that this life would not mirror her previous struggles and complexities. She aimed to live a simple existence, akin to a parasite, leading a life of ease and comfort. Fortuitously, she was reborn into a prestigious family during a prosperous era, ensuring a life of comfort and wealth. Having gained profound insight, she adopted a notably gentle temperament, always smiling regardless of the circumstances, fostering goodwill among her siblings and enjoying a life of tranquility in her maternal home. However, one aspect troubled her perhaps due to the hunger experienced in her past life. She developed an intense obsession with food. The chefs at the An Ding Duke's residence struggled to satisfy her increasingly refined palate, which became her sole source of discontent. Now, the Yuan family perfectly aligned with all her desires. As for Yuan Wulong, Cui Ling did not genuinely wish for his death in battle. Having endured too much in her previous existence, she regarded men as dispensable. A husband was acceptable, but not essential. What mattered was the financial security provided by her in-laws. Cui Ling saw no need to explain her experiences to the two maids, as her life story could not be easily conveyed. After the wedding feast was cleared, she remained seated on the bridal bed, adorned with a heavy golden crown, waiting idly and wearied for the arrival of her groom. And as the clock approached midnight, the door finally swung open, and a maid stepped in to convey the message. Today is a day of great joy. Master Wu has indulged in a few too many drinks with the prince and the gentleman, and he is rather inebriated. To spare Madame Wu from any distress, he has retreated to the study for some peace. It would be wise for you to rest early, madam. 003 The Bridal Chamber, Part 1. On the night of their wedding, Yuan Wulong did not return to the chamber. The joyous canopy, which he was supposed to lift with his own hands, was ultimately raised by Cui Ling herself, and the ritual wine meant for the couple to share was left untouched. For a woman of the Sheng Dynasty, without a husband who is both satisfactory and promises everlasting companionship, this wedding felt incomplete. Both Jieging and Mujin were flustered and at a loss. Miss, what should we do now? Should we fetch the groom back? The groom was to depart for battle the following day, and for the next 3 to 5 years, the young lady would have to live alone in this unfamiliar residence. If others were to mock her for the incompleteness of tonight's ceremony, her earlier enumerated advantages would turn into mere jest. Such a grievous injustice weighed heavily. Yet Cui Ling appeared utterly unfazed. She let down her coiled hair, adjusted her inner garments, and leisurely climbed into the inner bed. It's late. You two should rest. From dawn until now, you have both accompanied me, and I can see you are weary. Marriage truly was a physically demanding affair. One had to rise before dawn and wait until the night grew deep. The two maids had been by her side the entire time, standing steadfast as she sat upright. They endured until the hour of the rat, and she felt utterly exhausted. Yet how could they not be tired? However, Jieging stubbornly refused to rest. Miss, Cui Ling chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. Though I do not know why Yuan Wulong is causing such a scene, rest assured, in no more than half an hour, he will surely return to the chamber. As the night grew late, fatigue overtook her, and she could not suppress a yawn. So, you two should quickly find peace and sleep. Jieging had more to say, but Mujin had already grasped the situation and relaxed her expression. Whatever the miss says, we shall do as instructed. What is there to question? Besides, when has the miss ever deceived us? If she says the groom will return, he certainly will. Adjacent to the bridal chamber was a small side room, where the two accompanying maids were first settled. Watching Mujin manage to lead Jieging away, Cui Ling could not help but shake her head with a sigh. Jieging was fiercely loyal, yet her intellect often faltered. In the future, one must not choose a husband for her who is too astute, or she would surely be bullied. She pondered the reasons Yuan Wulong might have for not returning. It was either that he did not like her, or he wished to spare her from harm, or perhaps there were other motives she could not fathom. Yet, the reason old Madame Yuan insisted on marrying into the Cui family was singular. It was long whispered that the daughters of the An Ding Bo family Cui clan brought fortune. For decades, every daughter married had swiftly given birth to children, often 2 in 3 years, and it was particularly noted that the eldest cousin had birthed 4 robust boys shortly after marrying the heir of the An Ding Bo family, renowned for their single lineage over 9 generations. This made the wife of the An Ding Bo family exceedingly proud, and thus the reputation of Cui women as easy-bearers spread throughout the Sheng Dynasty. Old Madame Yuan was counting on Yuan Wulong to produce a grandchild tonight. How could she allow him to spend the night alone in the study? Indeed, after a short while, Cui Ling heard commotion outside the door. Yuan Jun was almost forcibly thrown into the bridal chamber, those burly matrons being trusted aides of his grandmother, old Madame Yuan. The Yuan family placed great importance on filial piety. General Yuan Sherdao was renowned for his devotion to her, never daring to defy her wishes. The imposing general appeared as a wilted flower before her, unable to utter a single refusal. Consequently, even the servants of old Madame Yuan's Tang courtyard held a certain authority, as they could communicate directly with her. Yuan Jun could not resist and obediently returned to the room. Although he felt humiliated, he saw no other option. Despite his complete lack of expectation for the woman in the room, he harbored a faint sense of aversion. Yet tomorrow he would leave. And who could say if he would return? If he could ease his grandmother's worries, he would brave any peril, let alone merely consummating the marriage. A woman was all it was. He exhaled softly, steeling himself as he walked into the inner chamber. The pastries on the Eight Immortals' table bore signs of having been touched, and the white jade wine cup was pushed aside. The lavish, heavy golden crown lay intact in a corner, while the red, joyous canopy, embroidered with mandarin ducks, lazily drooped from one corner of the crown. The dragon and phoenix ceremonial candles had burned halfway, casting a dim light over the sleeping figure on the bridal bed. Yuan Jun sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the serene and peaceful face of his bride, his emotions complex. His new wife was undoubtedly a beauty. Her moonlike, fair visage bore delicate features akin to an ink-wash landscape, her luscious cherry lips full and inviting. Beneath the thin quilt lay a well-proportioned figure. In terms of both stature and appearance, this woman was nothing short of perfection. One could only imagine the allure she would exude upon awakening and standing before him. Yuan Jun mused that had he not previously heard her cruel words, he would have been grateful to have such a wife, one whose family background matched his own and bore the appearance of a celestial being. No matter how treacherous the battlefield, for her sake, he would remain vigilant, vowing to return alive. However, his feelings now were entirely different. It felt as if this woman regarded their marriage as a mere duty, and he, in turn, was only marrying her to ease his family's concerns. Neither party needed to harbor any expectations, nor should they speak of affection or tenderness. Nevertheless, Yuan Jun was not an ordinary man. He could not view the consummation of marriage as a mere obligation with a woman he felt no affinity for. After several attempts to overcome his mental barrier, he decided to relinquish the effort, feigning drunkenness to muddle through the night. After all, come morning he would offer tea, and then he would depart, leaving her to her own devices. He extinguished the red candles, removed his outer garments, and slipped under the covers. Wanting to avoid proximity to the woman in the inner bed, he crossed his arms, covering only half of himself with the quilt, and turned on his side, closing his eyes. Before long, a soft, delicate voice broke the silence. "Husband." Yuan Jun frowned, somewhat reluctant to engage. He feigned sleep, but the woman persisted, calling out several times before daring to place her hand on his waist. Youthful vigor and the setting of a bridal bed ignited a response within him. The warmth and softness of her fingers sent an involuntary shiver through his body. Unable to maintain the facade of sleep any longer, he asked in a measured tone, "What is it?" Cui Ling bit her lip. "We have yet to consummate our marriage." 004 The Bridal Chamber, Part 2. Yuan Jun was taken aback, both surprised and astonished. He had resolved to navigate the night undetected, yet his bride proactively requested him to fulfill his marital duty, catching him off guard. Furthermore, he was astonished that a daughter from the prestigious Cui family could so shamelessly utter the words, "consummate the marriage." Although they had exchanged vows and were now husband and wife, as she had pointed out, they were still strangers to one another. His handsome brows furrowed in discontent, and the underlying aversion he felt towards her deepened inexplicably. He thought to himself how shameless a woman must be to regard marriage with such casualness. Previously, she had expressed interest in him solely for the benefits of his position, yet now she was beseeching him to consummate their union. In the darkness, as Cui Ling awaited his response, her heart raced with anxiety. Although she did not care much for Yuan Wulong, she understood that the joyous canopy beneath her was required to show signs of consummation. Otherwise, when old Madame Yuan sent someone the following morning to collect the items, she would have no explanation to offer. Even if Yuan Wulong were willing to explain that it was due to intoxication that he could not perform, he would soon leave. And thereafter, how could she prove her virtue? Moreover, the very reason old Madame Yuan desired a Cui woman as a granddaughter-in-law was to secure a great-grandson. To strive yet fail was merely fate. Yet, having never even attempted it, would be a profound act of filial disrespect. The matriarch would certainly not attribute the blame to Yuan Wugong, but would rather lay the burden squarely upon her. If she fails to win over the hearts of her in-laws, The dream of living a leisurely life as envisioned would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Cui Ling, now beset by a sense of lethargy, was disinclined to expend unnecessary energy on trivial matters. Thus, if a single night in the bridal chamber could resolve the issue, why delay until tomorrow? After all, she had not been a stranger to such encounters in her previous life. The first time might bring discomfort, but it was merely a matter of lying down and gritting her teeth. With this thought in mind, she tentatively extended her arm further, nearly enveloping the man before her in an embrace. Yuan Jun's brows knitted more tightly, and the soft yet hesitant touch undeniably stirred a reaction within him. However, he had always held himself to a standard of restraint and caution. Despite the potent stimuli and temptations, he managed to maintain control. He subtly shifted away, using the pretense of adjusting the blanket to deftly push her arm aside. Having indulged in a few too many drinks tonight, his head was dizzy and his body heavy. If only his wife could understand, then perhaps this matter could be postponed until tomorrow. Having spoken so definitively, if this woman were to persist in her pursuit, it would be a display of utter insensitivity on her part. As for tomorrow, he was to depart from Shengjing at dawn. There would be no time or opportunity to consummate their union. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Jun perceived that the delicate figure which had been so close to him suddenly stiffened. Soon, her fragrant form began to slowly retreat across the silk sheets, distancing itself from him. He exhaled in relief, yet felt a pang of regret for not having succumbed to drunken stupor earlier in the study. Had he been carried in, he would not have had to engage in this awkward dialogue with her. No matter how much disdain he harbored, she remained the woman who would soon sacrifice her youth for him. Given that this situation could not be altered, he still wished to afford her the respect and dignity she deserved. To refuse her and inflict pain upon her was something he could not bear. However, he clearly misjudged her. Cui Ling was no fool. Yuan Wugong's evasion was a blatant rejection, and his cold demeanor made it apparent that she was not welcomed. Yet, understanding his intentions did not bring her sorrow or disappointment. Rather, it provided her a sense of relief. She had no desire to concern herself with the reasons behind Yuan Wugong's indifference, even if he had a beloved outside whom he could not take as his wife. It was no concern of hers. She rejoiced, believing that surrendering her virginity was a necessary sacrifice to gain the title of the fifth lady of the Yuan family. Yet since Yuan Wugong did not desire her, she found no need to endure such a sacrifice. The pain of the first time was something she'd gladly avoid. However, with the wedding cloth still beneath her, it would be unseemly to present it without a trace of color come morning. Cui Ling pondered for a moment, and suddenly conceived an idea. She slowly maneuvered herself behind Yuan Wugong, cautiously prodding his back with her fingers. "Husband." Yuan Wugong turned, his deep and piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the night's obscurity. His expression darkened as he scrutinized the increasingly exquisite features of the woman before him, struggling to suppress his anger. "What is it?" Cui Ling, unlike Yuan Wugong, was not a seasoned warrior. The room was enveloped in darkness, and she could only hear the rustle of fabric and bedding. Aware that the man who had been facing away from her had now turned, her limited vision in the night did not allow her to discern his features or his current expression. To achieve her aim, she desperately adopted a tone of flattery. "If the bridal cloth does not show red, grandmother will surely be displeased." "Husband, could it be?" Her smile bloomed like a flower, and her expression was almost servile. "I understand you've had quite a bit to drink and must be weary, but given grandmother's advanced age, should anything unfortunate occur, it would be truly unfilial of us." Yuan Wugong was nearly apoplectic with rage. Had he not made his intentions crystal clear? Did she still wish to entangle him further? Anger surged through him, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. This woman, so shameless, could not possibly bear solitude. Perhaps the moment he departed, she would seek out others to bestow her affections upon, thus donning the crown of infidelity. In moments of anger, men often lose their rationality. With a surge of indignation, Yuan Wugong thought that since she was so impatient, he might as well oblige her. A cold smile crept upon his lips. "Indeed, we cannot let grandmother be upset. Whatever you say, I shall comply." The Yuan family was a lineage of martial generals, with every member trained in the arts of combat, and Yuan Wugong was no exception. As a man unaccustomed to cherishing delicate souls, he was likely to be unaware of his own strength. Should he inadvertently injure her, it would be of no fault but his own. Just as he leaned in, intending to assert himself upon this audacious woman. He was met with her bright laughter, radiant as blossoms in full bloom. Her voice, like silver bells, chimed sweetly. How delightful! Had I not been averse to the pain of self-sacrifice, I will not trouble you at all. Cui Ling climbed out of bed, groping her way to the edge of the mattress. With the location etched in memory, she found a flint and gently lit the oil lamp on the bedside vanity. In her vanity box, she rummaged until she unearthed a silver hairpin. With a joyous spirit, she presented it to the now darkened Yuan Wugong, her arm extended to him. As long as the bridal cloth shows red, all will be well. Yuan Wugong found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. From the initial anticipation and guilt to the chilling disillusionment and loneliness, and now to the boiling anger that rendered him powerless, his wedding day had unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. His heart burned with frustration as he begrudgingly followed through with her request. With a grim expression, he bit his lip and used the silver hairpin to pierce his arm. The crimson blood, glimmering in the flickering candlelight, fell onto the pristine silk cloth, creating a dazzling array of red spots, reminiscent of blossoming plum flowers. Cui Ling gleefully folded the bridal cloth and placed it in the purple sandalwood box at the bedside, then extinguished the lamp, returning to bed with a buoyant grace. Husband, it is late, and you must travel tomorrow. You should rest early. She spoke without awaiting a response, quickly drifting into slumber, her breaths heavier than usual due to fatigue. Yuan Wugong, coldly observing the woman beside him lost in blissful sleep, felt a strong urge to end her existence. Were it not for the last vestige of rationality that remained in his mind, the wound on his arm had yet to be bandaged, and this woman had not even inquired about his well-being, extinguishing the candle without a second thought, treating him as if he were invisible. Was her previous display of flattery merely a ruse to extract his blood for her own deception? The absurdity of it all! Yuan Wugong could no longer endure sharing a bed with such a pragmatic and ruthless woman. As the hour grew late, he found himself disinclined to sleep and, without hesitation, rose from the bed. The movement stirred enough noise to awaken the servants, Mu Jin and Zhu Gong, in the adjoining room, who inquired softly from outside. Yet the woman on the bed remained oblivious, sprawling across the entire mattress. Disappointment washed over him, his heart cold and indifferent as he turned away without hesitation. The heavy sound of the door closing echoed through the room. Cui Ling quietly opened her eyes, propping herself up on the bedding against the headboard. She heard the hushed conversation outside. "Young master, why are you up? Is there something you wish for me to attend to?" The somber male voice, tinged with melancholy, responded. "I suddenly recalled a spot on my armor that remains unpolished. With tomorrow's journey approaching, I fear I may forget. I shall go to the study to tend to it. You too may rest, but do not forget to wake the fifth lady when the time comes to serve tea to the elders." As the footsteps faded, she gazed at the closed door, letting out a sigh. "I am sorry. In a world steeped in unfamiliarity and conservative traditions, to thrive, one must often don a mask of pretense. Some individuals navigate life quietly and discreetly, while others assert themselves in a way that commands respect. As for her, driven by a desire for an unremarkable existence, she has chosen to feign ignorance and play the fool, adopting the guise of simpleton to outsmart others. This may sound rather unremarkable, yet her years of practice have proven quite effective. At times, uttering inappropriate remarks to diminish others' regard for her, ensuring she is not perceived as a rival or adversary, becomes a survival skill. The household of the An Ding Marquis boasts a plethora of descendants, with her ranking 9th among 15 cousins, 5 or 6 of whom are of similar age. Her father, Cui Chengkai, has served in the Ministry of Personnel for many years without any notable achievements, making him the least distinguished among his relatives and the one most overlooked by her grandfather. Her mother passed away early, and her late maternal grandfather, the Duke Jinsheng Luo Entai, once held great prominence, but both of her uncles are no longer in Shengjing. Aside from the occasional familial gatherings during festivals, she has not seen her maternal relatives in years. In such circumstances, remaining low profile is futile. There will always be those who seek to provoke. It is far better to greet the world with a smile, occasionally displaying a hint of foolishness, ensuring that her elders do not shower her with excessive attention and that her cousins do not regard her as a target or rival. Otherwise, with her exceptionally stunning beauty, if she were also clever and likable, she would surely incite envy. Thus, The wisdom of refraining from speaking candidly in unfamiliar territory is not lost on Cui Ling. However, when Jieging was weeping sorrowfully, she felt an overwhelming urge to comfort this loyal companion of her youth, whose singular focus often led her astray, prompting her to express her innermost thoughts. At that time, she believed that the Yuan family had been summoned elsewhere, and since they were in the joyous chamber, where outsiders could not easily intrude, she spoke freely. Later, when Yuan Wulong sent word for her to rest in the study, she recalled that during the period of the hibiscus, when she had gone out for food, the matron guarding the courtyard had mentioned that Wulong had returned briefly but left soon after, having just enjoyed a sumptuous meal and daydreamed about a carefree future. She had not thought much of it at the time. Only later did she realize that her careless words had led to considerable trouble. Truly, one must not court disaster. Cui Ling had contemplated how to remedy the situation, but the time Yuan Wulong allotted her was painfully short, and she was reluctant to invest excessive effort to win her new husband's affection. Eventually, she resolved that since he had grown weary of her, it would be best to embrace his disdain, for she had never particularly coveted his affection. In truth, he was about to embark on a military campaign, already burdened with immense pressure, and there was no need for him to carry the additional weight of concern for her. For her, this husband would soon depart for a long time, perhaps never to return, further diminishing the need to invest her time and energy in him. Far from being cold-hearted, she knew that once connections were formed, it was inevitable to feel concern. The days ahead were long, and having her heart entangled would hinder her ability to fully enjoy life, which was contrary to her aspirations. Thus, until she had thoroughly angered Yuan Wulong, she had not even glimpsed his features. During the candlelight, she had made a conscious effort to avoid looking at his face, fearing that if she memorized his appearance, he would invade her dreams to accuse her of being a wicked woman. While this behavior may seem selfish, it was also a form of self-protection. Without emotional ties, should any misfortune arise in the future, she would not be left heartbroken, a lesson she had learned through the trials of her past life. As for Yuan Wulong, Cui Ling was confident he would not disclose her actions to the matriarch, Yuan Laotai. Although their marriage had been rather rushed, her grandfather, the An Ding Marquis Cui Hongjin, had taken the time to inquire about Yuan Wulong's character, reportedly finding him composed, generous, and capable, unlikely to trouble a naive girl like her. Moreover, the Yuan family was known for their filial piety, and to preserve Yuan Laotai's peace of mind, Yuan Wulong would surely not undermine her. Lost in her thoughts, dawn soon approached. Although she felt heavy and fatigued, she realized that if she succumbed to sleep now, she would struggle to rise later. It would be wiser to prepare herself and await the matron coming to collect the auspicious bridal veil, thereby leaving a favorable impression on Yuan Laotai. The matron, surnamed Du, was a trusted aide to Yuan Laotai at the Tyne courtyard. The matriarch had sent the elder and seasoned Du matron to escort Cui Ling to the main hall, signaling her importance as a new granddaughter-in-law and hoping to use the journey to enlighten her about the household's inhabitants and the preferences of the various ladies. In the residence of the general of the state, aside from the eldest son, Yuan Dalong, who remained to oversee the family, the rest had gone to the northwest, leaving behind a household of women. As the old saying goes, 3 women create a play, and much of the domestic affairs stemmed from disputes among the women, fraught with complications. Du matron understood that this new 5th lady was unlike the others. This was a time of great significance. The matriarch had sought a new granddaughter-in-law from the palace, and due to time constraints, the wedding had been arranged in a hurry. From the engagement to the wedding date, all possible steps had been expedited, and the ceremony itself was understated, lacking the extravagant bridal procession and grand feasts, inviting only close relatives and a few intimate friends. The absence of the men of the general of the state's household meant that this wedding was likely less festive than the Yuan family's New Year celebrations. Had the new lady been the daughter of an ordinary family, it might have been acceptable. However, the Cui family descended from founding heroes, with the An Ding Marquis Cui Hongjin enjoying the emperor's trust and several sons holding significant positions. The Cui family's connections were also of high standing, including many of noble birth. Furthermore, the Cui women were renowned for their ability to bear children, attracting many suitors from well-matched families. Although the general of the state's household wielded considerable power, a union with the An Ding Marquis family would also be advantageous. Yet, the Cui family was famously indulgent towards their daughters, unlikely to engage in selling their daughters for glory. Thus, the matriarch had sought the empress's assistance, and the empress had requested the emperor's decree, which bordered on overstepping boundaries. The matriarch was not a foolish woman. While she was pleased that the marriage had succeeded, she could not help but feel a tinge of guilt and pity for the fifth lady. Du Matron had followed the matriarch for a lifetime and was adept at discerning her sentiments. Therefore, since entering the joyous chamber, she had tempered her usual authoritative demeanor, approaching Cui Ling with kindness and warmth, engaging in light conversation. With a smile in her eyes, Du Matron did not seek to ingratiate herself, but radiated genuine goodwill. Among the Yuan family, the fifth master bore the closest resemblance to the late general, earning the matriarch's affection, and he was also dutiful. Just as dawn broke, he anticipated that the matriarch would soon rise and went to the Tian courtyard to share a few heartfelt words with her before departing. Cui Ling smiled cheerfully, though her heart fluttered with anxiety. Having behaved so poorly before Yuan Wulong the previous night, she wondered if he would say anything in front of Yuan Laodai. During her antics, she had assumed he would simply drink the tea and leave, unaware that he would take the time to whisper to the matriarch. Noticing her discomfort, Du Matron assumed she was merely shy and quickly reassured her, saying that while she was not present when the fifth master spoke privately with the matriarch, she had heard laughter from within, indicating that he held her in high regard. Du Matron added with a chuckle that the fifth master had instructed her to tell the matriarch that the silver hairpin adorned with fluttering butterflies looked lovely, and she should remember to show it to Yuan Laotai later. The mention of the butterfly hairpin tightened Cui Ling's heartstrings, signaling Yuan Wulong's warning. According to Du Matron's words, it seemed that he had refrained from speaking ill of her to Yuan Laotai. Regardless of his motives, he appeared to be a generous and honorable man, suggesting that if she were to act out of line in the Yuan household, he would no longer shield her from the consequences. She mustered her courage to change her hairpin, yet she wore a seemingly innocent and charming smile. Time and again, she cursed her own impulsiveness. Some thoughts may be harmless when kept within, but uttering them within earshot of the concerned parties was a recipe for disaster. To her, while her husband's affection was not paramount, in moments of pride, she genuinely forgot that in a patriarchal society, the support from her in-laws and the comfort of her future depended ultimately on Yuan Wulong's disposition toward her. Moreover, Yuan Wulong was the cherished grandson of the matriarch, who would inevitably extend her affections and disdain alike toward those connected to him. With such regret and trepidation, Cui Ling followed Du Mama out of the room. As she glanced back while leaving the joyous courtyard, she noticed the sturdy characters inscribed on the plaque beneath the eaves, Sangxiang Garden. This was to be her future residence. Du Mama enthusiastically explained, "Did you see, Fifth Madam? Those characters were penned by Fifth Master himself. This courtyard was originally named Qinxiu Courtyard, and Fifth Master has lived here since he was 6. Upon your arrival, he deemed the previous inscription too harsh and personally wrote Sangxiang Garden, which was then framed and hung here." Her smile deepened. "Our Fifth Master has always been considerate. Fifth Madam is indeed fortunate." Cui Ling feigned a shy smile in response, but her heart was heavy with self-reproach. If Yuan Wulong were a feckless man or a foolish dunderhead, she would find solace in her predicament. Yet, the sentiments encapsulated in the name Sangxiang Garden and Du Mama's effusive praise seemed to affirm that her husband, Yuan Jun, was a magnanimous, composed, wise, and kind-hearted gentleman. Such a man, born into a wealthy and illustrious family, was undeniably a rare treasure, a paragon of high status and virtue, deserving of a better woman. Meanwhile, she was merely a woman seeking a life of comfort, content to drift through existence. Her intention in marrying was neither to cherish a lifelong bond with her husband nor to raise children for familial joy. She merely sought a suitable place to enjoy a leisurely, languid existence as a housewife. Reflecting on this, Cui Ling suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Had she known Yuan Wulong was such a fine man, she might have relinquished him to another sister, for the imperial decree necessitated that a member of the Cui family be wed. If she had not stepped forward, her grandfather might not have even considered her as a candidate. Sisters 7, 8, or 10 were all more gentle and considerate than she. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of the General of State's residence, where a multitude of women had already taken their seats. The moment Cui Ling entered, dozens of complex gazes converged upon her, the coldest of which belonged unmistakably to her husband, Yuan Wulong. She hastily stole a glance in his direction, taking in his black attire and simply styled hair, tied back with a silver ring, giving him a low-key yet rugged appearance, as if he were preparing for a journey. Perhaps due to her guilt and embarrassment, she could not bear to meet his gaze, not even discerning his features clearly before hastily lowering her head and following Du Mama's lead to his side. "My lady," he whispered through clenched teeth. Cui Ling responded in a voice barely louder than a whisper, "Husband, what is it?" Yuan Wulong, with his usual gentle and humble smile, wore a rather stiff expression as he leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a tone meant solely for their ears. "You are standing on my foot." Cui Ling looked down and indeed saw her bright red satin shoes embroidered with peonies firmly planted on Yuan Wulong's toes. She quickly moved to avoid stepping on him, but unexpectedly, her foot rolled awkwardly and she nearly lost her balance. She inwardly lamented the mortification of falling before the entire Yuan family on her second day of marriage, imagining the laughter of her sisters-in-law and the household servants echoing throughout the general's residence. Yet, in a flash, a strong arm encircled her waist, steadying her before she could create a scene. It was Yuan Wulong. His deep voice, tinged with a coolness, was nonetheless melodious as he said, "Do not be afraid. My lady, we must first present tea to grandmother." The two were pressed closely together, appearing to others as a loving couple. Still, Cui Ling dared not raise her eyes to meet her husbandess. Firstly, she clung to her fleeting thoughts by not viewing Yuan Wulong's visage. She could avoid forming any attachments. Without such connections, she could remain detached from the emotional entanglements that accompanied them. Even if others spoke of him, aside from his name, she held no mental image of him, rendering her unaffected by anticipation, worry, longing, or sorrow. Whether labeled selfish or indifferent, she sought merely a simple, distraction-free life, unable to bear the weight of deeper feelings. Secondly, feeling a pang of guilt for Yuan Wulong's exceptional nature. She sensed that it was undeserving for such a remarkable man to be wed to someone whose aspirations did not align with his. Determined to avoid drawing attention to herself, she dutifully followed Yuan Wulong's lead until they stood before an elderly lady with a kind countenance. Despite her silver hair, the old matriarch appeared to be in her 50s, her skin fair and her spirit lively. Adorned in a rich blue garment embroidered with peonies and gold thread, complemented by a sapphire-studded pearl headdress, she radiated both opulence and grace. This, it seemed, was the esteemed matriarch of the Yuan family, Grandmother Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan Wulong kneel, Cui Ling hastily followed suit. Kneeling alongside him to pay respects, granddaughter-in-law wishes grandmother long life and happiness. She then took a cup of tea from Du Mama's tray and respectfully presented it to Grandmother Yuan. "Please enjoy this tea, grandmother." Seeing her beloved grandson finally married brought tears of joy to Grandmother Yuan's eyes. She turned to Du Mama, who stood behind her, seeking confirmation. Upon receiving a nod of approval, her heart swelled with satisfaction, knowing that her grandson had fulfilled her hopes and consummated his marriage. While she understood that the prospect of grandchildren from this union was still a distant dream, her advanced age left her yearning for mere hope. Grandmother Yuan took a sip from the teacup and smiled. "Good child, lift your head so I can see you." Understanding that to live comfortably in the Yuan household, it was essential to curry favor with Grandmother Yuan, Cui Ling dared not show any signs of negligence. She raised her head, her large, gentle eyes sparkling as she smiled at the matriarch. Grandmother Yuan, seeing her beautiful granddaughter-in-law, felt an immense joy, finding the couple strikingly well-matched, akin to a pair of celestial beings. As the customary gifts were presented, Grandmother Yuan unexpectedly removed a blood-red jade bracelet from her wrist, personally placing it on Cui Ling's arm. This jade bracelet is a precious heirloom brought back by your grandfather from the southern kingdom. It is a fine treasure. Keep it close. Having bestowed the bracelet, she surveyed the room filled with her daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law, smiling as she said, "Do not blame me for favoring Little Five's wife. I truly delight in this child." One of the ladies responded with a warm smile. "How could we? Fifth sister-in-law is lovely and well-mannered. Not only grandmother, but even we sisters-in-law feel a great fondness for her." Cui Ling discreetly lifted her gaze to observe the speaker, a graceful woman adorned in a delicate lilac dress, seated at the right hand of the matriarch. Her appearance was dignified and elegant, exuding an air of refinement. Cui Ling surmised that this must be the elder sister-in-law. The Princess Ening from the esteemed family of the Grand Princess Furong, or perhaps the third sister-in-law, the Lian from the Li Guogong residence. Just then, she heard Yuan Wulong's soft reminder, indicating that this was indeed the elder sister-in-law. Before her marriage, Cui Ling had diligently familiarized herself with the lineage of the Yuan family. Knowing well that General Yuan Shitao and his wife, Huang, shared a profound affection, their 5 sons all born of the main wife. After Huang's unfortunate passing a few years prior, General Yuan had no desire to remarry, and the matriarch, seeing that 4 capable granddaughters had already entered the family, felt assured that household affairs would manage themselves, thus allowing him to remain unwed. In the Yuan household, the matriarch made all decisions, with Princess Ening assisting, maintaining an organized and efficient household, even upholding the ceremonial exchanges during festivities with no less grandeur than any other family. During their journey, Granny Du had skillfully informed her that the matriarch, being advanced in age, lacked the energy to oversee everything. Thus, she was primarily involved in making significant decisions, while Princess Ening handled the day-to-day matters. Therefore, Cui Ling held a deep respect for the elder sister-in-law, recognizing her as a direct superior whose influence would significantly impact her future life. Yuan Wulong introduced, "This is my elder brother, and this is my elder sister-in-law." Following suit, Cui Ling offered her greetings and served tea, gratefully accepting the gifts presented by her brother and sister-in-law. She then followed Yuan Wulong to pay respects to the other 3 sisters-in-law, as well as to other relatives who had already taken their leave. After the formalities were completed, it was time for Yuan Wulong to depart. Yuan Darlang, named Hao, being the eldest son, remained at home while his father and brothers ventured to the battlefield, tasked with preserving the Yuan lineage and ensuring the stability of the general's household. What son of a military family has not harbored dreams of valor on the battlefield? Thus, while Yuan Hao felt both reluctant and worried for his younger brother's expedition, he could not help but feel envious. However, being the eldest son of a prestigious family, he bore obligations and responsibilities that he must fulfill. With a serious expression, he patted Yuan Wulong's shoulder, saying, "Fifth brother, this is your first time on the battlefield. As you head to the northwest, do not be reckless or overly ambitious. Remember to follow our father's orders. At home, do not worry. I will take good care of grandmother and look after our siblings." Yuan Jun remained silent, embracing his elder brother tightly. Between brothers, some sentiments need not be voiced. A mere glance suffices for understanding. After a long moment, he released his hold and exchanged a few heartfelt words with his sisters-in-law before approaching the matriarch, bowing respectfully. "Grandmother, please take good care of yourself. I promise to return unscathed." Tears glistened in the matriarch's eyes. As a woman from a military family, she had experienced countless farewells, first bidding farewell to her husband, then to her son, and now to her youngest grandson. Though her heart ached, she possessed a calmness that others might lack. Holding back her tears, she gently patted Yuan Jun's hand. "Good child, your grandmother trusts you. Go now, let your wife see you off." Such a parting scene was undeniably sorrowful, and even someone like Cui Ling, who prided herself on her hardened heart, could not help but feel a pang of empathy. Despite her efforts to distance herself from any emotional connection to Yuan Wulong beyond their nominal marriage, she felt a twinge of sadness in her heart. Surrounded by the matriarch's attendants, she escorted Yuan Wulong to the second gate, where a sleek, black steed awaited him, with guards prepared to accompany him on his journey. Yuan Jun paused, gazing at his newlywed wife, astonished to find tears shimmering in her eyes. A mixture of emotions surged within him. He realized that no matter how long it might be before he returned, he owed much to this woman, regardless of her perceived flaws. With a soft sigh, he couldn't help but let his heart soften, advising, "After I leave, be sure to honor grandmother well. If anything arises, do not hesitate to speak up. Grandmother will take care of you." Cui Ling was deeply touched. Even at this juncture, Yuan Wulong was still considering her well-being, revealing a noble character. She felt unworthy of him, yet the wedding had taken place, and it was too late for such thoughts. With her head bowed, she spoke softly, "Take care of yourself in the northwest. Don't be too reckless on the battlefield. I don't mean to suggest you become complacent, but preserving your life is paramount. You must return alive." Her heartfelt words stirred something within Yuan Jun, and he wished to reciprocate with kind sentiments. However, at that moment, Cui Ling stammered, speaking earnestly, "If by chance you encounter a woman you truly admire, do not hesitate. I one team mind." Yuan Jun's retort faltered on his lips, his expression darkening with an uncontainable rage. If he were not a man who never struck a woman, he might have been tempted to silence this presumptuous woman. Did she truly believe the battlefield was a place for such trifles? Even if she possessed a beauty beyond compare, he had no desire to look upon her any longer. Fuming, he flicked his sleeves and mounted his horse, galloping away as if struck by lightning, leaving the second gate behind. For Cui Ling, bidding farewell to Yuan Wulong was tinged with melancholy, as this man was embarking on a noble quest for his country. His resolute demeanor as he rode away revealed his inner strength. Indeed, even a stranger would be moved by such selfless valor, let alone her, who was intimately woven into this moment. Yet, her fleeting sorrow dissipated almost as quickly as it had come, not out of indifference, but because she had scarcely taken note of Yuan Wulong's features. How could she reminisce over someone whose image remained so vague, unencumbered by emotional ties? Cui Ling felt surprisingly lighthearted as she followed the guiding maidservant toward the Tsangxiang garden. After a day of exertion and a sleepless night, she had managed to maintain her composure during the tea ceremony, but now fatigue enveloped her, urging her to return to her chamber for rest. Just as she entered her room, Granny Du arrived once more with a message from the matriarch. With a beaming smile, she greeted Cui Ling and conveyed, "Though Fifth Master has departed, life must proceed as usual. The matriarch fears you may overthink alone, so she intends to have you join her in morning exercises starting today." After a brief pause, she added, "Please change into some suitable attire and accompany me to the Shangwu Hall." Cui Ling was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. "What? Morning exercises?" Granny Du pressed her lips together, proud to explain. The Yuan household has its roots in military achievements, renowned for producing esteemed generals since the founding of our dynasty. The women of our household are no strangers to martial arts. Although times have changed, our customs remain distinct. While we may not wield weapons as we once did, our morning exercises have never been neglected. The matriarch believes it unnecessary to produce renowned champions. Maintaining health is sufficient. She spoke with pride. We have even had several female generals emerge from our family. Cui Ling's mouth fell open in astonishment. Female generals? An the Sheng Dynasty, a typical patriarchal society. The ideology of male superiority and female inferiority in feudal society was not exceedingly severe, yet women were often seen as existing solely in dependence on men, according to her past life experiences throughout the vast expanse of history. Although numerous women possessed exceptional military talents, and some even participated in battles, the only officially recognized female commander recorded in history is the renowned General Qin Liangyu from the late Ming Dynasty. Women meddling in political affairs were derisively termed hens crowing at dawn. Women were deemed lacking in talent, yet considered virtuous. The existence of several female generals from the National Protecting General's residence contradicted what Cui Ling knew, leaving her utterly astonished. Upon hearing this, Du Mama expressed some surprise. "Lady Five, you're unaware? In the Great Sheng Dynasty, there have only been a few female generals, all from the Yuan family, and none have been recorded for hundreds of years. This is common knowledge among both the court and the common folk, especially among the women of the inner chambers, who all admire the women of the Yuan family." It seemed that Lady Five was hearing this for the first time. Du Mama recalled that the old matriarch had previously sent someone to inquire about the ninth miss of the Cui family, only to find that no one could clearly articulate her temperament. It seemed that Lady Five had lived a secluded life in her maternal family, her mother having passed away early, and without a confidant to educate her. She was thus ignorant of many matters that one ought to know, rendering her quite pitiful. Contemplating this, Du Mama felt a surge of sympathy for Lady Five. Since there was still time, she decided to elaborate on these matters. With a sense of pride, Du Mama recounted, "To speak of recent events, our matriarch once accompanied the late general in pacifying the southern provinces. It was a perilous mission, and the old general sustained grave injuries. Thankfully, the matriarch remained calm under pressure and managed to defeat the enemy decisively." As she spoke with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled, her words flowing with the cadence of a storyteller. After the victory, the reigning monarch even issued a commendation, bestowing upon her the honorary title of female general, a title that, though merely nominal, was a source of immense pride. Cui Ling was taken aback. The matriarch of the Yuan family, whom she had seen during morning tea, was an elegant and well-maintained noblewoman, seemingly no different from her own grandmother, the Lady An Ding. She had never imagined that the matriarch had such a legendary past. A soft exclamation escaped her lips as her eyes sparkled with admiration. Her grandmother was truly remarkable, having adhered to a philosophy of idly enjoying life without ambition. Cui Ling had spent over a decade in the An Ding residence in a daze. Lacking the fervor to delve deeply into the historical and cultural intricacies of the Great Sheng Dynasty, content with only a superficial understanding of contemporary customs and manners. In her previous life, she had lived in a state of exhaustion, ultimately meeting an unfortunate end, which led her to relinquish all self-imposed expectations in this life. She believed that simply drifting along, avoiding drawing attention, would suffice for a decent existence, due to her laziness and reluctance to pursue advancement. The instructors at the Women's Academy in the An Ding residence had delicately suggested to her aunt that the ninth Miss lacked a natural sensitivity to literature and would likely be unsuitable for continued study, recommending instead that she focus on traditional female crafts to avoid wasting time. With her mother deceased and her father remarried, her stepmother bore 3 more children, leaving no extra energy to devote to her. The 5th branch had always been somewhat inconsequential in the An Ding residence. Among the 15 sisters, she was the most favored. Yet her childhood foolishness caused her to lose the attention of her elders. Thus, when the instructor made such a suggestion, no one from her aunt to her father and stepmother voiced any dissent. Consequently, she smoothly exited the Women's Academy and subsequently drove away the seamstress who had been teaching her female crafts, gradually settling into her desired state of disorganization and idleness. Cui Ling had long believed this was the ideal life, one devoid of the need for effort or thought, a carefree existence without burdens. However, as she listened to Mama passionately recounting the matriarch's achievements, she began to disdain her own ignorance and regretted her past self-indulgence. In her maternal family, no matter her shortcomings, she had never truly faced malice or bullying. Yet now, having married into another family, she found herself reliant on their goodwill. And it was unacceptable that she knew nothing of the illustrious history of the Yuan family. With this realization, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, acknowledging that her lack of engagement in the world had left her ignorant of such matters. Seeing Lady 5, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, remained silent. Mama hastily reassured her, "These are merely old tales, my lady. It is not surprising that you, being youthful, have not heard of them." After a pause, she cautiously continued, "During the reign of the late emperor, there were certain taboos. Later, when the old general went to war, the matriarch ceased to accompany him. And for decades, the men of the Yuan family have fought valiantly to protect the nation, while the women have remained at home to raise their children. It has been many years since this topic has been mentioned, and it is my indiscretion today that has put you in this position." Cui Ling understood that something must have transpired, but she had done no prior research, leaving her utterly uninformed. Regrettably, there are no remedies for regret, and it was too late to lament. She reflected that learning about the world could be gradual, yet the present obligation to partake in morning exercises was unavoidable. Thus, she replied, "Mama, please wait a moment. I will change my clothes and be right there." Although she did not possess specific attire for exercises, she did have a couple of simple, neat outfits. Not wishing to dawdle, Cui Ling hurriedly chose a vibrant outfit and quickly emerged from her inner quarters. Mama's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "What a striking figure Lady 5 is. You look splendid in any attire. No wonder Lord 5 cherishes you so deeply." Before his departure, he implored the matriarch to ensure you accompany her wherever she goes to prevent you from overthinking. She clicked her tongue appreciatively. Lord 5 truly knows how to care for others. Cui Ling's mind buzzed. What? He wants her to take me along, wherever she goes? What does Yuan Wulong mean by this? Newly married yet alone in an empty room seemed a profoundly sorrowful situation. In an unfamiliar environment with strangers, the long, tedious days and the dark, lonely nights would eventually dull even the most vibrant and beautiful woman, leading her to wither away. However, if one could have a companion to endure the trials together, or engage in diversions, life would gradually become enriched, dispelling the loneliness that stifles beauty. Once she learned to adapt to living alone, life would improve significantly. Cui Ling recognized that the matriarch meant well, yet Yuan Wulong's intentions appeared dubious. Last night, outside the bridal chamber, he had clearly overheard her thoughtless remarks, Otherwise, how could one explain his fluctuating moods? He knew well that she preferred a quiet and leisurely life. Yet he feigned deep affection, requesting the matriarch to take her along everywhere. This was truly cunning. It seemed that once a person committed an unworthy act, their spirit would dwindle. At this moment, Cui Ling felt an undeniable resentment, yet she could hardly express it. Having lived for over a decade in the Great Sheng Dynasty, this was her first genuine encounter with the principle of cause and effect, realizing that her earlier thoughtless words had now returned to haunt her. The martial arts hall was situated between the front courtyard and the rear residence, not far from the incense storage garden. After passing through several winding, tranquil paths and crossing a stone arch bridge, she arrived. Upon entering, she saw her second and third sisters-in-law flanking the matriarch. A glance around revealed the absence of her eldest and fourth sisters-in-law. After greeting each other, the matriarch smiled and took her hand, saying, "This outfit is lovely, but it lacks simplicity. Later, I shall ask your eldest sister-in-law to send someone skilled in needlework to take your measurements and make a few garments similar to those worn by your second and third sisters-in-law for convenience." Cui Ling glanced at her second sister-in-law, Liang, and her third sister-in-law, Lien. Their garments bore the same style. The garment features tightly gathered cuffs and a waist belt, with wide trousers that taper at the ankles, presenting an appearance that is neither akin to women's everyday attire nor resembling men's undergarments. It strikes one as somewhat peculiar. However, as the matriarch remarked, such a costume indeed affords considerable ease of movement. With a gentle nod and a smile, she affirmed, "I shall heed grandmother's words." An obedient granddaughter-in-law can alleviate some of the matriarch's worries. She cheerfully explained, "Our household is bustling with tasks. My elder sister-in-law has her duties and cannot join us. Moreover, the little Chi from my fourth sister-in-law's household is unwell, so today it shall be just the four of us." She paused for a moment, then added, "Fifth sister-in-law, you may observe from the sidelines." Despite her advanced age, the matriarch exhibited remarkable agility, executing a sequence of martial arts with an elegance that surpassed that of men, blending grace with tangible strength. Liang and Shun followed her lead, their movements precise and disciplined. Cui Ling watched in astonishment. Having anticipated that the morning exercises would resemble the square dancing favored by older women or the Tai Chi practiced by elderly gentlemen in parks, a means of promoting health. Yet, the matriarch's routine was vigorous and powerful, the sound of her strikes cutting through the air. This was far from mere morning exercises. It was a display of martial prowess. The matriarch, brimming with enthusiasm, encouraged Cui Ling to demonstrate the movements for her. Internally, Cui Ling lamented. While she had memorized the actions, the high kicks, and floor-level postures, not to mention the splits, were overwhelming. Surely, attempting such feats would leave her sore for days. An idea struck her. If the matriarch realized she lacked the aptitude for martial arts, perhaps she would relent, much like her maternal aunt had done in similar circumstances. With this resolve to evade exertion, she subtly omitted the challenging movements, resulting in a chaotic display reminiscent of a monkey performing tricks. The matriarch observed and shook her head, recognizing that it was understandable for a novice to struggle with the basics. Just as Cui Ling felt a sense of relief, the matriarch turned to Liang and said, "Second daughter-in-law, your martial skills are commendable. Please assist your fifth sister-in-law in practicing. She lacks stability. Start by teaching her the horse stance." Liang, suppressing a smile, acknowledged the request. Cui Ling, however, felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her, the horse stance. Before she could wallow in despair, her second sister-in-law approached with a beaming smile, instructing her sister-in-law, "Lower your waist a bit more. Yes, keep your body upright, and straighten your calves. That's it. Hold that position a little longer." The matriarch, seated in a Wong wood armchair, continuously encouraged Liang, "Excellent, fifth sister-in-law. Lower yourself a bit more." Exhausted and weary, Cui Ling felt trapped. As a newcomer, she dared not openly defy the matriarch's orders, especially with her second sister-in-law guiding her. In a flash, she noticed Du Mama standing behind the matriarch. Earlier, they had shared casual conversations on their way to the martial hall, during which Du Mama had hinted at the matriarch's hopes for her to conceive. While nothing had occurred between her and Yuan Wulong on their wedding night, the red bridal veil had been removed, and Yuan Wulong had not exposed her, leaving the matriarch unaware. Utilizing the matriarch's eagerness for a grandchild, though somewhat unseemly, was a strategy Cui Ling considered as she endured the grueling stance. Du Mama, ever astute, quickly grasped Cui Ling's silent plea for aid after catching her eye. After a moment's contemplation, Du Mama leaned closer to the matriarch and quietly suggested, "Matriarch, I understand your concern for Fifth Madam. You fear she might ruminate alone after returning. However, as delicate as she is, making her practice the horse stance so soon after her marriage may not be suitable. Moreover, Du Mama hesitated het suggestiu. Fifth Madam just consummated her marriage last night. What if?" The matriarch reflected on this and promptly declared, "Very well, let us conclude our practice for today." Though Cui Ling maintained a composed exterior, inwardly she rejoiced, believing she had narrowly escaped a trial. However, the matriarch continued, "Fifth sister-in-law, since you are still unfamiliar with the servants in the Zhangxiang garden and your husband is absent, why not move to the Tying courtyard to stay with me? I have a well-furnished west chamber, and you need not bring much, just a few personal garments will suffice." Cui Ling felt a surge of despair. The phrase "a stitch in time" saves 9 aptly described her situation. She had merely wished to evade one hardship, only to find herself ensnared in a greater dilemma. What began as a daily struggle had now escalated to constant scrutiny under the matriarch's watchful eye, making it nearly impossible to seek respite or freedom. Yet, what choice did she have? Just as Yuan Wulong had advised her, if troubles arose within the Yuan family, the matriarch was her sole ally. She could hardly afford to reject the matriarch's goodwill. Taking a deep breath, Cui Ling mustered a smile and replied obediently, "Yes, I shall follow grandmother's wishes." The matriarch beamed with delight, instructing Liang and Lien to disperse. She turned to Du Mama, saying, "You are familiar with Fifth Brother-as household. Accompany Fifth sister-in-law back to tidy up and come to me before noon." Du Mama réadidi agreed, escorting the matriarch out of the martial hall before returning to seek out Cui Ling. With a broad smile, she remarked, "Fifth Madam is truly fortunate. Our esteemed matriarch has never housed anyone in Tying courtyard. Given her regard for you, even with Fifth Master absent, what is there to worry about?" Cui Ling understood, well, that moving to Tying courtyard would place her firmly within the matriarch's sphere of influence. The household servants would dare not gossip, and even her 4 sisters-in-law would regard her with newfound respect. For instance, when the matriarch proposed her relocation, the 3rd sister-in-law, Lien, appeared surprised yet envious, while the 2nd sister-in-law, Liang, quickly changed her expression. Clearly, residing with the matriarch conferred certain advantages. As she and Du Mama walked toward the Zhangxiang garden, Cui Ling mused, "My marriage to Fifth Master was hastily arranged, and there are many aspects I have yet to understand. All I know is that my eldest sister-in-law is a princess from the Fulong Chong family. My 3rd sister-in-law hails from the Ligua Gongfu Lien family, and my 4th sister-in-law is from the Longzhong Su family. But I cannot recall where my 2nd sister-in-law's family comes from." She paused, then turned to Du Mama with a friendly smile. "You have served the matriarch for many years and possess unparalleled knowledge of this household. As I am new here and know little, might I request your guidance?" Cui Ling spoke with a gentle smile, her tone warm and inviting, akin to the soft caress of a spring breeze. There was no pretense of flattery nor condescension. It was merely the endearing exchange of a granddaughter and her elder, imbued with a sense of intimacy and affection, making the conversation feel both familiar and natural. Madame Du, lacking descendants, has always been held in high esteem within the general's residence due to her connection with the matriarch. Not only the servants and maids, but even the respectable gentlemen and ladies treat her with utmost courtesy. No one has ever conversed with her in such a calm and natural manner as Fifth Mistress. She has long desired to befriend Fifth Mistress and is now more than willing to share her knowledge. The 2nd mistress is the daughter of the Liang family from Yinzhou, and her grandfather, Liang Indeo, was once a national tutor. The Liang family, renowned for their literary heritage, has produced many scholars. During the Kaiyuan era of the current dynasty, 3 relatives from the family all passed the imperial examination, with the 2nd and 3rd place coming from the Liang family, becoming a celebrated tale throughout the realm. However, Madame Du's tone shifted slightly as she lowered her voice significantly. In recent years, the Liang family has faced calamities due to external entanglements, and their current circumstances are far from what they once were. She gravely inquired if Fifth Mistress was aware that our 2nd master sacrificed his life for the country 5 years ago. Cui Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Although she was somewhat out of touch, she was aware of these events. 5 years ago, Yuan Zhe, the second son of the general, met his demise during the rebellion against the Turks, causing widespread mourning in both court and society, leading the emperor to posthumously honor him as the martial virtue general. This unlearned and indolent individual remembered this matter because Yuan Erlang had almost become her third brother-in-law. It was said that both families were pleased with the marriage arrangement, but when the horoscopes were compared, they were deemed incompatible. The ancients were superstitious, and thus the marriage did not materialize. Later, upon Yuan Erlang's death, her grandfather and uncles lamented the loss of a pillar of the nation, but her grandmother and aunt secretly rejoiced that the marriage had not been finalized, for otherwise, her sister would have been left a widow at a young age, which would have been too cruel for the family. Her sister later married the heir of the Duke of Jiqing, and after a few years, the Duke passed away, leading the heir to inherit the title. She became a noble lady, giving birth to 3 sons and a daughter, living a harmonious and prosperous life. The wealth and splendor she enjoyed could not be compared to the solitary existence of second mistress, Liang. Whenever third sister returned to her family home, she would often hear people discreetly recounting this old tale, and how could Cui Ling forget? Madame Du sighed softly, noting that while the second master was gone, there were no offspring to accompany second mistress, and her maternal family was also lacking. Alone in the second courtyard, she sometimes found herself overthinking, contemplating matters more than others, and easily falling into pessimism. After a moment of thought, she remarked that the matriarch, understanding the hardships of second mistress's background, was particularly tolerant of her. The other mistresses also adhered to this teaching, never holding second mistress accountable for any matters. Cui Ling nodded appreciatively, grateful to Madame Du. With her husband deceased and no children, and her maternal family unhelpful, she now comprehended why the reactions of second and third sisters to the same matters differed so greatly. For instance, when a matriarch asked her to practice horse-riding stances, third sister remained composed, while second sister appeared somewhat pleased. When the matriarch suggested she move to Tian Courtyard, third sister, though a bit envious, predominantly expressed blessings, while second sister's expression clearly changed, and her gaze towards Cui Ling was markedly different. After learning of second sister's background, it all became clear. Yuan Erlang was posthumously honored as the martial virtue general, and second sister held the title, making remarriage impossible for her. While the matriarch and the old general were alive, they would undoubtedly care for her meticulously, but once they were gone, with the general's residence divided, her lack of children would mean she could not live independently, and her future days would depend on the first branch's favor. Yuan Dalong and Princess Ining would certainly not mistreat her, but what of the nephews and nieces? In the prevailing views of the time, second sister Liang's future appeared utterly bleak, and she would spend her days in solitude and despair, making her sensitivity and irritable temperament understandable. Unlike Cui Ling, who possessed extraordinary experiences and a mindset that transcended conventional norms, devoid of desires, she never engaged in comparisons or arguments with others, nor required any spiritual solace. As long as she had wealth and land, she could lead a fulfilling life in a tranquil estate without the need for children. Yet, Cui Ling, puzzled, mentioned her maternal uncle, who also had no descendants, and how the family had adopted a cousin to carry on the ancestral line. Now that her uncle had passed, the adopted cousin performed the ancestral rites, and her uncle's widow lived with the adopted family. She paused, questioning why second sister did not select a child from the family to adopt. The ancients placed great importance on the continuation of the family line and the bloodline's legacy, making it common to adopt heirs from within the clan, a practice frequently seen during prosperous times. Madame Du shook her head with a pained expression, revealing that this had been suggested before, but second mistress refused. Cui Ling was taken aback. Second sister refused? While an adopted child may not be as close as a biological one, they would still have the obligation to inherit the second courtyard's assets. The general's residence, being a prestigious family, had many eyes watching, and with the weight of filial piety resting upon them, second sister need not fear mistreatment from an adopted child. Madame Du sighed again, explaining that the matriarch, being magnanimous and understanding of second mistress's struggles, had wished for her to select a suitable child from her maternal family to raise. However, second mistress flatly rejected the idea, deeming it inappropriate. Allowing her maternal bloodline to serve as an adopted heir to inherit her husband's estate, though proposed by the matriarch out of genuine concern, was indeed a matter of improper legitimacy, likely to draw gossip from outsiders and even criticism from her own family. This refusal, therefore, was not entirely unreasonable. Madame du continued, stating that the matriarch then suggested adopting the newborn grandson of the second old master of the Yuan family, still an infant, to be raised alongside her, akin to a natural child. She paused slightly, forcing a bitter smile, as second mistress insisted that the second old master was a cousin of the late general, and from her perspective, they were several degrees removed. This bloodline was not close enough, and the wealth amassed through the general sacrifices should not be handed over to outsiders. Hence, she was unwilling. Cui Ling, though not foolish, typically refrained from overthinking. Upon hearing Madame Du recount the circumstances, a thought began to form in her mind, and she whispered, could it be that second sister has someone in mind? Since the matter of bloodline closeness had been raised, it was likely that second sister preferred the children of the household. However, the first branch would inherit the entire general's residence, and with the eldest sister being a noble princess, it was unthinkable for her to part with a child for the second courtyard. Although the third branch did not need to inherit the family estate, the third sister, Lian, had only one son and one daughter, and it was unreasonable to expect them to give up their only child for the second courtyard. Moreover, the third sister hailed from the esteemed duke's family, and it would not be easy to negotiate such matters. In truth, the third branch did have a son born of a concubine, but he was not a legitimate heir, and the third master would not be unwilling to part with him, nor would the third sister mind. However, considering second sister's previous actions, it seemed she looked down upon children born of concubines. Thus, only the fourth branch remained. Since fourth sister, Su, entered the family, she and her husband, Yuan Xiling, had a deep affection for one another and soon gave birth to two robust sons. The youngest, Chiga, had just turned 1, at the age of babbling and taking his first steps. Before her marriage, Cui Ling had heard her grandmother mention fourth sister, who came from the illustrious Su family of Longzhong. Due to a distant familial connection with the Cui family, her grandmother often spoke of her. She recounted that although the Great Sheng Dynasty had only existed for a little over a century, the Su family had been prosperous for 400 to 500 years, representing a true noble lineage. However, because a few emperors had emerged from the Su family in the previous dynasty, they had intentionally adopted a low profile during the Great Sheng Dynasty for fear of attracting imperial favor. They relocated their residence from Shengjing back to their ancestral home in Longzhong and discouraged their descendants from pursuing scholarly endeavors, instead encouraging them to engage in commerce. The Su family today is even wealthier than before, yet lacks representation in the court, resulting in a diminished status compared to the past. Cui Ling mused that if second sister wished to adopt a child from the fourth branch, as long as the matriarch consented, given the Su family's distinguished background, even if second sister was reluctant, she might have no choice but to comply. Indeed, Du Mama nodded and remarked that the second madam had a fondness for Qi Guer from the fourth house. However, Qi Guer had never been in robust health since his birth. She had subtly mentioned this to the old madam on several occasions, but the old madam had always interjected. Pausing for a moment, she glanced carefully at Cui Ling. The second madam's situation was dire, and in truth, the gentleman in the residence sympathized with her plight. She yearned for Qi Guer, and fifth master had once assured her that if he were to have offspring in the future, he would certainly adopt a son for the second house. The second madam often joked about this in casual conversation. Yet, du mama sigid. Given that the fifth master was currently away on a campaign, it was uncertain when he would return. Upon hearing this, Cui Ling initially felt a surge of anger, as she had previously thought highly of Yuan Wulong. Little did she expect that he would leave without so much as a discussion, unilaterally promising their second son to another. Did he not consider the anguish of parting from one's own flesh and blood, having to hear the child address him as aunt? Even in desperate circumstances, not everyone would part with their children for advancement. Moreover, they lacked neither the means to raise a child nor the desire for the second house's meager inheritance. In hindsight, it seemed unworthy to be enraged over Yuan Wulong's unreliable promise. One must consider whether they would even have children, and if so, at least 2 sons, a task of considerable difficulty indeed. Should they truly have children in the future, it would be up to him to fulfill his promise, whether by procuring funds or seeking an outside woman to bear them. But to snatch a child from her grasp? Absolutely not. If he dared to attempt such a thing, he would be courting his own demise. Although she had not engaged in cunning schemes for some time, weariness from past struggles had led her to forego such tactics. Over time, her feigned innocence had dulled her acuity, rendering her unable to discern between genuine folly and mere pretense. However, if others truly sought to bully her, she would never acquiesce passively. Du Mama, observing Cui Ling's expression, noted the gravity of the revelation she had let slip. Yet, the fifth madam's initial displeasure quickly transformed into a calm demeanor. Uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious, Du Mama ultimately smiled and said that the fifth madam need not dwell on such matters, as the old madam had never consented to anything for the second madam. Cui Ling, with a bright smile, remained silent for a while before casually responding that it was of no concern, as she only intended to have one child. The unspoken conclusion was, should she have to bear one at all? Of course, this was meant for Du Mama's ears. If Du Mama's inquiry was on behalf of the old madam, then she had conveyed her stance quite clearly. She would bear one son and had no intention of parting with her second. Du Mama's heart sank slightly. Fortunately, they had arrived at Songxiang courtyard. She hurriedly attempted to deflect the conversation, exclaiming, "Fifth madam, we have arrived." Cui Ling entered the courtyard with a cheerful demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Yet her resolve had solidified. If Yuan Wulong wished to give away their child, let him try, if he could manage to produce one on his own. The old madam had instructed that they should arrive before noon, which Cui Ling was most reluctant to do. However, her disposition was neither obstinate nor stubborn, and she understood that to live comfortably and peacefully without being bullied in the general's residence, she must first placate the old madam. Thus, despite her unwillingness, she efficiently packed her personal belongings. She took several simple yet elegant garments, a few pieces of modest jewelry, a small box of her usual cosmetics, a small basket of trinkets to stave off boredom, and even gathered her toiletries neatly. Du Mama chuckled softly, quickly halting her, for although they were moving to the old madam's residence, Tian Courtyard was merely a short distance from Songxiang Courtyard. Not only were there no treasures to be found in the old madam's abode, but if anything were truly lacking, the fifth madam could easily send a maid to retrieve it. She pointed at the heap of packed items, covering her mouth with laughter. Those in the know understand you're going to Tian Courtyard. Those unaware might think you are off to a villa in the outskirts. Cui Ling blinked her bright, large eyes at Du Mama and asked, "So, is it really as grandmother said, that only my daily garments will suffice?" Du Mama, charmed by her innocence, reflected on how this young lady from a noble family, lacking a mother, could not even grasp such simple concepts. Moved by a sense of protectiveness, she lowered her voice and asked, "Fifth madam, why do you think the second madam would be displeased about your moving in with the old madam?" Cui Ling pondered for a moment and concluded, "It must be that second sister-in-law believes I will gain some advantage." Du Mama nodded, acknowledging that the treasures within the old madam's quarters were countless, and even a few trinkets bestowed upon her would suffice for a common person to live a lifetime. For instance, the blood jade bracelet gifted to her by the old madam, which was unmatched in quality. Blood jade was rare, only produced in the Southern Wan Kingdom. When the Southern Wan Kingdom caused unrest, the emperor dispatched a deceased general to quell it, and the old madam had surreptitiously retrieved this bracelet from the palace. To boost the soldiers' morale, emperors throughout history had permitted the distribution of a portion of the spoils among the troops. Thus, although life on the battlefield was perilous, the rewards could be substantial for those who survived. Each time the Yuan army returned victorious, treasures were carted back in droves. Yet, during that particular occasion, amidst a city full of jewels, the old general had only taken that bracelet, underscoring its immense value. Du Mama recalled how the old madam had generously gifted it to the fifth madam, provoking envy from the second madam and displeasure from the third madam. Even the esteemed Princess Ening, who outwardly spoke kind words, revealed through her expression that she was not entirely unconcerned. Truly, only the fourth madam, hailing from the illustrious Su family, could regard such treasures with indifference. Cui Ling furrowed her brow and said, "Are you suggesting that Tian Courtyard is akin to a gilded cage? Once I enter, regardless of whether I leave with something or not, others will perceive me as having profited? Are you implying I should not bear the burden of a false reputation, but rather take what I can?" Du Mama's expression was enigmatic. She neither confirmed nor denied, merely smiled and said, "Fifth madam, just heed the old madam's instructions." Cui Ling had not anticipated that merely relocating to live with the old madam would entail such complexities. She did have an affinity for wealth. Yet it was not the gold and silver itself she cherished, but rather the comfortable life, beautiful garments, exquisite jewelry, and fine delicacies it could procure. However, should the price for such wealth be too steep, leading to enmity and scrutiny, thrusting her into a ceaseless cycle of conflict, she would unhesitatingly relinquish riches for peace. After all, her greatest aspiration in this life was not to amass mountains of gold and silver, but to live comfortably and lazily until her last breath. Moreover, upon her marriage, her grandfather, Earl Anning, had generously supplemented her dowry beyond the customary provisions. Even her father, who had always treated her as inconsequential, discreetly returned her mother's dowry while also slipping her a box filled with silver notes. Thus, her dowry was plentiful, and the hidden silver notes were no small sum. Cui Ling firmly believed that after marrying into the general's household, her daily sustenance will be provided by the public treasury. Should she desire additional comforts, her dowry and personal possessions were ample to sustain her. She did not yearn for a life of extravagance. Aside from a modest appreciation for fine cuisine, her daily existence required little expense. Thus, she was unwilling to take advantage of the old matriarch. After some contemplation, she insisted, "Please bring all these items with us. They're what I have grown accustomed to during my time at my family home. A sudden change might render me quite unfit." If she had to bear the burden of a mere title, so be it. She harbored no greedy intentions, and others could think as they pleased. Madame Du, being an experienced elder, remained unfazed by Cui Ling's retort. Her familiarity with the household's various ladies had prompted her to offer the fifth lady a piece of advice. Whether or not it was heeded was entirely up to her discretion. On the contrary, she found Cui Ling's naive insistence endearing, believing her to be a genuine person. Unlike the first lady, who was always aloof, or the second, who was capricious and difficult to engage with, she was neither as shrewd as the third lady nor as detached as the fourth. With a smile, she agreed and assisted in the packing. Noticing that time was slipping away, Cui Ling summoned her two personal maids. "As we visit the old matriarch, I intend to take Mu Jin with me. Yu Ying, you shall remain here to watch over the house. It is close by, and should anything arise, you can easily send a little maid to inform me." She thought that Zhu Jing, being straightforward, would surely falter in adaptability if taken to Tyne Courtyard. It would be wiser to have her guard the fragrant storage, where her loyal and forthright nature would be of great service. In contrast, Mu Jin was notably more astute. Should any incidents occur at Tyne Courtyard, having a resourceful maid nearby would bring her some reassurance. It was Zhu Jing's first separation from her mistress, leaving her momentarily stunned. Cui Ling playfully tapped her forehead. "What do you mean by, do you think staying here to guard is a trivial task? I assure you, it is of utmost importance. Everything we brought from the Duke's residence is sealed in the storeroom. We must have someone trustworthy to oversee it." After a brief pause, she added, "That is our reliance for the latter part of our lives, Zhu Jing. I entrust this heavy responsibility to you." Zhu Jing pondered this and recognized the truth in it, immediately adopting a serious demeanor and earnestly declaring, "Mistress, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the courtyard is well guarded." Cui Ling laughed heartily, feeling reassured by her dedication. Their jovial exchange alleviated some of her anxiety. In her heart, the old matriarch represented a superior, and she was about to live closely with someone who could determine the comfort of her life. However, the crux of the matter was her complete lack of understanding regarding the matriarch's temperament. In reality, they had only just met. At this juncture, the loss of her desired freedom was no longer the main concern. The priority was to avoid missteps and gain the matriarch's favor and support. With this somewhat tragic resolve, Cui Ling followed Madame Du, laden with packages, as they departed the fragrant storage courtyard. Tyne Courtyard lay to the west of the general's rear residence, accessible by traversing the back garden. The old matriarch had a fondness for bamboo, thus encircling the courtyard with a ring of it. It was late October. The autumn breeze stirred, causing the bamboo leaves to flutter and emit a rustling sound, reminiscent of distant battle cries. Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Du smiled and said, "Fifth lady, do not feel constrained. The old matriarch is quite amiable." After a moment, she added in a hushed tone, "She appreciates a straightforward disposition. It is of no consequence if you misspeak, but it is vital to express your true thoughts. She disdains hidden intentions and meticulous scheming." In her heart, She mused that the second lady's sharpness was plainly evident, never masked, which, though frustrating for the old matriarch, made her impossible to dislike. In contrast, the fourth lady seemed gentle and kind, yet she never revealed her thoughts, keeping them tightly sealed, no matter how beautiful her exterior or graceful her demeanor. The old matriarch always felt a distance from her. Ordinarily, Madame Du would not share such insights, but her inexplicable fondness for the new fifth lady urged her to hope that she would win the old matriarch's favor. Cui Ling nodded gratefully. I understand. As she lifted the beaded curtain, she saw the old matriarch, clad in a simple violet embroidered jacket, lazily reclining on a couch. In Shenyang's October chill, a small brazier burned at the foot of the couch for warmth. Upon noticing Cui Ling's entrance, the matriarch waved her hand with a smile. Anan, go tidy up the West Wing. Fifth daughter-in-law, come here quickly. Anan was Madame Du's nickname. Seeing Princess Ening present, Cui Ling hurriedly greeted both ladies and stepped forward to sit beside the matriarch, noting that a maid had already brought a stool. Recalling Madame Du's earlier words, she decided to forego pretense and sat down confidently. The matriarch chuckled and inquired, Did I not say you only needed to bring a few garments? Why have you brought so many packages? Are you afraid I might mistreat you here? Cui Ling immediately shook her head vigorously. No, grandmother, this place is wonderful. How could I not know? It is merely that these are items I'm accustomed to using, and they're all newly unpacked. If left unattended for too long, they might spoil, which would be a pity. With her large, watery eyes blinking innocently, she added, Once used, could I trouble grandmother to provide me with new ones? The old matriarch chuckled, turning to Princess Ening. Look at your sister-in-law. Her playful demeanor reminds one of our Yuer. Upon closer inspection, Princess Ening felt a pang of emotion. Realizing the resemblance, Yuan Yuer, the princess's eldest daughter, had just turned 11. The Empress Jiang favored her poised demeanor and appointed her to accompany the somewhat willful Princess Chongling, who spent most of her time in the palace, returning home only during festivals. Ordinarily, with family celebrations, Yuan Yuer could come back. However, the previous to otherwise, as Yuan Wulong celebrates his marriage. Even if Princess Chongling were genuinely unwell, what necessity is there for Yuan Yuer to tend to her? After all, she is neither a physician nor a maidservant devoted to the princess's care. If it were indeed essential, would the princess remain oblivious while Empress Jiang, too, be unaware? The palace has a multitude of esteemed doctors to attend to the princess's ailments, yet such a wedding for an uncle occurs but once. Discerning individuals can easily distinguish between priorities. Thus, this is merely an excuse. Cui Ling speculated that perhaps the military power wielded by the Yuan family incited some trepidation in the emperor. However, such matters eluded her comprehension. She recalled how the matriarch had once commanded troops and been bestowed the title of a female general, undoubtedly possessing profound wisdom and strategy. Moreover, Princess Ening's noble lineage would allow her to perceive schemes with clarity. With such figures around, it seemed prudent for Cui Ling to remain silent and simply exist. Content in her passive role. Biting her lip, she noticed the princess's eyes glisten with unshed tears, prompting her to retrieve a handkerchief from her bosom and offer it. Elder sister, the Princess of Ening hesitated, accepting the handkerchief with uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, she disregarded her reservations and began to dab at her eyes. Thank you, fifth sister-in-law, she said, her voice choked with emotion. Based on her usual experience and the refined upbringing she had received, it was customary not to address someone who was holding back tears. This was not merely a matter of etiquette, but also a means of self-protection. Noble women typically wish to present only their splendid and dignified selves to others, reluctant to expose their vulnerabilities. While the Princess of Ening felt a genuine longing and tenderness for her daughter, such emotions could be freely expressed in front of family. Yet, to let outsiders witness them would carry an entirely different connotation. Cui Ling's gesture of offering a handkerchief, although met with some hesitation, was a comfort. However, during the tea ceremony that morning, she had been too hurried to properly observe her sister-in-law's appearance. Now, facing her directly, the princess recognized that, as the matriarch had suggested, Cui Ling not only bore a resemblance to her beloved daughter in demeanor, but also in the faint shadows of her features. A wave of warmth enveloped her heart, leading her to discard the barriers imposed by societal expectations, and, burdened with her grievances, she allowed herself to weep in the presence of the matriarch. After a brief interval, The princess of Ening dried her tears and took her leave, addressing the matriarch. "Forgive me, grandmother, for my indiscretion. Your benevolent heart must bear with me. There are matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your rest. I will return when I have leisure." Turning to Cui Ling, she asked, fifth sister-in-law, "Would you accompany me to your quarters for a touch-up? If I were to step outside in this state, the household staff would surely be in a frenzy." Cui Ling dared not refuse, though she was hesitant to agree outright. As a newcomer, she was still unfamiliar with the layout of the residence and could only await the matriarch's directive. Casting a hopeful glance at her grandmother, who reclined comfortably, she was met with a gentle wave of the hand. Go on, the matriarch encouraged. She summoned a pretty young maid with a delicate face. "Xiao Li, take these two ladies to the west wing." The maid, Xiao Li, complied respectfully, guiding Cui Ling and the princess of Ening out. The matriarch observed the swaying of the beaded curtains, her eyes narrowing slightly as she listened to the soft chime of the pearls. With a sigh, she turned to a middle-aged woman named Aunt Xiao, who was of similar age to the old maidservant Du, although Aunt Xiao lacked Du's youthful radiance. Her sharp gaze seemed capable of piercing through the thoughts of others. "Ah, Bei," the matriarch inquired softly, "what are your impressions of the fifth daughter-in-law?" After a moment of contemplation, Aunt Xiao replied in a low voice, "The fifth lady is indeed strikingly beautiful, but her actions are somewhat reckless. It is said that the An Ding Marquis family maintains strict standards for their daughter's upbringing, yet she appears somewhat oblivious to these expectations." She paused, adding, "Fortunately, she bears a resemblance to the eldest daughter, otherwise, earlier. The princess is not one to be easily deceived." The matriarch sighed. This sudden marriage proposal may indeed be a burden for the An Ding Marquis family, which is why I anticipated they would not send their most cherished granddaughter. Taking the teacup that Aunt Xiao offered, she took a sip before continuing, "I had sent inquiries regarding Miss Cui Jio's temperament through her marriage contract. Yet none of the noble women in the capital seem to have any impression of her. The An Ding Marquis, Cui Hongjin, is a significant figure in the court, and the Cui family name is well known. The ladies of high society would surely wish to befriend her. With a mother from the distinguished Luo family and a father from an equally esteemed lineage, how could a girl of such pedigree remain completely unknown?" The matriarch had spent considerable wealth to gain insight from a servant within the An Ding Marquis household, only to learn that Miss Cui Jiu led a reclusive life, only making obligatory visits to the Marquis on the 1st and 15th days of each month, otherwise preferring to remain within her own quarters. Whenever there were gatherings or opportunities to go out, other young ladies would compete for attention, yet Miss Cui Jiu would always shy away, either suffering from a cold or afflicted with blemishes on her face, ever seeking to avoid the spotlight. That servant speculated that outsiders might think Miss Cui Jiu harbored some hidden malady, but having seen her on a few occasions, the servant found her to be ethereal in beauty and possessing a delightful disposition. Among the older women who had long served in the household, they had often speculated that her mother's early passing and the stepmother's preoccupation with her own children left Miss Cui Jiu neglected, resulting in her peculiar upbringing. The matriarch could afford to spend money, but aside from her reclusive nature and disinterest in studying, the rest of Miss Cui Jiu's character remained a mystery. Deep down, the matriarch felt anxious. Should Miss Cui Jiu indeed possess some hidden affliction, Wulong's marriage could be fraught with difficulties, leaving her to regret her decision for a lifetime. Especially since this was an imperial match, and any attempt to retract it would be too late. In her desperation, she sought out a seamstress who had previously taught Miss Cui Jiu embroidery. The seamstress confirmed, "Miss Jiu is beautiful and in good health, with a pair of sparkling eyes and an endearing demeanor. However, there's one issue: she is quite lazy. A simple stitch taught 100 times is not due to inability, but rather unwillingness. When it comes to food, her spirits are high, but when it's time to learn embroidery, she seems to wilt." Eventually, realizing the girl's lack of interest, the seamstress chose to resign rather than waste her time on a student unwilling to learn. Miss Cui Jiu was neither foolish nor afflicted. She was simply disinclined to study and somewhat indolent. This revelation slightly eased the matriarch's worries. The Yuan family prioritized good health in a bride, deeming education and skills in needlework secondary. They were seeking wives, not maidservants. Having come from a military background herself, the matriarch had read extensively on military strategy, but was no poet or embroiderer, and thus she was quite lenient with her daughters-in-law and granddaughters. valuing good health and kind temperament above all. Nevertheless, the underlying unease lingered until this morning during the tea ceremony, when she scrutinized Miss Cui Ling's features. Finally feeling a sense of relief, the matriarch sighed to Aunt Xiao, acknowledging, "This child does seem unacquainted with proper manners and decorum, but thankfully, she is kind-hearted." Look, although she was inclined to reside in the entire courtyard, she still complied and moved here, demonstrating her obedience and understanding. Pausing, she added, "Moreover, Wulong is fond of her, so I can rest easy knowing I have not erred in my judgment." With thoughts of her beloved grandson, who was likely already out of the city of Shengjing, her heart was filled with both concern and affection. She waved her hand, reflecting, "Fifth daughter-in-law is a gem. Fortunate to have wed into our family. Our family hails from a lineage of military generals, and we do not place much importance on worldly conventions. Her honest nature may lead her to suffer many hidden grievances if she were to visit others." With a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, Granny Qiao remarked, "So, my esteemed matriarch, you intentionally mentioned the eldest daughter in front of the princess earlier?" The matriarch nodded. "In my old age, I am uncertain how many days I have left. In the future, the household will be managed by the eldest daughter-in-law. The fifth daughter-in-law resembles the eldest daughter and possesses a pure and unpretentious character. Though her demeanor may be somewhat unconventional, it is precisely this that allows the eldest daughter-in-law to be more forgiving towards her. Otherwise, one might wonder why the eldest daughter-in-law does not favor the fourth daughter-in-law, who is so well-mannered and composed. Women raised in the intrigues of the inner quarters are as astute as monkeys. Do they not discern between genuine affection and feigned sentiments? Within the home, it is not always necessary to maintain an exterior of propriety. Even if one lacks understanding of certain customs, sincerity is a rare treasure." Though she initiated the conversation that led the eldest daughter-in-law to tears, if the fifth daughter-in-law had not harbored a heart of compassion, how could this bond have formed? Indeed, she did not misplace her affections. In the West Wing, Princess An Ding sat before her dressing table, finishing her makeup and applying a touch of blush to mask her sorrow. She still maintained an air of dignified grace. Yet Cui Ling perceived a warmth and kindness in her sister-in-law's eyes that was strikingly different from what she had witnessed before. "Do not inquire about my sister. Her name is the illustrious unwaking lord, whom I admire deeply." The narrative continues with a tale of a retired campus belle encountering an eccentric neighbor, leading to a tumultuous journey of conquest and submission, as well as a reunion between two deities in a game, culminating in a battle of oppression and counter-oppression. Upon dismissing the princess, Cui Ling felt utterly drained, collapsing on her bed, unwilling to move. She had been awakened before dawn and treated like a marionette for an entire day, leaving her exhausted. After a night filled with turmoil, she had finally managed to serve tea and bid farewell to her departing husband, only to be confronted with morning exercises and a house move. In the solitude of her room, her tensed nerves relaxed, and she fell onto the bed. In her half-conscious state, she overheard a soft conversation. One voice, that of Xiao Li, who had just escorted her, mentioned that lunch was ready and that the matriarch had asked her to invite the lady to dine. The other voice belonged to Mu Jin, who cautiously remarked, "Sister Xiao Li, the fifth lady did not rest well last night and may be quite fatigued. She is sound asleep." Xiao Li quickly interjected, "Oh, no need. When I came, the matriarch instructed that if the fifth lady is resting, we should not disturb her. Let her sleep as long as she needs." She chuckled softly, saying, "Though the matriarch appears stern, she is truly the most understanding and considerate person, never displaying a harsh demeanor before the other ladies." Cui Ling's muddled mind was suddenly invigorated, as if a refreshing breeze had swept through. The mention of delicacies such as steamed goose feet, shredded chicken, and shrimp rolls awakened her senses. These were in vogue among the aristocracy, typically reserved for banquets. It was not that they were particularly expensive, but rather labor-intensive. Her maternal family, the An Ding Marquis, was one of the most distinguished families of the Sheng Dynasty, and she had only sampled these dishes once during her grandmother's birthday celebration. Steamed goose feet alone required meticulous preparation, deboning, marinating, seasoning, and steaming. Each step demanded the watchful eye of an experienced chef. The slightest misstep could result in an overly gamey flavor or a lack of freshness. Presenting such labor-intensive dishes to guests was a mark of prestige, but to serve them at home was a luxury. Cui Ling's grandmother was a benevolent woman who adored her granddaughter. If she were to act endearingly, her her grandmother would readily oblige. After all, these dishes were not costly, merely cumbersome to prepare. Yet, Cui Ling felt neither favored nor inclined to stand out, suppressing her longing for exquisite cuisine. Now, hearing Shaoli mention those sumptuous dishes so casually, she could hardly contain her excitement. Despite her fatigue, she was determined to indulge in the culinary delights. Gathering her strength, she called out to Shaoli, "Sister Shaoli, I am awake. Please inform my grandmother. I will wash my face and join her shortly." Mu Jin entered upon hearing her call and, seeing her mistress's weary expression, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Miss, please wait. I will get you some water." Lunch was set in the Eastern Flower Hall, adorned with pots of blooming flowers, trumpet vines, weeping crabapples, and camellias in full bloom. As Cui Ling stepped inside, she was enveloped by a fragrant atmosphere, but it was not the scent of flowers that captivated her. Rather, it was the aroma of the food. The Redwood Eight Immortals table was laden with an array of vibrant dishes, exuding warmth and enticing aromas. As she approached, the vivid colors and rich flavors beckoned, igniting her appetite. The matriarch waved her over with a smile. "Fifth daughter-in-law, sit down. Anan mentioned you only nibbled on a small pastry for breakfast, so you must be hungry now. Please, take a seat and let Shaoli serve you." With a beaming smile, Cui Ling sat down, exchanged a few auspicious pleasantries, and soon indulged without reservation. The goose feet were tender, the chicken succulent, and the shrimp delightfully crisp. This was an exceptionally satisfying meal. She thought to herself, how fortunate it is to have wealth and a grandmother who cherishes the exquisite delights of food. Embracing this happiness, she suddenly found the idea of moving to Taiyin Courtyard not so daunting after all. Although inconvenient, the undeniable benefits were worth it, not in gold or jewels, but in the fact that Taiyin had its own small kitchen, reportedly run by a chef favored by the emperor. As she savored her meal, the matriarch felt immense joy watching her granddaughter-in-law relish the feast. In her old age, she had learned to be more forgiving, appreciating sincerity over pretentiousness. In her youth, she had little patience for the delicate daughters of nobility, who were often pretentious and demanding. After much time, she had finally found her composure. Clothing fabrics had to be the finest silks, as if anything less could cause injury. When it came to food, one could count every grain of rice consumed, as if eating more would compromise their noble demeanor. Thus, the matriarch preferred straightforward women, like the fifth daughter-in-law, who was genuine, unpretentious, and able to enjoy her meals heartily. Unable to contain her affection, she gently patted Cui Ling's back. "Take your time, dear. Here, we may not have much, but there is plenty of delicious food." The grand dishes were prepared by the emperor's specially appointed imperial chef, while the smaller dishes were crafted by renowned masters brought from Jiangnan. There was also a master chef particularly skilled in making marinated delicacies. Perhaps tomorrow he could prepare some for Xiao Wu's wife to taste. For Cui Ling, there was no greater promise nor more touching words. She blinked her eyes, feeling somewhat emotional as she called out, "Grandmother." In her past life, Cui Ling had indeed been a remarkably astute woman. Ascending from the depths of society to a position of prominence was not solely reliant on ability and fortune. Her character held a certain sensitivity, such as her meticulousness and understanding of others' intentions. However, having lived in a life of luxury and comfort, bearing the identity of a legitimate daughter of the An Duke's family, she was well aware that she could not possibly marry poorly. Thus, she completely relinquished the pursuit of ambition and effort. During her time at her natal home, she had never made a deliberate effort to win over her grandmother and stepmother, nor had she ever considered the importance of pleasing her in-laws after marriage. Her reluctance to engage was not due to ignorance of how to do so. Even in this new life, the essence of her nature, deeply embedded within her, could not be easily eradicated despite the changes she faced. She possessed a keen insight, quickly discerning the underlying meanings behind others' actions and words. For instance, she was acutely aware of the kindness the old matriarch had shown her, as clear as a mirror. Yet, in her previous life, when she was alone and destitute, she encountered nothing but humiliation and disdain. Once she achieved success, those who surrounded her were motivated solely by self-interest. The relationships she had experienced, superiors, colleagues, subordinates, friends, even men, were all intertwined with various benefits. Trusting others had become exceedingly difficult for her. Thus, during her time at the An Duke's residence, her relations with her family were cold and distant. She did not regard the Cui family as her own. Her grandparents, father, stepmother, uncles, and siblings, along with the household servants, were merely seen as superiors or clients necessary for her survival. However, when faced with exquisite cuisine, Cui Ling found that the once rusted barriers around her heart had unexpectedly begun to soften. She fell into silence, contemplating whether to continue living as an observer or to strive to integrate into this family. On the occasion of the third return to her natal home, although Yuan Wulong was absent, the customary rites of return were still to be observed. The matriarch intended to personally escort Cui Ling back to her home to demonstrate the Yuan family's esteem for Cui Jiao. Yet both Granny Du and Granny Qiao advised against it. As a woman of noble rank, recognized by the emperor himself as aunt, she held a significant position among the city's elite. If she were to personally send the fifth lady back to the An Duke's residence, it would not only elevate the occasion, but also necessitate a reconsideration of the reception protocols at the Duke's house. The feelings of the fifth lady's aunts and sisters-in-law must also be taken into account, as well as the sentiments of the other ladies in the household. When the second lady married, it was during a time of unrest with the Turks. At that time, the emperor deemed the small Turkic nation unworthy of provoking the mighty dynasty, but the Yuan family, being a military clan, was acutely sensitive to war. Thus, the general insisted on rigorous training for the Yuan military, believing that a conflict with the Turks was imminent. On the second day of his marriage, the second master paid his respects with tea and promptly went to train at the Western Mountain Camp. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. His steed had caught a chill the night before, and while practicing mounted combat, the chestnut horse stumbled, throwing Yuan Erling off its back and injuring his leg. Upon landing, he struck a rock, and the weapon he carried inadvertently pierced him, resulting in a serious leg injury. The army physician advised him to remain immobile for half a month, or else the leg would not heal properly, severely impacting his future on the battlefield. At the time, the Liang family resided on the outskirts of Shengjing, which was nearly adjacent to the borders of the neighboring region. Given the distance, the second lady, concerned for her husband, did not wish for him to accompany her on her return. The matriarch, touched by this sentiment, dispatched the youthful fifth master to escort the second lady back. As for the fourth lady, who had been married from afar, there was no tradition of returning to her natal home. It was only the second year after her marriage that the fourth master accompanied her on a visit to Longzhou. Granny Qiao remarked that the matriarch favored the fifth lady and wished to give her due recognition, an intention we all understood. However, if the ceremony became too grandiose, even if the fourth lady felt discontent, she would not stoop to causing a scene, while the second lady was not one to easily contain her emotions. Her tone softened further. Isn't this adding to the fifth lady's troubles? After a moment of thought, the matriarch reluctantly acquiesced. Nonetheless, she instructed Granny Du that, regardless, the Yuan family could not allow the fifth lady to return alone. They should invite the eldest lady and inquire if the eldest master and his wife could accompany the fifth lady to the An Duke's residence for a visit. Although the eldest lady held the title of princess, as the elder sister-in-law accompanying her, she would be considered a junior in the eyes of the An Duke's household, which would adequately convey the Yuan family's respect and satisfaction towards the fifth lady without appearing excessive. Shortly thereafter, Granny Du returned with news that the eldest lady confirmed the eldest master was free, and they would accompany the fifth lady back. When a matriarch sent Xiao Li to summon her, Cui Ling was still in a rendezvous with sleep. Residing in the Tian courtyard, she had come to fully appreciate its advantages. First and foremost, the exquisite and delectable meals were beyond comparison. Upon hearing of her fondness for fine food, the matriarch cheerfully instructed the top chefs in the small kitchen to showcase their culinary skills for the fifth lady. Her usual arrangement was 4 dishes and a soup per meal, but to avoid waste, the matriarch reduced it to 2 fewer dishes, resulting in a splendid 8 dishes and 2 soups at each meal, with no repetition thus far. Moreover, since they were together every day, the matriarch exempted her from the morning and evening rituals, especially since she always appeared to be in need of more sleep. The matriarch, feeling sympathetic, did not allow anyone to rouse her early. For instance, just yesterday, she had slept until midday before waking naturally. Cui Ling rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked Mu Jin, "What did grandmother call for me?" Mu Jin, well acquainted with her mistress's temperament, sighed and replied, "Miss, have you forgotten? Today is the third return to your natal home. You must return to the An Duke's residence. While assisting Cui Ling to rise, she added, "The eldest master and the princess are already prepared. If you do not hurry, it will be disrespectful." Cui Ling wanted to inquire why the return was necessary, even in Yuan Wulong's absence. But Mu Jin was already deftly selecting a festive outfit for her, quickly cleansing her face, styling her hair, and applying powder. This seamless coordination was the result of Mu Jin's years of practice. During their time at the An Ding Duke's residence, Cui Ling often found herself in a daze. And with repetition came experience. Standing before the dressing mirror, Cui Ling admired her reflection and playfully pinched Mu Jin's cheek, expressing her satisfaction. "If you were to ask me what I cherish most during my time at the An Ding Duke's residence, it would be having you and Zhu Jing by my side." Her smile was as radiant as blossoms in full bloom, with Zhu Jing being loyal and understanding. Having someone who could anticipate her thoughts, coupled with diligence and skill, allowed her to relax and continue her leisurely ways. Mu Jin had long since grown accustomed to this, glancing at her mistress and saying, "Miss, if you do not head to the main hall soon, the matriarch and the princess will indeed be waiting anxiously." Upon thinking of these two esteemed figures, Cui Ling immediately straightened her demeanor and hurried to the matriarch. In the main hall of the Taiyan courtyard, not only was the Yining princess present, but also the three sisters-in-law from the Liang, Lian, and Su families were seated. Cui Ling greeted each of them, and, standing to the side, felt a bit embarrassed as she said, "The granddaughter-in-law is being lazy, causing grandmother and the sisters-in-law to laugh at me." The Yining princess smiled and reassured, "It is still early. The An Ding Duke's residence is not far, so there is no need to rush." She then rose and bowed to the matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, Darlang is waiting at the second gate. I shall escort the fifth sister-in-law out." The matriarch observed with delight how her eldest daughter-in-law had grown much closer to the young bride, and she gestured for them to proceed. Moments earlier, Princess Yining had presented her with a list of gifts intended for the An Ding Duke's residence, showcasing a generous hand and thoughtful selections. Accompanied by the somewhat dazed Cui Ling, the princess exited the room, reminding the nearby maidservants to bring along some pastries for the newlywed, who must surely be hungry after just rising. Cui Ling was deeply touched, obediently following the princess to the second gate, where she performed her greetings to young Master Yuan before gracefully boarding the carriage. Inside the lacquered food box were rose pastries and locust flour cakes, delightful enough to fill her stomach without leaving any unpleasant aftertaste. Feeling a mix of anxiety and shyness, she glanced at Princess Yining and asked, "Sister-in-law, may I truly eat these?" The princess couldn't help but laugh, assuring her that they were indeed meant for her consumption, not merely for display. Although she referred to her as sister-in-law, there was a significant age difference between them. The woman before her, relishing the treats, bore a resemblance to her own child, evoking a sense of maternal affection in Princess Yining. Her tone softened as she inquired, "Did you read at home? What are your interests? Come, let us converse, for the journey may be dull." In the past, Cui Ling would have deflected with vague responses. But after experiencing the matriarch's culinary delights over the past few days, she began to reassess her situation within the Yuan family. A smile blossomed on her face as she savored the delicious pastries, recounting select memories from her family home in a gentle and measured manner. Before long, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, and young Master Yuan's deep, resonant voice called out, "Madam, younger sister-in-law, we have arrived at the An Ding Duke's residence." Yuan Darlang was a figure of impressive stature, his countenance a blend of strength and warmth. Cui Ling noted the contrast and found herself intrigued. The princess chuckled, commenting on the stark difference in appearance between her elder brother and the fifth brother, who were full-blooded siblings. "If you had seen our father and the third and fourth brothers, you would not think so." She leaned closer to Cui Ling, whispering, "Darlang resembles our father, rugged in appearance, but possessing a gentle temperament. The third and fourth brothers are also strikingly handsome. In our family, only Wulong takes after our late mother, being quite the handsome gentleman." Cui Ling lowered her head, hesitant to respond. Although she was now firmly established as Yuan Wulong's wife, she had yet to fully grasp her husband's appearance. However, the princess's words ignited her imagination regarding Yuan Wulong's looks. He must possess a robust physique suitable for battle. She mused. During the tea ceremony, though she had not witnessed his face, she estimated his height to be around 6 feet, based on her past experiences. Later, as he mounted his horse with an air of grace and power, it was evident he was tall and well-built. As for his features, It was said that her late mother-in-law, Madame Huang, was renowned for her beauty, suggesting that the men in her family might possess a gentler appearance. Cui Ling sighed inwardly, feeling that Yuan Wulong was somewhat unfortunate. Among his brothers, all of whom bore a strong resemblance to their father, he was the only one who seemed to take after their mother. If he were born into a scholarly family, it would be one thing. But as a scion of a military lineage, would he not need to don a fearsome mask on the battlefield to instill fear in his enemies? The princess, noticing Cui Ling's lowered head, assumed she was merely shy and chose not to press further. The welcoming party consisted of the eldest son of the An Ding Duke's family, Cui Jin, and his wife, Luo Shi. Cui Ling was unfamiliar with her elder cousin and cousin-in-law, having only seen them from a distance at family banquets. In truth, she had kept to herself in her quarters, rarely interacting with her siblings, even those related to her through her stepmother. The An Ding Duke's residence was vast, filled with many people, and each day brought forth a plethora of happenings. The maids and servants in her room occasionally shared snippets of gossip, but she had always adhered to the philosophy of staying uninvolved, thus remaining largely ignorant of the family's affairs despite having lived there for over a decade. Upon sighting her elder cousin and cousin-in-law, she instinctively shrank back, seeking refuge behind the princess. After all, the main household was now led by the eldest branch, and Cousin Jean was the legitimate heir of the Cui family, destined to inherit the An Ding Duke's estate. If she were to engage too warmly with them, it could be construed as flattery. Conversely, if their conversation would turn sour, she feared retribution. Therefore, it seemed safest to maintain a distance and avoid unnecessary interaction. The princess, observing Cui Ling's reaction and recalling her distant responses during the carriage ride, sensed that the girl's circumstances at her maternal home had not been favorable. A wave of sympathy washed over her, and she resolved to ensure that Cui Ling's presence was honored today. She drew Cui Ling closer, discussing her with Cousin Jean and his wife, portraying her as a beloved and cherished sister-in-law. Though Yuan Darlang was rugged in appearance, years of managing affairs in the capital had honed a keen sensitivity within him. He noticed Cui Ling's unfamiliarity and detachment from the Cui family, as well as the princess's protective demeanor. A man of strong, familial loyalty, he felt a pang of guilt for enjoying a life of comfort in the capital while his younger brother was away at war. Thus, he readily joined the princess in extolling Cui Ling's virtues, elevating her to celestial heights. Cui Ling grasped the goodwill of Yuan Darlang and his wife, and although she felt a profound sense of gratitude, she also harbored a tinge of remorse toward Cousin Jean and his wife, who had always treated her kindly, never once showing her malice. Her instinctive retreat had been a reflexive desire to avoid trouble. Yuan Darlang and Princess Ening had evidently misinterpreted her actions, leading to an unjust sense of hostility that she felt was unfair to her cousin and his wife. Reflecting on her situation, Cui Ling recognized that her life had changed. She was now married and, according to the prevailing values of the era, was a member of the Yuan family. This visit was as a distinguished guest, and her conduct would reflect upon the Yuan household. She realized that she had transitioned from the An Ding Duke's residence to the general's estate, and while gratitude was necessary, she need no longer be overly concerned about the opinions of the An Ding Duke's family, as they no longer directly impacted her life. After enjoying a meal and spending a brief moment together, she would soon return to the Yuan household, and the timing of her next visit was uncertain. With a sense of apology lingering in her heart, she resolved to abandon her previous naivety. Gently squeezing the princess's hand, she smiled at Cousin Jean and his wife, exchanging a few light-hearted words to ease the atmosphere. Upon entering the main hall, the entire Cui family was present. After greeting her grandparents and paying respects to the uncles and aunts from each branch, the elder uncle invited Yuan Darlang to the gathering hall. The Cui family was abundant in numbers, and soon a throng of young cousins surrounded Yuan Darlang as he made his exit. The elder aunt and Cousin Jin's wife also invited Princess Ening to the flower hall, leaving only a few girls of Cui Ling's age and the fifth branch family behind. An Ding Duke Cui Hongjin had specifically remained behind, cherishing the granddaughter who had volunteered to solve his dilemma. He shed his usual stern demeanor and kindly inquired about her life in the Yuan family, whether she was eating well, living comfortably, and if the family treated her kindly. With her understanding of her current position firmly in place, Cui Ling felt less timid than before. Her face was adorned with a radiant smile. Her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song. Grandmother was affectionate, Her elder brother was generous, and her several sisters-in-law were all kind-hearted individuals, particularly the eldest sister-in-law, who took great care of her granddaughter in every possible way. Although the second sister-in-law appeared somewhat formidable, she was, for the time being, quite amiable in demeanor. Her words were undeniably factual. After a moment of contemplation, she recounted the various aspects of life within the Yuan household, what they ate, wore, and how they lived, before looking up with a beaming smile at Uncle An Ding, saying, "Grandfather, you see, I am thriving in the Yuan family and have not faced any indignities. Please rest assured." Uncle An Ding felt a warm sense of satisfaction in his heart, gently patting Cui Ling's shoulder for knowing that Xiao Jiao was well brought him peace. However, he added softly, "If you have suffered any grievances in the Yuan family, do not fear. Grandfather will stand up for you." After uttering a few more words, he departed to join the guests in the gathering hall. Those who had previously seen her in a state of dejection at home were astonished to witness how her countenance had brightened and her speech had become articulate since her arrival at the Yuan household. Some of her cousins felt a tinge of regret. They had heard tales of Yuan Wulong's exceptional talents and handsome features, pondering how such a remarkable man had once been given to the inconspicuous Xiao Jiao. Sensing their thoughts reflected in their expressions, Cui Ling found amusement in their surprise. At that moment, her father, Cui Chengkai, approached gently. His once perpetually icy demeanor seemed to have melted as he called out tenderly. Cui Ling felt a shiver run down her spine. In her faint recollections, Cui Chengkai had always been rather aloof towards her, rarely engaging with her. When they did meet, it was merely a nod and a brief acknowledgement. Although he did not show particular affection for the 3 children born of his second wife, Yang, he was undeniably warmer towards them than he was towards her. As her father, Cui Chengkai was evidently lacking. Yet, she also recalled moments of profound happiness. Upon her rebirth, awakening as a mere infant, she was an adult trapped in a child's form, possessing thoughts and opinions, but lacking the ability to move freely before the age of 3. At that time, her mother, Luo, was still alive, showering her with the greatest love a mother could give. Her father, too, was not the silent, lackluster figure he had become. He was lively, passionate, and loved both her mother and her dearly. She remembered how he would come home each day, eager to take her for a stroll in the garden, never succumbing to the temptations of revelry with friends, choosing instead to remain at home with his wife and daughter, holding her close. A few times, their grandfather had caught him in the act and reprimanded him, saying a grandfather should not be holding his granddaughter all day. Do not fear the laughter of outsiders. Spend some time engaging with your colleagues. The Ministry of Personnel is not merely concerned with your father's reputation for promotions. Her father would always respond cheerfully, "Father, look at how adorable my Linger is. If I do not cherish these moments now, she will soon grow up, and then she will not wish to be held." During that time, although Cui Ling felt uncomfortable being held by a grown man, she could not deny the overwhelming sense of happiness and gratitude that filled her heart, having been born in a desolate mountain village in her past life, where her parents bore many children and she, as an unanticipated daughter, never experienced a childhood filled with love or affection. She had yearned for parental love and care. Yet, when she finally achieved success after enduring countless hardships, her family surrounded her not out of love, but rather for monetary gain. In the moment she lay dying beneath the rubble, parched and starving, she had wished for a joyful and harmonious family in her next life, blessed with parents who loved her as much as she loved them. And then, upon opening her eyes in this new life, she truly found herself enveloped in such happiness. However, at the age of 3, her mother, Luo, succumbed to a sudden and aggressive illness, passing away shortly thereafter. If her mother's death was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, then her father's subsequent despondency was a nightmare for Cui Ling. The once vibrant and cheerful young man, full of warmth and affection, vanished, leaving behind a shadow of melancholy, gloom, and despair. He grew increasingly silent, losing interest in everything, including his dearly beloved daughter. Later, Cui Chengkai obeyed his parents' wishes and married the daughter of the Jiangdong and family, fathering 3 more children. He continued to lead a lifeless existence, becoming even more distant and indifferent towards Cui Ling. She never expected to see her father's emotional face in this lifetime, a sight that stirred memories of long-forgotten joys. But this concern arrived too late. She felt both estranged and somewhat resistant to it. As she resolved to embrace her new life, her father receded into the background. Yet, when she decided to start anew in the Yuan household, her father's presence unexpectedly resurfaced. By then, however, she had grown up, she had married. And during the moments of vulnerability and pain following her mother's passing, when she needed her father's love and care, she had faced it all alone with strength. In her future life, she felt no need for her father to shield her. Cui Ling maintained her customary smile, yet instinctively took a small step back. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Cui Changkai felt an ache as if he were being cut by 1,000 blades. He had so much he wished to express, but found himself unable to articulate a single word. Was it too late to apologize? Perhaps. To curse or swear? Unnecessary. To share his concerns? No, far too perilous. To allow her to continue misunderstanding him? Though unwilling, it seemed that was the only option left. His hands trembled slightly as he raised them, intending to gently pat Cui Ling's shoulder as Uncle An Ning had done. But his hands faltered halfway and fell heavily to his sides. Forcing a smile, he said, "Linger, engage in conversation with your grandmother. I shall return to the gathering hall to attend to the guests." With that, he hurried away. Cui Ling furrowed her brow slightly. This might have been the longest sentence her father had uttered to her since her mother's passing, although she feigned simplicity and dullness. Having immersed herself in her self-created environment over the years, she had not entirely lost her discerning judgment. The years of struggle in her past life left their mark on her. She was acutely sensitive. Her father's recent behavior had been unusually perplexing. Despite his outward composure, Cui Ling sensed that he harbored many secrets, likely related to her. What could his unuttered thoughts be? As her second aunt's voice broke through her reverie, asking about the Yuan family, Cui Ling quickly regained her composure, her smile returning as she turned to engage with her aunt and cousins in light conversation. In a short while, a young maid approached, delivering a message that the banquet was set in the flower hall, and the old matriarch invited the ninth miss to join. As customary, the table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, a feast of abundance. In the past, Cui Ling would have eagerly anticipated such a banquet, as the dishes served at gatherings differed greatly from everyday meals, often featuring elaborate and impressive specialties. However, after spending 2 days in the Yuan household, her expectations of the culinary offerings from the kitchen of the An Ding estate had diminished significantly. The colors were somewhat lackluster, the aromas only marginally enticing, and the flavors left much to be desired. Coupled with the odd demeanor of Cui Changkai earlier, her mind was preoccupied, and her emotions inevitably influenced her perception of the food, rendering it less appetizing. Cui Ling ate little, and even the Princess An Ning merely sampled a few bites. Once the meal was concluded, Cui Ling turned to the princess, saying, "Sister-in-law, let us linger here a while longer before heading home." She had never been fond of such bustling gatherings. Previously, it was due to fear of making mistakes, but now, she simply lacked the inclination. Originally, she had contemplated that since it was a rare opportunity to return, she ought to visit the fragrant pavilion where she had once resided, reflecting on the years she had spent there. However, during a casual conversation earlier, she discovered that her niece had moved into her former courtyard just the day before. She was well aware that the An Ding Duke's residence was populated, yet lacked sufficient space, and understood that the Cui family would not retain the homes of daughters who had married off, much like her fragrant pavilion, which had once belonged to a distant aunt who had married far away. However, she had only just been married a few days. All of these thoughts compounded, leading her to feel that this return was devoid of joy and utterly meaningless, adding unnecessary frustration to her situation. Princess An Ning appeared, slightly surprised, but nodded in agreement, acknowledging that perhaps she had not rested well the previous night and felt a headache coming on, thus wishing to return home for a respite. Cui Ling recognized that the princess was seeking a graceful exit. After their midday meal, indeed, Princess An Ning soon took her leave, and although it was somewhat early, given her esteemed status, the residents of the An Ding Duke's household could hardly insist she stay longer when she expressed discomfort. As the carriage rolled away from the gate, Princess An Ning inquired, "What seems to be troubling you, my dear sister-in-law? You appeared well at first, yet since luncheon, your spirits have waned, and now you seem utterly despondent." This was not the image she had of her sister-in-law, who was typically charmingly naive, somewhat inexperienced in societal norms and etiquette, yet always greeted others with a smile. Cui Ling fluttered her long eyelashes and forced a faint smile, reassuring her sister-in-law, "I did not mean to cause you worry." The reasons behind her reluctance to remain at the An Ding Duke's residence were manifold, the foremost being a profound sense of alienation. Despite her grandfather's evident regard for her, she knew that just a month ago, he likely could not have even recalled her name. Her grandmother, known for her kindness and affection for her granddaughters, had many granddaughters to dote upon, thus she often found herself overlooked. The familial bonds with her uncles, aunts, and cousins were tenuous at best, relegated to chance encounters during unavoidable family gatherings. Now, even the fragrant pavilion where she had spent over a decade was no longer hers. Even though the Cui family hosted lavish gatherings, it was merely to honor the Yuan family. The insincerity of their pleasantries, which had been her go-to strategy in her previous life, now felt particularly discomforting. Coupled with Cui Chingkai's hesitance to speak, she found herself increasingly wary. She had always abhorred complications. Regardless of whether Cui Changkai's secrets had any bearing on her life, she had no desire to delve into them. The instinct to pursue advantage and evade peril was inherent to humanity. Although she acknowledged that her indifference toward her biological father may seem selfish and unfilial, she recognized the futility of diving headfirst into a perilous abyss when she had already sensed the presence of schemes and crises. Her lifelong aspiration had been for a simple, unencumbered existence, to navigate around troubles rather than confront them directly, which defined her approach to life. Moreover, the relationship with Cui Changkai was hardly one that warranted her stepping into murky waters. Thus, her most prudent course of action became to leave the An Ding Duke's residence at the earliest possible opportunity. However, she knew this reasoning would not suffice to enlighten Princess Ying. After a moment's reflection, she pouted slightly and remarked, "I heard from my 11th sister that my former courtyard has already been occupied by a niece of the main branch. The Cui family is numerous, and with many sisters, this development was to be expected." Yet, her tone shifted after lunch. It was merely idle chatter in the flower hall. "I would prefer to return home early and keep my grandmother company while feeding the thrush." The thrush was a songbird kept by elder Lady Yuan. Princess Ying's gaze shifted thoughtfully, as Cui Ling had stated. The An Ding Duke's household was populous and unwilling to divide their estate. Generations had cohabited, and even the Duke's two brothers had not moved away, resulting in a lack of space and an abundance of inhabitants. It was hardly surprising that as soon as a young lady married off, many would be eager to occupy the vacated courtyard. The haste of those involved was evident, as they were unwilling to wait even a day longer. This clearly indicated that Cui Jio was not favored in her natal family, nor was her branch regarded with much esteem. Feeling a pang of sympathy, the princess gently embraced Cui Ling's shoulders, saying, "When fifth brother departed, he asked me to teach you how to manage a household. At the time, I thought he was jesting. After all, what proper duke's daughter does not learn these skills from a young age?" She paused, her expression softening further. "Starting tomorrow, you shall come to my residence and assist me with household matters." Cui Ling was taken aback and incredulously asked, "Manage the household?" Princess Ying smiled. "This is not a dismissal from your sister-in-law. Rather, it is the custom of the Yuan family." She elaborated, "My father, having spent a lifetime in the military, has faced countless losses on the battlefield. He has long harbored intentions of stepping back. Previously, there was no one to take over his command, but now, with the ninth prince being a formidable warrior, my father wishes to return his military authority." Cui Ling privately mused that she had sensed the emperor's growing suspicion towards the Yuan family since Yue was detained. It was evident that the Yuan family was not oblivious to the shifting tides and had already plotted their retreat. After years of accruing wealth and status, knowing when to withdraw was a mark of prudence, allowing them to safeguard their well-being. She felt a sense of relief regarding her choice of spouse. Marrying into the Yuan family had indeed proven to be a sagacious decision. The princess continued, "Grandmother's ancestral home is in Xiling, and she has always wished to reside there. My father intends to finish his affairs at court before accompanying her to Xiling for her retirement. He still holds the title of duke, which he plans to pass on to your elder brother. According to Yuan family customs, once the title is inherited, the brothers must be separated." She gently patted Cui Ling's arm, adding with a cheerful tone, "Though it may seem like separation, it is not far apart at all. Years ago, my grandmother and I seized opportunities to purchase several houses adjacent to the general's residence. In the future, we can each have our own entrance, yet remain united as one family." Cui Ling nodded in understanding. She thought to herself that the Yuan family was rather progressive, while the customs initially appeared harsh. They ultimately provided significant advantages to the successors. Unlike the An Duke's residence, where generations shared the same roof for the sake of familial unity. The reality was that a larger household bred more conflicts and divergent ambitions. For instance, even with great-grandchildren in the family, her grandfather's two brothers refused to move away, and he, out of familial loyalty, hesitated to confront them. Once her uncle inherited the title, it would be even more challenging to displace them. Such notions of kinship often masked deeper grievances, and in terms of emotional bonds, they were likely less connected than mere acquaintances. By contrast, this arrangement of separating households, yet remaining nearby, facilitated easy visits without conflicting interests, thereby fostering closer relationships. The princess smiled and said, "Though it may seem inappropriate for me to say, everyone in the family knows this, and I have nothing to conceal from you. Fifth brother has expressed that eventually he intends to live independently, and during this interim, he wishes for you to learn the art of household management." She softly patted Cui Ling's hand in reassurance. "It is not difficult, merely rather tedious. Tomorrow morning, you shall come to my place, and I will teach you." Cui Ling understood that Princess Ening had the best of intentions. Having noticed her lack of standing within the An Duke's household, she believed that no one had ever taken the time to teach her the intricacies of managing a household. And thus, the princess approached her with a maternal heart, eager to guide her. Grateful, Cui Ling felt a warmth in her heart. However, she was unprepared for the realization that in the brief time before Yuan Wulong's departure, he had not only arranged for her to accompany elder Lady Yuan, but had also entrusted the princess with her household education. She dared not contemplate whether he had also requested other sisters-in-law to teach her skills such as music, chess, literature, and embroidery. The man was simply too cunning and diabolical. It was just a moment of unguarded remarks that had been uttered, although, upon reflection, it was indeed a disconcerting experience for her, as she had only wished to comfort her loyal maid who worried for her well-being. Furthermore, in a blind marriage where her new husband was promptly leaving, should she not find solace in herself? Was it too much to expect that he, as a dignified man, would show some understanding? Who knows? Not only is he so petty, but he also resorts to underhanded tactics behind my back. Cui Ling was furious, yet in the presence of the princess. She found herself unable to voice her refusals, nor could she find a valid reason to decline. She could only agree with a pale face. Truly, one often finds that fear manifests itself in unexpected ways. After diligently attending to household matters at the residence of Princess Ening for several consecutive days, fourth sister-in-law Su dispatched her maid, Mei Rue, to summon Cui Ling, as she had recently composed a new poem and wished for fifth sister-in-law to assist in reviewing it. Cui Ling felt a wave of dread wash over her. She had long heard that fourth sister-in-law was an elegant individual, and whenever she chanced upon her in the old matriarch's quarters, she would lower her head, careful not to meet her gaze, fearing she might inadvertently provoke her. To be asked to assist in reviewing a new poem, Cui Ling felt on the verge of tears. After all, in her past life, she had received a higher education and could recite several poems by Su Shi, Li Bai, Xian Qiji, and Lu Zongyuan. But that hardly meant she had the ability to appreciate or critique poetry, having navigated the vicissitudes of life for many years. And now, feeling utterly lost in this new era, she considered herself nearly illiterate. Yet fourth sister-in-law expected her to assist with poetry? She would much prefer to remain here, listening to the princess delegate household tasks. Although it was tedious and numerous, at least she had once been the one giving orders. The principles of managing people were universal, and occasionally, when the eldest sister-in-law inquired about matters, she could still manage to respond with some semblance of knowledge. She cast a pleading look at the princess, her eyes resembling those of a small puppy, and weakly called out, "Eldest sister-in-law." The princess couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I have no other matters to attend to here. Since your fourth sister-in-law has called for you, you ought to go and gain some experience. Not to mention, her room is truly a celestial abode, unlike anything one would expect in a mortal realm. There's much to learn from her." As the eldest sister-in-law, she had truly placed her maternal affection upon Cui Ling, considering her in every aspect. Cui Ling felt an overwhelming desire to refuse, but before Mei Rue, she could not express her reluctance and could only force a smile, replying, "Yes, I shall come at once." However, her steps were slow and hesitant. The princess, being kind-hearted, pondered for a moment and beckoned her back. Leaning closer to Cui Ling's ear, she whispered, "If your fourth sister-in-law asks if the poem is good, simply say it is. If she inquires what is good about it, just fabricate a reason. If she sees you feigning understanding, she will surely deem you a commoner and will not require your assistance in the future." This heartfelt advice stemmed from the princess's own experience. There was no denying that fourth sister-in-law, Su, was a woman of talent, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Had the family not engaged in commerce and shunned the disfavor of the previous dynasty, she could have easily been a favored consort. Yet, as a talented individual, she inevitably bore certain traits of such a classification. Aside from her exquisite demeanor, she also possessed a degree of aloofness. When encountering mundane individuals, she could maintain decorum and treat them with utmost courtesy, but only those of exceptional caliber could earn her genuine affection. When Su first married into the family, the princess and the Liang and Lien families were keen to avoid embarrassment before their new sister-in-law. Thus, they endeavored to showcase their own refined tastes. Su, believing she had found kindred spirits, joyfully invited her three sisters-in-law to join her in music, poetry, and tea. Initially, it was delightful. After all, the princess hailed from a prominent family. Liang's grandfather had been an imperial tutor, and Lien was the daughter of a noble family, all having undergone rigorous training in the arts. They appreciated Su's talents and were quite entertained by them. Yet, many things that appeared beautiful from a distance proved to be quite the opposite in practice. For instance, regarding tea, Su insisted on using specific tea sets for different types of tea, with strict regulations on the material, size, and shape of each cup. The length, thickness, color, and age of the tea leaves, as well as the containers used for storage, were all meticulously categorized, and the water used for brewing demanded the utmost precision, be it rainwater, snowmelt, well water, or spring water. Each had its own significance. As for playing the zither, Su required a bath and a change of attire, and different pieces necessitated distinct finger coverings. Not to mention, the surrounding environment was equally crucial. Playing the wind demanded a tempestuous day in a pavilion, while high mountains and flowing water could not be performed indoors due to spatial constraints. The details were exasperatingly meticulous. The first encounter was undoubtedly one of admiration and enjoyment, but such expectations became increasingly burdensome. The princess, Liang, and Lien quickly realized this, and after a few missteps, Su began to find them lacking in taste, gradually ceasing to invite them to listen to her play or compose poetry. Upon hearing the princess's advice, Cui Ling felt a wave of relief. While achieving elegance seemed a daunting task, she need not practice being mundane, let alone composing poetry. She had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of traditional characters. Surely, this refined and unique fourth sister-in-law would soon find her unworthy of further interaction. With that thought, she followed Mei Rue into the room with a sense of ease. Su resided in the Nianhua Hall, which from the outside appeared similar to the Zhangxiang Garden. However, upon entering, Cui Ling was astonished. The courtyard was a riot of colors, with lush trees and various plants artfully arranged in a modest space, and beneath the pear tree swung a delicately crafted swing. Yet, the most remarkable feature was a small fountain nestled within this compact area, a miniature world complete with all its wonders. She gauged the size of the courtyard, feeling it comparable to her own Zhangxiang Garden, which had only housed a locust tree and a few potted plants. At that moment, a melody drifted from within, its tinkling notes mingling with the sound of the fountain, reminiscent of pearls falling on a jade plate. Mei Rue smiled and remarked, "Fourth sister-in-law is playing welcoming guests, which signifies she wishes for you to enter promptly." Cui Ling nodded awkwardly, thinking to herself that the maid's near fourth sister-in-law were so well-versed. She, however, could not comprehend what precisely indicated her entrance. For one tone-deaf, these melodies, while pleasant, were merely that, pleasant. With a resigned shrug, she hurriedly followed Mei Rue inside. Before the zither, wisps of fragrant smoke swirled around, and as the sound of the strings faded, the smoke dispersed to reveal a woman of striking grace. While her beauty might not be extraordinary, certainly far inferior to Cui Ling's, she exuded an elegance and confidence shaped by a wealth of knowledge, akin to a warm moonlight that cast Cui Ling into the shadows. This was Cui Ling's first close encounter with fourth sister-in-law, and the latter's purity starkly contrasted with her own mundane allure. leaving Cui Ling momentarily tongue-tied. I have met. Fourth sister-in-law. Su rose gracefully, her every movement suffused with elegance. Her smile, modest yet warm, illuminated her features, and her voice was soft and gentle, akin to cotton. I am, in fact, your cousin from your maternal side. My given name is Zihua. Fifth sister-in-law, there is no need to be so anxious when you see me. With a slight wave of her sleeve, she approached Cui Ling with a gentle, unhurried demeanor. Fifth brother mentioned that you also enjoy music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but regrettably, you cannot pursue them at home. He entrusted me with the task of guiding you when time permits. I do not dare to presume to teach, but I cannot disregard fifth brother's good intentions. Cui Ling's mind with a whirl of thoughts. Indeed, it was once again Yuan Wulong. However gentle and kind-hearted a man may be, it is impossible for him to remain unperturbed after being repeatedly hurt by his newlywed wife. He merely wishes to impart a lesson to Cui Jiao. Yuan Wulong is not to be trifled with, and Cui Ling has come to understand this completely. She realizes that fourth sister-in-law's invitation under the guise of seeking her assistance with new verses is, in fact, a premeditated plan to teach her the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Since this is both a lesson and a request from others, the Duchess's methods are no longer applicable. Though she inwardly laments her predicament, she feels unable to refuse. Having just married a few days ago, if she were to sour her relations with fourth sister-in-law, it would not only be difficult to explain to the matriarch, but also provide ample fodder for gossip among the servants. Avoiding trouble and unable to resist, she reluctantly nods, thereby obliging fourth sister-in-law. Yet, in her heart, she thinks that she, Cui Jiu, is irredeemably dull, a mere rotten wood, a wall of dung, with no potential for transformation. No matter the effort expended, it would be an exercise in futility. She can only hope that fourth sister-in-law will soon come to see this truth and withdraw, which will be her only solace. Su Zihua handed over a scroll, stating, "This was what I chanced upon while observing the moon last night." Fifth sister-in-law, what do you think? Cui Ling, puzzled, tried to decipher it, and was about to express her admiration when she suddenly recalled how she had once enraged the female tutor at the An Ding mansion, prompting her to hastily restrain her words and feign ignorance. She examined the new verses back and forth, and, after a moment of hesitation, shyly pointed to several complex characters, saying, "Fourth sister-in-law, I do not recognize these characters. What does moonflower mean?" A perfectly coherent line. The moon shifts and the flower shadows dance on the railing. She had misread as moonflower. Su Zihua was taken aback, visibly shocked. Fifth sister-in-law does not know how to read? In noble families, the upbringing of daughters is of utmost importance. The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are fundamental. Regardless of one's level of proficiency, some basic knowledge is expected. Literacy is foundational. Without the ability to read, how could one manage accounts or run a household? Fifth sister-in-law, being of noble birth, should have learned these skills. Yet she could not even recognize shift and railing, words that are not particularly obscure. Cui Ling lowered her head and replied, "Fourth sister-in-law, you may not know, but every time I see my sisters at home playing music or composing poetry, I am filled with yearning and envy. However, perhaps I am simply not gifted. Even a 3-year-old child can learn the 1,000-character classic, yet I have repeatedly failed. Eventually, my elders, being considerate, did not push me to learn these things." A hint of guilt and unease appeared on her face as she continued. Thus, asking me to look at verses is akin to asking a deaf person to listen to music or a blind person to watch a play. I cannot comprehend. Cui Ling thought that although her tone was mild, anyone could discern that she was outrightly refusing. With her message conveyed so clearly, she hoped fourth sister-in-law would pick up on her subtext and let her off the hook. However, reality is often less favorable than one imagines. Su Zihua's gaze shifted, her expression fluctuating as if she were engaged in an internal struggle. Eventually, sympathy and compassion prevailed, and she gently took Cui Ling's hand, reassuring her earnestly. In this world, those with innate talent are few. Most must exert tremendous effort to achieve success. After a brief pause, she continued, "Fifth sister-in-law is still young. There is no need to belittle yourself. It doesn't matter if you learn slowly. We can take our time." Cui Ling, unable to believe her ears, asked what? Su Zihua smiled gracefully. "Fifth brother will be away for quite some time. After all, There's plenty of time ahead. During this period, let's start with the basics of reading. Fourth sister-in-law may lack in other areas, but I certainly possess some patience. She retrieved a poetry anthology from the writing desk, handing it to Cui Ling. Take this to read. If you encounter any characters you do not understand or meanings that are unclear, feel free to ask me. Cui Ling was left speechless, deeply regretting her earlier subtlety. She should have simply stated her disinterest in reading or writing rather than expressing her admiration. Now, it was evident that fourth sister-in-law had undergone a fierce internal conflict to resolve to teach her reading and poetry properly. If she were to reject her outright now, it would be tantamount to mocking her. The bond had been firmly established, and not only would she be in the wrong, but even the matriarch would deem her unreasonable. Though the matriarch and the duchess might be impatient with fourth sister-in-law's artistic pursuits, mutual respect and understanding remain the baseline of their interactions. The consequences of her own imprudence she would have to bear alone. As she tried to find humor in her predicament, she thought of it as a return to her childhood classroom, relying on her memories from her previous life to navigate this situation, which did not seem particularly challenging. With that in mind, Cui Ling forced a smile and said, "Then I must trouble fourth sister-in-law." Acting decisively, Su Zihua instructed Cui Ling to sit at the desk and read poetry while she reclined on the beautiful couch by the window with a book in hand. Whenever fifth sister-in-law posed a question, she could respond without rising. The early November air was slightly cool, with a crisp breeze occasionally drifting through the window's crevices. Su Zihua turned to observe Cui Jiu, the beautiful woman frowning in concentration, her chin resting in her hands as she diligently studied the text. A smile of satisfaction crept onto Su Zihua's face, and she silently nodded, acknowledging that although fifth sister-in-law may not be quick-witted, she was earnest and eager to learn. She simply had not encountered a teacher willing to invest effort in her education. Otherwise, how could she have squandered all these years? Resolute in her determination, Su Zihua vowed to fulfill fifth brother's request and present him with a refined and graceful wife upon his return. After enduring the lengthy lesson, Cui Ling was finally invited by Xiao Li to return to Tying Courtyard for lunch. She eagerly expressed to Su Zihua, fourth sister-in-law, "Today's lesson has been immensely beneficial. May I take this poetry anthology home to study? If I have any questions, I will come to seek your guidance another day." Su Zihua nodded with appreciation. "It is wonderful to see you so eager to learn." She then shifted her tone. "I hear fifth sister-in-law is learning to manage the household from elder sister-in-law. That is good. Coincidentally, I have also been teaching you Guer to read. Once the matters at Qingqing Hall are settled, fifth sister-in-law can join us here, and you can learn together with you Guer." Cui Ling's lips quivered slightly. Fourth sister-in-law truly seemed oblivious to social niceties. Her polite remarks were not meant to indicate genuine eagerness to learn. Moreover, Yu Guer was only 4 years old. How could a 15-year-old girl be expected to learn to read alongside a mere child? What disgrace it would be if word got out. She cast a complex glance at Su Zihua, deciding to feign ignorance to prevent fourth sister-in-law from continuing her line of thought. Without a word, she quickly took Xiao Li's hand and fled. As she escaped, she couldn't help but harbor disdain for Yuan Wulong, who had orchestrated this predicament. Better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Had she known her momentary slip would lead to such trouble, she would have sewn her lips shut and uttered not a word. Upon returning to Tying Courtyard, Cui Ling shared lunch with the matriarch. Today's offerings included cloud-cutting fish soup, peepa shrimp, 4 happiness braised pork, and phoenix eye autumn wave, all dishes she had long yearned to taste. These exquisite ingredients, expertly crafted by renowned chefs, presented a feast fit for the Yaoqi peach banquet. Cui Ling, always one to relish good food, savored the meal with gusto, patting her belly in satisfaction. "Grandmother, your cooking is simply delightful. I have never eaten so well in my life." Unable to contain her joy, she wrapped her arms around the matriarch's waist and nuzzled her, exclaiming, "Grandmother, you are the best." The matriarch chuckled heartily. "I'm glad you like it." Even the most capable and strong-willed individuals soften with age. Her demeanor had transformed, and she now cherished the happiness of her descendants above her own. In the past, when Yuan Yuer was at home, she would often cling to the matriarch in joy, and without a daughter of her own, the matriarch particularly adored such affectionate displays. However, since Yuer entered the palace to serve Princess Chongling, it had been a long time since anyone dared to exhibit such fondness towards her. Cui Ling observed the old lady's cheerful demeanor and seized the opportunity to recount her day spent learning about household management from her elder sister-in-law. She also mentioned the fourth sister-in-law's invitation to view the new verses, curling her lips in mild disdain. Although the fourth sister-in-law had pure intentions, Cui Ling understood her feelings. However, she slightly bowed her head, not out of laziness, but rather due to her own limited intellect, as she was simply not cut out for scholarly pursuits. As she lifted her drooping head, a hopeful expression adorned her face as she gazed at the old lady. "Grandmother, could you speak to the fourth sister-in-law for me? After returning each day from my lessons with my elder sister-in-law, I wish to keep you company, sharing conversations and jokes. Mayor also enjoys the food I feed her, and I can help you feed her." The old lady couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Fifth's daughter-in-law, your words do not imply laziness. In truth, you are indeed avoiding effort. Had you not previously inquired with the embroiderer, perhaps you would have been easily deceived by Little Fifth." Yet the embroiderer made it clear. Miss Cui Gio is clever, but simply refuses to learn. A person without ambition will gain nothing, even with the finest of mentors. The old lady was quite progressive, recognizing that the daughters-in-law of the Yuan family need not excel in the arts of music, chess, literature, or painting. With one talented granddaughter-in-law already in the household, there was no need to pressure Little Fifth to learn. In the past, had Cui Ling spoken so pitifully, the old lady would have surely acquiesced. But this time was different. The old lady was preoccupied with the movements within Cui Ling's womb and wished to excuse her from the daily morning exercises. Although a few stances may seem trivial to those experienced, they could be arduous for a newcomer. She feared that Little Fifth might accidentally injure herself. After all, the health of her great-grandchild took precedence, and the purpose of the morning exercises was to strengthen the body. If the exercise risked harming the fetus, it would be a loss indeed. Yet, morning practice was a tradition passed down through generations, meant to prepare the women of the Yuan family for times of great responsibility. Though the world had changed, and women were no longer required to charge in a battle, these customs remained, and without a valid reason, they should not be broken. The old lady was also concerned that by exempting Little Fifth from her morning exercises, her good intentions might inadvertently place a burden upon her. After all, it was only one night in the bridal chamber, and the likelihood of conceiving a child was slim. She merely held onto a thread of hope, without an absolute desire for a great-grandchild. However, now, the fourth daughter-in-law, Sue, had provided her with a perfect justification. The old lady pondered for a moment, smiling as she patted Cui Ling's hand. "Silly girl, your fourth sister-in-law wishes to teach you to read and write, which is a wonderful opportunity. It is rare for you to catch her eye. You must understand that she does not take notice of just anyone." Her tone paused momentarily. "Moreover, you should also learn from her demeanor and poise. The Sue family raises their daughters with utmost rigor. I have heard it said that even the smallest movements are measured with a ruler. It is not an exaggeration to say that among the noble women of Shengjing, none can surpass your fourth sister-in-law in terms of etiquette and propriety. Sue is truly the epitome of grace. Her only misfortune is marrying into the Yuan family, which does not place great emphasis on such customs. The elder sisters-in-law, influenced by the Yuan family's martial spirit, often disregard her meticulousness. Yet, at gatherings of the highborn in Shengjing, how many are not in awe of Sue? Many influential families strive to befriend her, simply to have her impart wisdom on etiquette to their daughters." Cui Ling's mouth fell agape in disbelief. What? Grandmother's meaning seems to have ascended beyond mere reading and writing to encompass learning proper conduct and etiquette. Have I unwittingly ensnared myself, once again? With a pouting face, she whispered, "But grandmother said last time that at home, one should be as comfortable as possible. Our Yuan family has none of those cumbersome formalities." The old lady, seeing Cui Ling's adorable frown, could not help but chuckle as she lightly tapped her palm. "You know that is only at home. The general's household is quite different, filled with social obligations and gatherings that cannot be avoided. If you were still a young lady, you could feign illness to escape, perhaps even earning a few compliments for your modesty. But as a daughter-in-law, it is a different matter. If you continually refuse, others will begin to gossip. Even far-off Wulong will be subject to criticism." The old lady's words were not meant as a reprimand, but merely a statement of fact. There are many rules in this world that must be adhered to, even if they lack reason, and one cannot change them alone. In her youth, she was merely a wild girl from Shilling City, born into a military family, having galloped across battlefields, inevitably possessing a touch of wildness. Yet, Through the trials of time and the grinding of those inevitable rules, she had cultivated herself into a poised and serene matron, indistinguishable from her past. In the old lady's eyes, Cui Ling was a raw gem, clearly possessing exceptional qualities, yet choosing to remain immersed in her own world, defending her nature through inaction. She cherished this aspect of Cui Jiao. However, life is not merely black or white, and the old lady believed that with intention, one could always find a harmonious balance. She hoped Cui Ling would contemplate this and learn to adapt. Cui Ling, with her head bowed in silence, eventually nodded and said, "Grandmother, do not worry. I will study diligently with my fourth sister-in-law." The old lady's lips curled into a gentle smile, her head nodding slowly, her face radiating satisfaction. "You shall learn household management from your elder sister-in-law and reading from your fourth sister-in-law. It will be quite arduous. Thus, I shall make an exception for you." With a mysterious smile, she added, "Beginning tomorrow, little fifth, you need not accompany me to the martial hall. We will postpone your morning exercises. I will inform your second sister-in-law." Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, and Cui Ling finally perked up. "Yes, compared to the excruciating pain of martial stances, I suddenly find that learning to read with Yu Gu'er is not such a shameful endeavor after all." Yu Gu'er, at 4 years of age, was the eldest son of Yuan Yuan and Su Zihua. Even at such a tender age, he was remarkably handsome, inheriting the tall and elegant stature of a Yuan family man, while also possessing the graceful demeanor of the Su family daughters. Cui Ling thought highly of the child, except for one slight flaw. He was rather impolite towards her. At that moment, in the eastern study of the Nianhua Hall, after leaving behind her lessons, Su Zihua went to manage matters in the main house, instructing that the poem Gantang from the Book of Songs be thoroughly understood, not only to be read, but also to grasp its deeper meanings. Cui Ling slumped over the desk. She found traditional characters intolerable, especially the bizarre and intricate ones, and could only guess her way through them. Beneath the grass radical seemed to be a dragon character. Should it be pronounced as long? Just as she pondered, a muffled laugh reached her ears. Lifting her head, she saw the little boy next to her, sitting upright. Yet the slight tilt of his chin and the amusement in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. This child was mocking her. Noticing that Su Zihua was absent, Cui Ling dropped her gentle and compliant demeanor, puffing up her cheeks and exclaiming, "Hey, little boy, you must learn to be polite. Even if you know more than I do, it's still wrong to laugh at me like that. Do you understand?" Ever since the old lady had spoken, each day after studying household management with her elder sister-in-law, she had gone directly to the Nianhua Hall. She had spent several days reading with this little brat. Her foundation in classical literature was weak. She could recognize simple words, but when faced with obscure and rare characters, she was utterly lost, often making a fool of herself in front of the child. Perhaps her clumsy performance provided a stark contrast and immense confidence for Yu Gu'er. Initially, he had regarded her with a mix of unfamiliarity and awe, but gradually, he began to look down on her. When Su Zihua was present, he maintained a serious demeanor. But once she left, his true nature emerged, either ridiculing her verbally or displaying an air of superiority that suggested he thought she was beneath him. He, much like Yuan Wulong, always found a way to provoke her ire. Yu Gu'er crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Cui Ling. "Where exactly did Aunt Wu see me smirking? Did I smirk? When? How?" He paused slightly, noting that Aunt Wu was incapable of recognizing even the simplest characters, which did not surprise him. Otherwise, she would not have embarked on this educational journey with Yu Gu'er. However, to unjustly accuse his nephew of smirking out of guilt was certainly inappropriate. This small boy, resembling a meatball, spoke with the demeanor of a seasoned adult, and the defiance in his raised chin inevitably reminded one of Yuan Wulong. Cui Ling had no recollection of Yuan Wulong's appearance, yet everything he had done prior to his departure had permeated every aspect of her life, completely shattering her initial romantic notions about their union, including the current predicament of being compelled to attend school alongside a 4-year-old meatball, while also enduring his jibes and mockery, all of which were the doing of Yuan Wulong. Thus, upon seeing Yu Gu'er's adult-like expression, she immediately imagined that if Yuan Wulong were to learn of her present circumstances, he would undoubtedly wear a similarly smug expression. A surge of resentment and anger welled up within Cui Ling, and she exclaimed, "Does this little rascal dare to retort?" She moved closer to Yu Gu'er, her hands unceremoniously reaching for his fair, chubby face, pinching it playfully. "Hey, little one, I'm your Aunt Wu, your elder. How can you possibly contradict your elder?" Such behavior is unfilial. Though her grip was gentle, Uyghur, despite his precociousness, was merely a 4-year-old child. He wriggled vigorously, attempting to escape Aunt Wu's grasp. But wherever he turned, her hands followed, and ultimately he had to relent. Uyghur's face flushed a deep crimson as he puffed out his cheeks, declaring, "I'm only 4 years old. I am the cherished and respected younger generation, and Aunt Wu knows she is the elder, yet still bullies me. You are the unkind one." He gritted his teeth. What skill is it to bully a child? Right now, I am small and weak, of course. I am no match for you. But when I grow up and gain strength, his reluctant yet adorable demeanor was utterly endearing, causing Cui Ling to burst into laughter. She relaxed her grip, gently rubbing Uyghur's chubby cheeks, and asked with a smile, "When you grow up and are strong, what do you plan to do?" Leaning closer, she teased, "Do you intend to wait 10 years to take your revenge?" Seeing the little face crinkle under her palm brought forth a smile from Cui Ling. She released him and playfully poked his nose. "Even if you wish to seek vengeance, that is a matter for 10 years hence. I'm not afraid. Just a few days ago, you bullied me, and now I can't return the favor?" Uyghur turned his face away. Outside, the sound of light footsteps approached, accompanied by Mei Rui's voice. Mei Rui was always by Su Zihua's side, and with her arrival, Su Zihua could not be far behind. Cui Ling quickly straightened herself, suddenly recalling the earlier playful torment of Uyghur's face. She glanced over, relieved to find his chubby visage restored to its flawless pallor. Taking a breath, she prepared to continue her study sessions with Gan Tang, striving to transcribe the poetry before Su Zihua's inspection. Indeed, despite her fourth sister-in-law's seemingly delicate demeanor, she was a paragon of femininity. Yet, if one did poorly in their studies, inciting her ire was a fearsome prospect. Just then, the melodic voice of the little meatball rang in her ears. "By Fei Gan Tang, Red Fei, not sure." He paused. "Zhao Bo Sua Qi, Red Qi, not 11. He then went on to hastily explain the essence of the entire poem. Cui Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon her heart swelled with joy. This child did not seem to harbor the dislike he professed for her after all. Before long, Su Zihua returned, and, as expected, the first order of business was a quiz. Thanks to Uyghur's guidance, Cui Ling managed to recite the poem without stumbling, and she could barely convey its poetic meaning. A hint of a smile finally graced Su Zihua's composed and elegant features as she nodded gently. "Fifth sister-in-law, your dedication to your studies in these past few days has indeed yielded great progress. If this continues, I cannot say you will achieve great success, but you will certainly be well prepared for those social gatherings." Due to the day's smooth progress, she even decided to dismiss classes early. "Cui Ling whispered to Uyghur, all right, I unfairly accused you earlier. Our Uyghur is indeed a filial child." Uyghur huffed. "Who want to be filial to you?" He paused slightly. "If Aunt Wu insists on thanking me, then when you come tomorrow, bring a few more pieces of that cake you just had. It's not right to eat alone." Cui Ling laughed at his words. "Are you referring to the orange-flavored crystal cake?" Observing the longing in Uyghur's eyes, she felt a sense of pride. "You've never had it before, have you? This is a recipe I developed with Master Lu from the Taiyan Courtyard's small kitchen. It is unique to the entire Sheng Dynasty and absolutely delicious. Just as a fine steed finds its master, and Uboya encounters Zhong Ziki, Master Lu, a renowned chef from the imperial kitchen who had been honored with a position at the general's residence, found his life transformed upon meeting Cui Ling. In his twilight years, as he approached senescence, Master Lu had never felt such fervor. Since Cui Ling moved to reside with the matriarch, knowing her love for exquisite cuisine, the daily menus became elaborate and diverse, with no dish repeated in a single day. This not only tested the chef's patience, but also served as a true testament to their culinary skills. Naturally, Master Lu and the other esteemed chefs recruited by the general's household prepared diligently, eager to showcase their finest techniques. At first, Cui Ling, having longed for such culinary delights, embraced the opportunity to indulge in dishes she had either only sampled once or had never encountered before. With such a feast laid before her, she could hardly afford to dwell on trivial matters. She relished every morsel. The matriarch, pleased by her enjoyment, rewarded the kitchen generously, showering them with gold and silver. Cui Ling felt a pang of guilt. While the food was indeed delectable, she believed there was always room for improvement. Since the masters accepted the rewards without hesitation, it was her duty as a thrifty granddaughter-in-law to ensure that the matriarch's generosity was well placed. Moreover, as time passed, her bond with the matriarch blossomed from formality to intimacy, allowing her to voice requests she had once deemed inappropriate. For instance, when presented with a braised fish and sauce, she was not content with just one flavor. She would tactfully suggest to Master Lu, "This fish is incredibly fresh and delicious. But if we were to substitute crushed scallops for the soybean paste, I believe it would enhance the dish even further." The same ingredients, when prepared differently or paired with various accompaniments, can yield distinctly different flavors. If not for the absence of chili and tomatoes in this era, spicy braised fish and tomato fish would surely be delightful alternatives. Master Lu, having honed his craft for decades, had never faced such scrutiny even from the emperor, and thus found it a novel experience to be challenged in this manner. Yet, after successfully creating the scallop sauce for the braised fish, he was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite taste. After several such encounters, he finally understood that Cui Ling was not merely being difficult, but genuinely sought to explore the culinary arts. Master Lu held himself to rigorous standards and never shied away from learning opportunities. The pursuit of excellence was his lifelong ambition. Thus, he not only personally served the matriarch and Cui Ling during meals, but also frequently inquired about ways to improve his dishes. As Cui Ling and Master Lu grew more familiar, she became less reserved. Occasionally, in the midst of midnight musings, she would long for the exquisite dishes of her past life that were absent from this world. Together, she and Master Lu endeavored to locate ingredients and substitutes, and in a short span, they managed to devise numerous delightful new dishes. The orange-flavored crystal cake that captivated Yu Guer's gaze was one of their recent creations. In this day and age, fruit remains a rare and precious commodity. The only establishment capable of crafting cakes from fresh tangerine juice is this one. Throughout the cake-making process, Cui Ling and Master Lu have successfully navigated several challenges to eliminate the sourness and enhance the fragrance, ultimately creating a delightful confection of alternating orange and white layers. Yu Guer tilted his head and remarked, "Whether it's delicious or not, I must taste it first to know." Cui Ling responded in surprise. "Did I not specifically offer you a piece earlier? You certainly did not express a desire to eat it then." This morning, having overslept, she hurried to the diligent hall to learn the duties of the steward and skipped breakfast. Fortuitously, Master Lu had steamed a new batch and sent a small box to her. She had already consumed most of it at the diligent hall, leaving only a few pieces to bring to the Nianhua hall, where she had personally handed a piece to the little boy. Yu Guer lowered his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I was afraid your hands were dirty." Due to his previous gallant assistance, Cui Ling refrained from commenting on his response and smiled, saying, "Do you have any other lessons to attend to? If not, why not accompany me to the Tying courtyard? If you wish to enjoy this treat, you need not wait until tomorrow. The kitchen should still have some." She pondered for a moment and added, "After lunch, I would like to see Master Lu make crystal dumplings with vegetarian filling. Would you care to join me?" Yugia Apiavat Zolmava tempted, glancing at the old woman behind him, and quietly replied, "I still need to practice riding and archery." Cui Ling recalled that Mei Rue had mentioned Yu Guer's precociousness. Not only did he study literature with Su Zihua, but he also trained with the martial arts instructors in the estate. His days were filled with rigorous activity. At just 4 years old, while other children were still indulging in their mother's arms, he had already moved to the Qingzhou courtyard to live independently. Seeing the hesitation in Yu Guer's expression, Cui Ling felt a pang of sympathy. She reached for his small hand and addressed the old woman behind him, saying, "It's still early today. I will take Guer to visit the matriarch and have lunch at the Tying courtyard. You need not accompany us. In the afternoon, Guer will be with me, and I will personally return him after dinner." The old woman hurriedly replied, "Fifth lady, this is not permissible." It seemed to be her first encounter with such a situation, causing her some distress. The fourth lady was known for her strict adherence to rules. Guer had to practice riding and archery at the small training ground daily since he turned 3. If the fourth lady learned that Guer was misbehaving, she would undoubtedly blame the servant. Cui Ling, with a half-smile, looked at the old woman and said, "Are you implying that I am leading Guer astray?" Her delicate face grew solemn, and the old woman understood that the fourth lady was the most rule-abiding of all. She said, "If she learns how you spoke to me today, What do you think her punishment for you would be? The old woman's face turned pale with embarrassment. Immediately forget. Cui Ling waved her hand dismissively. I will send someone to speak with the fourth lady. I believe the matriarch misses her great-grandson and wishes to have lunch with her. Even the fourth lady, despite her strictness, would not oppose this. As for the instructors at the small training ground, I kindly ask you to inform them to grant Gur a day off. She gently patted Gur's head, feeling pity for such a small child who had yet to experience the joys of childhood. As her words lingered, she firmly grasped Gur's hand and strode forward. Gur commented as they walked. Mother is a very rule-bound person, and she really doesn't understand flexibility. Cui Ling chuckled and said, Fear not. It is all due to Aunt Wu insisting on taking you along. You can resist all you want, but alas, being delicate and precious, you are no match for Aunt Wu and can only obediently follow her. With that, he finally displayed the innocent joy befitting a child and exclaimed, After we enjoy the crystal cake and watch the dumplings being made, Aunt Wu, I will take you to the wood garden to play. The wood garden is located on the eastern side of the Zhengguo General's residence, near the training hall, encircled by black tiles and white walls. It shelters a towering grove of ancient trees, arranged in an orderly yet staggered fashion. Even in the chilly November air, it remains vibrant with life. The rockeries, adorned with rugged stones, exude a rustic charm. Cui Ling was pulled into the wood garden by Gur, and upon witnessing the scenery, she could not help but exclaim, This place is splendid, perfect for escaping the heat. If one were to bind a hammock between those two trees, it would be a delightful retreat to close one's eyes and rest. The massive branches were laden with layers of green leaves, completely shielding one from the scorching sun overhead. Occasionally, a few beams of sunlight would filter through the gaps in the leaves, bright and warm, yet lacking in intensity. Just imagining it felt utterly delightful. Gur laughed. Aunt Wu, you seem rather silly but know how to enjoy life. He proudly raised his chin, saying, This place is my discovery. Whenever I feel down, I sneak away here for a while, and it helps. There might not be a hammock, but there's a dry well where he hides his treasures. Initially, Cui Ling was incensed by Gur's impudent behavior, just as she was about to reprimand him. His last remark touched her heart's most tender spot, and she could not help but feel a wave of compassion wash over her. She softly said, Only adults experience sadness. You are but a child, so small. You must not speak such nonsense in the future. Gur grinned widely. Does Aunt Wu pity me? He paused slightly and added, Actually, it's nothing much. I sometimes envy the freedom my third and fourth brothers have as they play freely. However, his mother had told him that the men of the Yuan family were destined for the battlefield, and if one did not strive in youth, the cost in the future might be one's life. The eldest branch of the Yuan family has 3 children, all born to Princess Yining. The eldest daughter, Yuan Yuer, and the second son, Yuan Li, are twins and had just turned 11 this year, while the third son, Yuan Rui, is 9. The second branch, Yuan Zhe, passed away young, and Liang Shi has no offspring. The third branch, Yuan Luo, has 1 son and 1 daughter. The fourth son, Yuan Zhang, is 8. And the fifth daughter, Yuan Xian, is 6. Last year, Yuan Sanlang brought back a boy who had just turned 1 month old, named Yuan Pe, who is now just over a year old. Gur, being the 6th, has a younger brother, Yuan Qi, who is still under 1 year old. Reflecting on the children in her family, Cui Ling finally understood which 2 brothers Gur envied. She smiled and said, Gur, I fear you have wrongly accused Rui Gur and Zhang Gur. Gur looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? He often saw his third and fourth brothers laughing and leaving together, asking if they were off to hunt or to play, which made his heart itch. They clearly just went out to wander aimlessly, yet Aunt Wu insists he has wronged his brothers. Cui Ling gently stroked his soft forehead and said, Your mother, being well-read and exceptionally talented, personally educated you. Your aunts did not possess such capability, hence they sent your 2 brothers to the family academy at an early age. She paused before continuing. Do you believe the teachers at the academy merely accept our family's offerings? Your 2 brothers are not there for leisure. I have heard that next spring, both Rui Gur and Zhang Gur will be preparing for the Imperial College entrance examination, which is no easy feat. They're certainly putting in the hard work outside. The Imperial College of the Sheng Dynasty gathers elite youths. Besides noble birth, one must possess exceptional talent. Proficiencies in etiquette, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics are essential. Those lacking in any area cannot afford to be ignorant. Rui Gur and Zhang Gur at 9 and 8 years old, respectively, aspire to take the examination. They must be extraordinary individuals. Even if they are born geniuses, without diligent cultivation, such confidence would be unattainable. Moreover, if Yugur understands these principles, surely Rue Gur and Zhang Gur do as well. The boys of the Yuan family are destined to lead troops in a battle, forever intertwined with the battlefield. If they lack skill and strategy, they would be courting disaster. Only by becoming formidable can they instill fear in their enemies and protect themselves to the utmost degree. After contemplation, Yugur broke into a smile of realization. So they were merely teasing me to incite my envy. This time I understand. Should the third and fourth brothers speak thus again, I shall unreservedly expose them. He shook his head, quickly dismissing the matter, and then approached Cui Ling, taking her hand. Aunt Wu, come, I shall show you my treasures. Cui Ling gazed in disbelief at the pile of rusted metal and scrap that Yugur had hoisted up from the dry well. These are your treasures? She exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. Yugur, you must tell Aunt Wu that this junk is not your collection. Ignoring her, Yugur rummaged through the assortment of unidentifiable objects, declaring, this is a 9-linked ring, this is a leather sandbag, this is a colorful clay figurine, and this is a bamboo flute. He puffed out his chest. These are all my treasures. They have merely rusted from being left here for so long. A little polish, and they shall be as good as new. Cui Ling felt a pang of sorrow. Does your mother not allow you to play with these? Yugur shrugged. Mother says that playing with such items is a waste of ambition. Besides, these are mere trinkets for village children. They are not worthy of the stage. It would be better to read more books and learn a few musical scores. He produced a hollow bamboo ball, presenting it to Cui Ling with a flourish. Aunt Wu, let us play, could you? Cui Ling examined the little ball, noting the frayed bamboo strands, and turned to the nearby Mujin. Go to Xiangxiang Garden and select a few of my cherished items. I recall there's a bamboo ball of similar size in the box. Bring it over as well. Mujin complied and departed, leaving only Cui Ling and Yugur in the vast courtyard. Aunt Wu, let us not wait for Mujin. Let us begin. Yugur urged eagerly. Seeing the adorable face of Yugur filled with anticipation, Cui Ling smiled. Very well, how shall we play? With a cheerful grin, Yugur explained. You kick it to me, and I shall kick it back to you. If anyone fails to catch it, they lose. Best out of 3. And the loser must grant the winner a request, whether it be barking like a dog or drawing a little turtle on their face. Anything will do. Noticing Cui Ling's momentary hesitation, he smugly added, What's the matter, Aunt Wu? Afraid of losing? Cui Ling pinched the cheek of the little rascal. Come now. Who is afraid? Thus, the two began their playful kicking back and forth. However, before a winner could be declared, Cui Ling miscalculated her kick, sending the bamboo ball soaring over the wall and landing atop a tree. After several fruitless attempts to retrieve it with a long branch, she noticed Yugur was on the verge of tears. Glancing at a nearby rocky hill, she decided to climb up to the wall and carefully maneuver her way to the branch to retrieve the ball. Climbing the wall posed little challenge for her. Do not fret, Aunt Wu has a plan. I will climb up and get it for you, she assured Yugur. He nodded but hesitated. That area seems to be the assembly hall. In the past, grandfather held meetings there. It would not be good if someone sees you. Cui Ling dismissed his concern. Not to worry. Your grandfather and uncles have all gone to the northwest, so there will be no one around. Currently, the only man in the household was Yuan Dalong, who spent his days in court and would not return until evening. There were no male visitors at this hour, making it quite safe. With that thought, she tore her skirt to tie around her calves and swiftly climbed over the rocky hill. Just a little further, Aunt Wu. You're almost there. Yugur called out joyfully. Cui Ling strained to push the bamboo ball inward, but just as she was about to succeed, she caught sight of several young guards standing in the courtyard of the assembly hall, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Panic surged within her, causing her to falter, and the bamboo ball rolled down with a thud. In the house, Yuan Dalong emerged, startled at the sight of a woman perched atop the wall. Sister-in-law, what are you doing up there? Come down at once. It is dangerous. Cui Ling had not expected Yuan Dalong to be home, nor did she anticipate the hint of purple fabric behind him, indicating he was entertaining guests. Embarrassment washed over her, and she wished to vanish into thin air. However, with so many curious eyes upon her, she could not simply flee without an explanation. Yugur was playing with the ball, and it accidentally landed in the tree. I came to retrieve it, she managed to explain. Yuan Dalong quickly handed her the bamboo ball. The open courtyard is a more suitable place for such games. Cui Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded awkwardly. Thank you, elder brother, she stammered, then hastily descended from the wall. Yuan Dalong, along with the guests in the assembly hall, were all skilled martial artists, keenly hearing the thud followed by Yu Gear's anxious inquiry. Aunt Wu, why are you always so clumsy? You can't even step on a stair properly. Come, let me see if you're hurt. Frustrated, Cui Ling hissed. No. Your uncle is entertaining guests next door, little rascal. Keep your voice down. We must change our location quickly. The young man in purple stifled a laugh, and the guards struggled to contain their amusement. Yuan Dalong, recalling his mischievous daughter, couldn't he help but smile. Yet, as his sister-in-law had lost face, he felt it necessary to maintain decorum. Your Highness, my sister-in-law is usually composed and dignified. Today, she acted recklessly for the sake of her nephew's ball. I hope your Highness will not hold it against her. He offered a fist salute to the guards in the courtyard, seeking their understanding and goodwill. Cui Ling hurriedly led Yu Gur away from the wooden courtyard, finally exhaling with relief as they reached the Mulan Pavilion not far from Tyne Courtyard. She rarely engaged in physical activity, and after such a brisk run, she was flushed and breathless. Leaning against the pillar of the pavilion, she slowly made her way to the carved redwood chair, gasping for air. Yu Gur, however, remained unfazed, arms crossed as he watched her with amusement. Aunt Wu, after such a short run, you're already winded. Perhaps grandmother should continue to have you practice stances in the martial arts hall. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our Yuan family. Though young, he had a solid foundation in martial arts. Such a sprint was taxing, yet he exhibited no signs of fatigue. Cui Ling, exhausted, had no strength left to scold him, so she resorted to verbal warnings. Little rascal, if you continue to be so disrespectful to Aunt Wu, I shall inform your mother. She pouted. Your mother values propriety above all. If she learns of your disrespect, she will surely punish you severely. As soon as she finished speaking, a low, icy voice echoed from outside the pavilion. Indeed, Yu Gur has broken many rules today. He shall be punished accordingly. Cui Ling gasped, quickly turning her head to see Su Zihua approaching, her expression as cold as ice, eyes brimming with unspoken storms. Instinctively, she pulled Yu Gur into her embrace protectively. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Su Zihua smiled gently. It is getting late. I have come to take Yu Gur to the training grounds. Her voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The matriarch misses her great-grandson, as his daughter-in-law. I must fulfill my duties. Now that dinner is over and playtime has concluded, it is time to catch up on today's lessons. Catch up implied that he was meant to study for several hours, as he should have done originally. Cui Ling held Yu Gia Taita. Sister-in-law, Yu Gur is still young. Allowing him a day of relaxation does not hinder his development. Perhaps we could postpone until tomorrow? Her tone was exceedingly conciliatory. Yu hair is exceptionally bright. He understands far more than I do, and he is stronger than I. At only 4 years old, he is already comparable to children of 11 or 12 from ordinary families. He truly is remarkable. For my sake, could you perhaps show leniency? Since her arrival in the prosperous dynasty, she had not once lowered herself to plead for favors in such a humble manner. Having long neglected the art of eloquence, she found it somewhat challenging to reclaim her former eloquence from a previous life. Thus, she resorted to a more straightforward approach. Cui Ling gazed at Su Zihua with her sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation, and implored, Fourth sister, I beg you. Su Zihua maintained her indifferent expression, letting out a light snort before suddenly breaking into a smile. It is not impossible to rest today, but you must make up for the lessons you miss tomorrow. She then turned her attention to the small Yu Gur. What do you say? Yu Gur gently extricated himself from Cui Ling's embrace, lowering his head as he replied to Su Zihua. I shall go to the small training ground shortly. After a brief pause, he added, however, I must first visit the apothecary to fetch some medicine for Fifth Aunt, as she has sustained an injury. Do not worry, mother. I will not neglect today's studies. Just moments ago, when Fifth Aunt fell from the rockery, she scraped her palm. Although her clumsiness was to blame for the mishap, he understood well that if it were not for his own need to retrieve the ball, Fifth Aunt would not have climbed the wall. He was a responsible young lad, unwilling to overlook Fifth Aunt's injury. Su Zihua nodded gently, a fleeting look of approval crossing her face before her usual calm demeanor returned. Very well. In the west wing of Tyne Courtyard, Cui Ling attentively applied the ointment to her injury, her expression focused, betraying no signs of a mere 4-year-old. Cui Ling felt both pained and guilty, saying, "It is my fault. Had I known your mother would be so serious, I should not have taken you out to play, causing you to fall behind in your studies." She calculated and asked, "You'll have to practice late, won't you?" Yuga, however, brushed it off with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. "Mother is just like that. Her rules cannot be altered by anyone, not even father." I anticipated this outcome. He set the cotton down. "This small scrape will heal with just a couple of applications of medicine. As for the palm, there is no need to fear scars. Even if there were scars, it would not matter. After all, you're already my 5th aunt, so there is no concern about not being married off, for my 5th uncle will take responsibility." Cui Ling was taken aback. Hey, how can a child say such things? Yuga, though small, was quite astute, aside from the occasional display of childish mischief. He showed no trace of his age in his demeanor or speech. She recalled what she was doing at 4 years old. Though her family was poor in her previous life, a child could not contribute to labor, so she was essentially left to roam free, either wandering the fields or trailing behind her siblings. At that age, she was blissfully unaware of her unwelcomed status at home, living carefree without a worry. In this life, at the age of 4, she faced the loss of her mother, and her father, Cui Ling-kai's transformation signaled the end of her warm and loving family atmosphere. However, adjusting her mindset, she gradually found her own way to live. While not particularly happy, she was content in her own manner. With maidservants and no one pressuring her to study, she spent her days playing aimlessly. How could she compare to Yuga, who bore such unnecessary burdens? Cui Ling caressed Yuga's small face with her uninjured hand, indignantly exclaiming, "A strict teacher produces excellent students, but a loving mother may spoil her child. Your mother's strictness is something to be grateful for, yet you're only 4 years old. At your age, you should play freely and enjoy yourself. It is only when you grow up that you should concern yourself with regrets." The more she spoke, the more animated she became. "What battles are you talking about? You are still so young. That is a matter for at least a decade from now." Yuga gently pressed his soft palm over Cui Ling's mouth, chuckling, "5th aunt, please stop. I know you care for me. In truth, my life is not as miserable as you imagine. I enjoy reading and practicing martial arts. And when I grow up, I aspire to be a heroic general like my grandfather and uncles." As he playfully pinched Cui Ling's cheek, molding it into various shapes. He grinned, "5th aunt, you are so amusing that I cannot help but want to play with you." He laughed even more heartily. "Next time, let's play again, even if it means studying late into the night." Cui Ling was quite furious. This little rascal, though small, had considerable strength. She tried to shake him off several times, but to no avail. Despite her passionate defense of him, he still held a grudge over her earlier cheek pinching. With exasperation, she exclaimed, "Let go. If you keep pinching me like that, I will end up with a pancake face." The mischievous little rascal refused to relent. "You need not worry about not getting married. My 5th uncle would never despise you." In the room, one was flustered while the other laughed with glee, and after much playful banter, they finally retreated. Cui Ling and Yuga grew increasingly close, transforming the once arduous task of studying at the Qianhua Hall into a delightful experience. In truth, she was not entirely illiterate. She retained vivid memories of the lessons from her previous life. Her primary struggle lay in mastering traditional characters. However, after a month of learning alongside Suzy Hua, she gradually grasped the techniques for memorization, finding even the recitation of poetry and prose less daunting. Suzy Hua was quite pleased, while Yuga believed all credit belonged to him. That little fellow boasted, "5th aunt struggled for so long at the An Ding Marquis' residence without any progress, and yet, after just a few days of studying with me, she has made such significant strides." This clearly illustrates the power of a role model. With his head held high, he exuded an air of triumph. "If not for my guidance, with your talent, 5th aunt, how could you have achieved this?" Cui Ling lightly tapped Yuga's head with the book, chiding, "You are being quite impertinent." She refrained from contesting him, for there was truth in Yuga's words. As Su Zihua, the 4th sister, she embodied grace and propriety. Yet as a teacher, she sometimes leaned towards excessive strictness, which made Cui Ling hesitant to voice her questions. Thus, Yuga became her little mentor. The cost of this arrangement was that her cherished trinkets were gradually transferred to Yuga's residence in the Qingzhou courtyard. Each time she thought of that little brat's arrogant demeanor, she could not help but want to pinch his cheeks. Fortunately, The matriarch had once remarked that the fifth daughter-in-law's talent was somewhat lacking, and that they did not expect her to compose poetry or prose, merely to comprehend letters and accounts. Cui Ling mused that her current abilities, far from ordinary letters or accounts, could even allow her to concoct a few poems if necessary. Surely, the fourth sister would show mercy and grant her some freedom. Though she cherished Yuga, there were countless ways to enjoy his company, and she preferred to avoid the task of studying. As she hesitated to articulate her request, Su Zihua approached, receiving an invitation card from Mei Rue. With a smile, Su Zihua announced, "Tomorrow is the birthday of the fourth miss of the An Ding Marquis residence. I once taught her poetry, so I suppose I am considered half a teacher. Knowing that you have been spending time with me lately, she has invited you to join me." She paused before continuing. "The fourth miss is betrothed to the crown prince and will be wed in the spring of next year. The future crown princess, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will likely become the mother of the nation. The birthday celebration of the fourth miss will surely attract the attention of all the noble ladies of Shengjing, eager to attend." Cui Ling reflected on her current situation, which was starkly different from her time in the Duke Anning's residence. Back then, she seldom ventured out, not only due to her inherent laziness, but also out of fear of making a blunder, such as accidentally wetting her clothes and being seen by a male guest while changing, or losing her way within the estate and inadvertently stumbling upon an illicit affair. The former could jeopardize her future prospects, while the latter might even endanger her life. However, now as a married woman, she was no longer the subject of anyone's matrimonial schemes, regarding the possibility of getting lost. In the past, she had not been well acquainted with the other young ladies in the Duke's household, and whenever they went out, they were always accompanied by their own companions, leaving her vulnerable to being left behind. But now, she had her fourth sister-in-law. As long as she stayed closely behind her, like a tendril of daughter clinging to its host, she would be safe from such mishaps. After much contemplation, Cui Ling nodded decisively. Yes, she would accompany her fourth sister-in-law. It would be somewhat inappropriate to decline a sincere invitation, and furthermore, having lived in Sheng Dynasty for so many years, it would be disingenuous to claim she had no curiosity about the outside world. If safety could be assured, she was eager to experience a glimpse of the streets, even if it meant merely observing the scenery, rather than spending her lifetime confined within the high walls of a grand estate. However, since she had rarely attended gatherings in the past, and when she did, she was always by her stepmother's side, she had little interaction with girls her age, leaving her uncertain and apprehensive. Cui Ling timidly inquired, "But I have seldom gone out before. Might I trouble you to offer some guidance?" She bit her lip and added, "I fear I may not perform well and bring shame to the general's household." Su Zihua was not surprised by Cui Ling's response. The Su family of Longzhong had long-standing ties with the Duke Anning's residence, and although she had not personally interacted with the fifth sister-in-law, the gossip among the servants often conveyed the nuances of each household. She was aware that the fifth branch held a precarious position within the Duke's household, as the fifth sister-in-law had lost her mother at a young age, and her stepmother did not treat her sincerely, resulting in a less than favorable situation. Growing up in a prominent family, Su Zihua understood all too well the treatment that an unloved girl could expect to receive. From what she had observed in their recent interactions, the fifth sister-in-law's manners and responses were only marginally acceptable. In terms of etiquette and decorum, she still had much to learn. Fortunately, the upcoming birthday banquet for Miss Bai would be attended by young ladies and wives, with no elders present. Young people, unless born into particularly strict households, generally interacted with a degree of informality. After some thought, Su Zihua remarked, "Since we are to go out tomorrow, there is little time to hastily prepare for etiquette. I trust that, having been raised in a noble household, you will manage your interactions with due decorum." She paused briefly before continuing. "There is but one point you must remember. When we arrive at the Marquis of Zhenan's residence, you must stay by my side and avoid wandering off. Follow my lead in matters of greeting and decorum. If anyone addresses you, only respond if you are certain of the answer. It is imperative to refrain from pretending to understand what you do not. If uncertain how to reply, give me a discreet signal, and I shall assist you." Cui Ling promptly replied, "Understood." Observing her anxious demeanor, Su Zihua couldn't help but sigh softly. Wait a moment. She approached the writing desk and composed an extensive note with fluid strokes. After pausing to blow on the ink, she handed it over. The messenger delivering the invitation was Miss Bai's nanny, with whom she shared a good rapport, so she had inquired about the guests attending the banquet. After a brief pause, she added, "Here is the list. When you return, you may ask Nanny Chiao, who is well-informed and can tell you about the families of these young ladies and their preferences." Su Zihua contemplated for a moment and added, "You have seldom been out, and the noble women of Shengjing are quite curious about you. This will be your first outing as Mrs. Yuan, so do not aim for achievement, but rather to avoid making any faux pas." She gently patted Cui Ling's shoulder. "Once they see you, any rumors will surely dissipate." Cui Ling gasped, "Rumors? Are there rumors about me?" Su Zihua appeared slightly taken aback. "You did not know? It is said that you—" Suddenly, she covered her mouth and laughed. "People say you are quite unattractive, with a large birthmark on your face, and others claim you were afflicted with an illness in your youth that affected your mind, making you a simpleton. The noble women of Shengjing, upon reaching the age of 10, would be brought out by their elders to participate in various social gatherings, serving as a means of socialization. Young noble women would gather together, and forming connections was certainly advantageous. Should a noble matron take notice and arrange a match between families, it would be a splendid opportunity, if word of their talents and virtues reached the palace. Miss Bai, the future crown princess, was reportedly chosen due to her dignified demeanor, which caught the attention of several elder princesses. After the Empress Dowager and Empress Jiang summoned her for scrutiny and confirmed her composed and gracious nature, her position was secured. Such fortunes are not bestowed upon everyone. Yet all these noble women will eventually marry into families of equal standing, some becoming the mistresses of their households, which fosters beneficial connections with the influential families of Shengjing. Therefore, whenever invitations for gatherings arose, be they floral exhibitions, poetry recitals, or garden parties, young ladies of age would eagerly compete to shine, fearing they would be outshone by others. Cui Ling, who consistently excused herself due to illness, was indeed the sole exception in Shengjing. The noble women were astute. While they might believe an illness could serve as a plausible excuse once or twice, repeated refusals would inevitably raise suspicions. The Duke Anning's household was famously indulgent towards its daughters. Even though Cui Jiao had grown up under her stepmother's care, experiencing some ridicule and exclusion, no one would dare blame her for the larger issue of being unable to go out. Consequently, it was clear that the scrutiny fell upon Cui Jiao herself. The implications were simple. Either she was too unattractive to face society or lacked intelligence and feared mockery. Such purported hidden ailments rarely stray far from these notions. As rumors circulate privately, they often morph into perceived truths. After all, no one dared to voice these claims in front of the Duke Anning's family, leaving no room for rebuttal or clarification. The noble women took these assumptions as fact. Suthiwas Maiv, recalling how, when it was discovered that her fifth brother had chosen Cui Ling, several of the sisters-in-law expressed concern. Fortunately, although she had not met Cui Ling, she had heard about her and understood that her reclusive nature was not as severe as the rumor suggested. She paused, her smile widening. "But now it seems even the term reclusive does not quite fit you." Cui Ling pouted, murmuring, "I merely wish to avoid trouble." Su Zihua chuckled and shook her head. "That will be all for today. You should return now." Cui Ling readily agreed, and, as she departed, seized the opportunity to pinch the cheek of Yu Gu playfully, mouthing silently, "I'm leaving now. Come find me to play when you have some free time." Yu Gu sighed helplessly as he watched her cheerful figure retreat. He thought to himself, how can someone of her age still behave so childish? My face is often subjected to such rough treatment, which is quite painful. Moreover, it's rather degrading for a young man. Yet strangely, he found himself not disliking her antics at all, and in fact, felt a faint sense of joy. His cheeks flushed, and he quickly lowered his head to immerse himself in his studies, reflecting on how the bonds between gentlemen are as subtle as water, while those of lesser character are sweet yet fleeting. Upon returning to Taiyan Courtyard, Cui Ling reported to the matriarch about her invitation to the banquet the following day. The matriarch reclined gracefully on the couch, the air in the room warm and cozy, with charcoal braziers placed in each corner as the weather turned colder. She did not appear as anxious and tense as Su Zihua. Instead, she smiled gently to comfort Cui Ling. "Those young ladies are around your age, some even younger. They are all just little girls. What is there to fear?" Cui Ling shyly touched her forehead. The daughter-in-law was merely worried about not performing well and losing face for the household. This sentiment was heartfelt. Since arriving at the Yuan family, she had enjoyed good food, fine clothing, and restful sleep. The sisters-in-law were kind, and even the second sister-in-law, who often spoke in a teasing manner, had never uttered a harsh word to her. This made her feel a sense of harmony and warmth, starkly different from the tranquility of her maternal home, the An Ding mansion. When she first came, her mother's old acquaintance, Granny Song, had warned her that the Yuan family had 5 sons, and she had 4 sisters-in-law above her. Genuine affection among sisters-in-law was rare, often driven by self-interest. Given the Yuan family's wealth, it was likely that the inner workings of the household were fraught with complications. Granny Song advised her to be exceedingly cautious, harboring no ill intentions but remaining vigilant against others. When she first married in, she contemplated keeping her distance to safeguard herself. However, after a month of interaction, she discovered that her 4 sisters-in-law, despite their distinct personalities, were genuinely kind-hearted. They exhibited remarkable tolerance towards her. An inexperienced and somewhat reckless younger sister-in-law, entirely unlike the malicious elder sister-in-law described by Granny Song. Human hearts are tender. Sincere kindness is easily conveyed and can affect others. The elder sister-in-law's maternal affection, the second sister-in-law's sharp tongue yet soft heart, the third sister-in-law's amiability, and the fourth sister-in-law's gentle guidance, combined with the grandmother's continuous supply of delectable dishes, could melt even the coldest of hearts. How much more so for someone like Cui Ling, who deeply craved love. Cui Ling felt her facade gradually crumbling, her steadfast resolve of 15 years slowly transforming. She yearned to integrate into the Yuan family, to regard the general's residence as her home, and to genuinely become a part of the Yuan family. The matriarch gently stroked Cui Ling's hair and asked, "Have you heard the rumors outside?" Cui Ling nodded, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "I do not know how these rumors started. Those people have never even seen me. Yet they weave such fabrications. If I were a petty person, I would surely cry over these words." She gazed at the matriarch with her large, pitiful eyes, hoping that, considering her distress, the grandmother could retrieve Master Tang, who had been lent to Princess Kong. Master Lu mentioned that Master Tang was an exceptional chef specializing in Jiangnan cuisine, and Cui Ling desired to. Well, she merely wished to savor it. Master Tang was a renowned chef, hired at great expense from Jiangnan by the general's residence. 2 months ago, when Princess Kang's relatives visited from Jiangnan and found the local cuisine unpalatable, she borrowed Master Tang from the Yuan family. Now that Princess Kang's relatives had departed, they had yet to return Master Tang, missing the environment of the general's residence. Master Tang sent word through someone to Master Lu, hoping the matriarch could bring him back. Despite Master Lu's culinary skills, he found it challenging to voice this request before the matriarch and sought Cui Ling's help instead. Cui Ling had always had a penchant for exquisite food. While Master Lu excelled in grand court dishes primarily in the style of Shengjing, her roots were in the Jiangnan water towns, where she often yearned for the flavors she dreamt of. Thus, upon learning that Master Tang was a master of Jiangnan cuisine, she eagerly agreed to this endeavor. The matriarch playfully tapped Cui Ling's forehead, saying "You." With a sigh, she replied, "All right, I will have Granny Do personally visit the Kong residence to fetch Master Tang back." Overjoyed, Cui Ling, noticing the absence of others in the room, could not help but embrace the matriarch and swiftly peck her cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, grandmother. You are truly wonderful." The matriarch was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, "You child, truly, I'm helpless against you." Yet, she thought to herself how much Cui Ling resembled Yuan Yu. When Yu was home, she also liked to plant kisses on her grandmother's cheek when happy, claiming it was her way of expressing utmost love and respect. The matriarch's thoughts drifted to Yuan Yu, her gaze slightly lowering as she sighed inwardly, uncertain when the war in the northwest would conclude. If it were to last 3 or 5 years, would Yu also remain in the palace for that long? Serving a ruler is akin to navigating a perilous path. Indeed, the Yuan family should have withdrawn from the fray years ago. Fortunately now, it was not too late. The birthday banquet for the 4th Miss of the An Marquis residence was set for noon. Though termed a banquet, it was merely a gathering of close friends, as the 4th Miss would soon enter the Eastern Palace as the Crown Prince's consort. Her departure from the palace would be challenging, making it difficult for her friends to visit her. Thus, this last birthday celebration at her maternal home was not only precious but also of great significance. Being invited to the future Crown Princess's esteemed banquet was a matter of honor, prompting guests to offer generous gifts. As Cui Ling followed Su Zihua into the exquisite Zhenlong pavilion, she was dazzled by the array of treasures displayed on the octagonal table. Panic-stricken, she tugged at Su Zihua's sleeve, fourth sister. Su Zihua leaned in a whisper. What is the matter, fifth sister? Cui Ling bit her lip. Feeling embarrassed as she confessed, grandmother asked me to choose a birthday gift for fourth miss according to my own wishes. I heard she is of similar age to me, so I thought our tastes would align. I selected a few trinkets from Jiangnan, including a pull-along toy and a wooden water wheel. She paused, casting a pleading glance. I didn't expect everyone else to be giving such extravagant gifts. On the main table of Zhenlong Pavilion, numerous gift boxes were arranged, some already opened, with young ladies sorting through them, revealing an array of exquisite hairpins made of pearls, jade, and gold. Judging by their quality and luster, they were all fine pieces, quite valuable. In comparison, the bamboo and wooden trinkets in her box seemed utterly insignificant. Feeling disheartened, Cui Ling regretted that this was her first attempt at socializing, only to encounter such an embarrassing situation. Su Zihua chuckled at her words, just as a soft, melodious voice echoed from within the room. Is that the fourth sister arriving? The fourth miss, clad in a deep brown gown embroidered with silver threads depicting blooming peonies, adorned with a hairpin of 8 treasures and cloud flowers, emerged gracefully from within. I was just mentioning my fourth sister. I'm glad you've arrived. The fourth Miss's eyes sparkled with surprise as she regarded Cui Ling. Is this the fifth sister of the Yuan family? What a stunning young lady. Su Zihua smiled as she accepted a Zeton wooden box from Mei Rue and presented a pair of white jade hairpins inlaid with red pearls to the fourth miss, saying, I personally designed these, and Master Su from the Treasure Studio crafted them. They suit you beautifully. They will look lovely for everyday wear. Turning to glance at Cui Ling, she noticed her half shrinking behind her, stealthily hiding the gift box behind her back. Su Zihua sighed, directly handing the box from Cui Ling to the fourth Mississippi. These are a few carefully selected Jiangnan trinkets for my fifth sister. While they may not hold much value, they are rare and exquisitely crafted, quite unique in Shengjing. Please, enjoy them. The fourth miss curiously opened the box, and, upon seeing the ingeniously crafted toys, laughed. I've seen this before at the Zhu family of the An Ding Marquis residence. I wanted to ask her for one, but she wouldn't part with it. Filled with joy, she delightedly examined the finely crafted trinkets, playing with them for a while until someone from the inner room urged her to hurry, prompting her to pack them up and instruct her maid to hide them away safely. Miss Bai Si spoke somewhat shyly, saying sisters from the Zhou family, and the younger sisters from the Luo and Shi families are all rather playful. If they were to catch sight of such exquisite treasures, they would undoubtedly try to snatch them from me. When guests admire an item, it is difficult for the host to refuse it, especially since she is about to enter the Eastern Palace as the crown princess. If she were unwilling to part with even these small trinkets, it would surely lead others to label her as stingy. Miss Bai Si genuinely cherished these little treasures, a fact that left Cui Ling somewhat incredulous. The delicate jade rings and hairpins displayed upon the 8 immortals table, regardless of their material worth, were masterpieces in their own right. Even a woman, such as herself, who typically shunned extravagant adornments, found herself captivated by their beauty. One could only imagine the allure they held for others. However, upon scrutinizing Miss Bai Si's expression, Cui Ling discerned that her joy was sincere, evident in the sparkle of her eyes and the lift of her brows. There was no pretense. This led Cui Ling to exhale a sigh of relief, her previous tension dissipating. If Miss Bai Si took a liking to them, she had a few to spare. Last year, her father, Cui Chengkai, had traveled to Jiangnan and returned with several chests filled with treasures, including silks, satin, exquisite jewelry, and ancient tomes. Though she had little interest in literature or adornment, she had claimed a box of trinkets, tangrams, intricate puzzles, walking bamboo frogs, and whistling wooden birds. Not wanting to leave these items to her half-sisters born of her stepmother or allow the daughters of other branches to benefit from them, she had brought them all to the Yuan family instead. Though she would not admit it, she held these gifts from her father in high regard. As Miss Bai Si welcomed Su Zihua and Cui Ling into the room, she remarked, That sounds splendid. I must visit your esteemed household someday. Please remind Aunt Yuan of this promise. Pausing, she smiled and added, My given name is Ronghua. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Rong. The name Rong was her childhood nickname, and by allowing Cui Ling to address her as such, Miss Bai Si acknowledged her sentiment. Cui Ling felt a wave of warmth wash over her, touched by the kindness extended to her. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for herself. Having lived through a lifetime of trials and tribulations, she had witnessed many storms, even facing death with valor. She ought to be indifferent to praise or blame, casually observing the ebb and flow of life. This was the standard one would expect from a woman of substance and refinement who had traversed time. Yet here she was, moved by the simple kindness of a girl she had just met. Though it seemed somewhat unworthy, she mused that perhaps it was because her life had lacked vibrancy for far too long. After her mother's passing, she had once thought this unfamiliar era was a cold and indifferent web that ensnared her alone, offering not a shred of warmth. Thus, when she finally opened her heart, all the sincerity and goodwill she encountered melted the ice that had encased her heart for so long. Cui Ling resolved that it was time to cast aside the past, look toward the future, and start anew. Behind the Jinlong Pavilion lay a serene lake, with a half-constructed room perched above the water, which by Ronghua had named Jinlong Water Pavilion. The young ladies from the Zhou, Zhu, Luo, and Shi families, all of noble birth and friends of Bai Ronghua, had already arrived, some engaged in lively conversation while others gazed out at the scenic lake from the northern window. With a smile, Bai Ronghua announced, "Sisters from the Yuan family have arrived." Miss Lu leaped down from the window and approached Cui Ling curiously. "Are you the esteemed wife of Yuan Wu?" she asked. "The other day, my fourth brother received a letter from Yuan Wu, urging me to visit the general's residence and chat with you whenever I found myself bored." She affectionately took Cui Ling's hand, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful, Yuan Wu's wife. I knew it had to be a celestial beauty that made him yearn for you from afar." Cui Ling was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a wave of despair wash over her. Although Yuan Wulong was not present, his presence haunted her wherever she went. Now it seemed, even his grandmother and sisters were sending letters urging others to seek her company. He truly had an extraordinary ability to weave himself into every aspect of her life. Seeing the change in Cui Ling's expression, Su Zihua assumed she was missing her husband far away in the northwest. Gently, she placed a hand on Cui Ling's shoulder, reassuring her, "Your husband is thinking of you. As long as you are happy in Shangjing, he will find peace." After a moment, she drew Miss Lu closer and said with a smile, "Have you informed your grandmother and our sister about this? The matriarch of the Mu Yang family is our grand-aunt, meaning the Yuan and Shi families are indeed related. This is my cousin, Shi Lu." Miss Lu beamed. "My name is Dan. You may call me Sister Dan." She then added, "My fourth brother and Yuan Wu have grown up together, sharing a strong bond. Originally, my brother intended to accompany Yuan Wu to the northwest, but Yuan Wu said he couldn't ascertain the situation at the front until he arrived there first." Cui Ling suddenly recalled that the matriarch had asked her to read a letter a few days ago, which mentioned that Yuan Wulong had safely reached the last barrier against the Royuan in the northwest, where he had sent several family letters along with the official report to Shengjing. Besides the letters for the matriarch, her third and fourth brothers had also written to their wives, and it seemed that Yuan Wulong had left her a letter as well. However, she had harbored resentment towards him, anticipating nothing but negative sentiments in his correspondence. Thus, she had shoved his letter into a box without even opening it. It occurred to her that Shi Si's letter must have arrived around the same time, though she detested the omnipresence of Yuan Wulong's influence. It did not hinder her budding friendship with Miss Lu. The latter possessed a fair, rosy complexion, smooth skin that seemed to glisten with moisture, and a slightly plump figure that exuded an air of health and prosperity. Her straightforward and sincere demeanor charmed Cui Ling immensely. Since marrying into the Yuan family, Cui Ling felt as though her life had transitioned into a different realm, one entirely distinct from her experiences at the An Ding Duke's residence. In the past, the relationships among the aunts had been fraught with tension, where even a simple greeting was laced with sharp undertones. Despite her lack of fondness for her stepmother, the disdainful treatment of her by the four aunts left a deep impression on her. Such quarrels often stemmed from trivial matters, yet they invariably escalated into discussions about the advantages the fifth branch reaped due to her father's limited resources. The aunts thrived on these petty disputes, forming alliances and turning against one another with remarkable ease. As Mama Song aptly noted, the relationships among the sisters-in-law at the An Ding Duke's residence were sustained solely by self-interest. As for the cousins, the competition for their grandmother's favor was fierce, with each vying for a place in her affections. having lived amidst such duplicity and insincerity. Cui Ling found herself appreciating the genuine camaraderie among the sisters-in-law of the Yuan family. There was no infighting, no secret rivalries, despite each having their own personalities. Their hearts were kind. Even the young lady she had just met, all of noble birth, displayed a refreshing innocence and charm, lacking any airs of superiority. She felt a sudden pang of envy for Miss Bai Si. On this day of celebration, the gathering was composed solely of sincere friends who had come to honor Miss Bai Si. In their eyes, Bai Ronghua was merely Bai Ronghua, rather than the future crown princess or the prospective empress of the Sheng Dynasty. Cui Ling lowered her defenses, shedding the burdens of her past life. At this moment, she was simply a 15-year-old girl. The noble ladies present, of similar age, were curious about her previous seclusion, and her striking beauty drew them to her side, eagerly engaging her in conversation. It did not take long for them to become acquainted. Su Zihua and Bai Ronghua stood by the window, smiling as they observed the harmonious interaction among the young ladies, each one radiant and youthful, reminiscent of blossoms in full bloom on the branches. A sight truly delightful to behold. Bai Ronghua remarked with a smile that had she known her fifth sister-in-law was such an engaging person, she would have sought her companionship years ago, lamenting that she only came to know her just as she was on the verge of entering the palace. While ascending to the East Palace as the crown princess was a remarkable honor, bestowing upon her enviable status and an uncertain future. It also meant she would inevitably forfeit certain joys that ordinary women could enjoy. Although she had long been aware of this reality, the thought of potentially losing the opportunity to frequently see her dear friends filled her with melancholy. Su Zihua had previously instructed Bai Ronghua in matters of etiquette and was deeply concerned for her younger sister. Upon noticing her silence, she understood the source of her worries. Although becoming the crown princess aligned with Bai Ronghua's aspirations for a life of glory, Empress Jiang had simultaneously arranged for the selection of other consorts for the crown prince. Shortly after Bai Ronghua's marriage, these consorts would also be welcomed into the East Palace. Having married into the Yuan family, known for its disapproval of concubinage, Su Zihua had enjoyed a loving and respectful relationship with her husband, Yuan. She was well aware of the benefits of singular devotion, yet she also had sisters who wed into families with numerous wives and concubines, often lamenting their circumstances in letters exchanged. Even before her marriage, Bai Ronghua was acutely aware that soon she would have to contend with two prominent women vying for her husband's affection, a painful reality she could scarcely voice. But what could be done? Such was the royal decree, where the crown prince's harem served not only to bear heirs, but also to maintain the balance of power within the court. Su Zihua pondered for a moment and softly inquired if Bai Ronghua had recently read the tales of the late consorts, curious if she was familiar with the story of the Xian emperor and his beloved Xian consort. Bai Ronghua nodded, recalling how the Xian emperor adored Xian consort amidst a harem of 3,000 beauties, ultimately dismissing the rest in favor of her alone. Initially, she felt a pang of envy, but quickly morphed into fear as she remembered that following the emperor's untimely death, ministers accused Xian consort of being a seductress who led him to an early grave. Then, Su Zihua's eyes flickered as she continued Bai Ronghua's lament, recounting how Xian consort was trapped in the Chaoyang Hall and perished in a great fire. The once splendid palace, emblematic of the empress's majesty, reduced to ruins, the revelry and gaiety of one night shattered, leaving behind only the sorrowful wails of 3,000 palace maidens. This was one of the heaviest and most disgraceful chapters in the annals of history, a prelude to the bell tolling for the fall of a dynasty. Su Zihua, observing Bai Ronghua's dazed expression, felt a surge of compassion for her cherished younger sister. From a moment Bai Ronghua had been designated as the crown princess, she had no choice to navigate the East Palace with grace and ultimately become the empress. There were truths she must comprehend and affections she must relinquish. Resolutely, Su Zihua continued, I presume you're already aware of what followed. She paused, her tone devoid of warmth. The Xian emperor's untimely demise left behind only the crown prince, a mere 3 years old, born a Xian consort, with the king of Cheng and the king of Rong harboring their ambitions. They branded the crown prince as a demon child and executed him. The ensuing power struggle between them led to years of chaos, providing the founding emperor of the Sheng Dynasty with an opportunity to rise. Bai Ronghua felt her strength wane. her body swaying as she struggled to suppress the trembling of her lips, finally managing to respond. Sister Zihua, I shall remember your warning. I understand. 12 years ago, the emperor had suffered a grave illness, leaving him in a weakened state, which had already necessitated the crown prince, Zhao Sun, to govern in his stead. This year, the crown prince, at 23, was the sole son of Empress Jiang and the undisputed heir to the throne. Bai Ronghua recognized that her role as the crown princess was merely the first step on her path to wealth and honor, with the title of empress being her ultimate destination. Yet, throughout history, the virtuous empresses served kings who had thousands of beauties in their harem, sharing their affections equally. Conversely, those who captured the emperor's singular devotion often met grim fates. If it were only a matter of personal honor and mortality, it might be bearable. However, the intricate dynamics of the palace meant that a single misstep could lead to one's ruin and jeopardize their family's safety. Take, for instance, the Xin consort. Following her and the crown prince's demise, her family, the He Zhonglu, faced calamity, nearly obliterating their lineage. Bai Ronghua's gaze sharpened, her countenance regaining composure. Though sorrow lingered in her eyes, a gentle smile graced her lips as she recalled having read about Empress Su of the Min Qing Emperor the previous night, noting that among the many empresses of the past, only Empress Su garnered the highest praise from historians. Her smile grew warmer as she described Empress Su's virtues, her grace, her restraint in political matters, her kind demeanor, and her nurturing spirit that treated all consorts and offspring as family. Upon her passing, the Min Qing Emperor was heartbroken, vowing to take no other wife. Subsequently, it was their beloved son, the Ping Wang, who ascended the throne. Historical records clearly state that the Min Qing Emperor had taken hundreds of concubines and fathered 65 children, yet upon his death, only 30 had reached adulthood, 3 of whom belonged to Empress Su. This illustrates that the Min Qing Emperor was not a man of singular devotion. Empress Su's life was marked by limited affection, yet she was celebrated as a paragon of virtue, ensuring her family's enduring prosperity. Bai Ronghua resolved never again to indulge in fanciful aspirations. Su Zihua felt a pang of sadness, wishing to offer further comfort, but seeing Bai Ronghua's gaze transform from sorrow to determination, she swallowed her words. Shifting the conversation, she said, "Today is your birthday. Do not dwell on these thoughts. With your sisters gathered, let's enjoy ourselves. Look, it seems your 5th sister-in-law and the others are having an exciting time. Shall we join them?" Bai Ronghua's face brightened with youthful exuberance as she grasped Su Zihua's hand, exclaiming, "What is all this excitement? Why wasn't I invited to join you and Sister Yuan Si?" Miss Shirlu leaned in, her cherubic face beaming. "Sister Ronghua, Sister Yuan Wu has posed some fascinating riddles. Come quickly." Laughter and merriment soon filled the Jianlong pavilion once more. As they journeyed back to the general's residence, the carriage swayed gently, casting dappled shadows through the curtains, creating a play of light across Su Zihua's face, a tapestry of shifting emotions. Cui Ling cautiously inquired, "Sister Si, are you feeling unhappy?" Su Zihua looked up to see Cui Ling, a beauty carved from the finest jade, her expression marked by concern and sincerity. With a gentle sigh, she replied, "What gives you the impression that I am not happy?" Cui Ling pondered briefly before responding, "You have been preoccupied with worries since we were at Jianlong Pavilion. Although you engaged with us later, your mind seemed distant. You smiled, yet your eyes revealed only sadness and apprehension." She paused for a moment, uncertainly asking, "Is it because of Sister Rome?" Su Zihua's expression softened as she gently nodded. "I just spoke with Sister Rome about Xianhou." "Xianhou?" The delicate and beautiful face of Cui Ling was filled with confusion. Who is Xianhou? Just when Su Zihua thought her younger sister-in-law had made some progress, she couldn't help but support her forehead, briefly recounting the matter of Xianhou. In the general's residence, there is a library located in front of the command hall, primarily filled with military treatises and historical records. Reading is quite an enjoyable endeavor. If you have time, you may want to take a look. She paused slightly. If you find those books too profound and difficult to comprehend, I recall there are some folk tales and miscellaneous novels, although their authenticity is questionable. They can still provide insight into past customs. Observing the faint lines of worry etching themselves on a Cui Ling's brow, she remained undeterred and continued to entice her. Confined within a well, one can only see a limited world right in front of them. Do you not wish to know what lies beyond our sight? She gently patted Cui Ling's shoulder, even as women bound by numerous restrictions, although we cannot experience it firsthand. Immersing ourselves in the travelogues and essays written by others allows us to imagine and feel as if we have witnessed those landscapes and customs ourselves. Though Cui Ling had little interest in reading, it was undeniable that Su Zihua's words sparked a flicker of curiosity within her. What might the outside world be like? She began to feel intrigued. At that moment, Su Zihua softly remarked, "Sister Rong will surely ascend to great heights." Yet with immense fortune comes the inevitable loss of the simple joys that ordinary people can easily grasp. No, that is not quite right. The men of the Yuan family rarely take concubines, which is indeed uncommon throughout the entire prosperous dynasty. To marry into the Yuan family is a fortune for both of us. She spoke gently. The love between husband and wife, though the most ordinary affection, is something many cannot even dare to dream of. Brother Wu is a kind, gentle, and considerate man. He cherishes you, loves you, and respects you. This is your blessing. Dear sister-in-law, you must treasure it well. Cui Ling felt a stir in her heart and vaguely replied. In her past life, she had never married, and during her times of poverty, she had once had a genuine boyfriend whom she loved deeply. He was handsome, intelligent, and gentle, the kind of man who would captivate many girls at first glance. Yet he only adored her, a poor, awkward, and somewhat insecure girl. For her sake, he had turned down the affections of a wealthy heiress who sought him as a husband, resulting in that young lady's prolonged sorrow. Back then, she believed they would grow old together in happiness. However, 7 years of love ultimately succumbed to the sudden harshness of reality. That year, his mother fell ill and required a staggering sum for surgery, an amount that was beyond their means. In his moments of anguish and despair, the wealthy heiress once again extended an olive branch, promising that should they marry, she would not only cover his mother's medical expenses, but also assist him in establishing his career. The outcome was inevitable. While he might resist the allure of wealth and status, he could not ignore his mother's deteriorating health. Their wedding was grand and lavish, held in an opulent 5-star hotel adorned with fragrant lilies and fiery red roses, attended by guests from the realms of politics and business. Figures she had only seen on television or in newspapers. From a corner, Cui Ling watched the radiant happiness on the bride's face, feeling as though her heart was being sliced open. At that moment, she swore silently to herself that she would rise to greatness and never allow anyone to take anything from her again. Later, she achieved success, climbing to the pinnacle in her field and becoming a wealthy woman whom everyone sought to curry favor with. The men who approached her were all drawn to her wealth and status, lacking any semblance of genuine affection. In turn, she responded with feigned politeness, never investing her emotions. Although she acquired everything she desired, she knew deep down that she was not truly happy. On the eve of an earthquake, the man she once loved came to see her, seeking reconciliation. His wife had passed away, leaving him childless. Despite his illustrious career, he was still alone. Late at night, he often recalled the despair she felt as he had resolutely walked away, leaving her crumpled on the floor, helpless. He claimed he owed her and wished to find a way to make amends, promising that if she would reunite with him, he would devote his life to loving and caring for her. Cui Ling vividly remembered that night, lifting her chin and scornfully mocking him, unleashing a torrent of the harshest curses imaginable, even throwing a cup of boiling water at him to drive him away. He left in frustration, and she collapsed to the ground, weeping like a broken soul. It was this sorrow that compelled her to set off early the next morning, driving alone to a secluded villa in the outskirts, seeking a quiet place free from disturbances to gather her thoughts. Little did she know, such events awaited her. After arriving in the prosperous dynasty, during her infancy when she was unable to walk alone, she had often contemplated this question: what if she had agreed to him back then? He was the only man she had ever loved, and he had promised to cherish her for life. Perhaps she would not have faced this calamity, and they might have built a family together, rekindling the simple, pure love they once shared. They might have even had 2 lovely children, washing away her bitterness and leading a calm, joyful life. Yet, there is no remedy for regret, nor are there what-ifs. The past, once determined, cannot be altered. However, the future, filled with uncertainties, lies entirely in her grasp. Perhaps it truly is worth a try. Cui Ling felt a stirring within her heart, and upon returning to her room, she hastily began rummaging through her belongings. She distinctly recalled having taken the letter written by Yuan Wulong for her from the elder matriarch, which she had carelessly tossed into a box without even breaking the wax seal. Yet the question remained, where exactly had she thrown it? Upon hearing the commotion inside, Mu Jin entered to find the room scattered with open boxes, the bed covered in disarray. She quickly inquired, "Miss, what are you searching for?" Cui Ling poked her head out from the chaotic corner. "Oh, Mu Jin, have you seen the letter from Master Wu? Where could it have gone? I can't find it." Mu Jin pondered for a moment and then, tapping her head, said, "Oh, miss, you tossed that letter into the wastebasket that day. I thought you meant to discard it along with the practice papers." Cui Ling was taken aback. "So you threw it away?" Only then did she recall that she had not hidden Yuan Wulong's letter in a wooden box, but had carelessly tossed it into the wastebasket designated for discarded papers, which was usually filled with her unsatisfactory calligraphy practice. Once it accumulated, Mu Jin would take it away to dispose of it. "This simply cannot be," she exclaimed. "I haven't even seen what Yuan Wulong wrote to me." Seeing her distress, Mu Jin suddenly burst into laughter. "Miss, how could you be so forgetful? You have always had a habit of misplacing things, often asking me for the items you lost." She paused. "I noticed Master Wu's letter had not been opened, so I figured you would misplace it again and would need to ask me for it later. Thus, I kept it in the jewelry box on your dressing table, the one carved with blooming peonies." Cui Ling hurriedly searched and soon found the pale yellow letter quietly resting there. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly opened it, revealing Yuan Wulong's sharp and elegant handwriting. "My wife Linger, upon receiving this letter." The entire text was filled with vigorous script and various formalities, leaving her baffled. Once she calmed down to ponder it, Cui Ling suddenly realized the crux of Yuan Wulong's message. Regardless of his ornate wording, the underlying tone was filled with warnings. He urged her to remain composed at home, to honor her grandmother, respect her siblings-in-law, and cherish her nieces and nephews. That was not all. He even explicitly admonished her to uphold the virtues of womanhood, emphasizing that a woman must maintain her integrity and fidelity like jade. Though it comprises only a few brief sentences, the message is unmistakably clear. He fears that in his absence, she may indulge in infidelity, thus bringing dishonor upon him. If the initial part of the letter contained a semblance of insincere pleasantries, the latter half is nothing short of an overt threat. Pray, she resides within the Yuan household, surrounded by numerous servants and under the watchful eye of the matriarch. To pursue an affair, she would need a suitable partner. Even should she venture out occasionally, she would never do so alone. Not only must she be accompanied by her sisters-in-law, but a retinue of maids and attendants would also be present, thus denying her any opportunity to engage with another man. This letter, crafted by Yuan Wulong, seems intended to provoke her. At that moment, the fragile desire that had formed within Cui Ling to explore a harmonious life with Yuan Wulong shattered entirely. Upon finishing the last word, she felt too exasperated to even be angry and tore the letter to shreds. Cui Ling resolved to entirely dismiss Yuan Wulong from her thoughts. The palpable distrust and warnings contained in that letter obliterated the last vestige of guilt she felt towards him. Indeed, on their wedding night, she should not have spoken so freely. He had sustained an injury that bled profusely, and she ought not to have feigned sleep out of concern, neglecting to tend his wound. Yet, after committing such an unforgivable act, he had not revealed her shame to others. Rather, he had gone to great lengths to shield her from embarrassment before the Yuan family, even offering reminders during their wedding night. Regardless of his motivations, she had always felt grateful to him, even if he had cunningly orchestrated obstacles that thwarted her aspirations for peace and freedom. Nevertheless, that gratitude, along with her guilt, dissipated into the ether. Cui Ling mused that since both were indifferent to one another, perhaps it was better to proceed in such a manner. For one who had long since relinquished love, attempting to embrace affection anew was an arduous endeavor. The mere courage required to take the first step was enough to instill fear. Yuan Wulong's deep-seated misunderstandings had led him to question her character, rendering any effort on her part entirely unnecessary. However, she had forgotten that she was still within the Yuan household, where reminders of him lingered everywhere, and she was surrounded by his family, with whom he shared a profound bond. Certain matters were inescapable. For instance, she resided in the western chamber of Tyne Courtyard, and each morning, her first duty was to pay her respects to the matriarch. The matriarch would grasp her hand, recounting amusing anecdotes from Yuan Wulong's childhood. such as when he was pecked on the forehead while attempting to retrieve a bird's nest, or when he fell from a tree, resulting in a rather embarrassing tumble. Cui Ling would excuse herself, claiming she needed to learn household management from her sister-in-law, fleeing hastily. Yet upon reaching the diligent hall, her sister-in-law, Princess Eining, was not always engaged in domestic affairs. At times, when tasks were few, she enjoyed discussing matters concerning Yuan Wulong with her. The handsome Yuan Wulong, differing in appearance from his brothers, had often wondered if he was an adopted child, leading to many a humorous incident during his youth. However, as he matured into a young man, his striking looks garnered sighs of admiration from young women as he rode through bustling streets. Inevitably, he became somewhat enamored with his own appearance. Princess Eining, stifling a smile, remarked that Cui Ling was likely unaware that the young ladies of Shengjing regarded Yuan Wulong and the ninth prince as the two most handsome men of the era. Cui Ling could bear no more. She mumbled a vague acknowledgement and swiftly escaped under the pretext of going to study with Su Zihua. However, later, she came to realize that as a newlywed in the general's residence, everyone knew little of her, and their desire to engage her in conversation would naturally lead to familiar topics. Yuan Wulong was the sole common thread. After some contemplation, she resolved to evade any confrontation. It was the only path available to her. From that moment on, after greeting the matriarch each day, Cui Ling would retreat to the library in front of the general's hall, determined to immerse herself in the sea of knowledge, deeming it preferable to a daily existence filled with the name she despised, Wulong. The library, situated in the front courtyard, was technically part of the outer domain. Yet, with most of the men away and Yuan Dalu occupied with various responsibilities, the library remained a private sanctuary, housing rare military texts and the handwritten notes of her ancestors. Inaccessible to guests, Cui Ling, citing her sister-in-law's encouragement to read more historical texts, easily garnered the support of both the matriarch and Princess Eining. They believed that while a daughter-in-law of the Yuan family need not be exceptionally talented, she should not be entirely ignorant of the outside world. Upon learning that the fifth madam was determined to improve herself, Master Lu and the chef Tang, sent back from the Wang family, endeavored to showcase their culinary skills, preparing exquisite meals and innovative pastries for her to take to the library. Thus, Cui Ling commenced her scholarly journey, beginning with the historical books on the first shelf of the library. As autumn deepened and November drew to a close, the four corners of the library's furnace were already lit with silver frost charcoal, and once the doors and windows were shut, the room became exceedingly warm and comfortable. Cui Ling spread a thick mat on the wooden floor by the window, leaned against the wall, and held a substantial volume of Jing history. After days of diligent study, she had managed to grasp the events of several preceding dynasties, and the Jing dynasty, being the most recent before the Sheng Dynasty, was also referred to as the former dynasty by Su Zihua and her peers. Driven by curiosity regarding the empress, she specifically read the historical accounts related to her. After much contemplation, Cui Ling excitedly murmured that the empress had suffered a grave illness before entering the palace, nearly losing her life, and upon recovery, claimed to have forgotten her past, exhibiting a different temperament, one that was unorthodox and often surprising. After ascending to her position, she persuaded the emperor to abolish the harem. She paused, realizing that this was unmistakably the term crossing over was nearly on the tip of her tongue. Although she was confident that no unwelcome ears would be present, she could not forget the humiliation she had endured on her wedding night in the fragrant chamber. Walls have ears. Calamity arises from careless speech. Hence, she must tread carefully. Regarding the empress, historical records were scant. Yet, the scant fragments of information gleaned were sufficient for her to ascertain that the favored empress, who ultimately met her end by fire under the charge of witchcraft, likely shared her fate of possessing a modern heart encased within the body of an ancient. As for this figure, who left a significant mark in Jing history, Cui Ling had no words to express her thoughts beyond a sigh and a shake of her head. Indeed, to survive in an unfamiliar era, one must adapt to circumstances and make adjustments within their capabilities. This was undeniable. However, marrying a monarch posed its own perils. After all, the emperor's harem was intricately linked to the political landscape, and when one party becomes dominant, the balance of power is lost. This was perilous for the nation, the monarch, the family, and oneself. While Cui Ling felt remorse for the years she had squandered without acquiring knowledge, she was grateful for her discretion. In this bizarre and perilous age, Being inconspicuous was an exceedingly safe choice. As she contemplated this, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and the fragrant incense wafted through the air, lulling her into a deeper slumber. She leaned against the wall, clutching her book, and closed her eyes. Time passed, and suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a flash of purple fabric. The man, whose face resembled that of a jade crown, draped in a moon-white satin cloak, wore an exquisite purple robe embroidered with silver threads. His slender figure appeared somewhat delicate, and his eyes glimmered with a gentle, moonlit calmness. In his hands, he cradled two ancient military texts, their pages yellowed with age, presumably rare volumes privately collected by the general's residence. He had come to return these tomes. With measured and steady steps, the man approached the bookshelf within the library, pausing only upon reaching the designated spot for the military texts. His long, slender fingers delicately parted the adjacent books, slipping the ancient volumes into their rightful place. Suddenly, through the varying heights of the books, he caught sight of a woman seated by the window, reclining against the wall with her eyes closed in repose. Startled, he instinctively wished to retreat, but a sudden waft of a heavy, ashen scent of charcoal drew him closer. Frowning, he hesitated, then lightly adjusted his cloak and approached to investigate. The woman, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, rested her head on the windowsill, her expression serene as if she had fallen asleep, though an unusual flush colored her cheeks, hinting at illness. As he glanced down, he noticed two purple-gold braziers at her feet, from which a continuous stream of heat emanated, intensifying the acrid scent of charcoal that filled the air. Upon observing her features, he shook his head gently. First, he moved the braziers aside, then opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to sweep in, stirring a chill in the atmosphere. Yet, the woman merely curled herself tighter, furrowing her brow and mumbling softly before drifting back to slumber. Once the oppressive, dizzying scent of charcoal dissipated, he cautiously closed the window, fearing that a gust might disturb her rest. After a moment's thought, he took a piece of cake from the food box beside her and wedged it into the window's crevice. Having completed these tasks, he turned to leave, only to hear the woman sneeze in her sleep. Softening at the sound, he hesitated, then removed his moon-white cloak and draped it gently over her before departing the library without a backward glance. After a considerable time, Cui Ling stirred awake, undoubtedly roused by the cold. Blinking sleepily, she stared at the cloak covering her for a long moment, until her mind cleared and she noticed the exquisitely crafted garment was excessively large, resembling that of man. Startled, she leaped to her feet as if confronted by a ghost. Puzzled by the recent events, she grasped her head, struggling to recollect, but coming up empty. Cui Ling felt a surge of frustration, nearly brought to tears. Her daily visits to the library had been permitted by the matriarch and the princess of Feigning. Since reading required tranquility, Mujin would escort her there and leave, only to return before noon to collect her. During this time, she was alone in the library. The servants, aware of her presence, would always avoid interrupting her studies. The library was a private sanctuary of the Yuan family, and the guards in the outer courtyard dared not intrude. Thus, she had believed that, at this hour, no one else could possibly enter, allowing her to sleep so freely. Yet, the cloak that had slipped to the floor undeniably signaled that someone had indeed visited, and that someone was a man. Cui Ling felt a rush of anxiety and despair. It was not that she felt compromised. She had already checked herself thoroughly and found no sign of impropriety. Her garments remained intact, with no trace of violation. She was certain that the man who had covered her with his cloak had acted out of pure kindness. However, the crux of the matter was that she was a married woman. Just recently, Yuan Long had explicitly warned her in a letter to uphold the virtues befitting a woman. Though she had scoffed at his admonishments, the presence of this cloak, if discovered, would cast her into a predicament from which there would be no redemption. Cui Ling understood all too well that she harbored no affection for her family at the An Ding Duke's residence. In truth, they were not a sturdy support for her. If the Yuan family were to turn against her, she would have no backing from her own family, and should this incident become public, she would find herself in a wholly untenable position. Pondering her options, she resolved to destroy the evidence immediately. In one corner of the room stood a blue and white porcelain vase, and with determination, she kicked the cloak toward it, then disdainfully used her fingertip to toss it inside. To ensure it remained hidden, she forcefully crammed it down with some scrolls, arranging the scrolls neatly atop. After completing these actions in one fluid motion, she finally exhaled in relief. However, the ordeal left her feeling somewhat despondent. She selected a few miscellaneous texts from a shelf and placed them into her nearly empty food box, preparing to return. Her initial intent in visiting the library had been to avoid the incessant tales of Yuan Wulong's childhood that the matriarch recounted. Yet now, with the library no longer feeling secure, it would be wiser for her to return to her own quarters. In any case, hearing stories about Yuan Wulong was far preferable to being suspected of impropriety. As Cui Ling stepped out of the library, she encountered Yuan Dalong. She greeted him with a smile. "Elder brother, are you here to find a book?" She held a fondness for Yuan Dalong, though he was robust and imposing. Resembling a bandit king from a drama she had once seen, his temperament was gentle, thoughtful, and he treated her with great kindness. Perhaps it was due to the absence of paternal affection in both her lives that Yuan Dalong, who was of a similar age to Cui Chengkai, had become a surrogate for her feelings of filial devotion. Yuan Dalong regarded Cui Ling with a warmth that mirrored his fondness for his own daughter, where, seeing in her a resemblance both in appearance and spirit, he had not seen his beloved daughter in some time, and thus felt a pang of nostalgia. Naturally, he transferred this longing onto his new sister-in-law. The concern that he felt prompted him to rush over upon hearing news that she was here. Feigning nonchalance despite his anxiety, Yuan Dalong forced a smile. "Yes, I came to find a book." "Are you returning to Tian Courtyard, sister-in-law? Why is there no little maid accompanying you?" Cui Ling blinked, feeling somewhat helpless as she replied. "The weather has turned cold, and the library is quite chilly. I thought it best to take the books back to read in the warmth of Tian Courtyard. After all, I'm not in a hurry to study. I don't need to endure the hardships of late-night reading." After a pause, she added, "I haven't informed my maid, Mujin. She probably thinks I will stay a while longer." Yuan Dalong, contemplating her words, casually suggested, "If you're cold, just burn some extra coals. Our household can certainly afford it. Reading is best done in a quiet place, like the library, free from disturbances." He paused, then inquired, "So, no one has come to interrupt your reading today?" Cui Ling's heart raced as she considered the man who had entered the library earlier. Surely he must have been someone of significance. Else Yuan Dalong would not have appeared so anxious. This realization set off alarm bells in her mind, and she firmly resolved not to involve herself in any matters of contention. With wide eyes, she smiled innocently. "Elder sister-in-law instructed that I not be disturbed while in the library, and the household servants are quite well behaved. There wouldn't be any trouble from outsiders." Yuan Dalong sighed in relief, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he pointed ahead. "If you feel cold, you should hurry back to rest. I will go find my book." Cui Ling quickly replied, "Yes, I won't keep you any longer, elder brother." Just as she was about to leave, Yuan Dalong called out to her once more. With a smile, he said, "In a few days, there will be reinforcements sent to the northwest. If you have any messages for your brother, write them down in detail over these next few days, and I will have someone deliver them." To alleviate any embarrassment she might feel, he quickly added, "Third and fourth sisters-in-law have letters to send to the northwest, and even the matriarch has one." Cui Ling was momentarily taken aback, then quickly agreed, before hastily departing. Yuan Dalong gazed at the petite figure of his fifth sister-in-law, releasing a heavy sigh. Next to him, his companion, Cui Shu, exhaled in relief, remarking that it was widely known in both court and society that the ninth prince had a penchant for women, indulging in both the delicate and the coarse. Yet, he and the fifth master had been childhood friends, and thus he maintained a sense of decorum. He could not help but pat his chest, exclaiming how he had been frightened, but fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. Yuan Dalong shot a disapproving glance at Cui Shu, admonishing him for his audacity in speaking of the ninth prince so carelessly. The ninth prince was the youngest brother of the reigning emperor, slightly younger even than the crown prince. Shortly after his birth, his mother, Consort Yu, tragically passed away. The emperor, possessing foresight and courage, cradled his infant brother, requesting the childless and neglected consort, to raise him under the pretext of fulfilling their mother's dying wish. Consort, moved by this plea, sought the favor of the late emperor, who naturally acquiesced. Thus, the ninth prince grew up under the care of Consort, who held him in higher regard than even the crown prince. It was precisely due to the ninth prince's influence that Consort chose to support the current emperor among the numerous offspring of the late emperor, making extraordinary contributions to his ascension. When the emperor ascended the throne, he honored Consort Da as Empress Dowager, the ninth prince of noble birth and enjoying immense favor. Regrettably harbored a notorious fondness for women since the age of 12, when he first became aware of such matters. It was said that within the ninth prince's residence lay a grand pavilion housing the most exquisite beauties from across the realm. Nonetheless, he remained a frequent visitor to the opulent establishments of Shenyang. He was known for his extravagant spending, often squandering vast sums for a single night of indulgence. He had even clashed publicly with seasoned officials over a courtesan. Despite his lascivious tendencies, such minor flaws did not diminish the emperor's affection for him. Occasionally, court officials would submit memorials to reprimand him, but the emperor would invariably set them aside, only to later devise a means to subtly demote the complainants. Over time, it became apparent to all that the ninth prince held an unparalleled position in the emperor's heart, as long as he did not commit any grave offenses. It was wise to remain uninvolved in his affairs. Recently, however, the emperor had developed a suspicion regarding the Yuan family's military power and had first sought to have the ninth prince assume control over these forces. This clearly illustrated the ninth prince's formidable standing within the court. Yuan Dalong contemplated that soon, the ninth prince would be dispatched to the northwest to oversee military affairs, ostensibly to diminish the Yuan family's influence, yet covertly assisting them in diverting the emperor's attention. He felt grateful for this. Power is like a fierce flame, and the heavy burden of military command brings not only glory, but also the peril of a blade poised over one's head, necessitating utmost caution in every step taken. He was not an ambitious man. Though he possessed a fervent desire to protect his homeland, his heart yearned for familial unity. At present, his beloved Yu remained in the palace, and he was uncertain when she would be released. Yuan Dalong resolved to treat the matter as if it had never occurred, forbidding any mention of it to anyone. Otherwise, he warned ominously. It was also due to his own preoccupation that he had allowed the ninth prince, who had come to return the military texts, to act as he pleased. Once he completed his pressing tasks, he suddenly remembered that for some time now, his fifth sister-in-law had been engrossed in the library. The last time she had attempted to climb over the wall, the ninth prince's muffled laughter had left him trembling for quite a while. He dreaded the thought that the unrestrained ninth prince might develop improper thoughts regarding her, and if any scandal were to arise, how could he face his fifth brother, who was fighting valiantly for the nation miles away? The realization that, due to his negligence, the ninth prince might inadvertently offend his sister-in-law caused Yuan Dalong to feel a sense of urgency. Although the ninth prince and the fifth master had grown up together as close friends, and everyone understood the saying that one should not toy with a friend's wife, the ninth prince was known for his unpredictable nature. Who could say what he might do? Yuan Dalong did not doubt Cui Ling's character. In his heart, his fifth sister-in-law was as innocent and endearing as his own daughter, Yu. His mistrust lay solely with the ninth prince. Fortunately, his sister-in-law's earlier oblivious expression suggested that the ninth prince had timely retreated upon noticing someone in the library. Gui Shu, eager to express his loyalty, insisted that he had been following the master since childhood, and after all these years, he understood the limits of what should and should not be said. Seeing Yuan Dalong glaring at him once more, he hastily declared, "I swear, if today's events are spoken of outside, may I suffer unending torment." Yuan Dalong finally felt satisfied, commanding him to depart quickly. When Cui Ling returned to Tian Courtyard, the matriarch was busy writing a letter at a small table beside her bed. Upon noticing her return, the matriarch waved her over, saying, "Little fifth sister-in-law, did you hear what your elder brother said? In a few days, the court will be sending reinforcements to the northwest, asking if we have anything to send along, so we must prepare swiftly." She smiled, blowing gently on the letter paper, adding, "I have no particular messages, just a few words for your father. As for you, do you have anything you wish to convey to Wu Lang? Write it down." Granny Du stifled a laugh, commenting, "Indeed, just now, third madam and fourth madam were here, and upon hearing that we could send family letters, they hurried back to their own quarters. They must be pondering what intimate words to write." The matriarch cast a sidelong glance at Granny Du, playfully chiding, "And Anne, you truly dare to jest about the master now?" Though she spoke thus, her face was alight with mirth, clearly not truly angry. Granny Du quickly fanned her face, apologizing, "It is my fault. I am old and cannot restrain my tongue. I should be punished." The matriarch laughed. All right, do not let little fifth sister-in-law feel uncomfortable. Hurry and fetch the writing materials. It is warm in here, so let her write comfortably. She smiled at Cui Ling, teasingly asking, is it that little fifth sister-in-law wishes to share secret words with Wu Lang? If so, it might be awkward to write here. You can go back to your room to write, for it is the same. Cui Ling, with her head bowed, shyly replied, no. Grandmother, you are teasing me. The matriarch laughed even more heartily, enjoying the jest. After a pause, she noted that it was not yet time for lunch. Sing, I will rest for a while. The maids have all stepped out, so you can write at the 8 immortals table. The corners are warmed with silver frost charcoal, so it is cozy, and there will be no interruptions, nor will anyone dare to peek at what private messages you write to Wu Lang. Cui Ling promptly replied, very well, grandmother, you rest. I will keep you company here. Having decided to write a letter, Cui Ling naturally spread out the stationery, dipped her brush in ink, and sat upright, contemplating what to say to that despicable man, Yuan Wulong. Should she deliver direct and stern admonishments? Or should she unleash unrelenting reproaches? No. Regardless of how detestable he might be, he was still fighting for the nation. If he were to come across her letter during a lull in battle and become incensed, it would not only affect him, but also the many soldiers charging into the fray alongside him. However, to craft insincere and pretentious declarations of love, filled with melancholic longing, was beyond her capabilities. In her previous life, Cui Ling had learned to navigate the complexities of society, having engaged in countless acts contrary to her true feelings. Yet one principle she steadfastly upheld was this. She had never professed love to a man she did not love. Even if she no longer believed in love, she still wished to preserve a small corner of her heart for genuine affection. She could not feign affection for Yuan Wulong. Yet, she mused, perhaps he had never anticipated her sincerity either. If she were to pour her heart into the letter, he would not feel joy. Rather, he would likely be repulsed by her insincerity. Although Cui Ling had abandoned the notion of maintaining a harmonious relationship with Yuan Wulong, she did not wish to offend him too severely. After all, he was still her husband. Her sister-in-law had mentioned that once they emerged victorious in the battle against the Rurin, the Yuan family would return the military authority, and once everything was settled, they would part ways. After separating and establishing their own household, she and Yuan Wulong would relocate from the general's residence to a neighboring estate to start anew. She was unafraid that he would divorce her or treat her poorly. The marriage had been sanctioned by imperial decree, and Yuan Wulong would undoubtedly maintain appearances. However, if their interactions resembled those of bitter enemies, life would become rather unbearable. In the most ideal state, mutual respect and politeness are paramount. After much contemplation, Cui Ling decided to narrate her life following Yuan Wulong's departure as if documenting a ledger. This would serve a dual purpose: to dispel any doubts he may have regarding her fidelity, and to provide an objective account devoid of her emotions, thus alleviating her concerns about Yuan Wulong's feelings. However, shortly after commending her ingenuity, Cui Ling found herself in anguish, halting her pen on the pale yellow stationery. Only a single line had been scrawled, yet the handwriting was so crooked it resembled a worm's path, an eyesore indeed. Moreover, nearly half of the words were misspelled. Although she had spent considerable time learning characters with Su Zihua, recognizing intricate traditional characters was one matter. Writing them was an entirely different challenge, and it was evident that she belonged to the category of those who could read but not write. Recalling Yuan Wulong's bold and precise script, where every stroke was executed with impeccable accuracy, rendering his letters akin to works of art, handsome, mighty, and imposing, she felt a swell of emotion at the sight of her own letter, which was riddled with errors. Cui Ling crumpled the letter and tossed it into the wastebasket beside her. She thought to herself, she must never reveal her shortcomings to Yuan Wulong. If he were to see such a letter, it would surely become a lifelong source of amusement, a stigma from which she could never escape. How could this be allowed? Biting her lip, she paced softly around the room, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She hurriedly leaned over the 8 immortals table, her brush dancing across the paper. First, she illustrated a scene of her second sister-in-law, observing her practicing stances at the martial hall. Next, she captured herself standing beside her elder sister-in-law in the diligence hall, listening to the servants report matters. Then, she depicted the moments in the flower-picking hall, studying under the guidance of the fourth sister-in-law alongside Yu Ger, and finally, at the main hall of Tyne Courtyard, sharing meals and laughter with the matriarch. After some thought, she added scenes of playing ball with Yu Guer in the wooden garden, researching culinary delights with Chef Lu and his Chef Tang in the kitchen, and reading alone in the book collection pavilion, all to convey her uprightness and the belief that there was nothing shameful to share with others. By the time she finished, it was time for lunch. The matriarch rose and, upon seeing Cui Ling packing a thick stack of letters into an envelope, felt a sweetness in her heart. She smiled and said, "Don't forget to write Xiao Wu's name on the envelope, otherwise it could lead to a mix-up." Just as Cui Ling was fretting over her unsightly handwriting, Su Zihua and the third sister-in-law, Lian Shi, entered, each holding neatly packed bundles and letters. With a smile, she said, "My handwriting is poor. Could the fourth sister-in-law help me write it?" Su Zihua, well aware of Cui Ling's capabilities, knew her letters were even less legible than those of 4-year-old Yu Guer, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, she did not acquiesce, shaking her head instead. "Your fifth brother An Ding Marquis. Dear sister-in-law, you should write it yourself, for that is your true sentiment." Cui Ling pointed to the envelope, pleadingly saying, "Fourth sister-in-law. Just a little help here. It's only 3 characters for Wulong." Seeing her urgency, Su Zihua momentarily let go of her usual composure and laughed heartily. "Your fourth brother recognizes my handwriting. He is rather careless. He might not even look closely and assume it's from him. What if he opens it and sees the contents?" There was a teasing lilt in her tone. "If you're not worried about your private words being seen by your fourth brother, then I can help you write it." The thought of her drawings being seen by her fourth brother made Cui Ling instinctively withdraw the envelope. "Then I won't trouble the fourth sister-in-law." What a ridiculous notion. If Yuan Wulong were to see her drawings, it would be of little consequence. After all, as his wife, he wouldn't dare to expose her flaws. He was a man who valued his reputation and would never do such a thing. However, if the fourth brother were to catch a glimpse, she would be burdened with that ridicule for life. To ensure her letter reached Yuan Wulong, no matter how unsightly her handwriting, Cui Ling resolved to undertake this daunting task herself. She found a sheet of paper and practiced multiple times, only to discover that the more earnest her attempts, the uglier her writing became. Finally, she decided to abandon her pretensions and wrote the 3 characters for Wulong on the envelope as best as she could. Due to its distressing appearance, she even deliberately slipped it among the letters written by her third and fourth sisters-in-law. The others in the room stifled their laughter at her antics. Su Zihua maintained her composure despite her amusement, while the matriarch and Lian Shi were less restrained, laughing heartily. These letters, along with the other items to be sent, were entrusted to Yuan Dalong, who would then pass them on to the ninth prince, who was about to set off for the northwest. Initially packed neatly in a wooden box, Yuan Dalong had a sudden thought and instructed Gui Shu to discard the box. He intentionally took out Cui Ling's letter to Yuan Wulong, placing it atop the stack, presenting it to the ninth prince. Poor Yuan Dalong, with his sincere brotherly affection, did this solely to show the ninth prince, "Look, my fifth sister-in-law and fifth brother share such deep affection. Even their letters are so numerous. Your Highness, please do not harbor any ill intentions towards my fifth sister-in-law." Unbeknownst to him, upon seeing that crooked and shockingly unsightly handwriting, the ninth prince not only felt no disdain, but was also amused throughout his journey. Since the day she was startled by the moonlight-colored mail cloak, Cui Ling dared not visit the book collection pavilion again. However, reading remained essential, so she would occasionally ask Mama to bring her a new batch of books from the pavilion, arranging them by order. She began with historical texts from various dynasties, followed by a collection of miscellaneous records, and even perused some military treatises. The ancients said, "Within books, there are faces like jade. Within books, there are golden houses." Cui Ling found this to be profoundly insightful. Through these texts, she witnessed the grand tapestry of history unfolding across different dynasties and glimpsed the vastness of the world, even managing to evoke the freshness of Jiangnan and the expansiveness of the northern frontiers through the travelogues of others, intertwined with her own past experiences. On several occasions, Yuan Dalong encountered her while paying respects to the matriarch in Taiyan courtyard, inquiring why the fifth sister-in-law no longer visited the book collection pavilion. Fearing he might discern her true feelings, Cui Ling always responded with an innocent smile, occasionally adopting a childlike demeanor, saying, "It's getting colder. It's much cozier to nestle in Taiyan courtyard." Seeing her serene countenance, Yuan Dalong chose not to press further. Cui Ling recognized that he was correct. The book collection pavilion, with its open windows revealing a beautiful garden, was indeed a splendid and tranquil place for reading. Yet, it was not part of the inner court, and even without the intrusion of male guests, encountering guards or servants would still be awkward. Yuan Wulong's scathing warnings echoed her mind, despite her anger and disdain. One must bow to circumstances. Moreover, deep within her heart, she still harbored a sense of remorse regarding Yuan Wulong. Clearly, given their current situation, harmony akin to that of her brothers and sisters-in-law seemed unlikely. However, the fourth sister-in-law had mentioned that the men of the Yuan family do not take concubines. Since the time of their great ancestor's conquest, there existed an unwritten family rule. Unless a man reaches 40 without a son, concubinage is not permitted. Cui Ling had naively questioned, then why does the third brother have a son? The fourth sister-in-law sighed, her gaze reflecting not contempt but respect. The third brother is a good man. It turned out that the 7-year-old Yu Gur, under the third branch, was not the biological child of the third brother Yuan Luo. Yu Gur's biological father was Gui Mo, a childhood companion of Yuan Sanlang. As an orphan bought from outside, he adopted the Yuan surname. Just like Yuan Dalong's attendant, Gui Shu, belonging to the Gui clan. Though referred to as an attendant, their bond was akin to that of brothers. They had shared meals, studied, and trained together since childhood, forging a deep camaraderie. 5 years ago, during the battle against the Turks, it was widely known that the second son of the general of the state sacrificed himself for the country. Few knew that Yuan Sanlang had also faced peril, surviving a harrowing ordeal thanks to Gui Mo, who risked his life to save him. However, Gui Mo lost a leg and blinded an eye as a result. Unable to return to the battlefield, he viewed himself as a worthless being. Despite Yuan Sanlang purchasing a grand residence for him, providing servants, and bestowing a substantial sum to ensure a comfortable life for his remaining years, Gui Mo underwent a drastic change in character. He succumbed to excessive drinking, gambling, and debauchery, ultimately leading to his self-destruction. One winter night, intoxicated and having gambled away his entire fortune, he was left destitute and passed out naked in Taiping Street, only to be discovered dead by patrolling officials the following day. During the burial arranged by Yuan Sanlang, a heavily pregnant woman claimed to be a girl from Chunfeng Tower, asserting that Gui Mo had supported her for 2 years and that she was now carrying his child. Regardless of the truth, Yuan Sanlang wished to preserve a legacy for Gui Mo, so he took the woman in, and after she gave birth, he provided her with a generous sum to return home. The newborn boy was brought back to the Yuan family. Naturally, it would be inappropriate to falsely claim him as the legitimate child of the Lien family, as Lien had never shown signs of pregnancy. They did not explicitly label him as an illegitimate child either, as Yuan Sanlang intended to ensure some semblance of bloodline for Gui Mo. After discussions with Lien, they concluded that it would be best to give the child a proper name, considering he would grow up under their care. Otherwise, if the boy were to discover his difference from the other brothers, it could lead to feelings of discomfort and the scrutiny of others. The boy's biological father was Yuan Sanlang's close aide, while his mother was a courtesan. Both Yuan Sanlang and Lien hoped for Gui Mo's son to have a prosperous future. Although he was not born of the Lien family, his status as the grandson of the general of the state would grant him a far more distinguished life than that of an ordinary child. With this background, pursuing education and a career would be considerably easier. Consequently, they formally acknowledged the boy in the family hierarchy. What was originally a compassionate act became a secret to protect the child's feelings. However, as the tale spread, it morphed into a popular topic of gossip in Shengjing, with whispers about the third master of the general's household maintaining an outside mistress and a son who could not enter the family. Yet Yuan Sanlang's wife was praised for her kindness in allowing the child to be raised under her care. Cui Ling, upon learning the truth of the boy's origins, grew to admire the third sister-in-law even more. After all, Gui Mo had saved Yuan Sanlang, fulfilling his duty as an aide. And it was only right for Yuan Sanlang to repay that life-saving act by ensuring Gui Mo's well-being. This reflected true loyalty and honor. However, the third sister-in-law was not obliged to endure such circumstances. In a household where a man could only take a concubine after turning 40 and her husband returned with a child not yet a month old, it was indeed a humiliating situation. Even though gossip might soften with the mention of Yuan Sanlang's kindness, Lien had lost face among her childhood friends and relatives. Had it been someone else, it might have led to a rift with her husband. Yet the third sister-in-law, Lien, remained steadfast. She ignored the subtle jabs regarding her husband's affections, dedicating herself to the upbringing of the boy, whom she loved as her own, despite the ridicule he attracted. She bore no resentment towards Yuan Sanlang, nor did she harbor any doubts about him. This unwavering loyalty required a remarkable emotional intelligence. As Cui Ling pondered, she recognized a truth. Even if her relationship with Yuan Wulong was not as harmonious as that of her brothers and sisters-in-law, unless she failed to bear him a child before he turned 40, he would not take a concubine. In other words, even if Yuan Wulong were indifferent toward her, they would still have to coexist. Moreover, their union was sanctioned by imperial decree, leaving no room for divorce or separation. It was destined that they would navigate life together. This realization contrasted sharply with Cui Ling's initial expectations. When she consented to the marriage, she envisioned at least 3 to 5 years free from her husband's attention. Upon his triumphant return, she believed he would see she was not the ideal woman and, like her uncle and cousins, would take several beautiful concubines, leaving her to reside quietly in the inner chambers, content to live a life of leisure. But now, everything had diverged from her imaginings. The general's household had no issues between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The sisters-in-law were harmonious and friendly. Each possessed distinct personalities, yet were all admirable and respectful, devoid of ulterior motives or scheming. Her husband was a noble man, though somewhat petty. No, quite petty. Yet he was caring, responsible, and had firm opinions. And he would not take a concubine before turning 40. After reading the warnings and threats in the letters, Cui Ling's heart tightened once more. She thought, Yuan Wulong was only 20 this year. He would not reach 40 for another 2 decades. The youth of a man is precious. Did she truly wish to hold him back for 20 years? Would that not be cruel and detestable? Perhaps. Perhaps she should give it another try? 2 days later, the matriarch Yuan fell ill and summoned Physician Wang from the Imperial Medical Bureau for a diagnosis. Physician Wang, formerly a senior official at the Bureau, was now enjoying a leisurely retirement, only offering counsel on complex medical issues to his apprentices and rarely treating patients. However, he recognized the matriarch's name from his past friendship with the late general. In the main hall of Tian Courtyard, the matriarch's 5 daughters-in-law gathered. After carefully checking her pulse, Physician Wang inquired, aside from experiencing heat flashes, flushed cheeks, and night sweats, did the matriarch also suffer from dizziness, irritability, or restlessness? Matriarch Yuan nodded, noting that these symptoms began after the conflict in the northwest. She reflected and chuckled, admitting, to be honest, I often cannot sleep at night. Initially thinking it was due to worrying about my children and grandchildren, but these past days, the sweating has intensified, requiring me to change clothes multiple times at night. Princess Ening, anxious, asked Physician, what exactly is wrong with the matriarch? Physician Wang pondered before reassuring. The matriarch is experiencing some yin deficiency in yang excess. It is neither a grave nor trivial matter. Cui Ling, standing behind the matriarch, felt a pang of guilt. Unlike the other sisters-in-law, she lived in Tian Courtyard and, having been preoccupied with reading, had only joined the matriarch for meals, unaware of her discomfort. She gently held the matriarch's arm, whispering, grandmother, her tone laden with concern and remorse. The matriarch softly patted Princess Ening's arm and held Cui Ling's hand, smiling at the daughters-in-law. Have you not heard Physician Wang say it is neither a grave nor a trivial illness? Why the long faces? She turned to Physician Wang, nodding, you old fellow only half explain, scaring these children. Physician Wang stroked his beard, his tone lightening. There is no need for the grandmothers to be so worried. At this age, experiencing some yin deficiency and yang excess is quite normal. To be honest, I also deal with similar issues, and it is manageable with proper care. He paused, however. The matriarch's excessive worrying has exacerbated her condition, and she may require some time for recovery. In a fleeting moment, Cui Ling recalled something from her past life. She suddenly remembered a significant female client who had suffered from hypertension, exhibiting identical symptoms to the matriarch's: heat flashes, sweating, palpitations, and occasional dizziness. The client had mentioned that hypertension was common and not life-threatening, but once contracted, it necessitated lifelong medication, requiring daily pills to manage, and twice she had forgotten, leading to immediate relapses. Cui Ling pondered for a moment before inquiring, I once knew a lady whose condition mirrored that of grandmother's. She claimed that the ailment was not particularly serious, merely requiring daily medication. Should one forget a dose, it could easily recur. Her face was earnest as she addressed the physician. Is this truly the case, esteemed Dr. Wong? Dr. Wong contemplated briefly before nodding, reflecting that the lady's condition may have been advanced, which indeed could be true. However, since this was the first occurrence for the matriarch and her symptoms were still mild, he refrained from making a definitive conclusion. I shall prescribe 2 doses of medicine for now. Once they are consumed, I will return to continue the treatment. He wrote a prescription, instructing her to decoct and take the medicine twice daily, morning and evening. The matriarch, with her straightforward nature, trusted Dr. Wong immensely and did not take the matter too seriously. With a smile, she proposed, since we have successfully invited Dr. Wong this time, why not allow my granddaughters-in-law to have a consultation as well? I have noticed that the eldest daughter-in-law has been looking unwell lately, while the second daughter-in-law has grown thinner. If there are any discomforts, it would be prudent to have the doctor prescribe something for their nourishment. The granddaughters-in-law were well aware of Dr. Wong's exceptional skills and amiable demeanor, and given his long-standing good relations with the Yuan family, they readily settled down to seek his counsel. The Princess Yining exhibited signs of liver stagnation and qi blockage, while the second lady, Madame Liang, suffered from indigestion. Dr. Wong provided them with 2 prescriptions to help restore their balance. Lien Shi, perceptive of the matriarch's true intentions, understood that she wished to inquire about her 5th daughter-in-law's condition. She gently urged Cui Ling to sit down, suggesting, 5th sister-in-law appears to have lost weight. We should have the doctor examine her. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had been nearly 2 months since 5th master and his bride had wed, and a skilled physician could discern whether a pregnancy was underway. Regarding the matter of offspring, though she knew the chances were slim, the matriarch felt a wave of nervousness as she eagerly looked at Dr. Wong. After a thorough examination, Dr. Wong smiled and declared, 5th madam is in excellent health. There is no need for concern. This indicated there was no pregnancy, which brought a slight sense of disappointment. However, the matriarch was not one to pursue immediate results. She understood that the matter of progeny required patience and could not be rushed. Thus, she quickly adjusted her demeanor. That is good to hear. At this point, I wish for nothing more than the health and safety of the entire family. That is true fortune. At that moment, Su Zihua stepped forward, her voice soft as she addressed Dr. Wong. I have been feeling fatigued lately and lacking an appetite. Since the esteemed doctor is here, could you please examine me as well? She gently placed her hand on the pulse pillow, revealing her delicate wrist. With a solemn expression, Dr. Wong took her pulse, and after a while, a smile broke upon his face. Congratulations, 4th madam. Congratulations, matriarch. Your household is soon to welcome a new addition. The matriarch, who had just experienced a slight disappointment, felt her spirits soar upon hearing this news. 4th sister-in-law was expecting? Dr. Wong confirmed. Indeed, it is a joyous pulse, likely indicating a fetus of about 2 months. The prospect of a new arrival was indeed splendid news for the Yuan family of the general of the state. With most of the men away on the battlefield, only women and children remained at home. Even though they were accustomed to the separations that came with military life, the hearts of the family members were no less burdened than those of others. During the day, the sisters-in-law could find solace in each other's company, but the long, silent nights were increasingly arduous as the cold deepened. The Yuan family longed for a spark of joy to illuminate their lonely, chilly nights. Su Zihua beamed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, I too suspected it, but dared not confirm it until today when the esteemed doctor is here. If you say so, it must be true. Lien Shi, upon hearing this, suddenly felt shy and hesitated. Actually, my own monthly cycle has been absent for 2 months as well. But without any other symptoms, I did not dare to consider the possibility. With a blush, she added, since everyone is consulting the doctor today, I might as well seek your wisdom. Before long, laughter rang out from Dr. Wong. The esteemed household is blessed with double joy. Matriarch, you must reward this old man with a generous red envelope. Naturally, the matriarch was overjoyed at the simultaneous pregnancies of Lien Shi and Su Zihua. However, she remained concerned about Cui Ling's feelings. After sending Dr. Wong on his way and instructing the other 4 daughters-in-law to rest, she called 5th sister-in-law to her side. Taking Cui Ling's hand, she gently stroked it and spoke in a loving tone. You and Fifth Master have barely spent any time together since your marriage. Your time together has been too brief. There is no need to feel disheartened about not being pregnant this time. Cui Ling thought to herself that she and Yuan Wulong had not consummated their marriage, so there would be no offspring. If she were to conceive, that would indeed be a shocking matter. While Sanlang and Sailang in the northwest would surely rejoice upon learning they were to become fathers again, Yuan Wulong would likely be enraged to the point of illness upon receiving such news. Thus, knowing that both sisters-in-law were expecting truly brought her heartfelt joy. Cui Ling opened her mouth, about to express a few comforting words to alleviate the matriarch's worries, but the matriarch continued to console her. The matter of offspring is not akin to archery. It cannot be so fortuitous as to hit the target with a single shot. Furthermore, even the most skilled archer must practice diligently over time. You are both young. There is no need to rush. A shot hitting the target. Cui Ling lowered her head, reflecting on the matriarch's bold metaphor. Although the intent was clearly to comfort her, it felt rather peculiar. After all, even a master archer must undergo years of training. Having experienced the ways of the world in her past life, the matriarch's vivid analogy stirred her imagination, causing her to blush deeply. "Grandmother, please do not tease me," she exclaimed, shaking the matriarch's arm. Initially, the granddaughter-in-law felt a twinge of guilt for disappointing the matriarch. But with both sisters-in-law expecting, she knew the matriarch longed for great-grandchildren, and now she had two to anticipate. The matriarch embraced her, saying, "Silly child, having lived so many years, I have seen countless matters in this world. Is there truly anything I cannot comprehend?" After a pause, she continued, "The matter of offspring is ultimately governed by fate. Besides, it has only been one night. I did not harbor much hope in my heart. How could I possibly hold that against you?" Cui Ling softly called out, "Grandmother." The matriarch's expression grew even more tender. "I do not deny that my desire for a daughter-in-law from the Cui family was influenced by such thoughts, but what I cherish even more now is that you, dear granddaughter-in-law, are such a wonderful child." Cui Ling felt as though a long-sealed door within her heart suddenly swung open, allowing a warm tide of emotion to wash over her. Tears threatened to spill as she leaned against the matriarch's knee, desperately trying to suppress her feelings of gratitude, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. The matriarch observed her, noting that while her sisters-in-law were pregnant, the one most anticipated, Cui Ling, was not. "Were you feeling upset earlier?" she inquired. "No, I was not," Cui Ling realized with relief. In truth, she felt fortunate. Otherwise, she could not imagine how to face the matriarch's disappointment in the days to come. She was acutely aware of the matriarch's yearning for great-grandchildren and had intentionally refrained from consummating her marriage on her wedding night. She also understood that the matriarch's concern for her own well-being had led to the cancellation of the morning exercises at the Martial Hall. Not only had she accepted this with a clear conscience, but she had also gone to great lengths to conceal it. Though she worried about disappointing the matriarch, she could not help but admit to herself that she had entertained thoughts of continuing to enjoy her leisurely days. Ultimately, she remained excessively selfish. Yet at present, the matriarch did not reproach her. In the midst of such joyous news of pregnancies for both the third and fourth sisters-in-law, she still took care to consider her feelings, fearing that she might be saddened, and in her frail state, offered countless words of comfort. Cui Ling felt herself to be truly wicked. She stifled her tears, reluctant to let them fall, lest she burden the matriarch with further worry. Instead, she hastily wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, resolving that some things need not be spoken, but rather proven through actions. Thus, she remained silent, simply leaning quietly against the matriarch's arm, tranquil, tranquil. The following morning, at breakfast time, Cui Ling did not appear in the main hall. The matriarch found it strange. The fifth daughter-in-law had always looked forward to mealtime, often arriving early to wait. "What could be amiss today?" Mama Du smiled and replied, in response to the matriarch. "The fifth lady came at the hour of the rabbit to pay her respects, but upon seeing you still asleep, she did not enter. I noticed she had changed into the new garments made for her by the eldest lady. I presume she has gone to the martial arts hall." She hurriedly ladled a bowl of rice porridge, noting that today the kitchen had prepared chrysanthemum porridge, which was said to have been ordered by the fifth lady, claiming it would be beneficial for your health. Today, it was Master Lu himself who delivered the meal. He stood to one side, pointing to several delicacies on the table, stating that not only the chrysanthemum porridge, but also these items were specially requested by the fifth lady, who had consulted with Dr. Wang to ensure their suitability. Mama Du placed a piece of pastry onto the matriarch's plate, explaining, "This is goji berry and lotus heart cake. After leaving you yesterday, the fifth lady discussed its creation with Master Lu. She experimented several times to eliminate the bitterness of the lotus heart. With a smile, she encouraged Matriarch to try it. Naturally, it was delicious." The matriarch chuckled and shook her head, realizing why the fifth daughter-in-law had insisted on personally delivering the news to Dr. Wang. It was to inquire about such matters. Cui Ling had a penchant for culinary pursuits, which the matriarch wholeheartedly supported. Her own palate was discerning. Otherwise, she would not have spent lavishly hiring so many renowned chefs for the household. Since Cui Ling's arrival, the meals had never repeated. Even a single fish was prepared in dozens of ways, often yielding exquisite flavors previously untasted, bringing her great joy. Thus, the pastries, crafted with care after consulting Dr. Wang, were undoubtedly delightful, and the matriarch was immensely pleased, not just for the taste but also for the sentiment behind them. Yet, a lingering worry remained in her heart. For Cui Ling was currently training in the martial arts hall. To the matriarch, Cui Ling's temperament resembled that of Yuan Yu, especially after moving into Taiyan courtyard. Her demeanor was less that of a granddaughter-in-law and more akin to a cherished granddaughter, never overly polite nor sycophantic, her thoughts and actions emanating from the heart. The girl eschewed insincerity and was unwilling to force herself into unwelcome tasks. In other families, she might face disfavor from her elders. Yet the matriarch cherished this quality in her. The matriarch recalled the joy displayed when Cui Ling was exempted from the morning exercises for the past 2 months. As long as she did not mention it, Cui Ling never broached the subject of morning practice, even when the second daughter-in-law, Liang, inadvertently brought it up. It was evident that Cui Ling was quite reluctant to engage in such training. However, today she had voluntarily attended. Could it be that despite her words of indifference, she was indeed troubled by her inability to conceive? As the matriarch savored the exquisite goji berry and lotus heart cake, she mused that once Cui Ling returned, they would need to have conversation. In the martial arts hall, Cui Ling had maintained a squatting position for a good quarter of an hour, not moving an inch. She was exhausted, her legs aching, yet she refused to relax before the second sister-in-law called for a halt. Finally, as the last ash from the incense fell, Liang spoke up, "Fifth sister-in-law, the time has come." Cui Ling, supporting herself against the edge of the table, stumbled to her feet, realizing her legs trembled uncontrollably from numbness. She exhaled heavily. Who would have thought that merely squatting could be so arduous? Liang's impression of Cui Ling was not particularly favorable. Her limited encounters led her to view the fifth sister-in-law merely as a gluttonous and indolent girl, whose temperament still resembled that of a willful child, despite her marriage. Though not outright disdainful, she was hardly fond of her. Yet, upon hearing the news of the pregnancies of Lian and Su Zihua, her first thought was not of the Yuan family expanding, but rather of how upset Cui Ling must be. She had forgotten to offer congratulations or well wishes. Her gaze lingering on Cui Ling's face, concerned she might be inconsolable. This morning, as dawn broke with a faint light, Liang had come to the martial arts hall as usual for practice. Since the passing of Yuan Erlang, she had felt an emptiness in her heart, often sleeping restlessly at night, thus choosing to rise early each day for training. Although morning exercises had become an unwritten rule in the household of the general of the state, in practice, it had long been disregarded. The eldest sister-in-law was preoccupied with numerous household affairs and rarely attended. The third and fourth sisters-in-law were now mothers, often absent due to their young children. As for the matriarch, despite having ridden into battle in her youth, her age rendered her less agile. In inclement weather, neither Mama Du nor Mama Chiao would allow her to venture out. Only Liang remained, unwavering in her dedication, practicing from dawn until the sun was well above the horizon. Transforming from a delicate girl who could not lift a finger to one capable of effortlessly carrying the stone lions in front of the martial arts hall, Liang had mastered the 18 styles of the Yuan family in just 5 short years. During this time, she often found herself alone in the hall. And after the matriarch exempted Cui Ling from the morning exercises, she had once thought this solitary practice would continue indefinitely. Yet this morning, as Liang pushed open the door, she heard a clear and melodious voice behind her, second sister-in-law. "I have come to practice." Liang was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. She naturally linked this to Dr. Wang's diagnosis the previous day, wherein the most anticipated fifth sister-in-law had not conceived, while the third and fourth sisters-in-law had welcomed new lives. Cui Ling, likely feeling the weight of this disparity, perhaps found it difficult to continue enjoying the matriarch's indulgences, hence her decision to train. Liang felt a pang of sympathy for Cui Ling's change. She reflected on her own past. 9 years ago, when she first married Yuan Erlang, she remembered her poised and gentle demeanor, calm and composed, much like other girls from scholarly families, raised to be educated and sensible, with none of the obstinacy she exhibited now. Yet, her gentle nature did not yield a smooth and tranquil life. After 4 years of marriage without children, her husband was killed in battle, and soon thereafter, her family faced upheaval. At that time, much like Cui Ling, she had chosen to practice martial arts amidst her anxiety and uncertainty. It became her sole outlet and refuge. As Liang's gaze flickered, she returned to the present. Noticing Cui Ling's legs still trembling uncontrollably, she instinctively moved forward to support her, saying, "This is your first practice. The duration was perhaps too long for you. Do not exert yourself, so next time." Helping Cui Ling to sit, she knelt down to gently massage her trembling calves and sighed. One cannot become a great success in a single bite. Haste makes waste. When it comes to training, listen to your second sister-in-law. It is better to proceed gradually. Liang did not realize that her tone had softened significantly, as though she had transformed into a different person. Cui Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile, accepting Liang's kindness and bending down to massage her other calf in kind. As she pressed on, she remarked, "I merely wish to make up for the time wasted in the past 2 months." Liang cast a disapproving glance at Cui Ling, suggesting that if the fifth sister-in-law felt a sense of guilt towards their grandmother for not conceiving a child, she ought to relinquish such thoughts. She paused slightly, noting that their grandmother was an open-minded and benevolent person, devoid of the pettiness commonly found in women. Her kindness towards the fifth sister-in-law was not solely rooted in the hope of her becoming pregnant. Rather, it stemmed from a genuine fondness for her character. The array of ice-cold blades leaned against the wall, the silver tips of the spears dancing alongside the crimson tassels, casting glimmers of light. A spark of intensity flashed in Liang's eyes as her voice suddenly turned stern, reminiscent of a broken string instrument, grating yet resolute. "If you're here merely to practice for those reasons, I advise you to spare yourself the torment." Her expression was as grave as still water, emphasizing that mastering the horse stance required relentless effort. Without a year or more of diligent practice, one could not hope to succeed. Cui Ling managed a bittersweet smile. Previously, she had believed that learning to manage household affairs from her elder sister-in-law and studying under her fourth sister-in-law was solely to please the matriarch of the Yuan family. She regarded the matriarch as the supreme authority, a perpetual source of sustenance for her whims and desires. Thus, even if she was reluctant, she felt compelled to comply whenever the matriarch expressed a wish. However, after 2 months of close companionship and genuinely engaging in tasks she was initially reluctant to undertake, solely to appease the matriarch, she discovered that reality was far from her previous assumptions. Learning to manage the household imbued her with knowledge of mundane affairs. Reading imparted wisdom. While these skills may have seemed inconsequential in her past, they formed the bedrock upon which she could establish her own household in the future. The matriarch's encouragement for her to learn these disciplines was not merely to provide the Yuan family with a granddaughter-in-law versed in such matters, but rather to equip her for the responsibilities she would one day assume. As Cui Ling pondered this while training in the martial hall, she resolved not to shamelessly exploit the matriarch's expectations regarding her pregnancy as an excuse for laziness. Yet, after diligently practicing the horse stance for half an hour, she realized that this exercise was not only a test of physical endurance, but also a refinement of one's spirit. Countless times she contemplated giving up, feeling her strength waning. But she persevered time and again. Though her legs trembled and she felt a tinge of embarrassment, she was enveloped in a sense of power and confidence. Cui Ling lifted her head and gently grasped Liang's hand, shaking her head with a smile. "I did not come here to hide from the matriarch due to my inability to conceive." Her eyes sparkled with a hint of starlight. "I simply do not wish to remain idle any longer. That is all. Sister-in-law, I just saw you wielding that crimson-tasseled spear like a nimble serpent. It was truly beautiful. Would you teach me?" Liang's slender, Phoenix-like eyes scrutinized Cui Ling's face for a considerable time before a look of relief graced her features. Rising slowly, she retrieved a brilliantly polished silver spear from the wall. "You wish to learn the art of spear play?" Cui Ling nodded eagerly. "Yes, I wish to learn." With a gentle nod, Liang swiftly demonstrated a series of movements with the Yuan family spear, fluid as flowing water. The sharp tip of the silver spear pierced the tranquility of the day, evoking the sounds of galloping cavalry amidst the wind. Taking a deep breath, she positioned the spear before Cui Ling. "This was your second brother's weapon, which he never parted with. Since his departure, it has become mine." Cui Ling felt a slight tremor at the revelation. "This spear belonged to my second brother?" Liang settled beside her, supporting the spear, her gaze tenderly resting on the gleaming tip. With a sigh, she continued, "5 years ago, your second brother was ensnared by the Turks. Had I possessed the skills I now have back then, I could have emulated our grandmother's valiant act of breaching enemy lines to rescue her grandfather. But at that time, she was merely a pampered and delicate woman, lacking the fortitude to even journey alone to the battlefield." Upon hearing the news of Yuan Erlang's plight, all she could do was weep silently. Liang gently shook the crimson-tasseled spear in her hand, recalling the moment when their father and third brother found Erlang's remains. Pierced by countless arrows, his visage unrecognizable, yet the silver spear remained tightly gripped in his hand. She paused, her long lashes casting shadows over her distinct eyes, which flickered with emotion. "The tassel at the spear's tip was woven by my own hands. It remains intact." That fool, even in his final moments, still thought of such things. Cui Ling noted the calmness in Liang's voice, yet the sorrow and regret etched on her face were unmistakable. Feeling a pang in her heart, Cui Ling could not help but call out, "Sister-in-law." Liang turned her head and smiled gently at Cui Ling. "Do not cry. Fifth sister-in-law, I share this not to elicit your tears." She carefully returned the silver spear to its place, then helped Cui Ling to her feet. "I merely wish to express my joy in seeing your genuine desire to learn the art of the spear. It brings me happiness on behalf of the fifth brother. If only," Liang's voice trembled slightly, "if only I could have been like you back then, perhaps your second brother would still be here." Cui Ling was taken aback, contemplating that her motivation to learn the spear was simply the appreciation of the sport. It fostered strength and provided her with a skill that would bolster her confidence, ensuring that no one would dare to bully her. Yet, it was evident that her sister-in-law misunderstood her intentions. She was unaware of the current state of affairs on the Northwestern Front, nor did she know if Yuan Wulong might one day find himself in peril. Ideally, he would not. But if a day came when Yuan Wulong faced a crisis akin to that of her second brother, no matter her capability to rescue him, it would take her a fortnight to reach the Northwestern Front from Xinjiang, by which time he would have likely lost hope. It was as if Liang was perpetually regretting her failure to master the spear and join the battlefield to rescue her husband. Yet even if she had been adept in the art of spear play back then, what would it have mattered? The distance between Xinjiang and the Turks was vast. By the time she received word and made haste, the opportunity for rescue would have long passed. Moreover, the intricacies of military campaigns relied on timing, terrain, and the morale of troops. Strategizing troop movements required cunning, while bravery was essential in the heat of battle. Rescuing someone from enemy territory necessitated both. Far beyond the capabilities of mere spear play, Liang was merely deceiving herself. Cui Ling, having studied psychology in her previous life, recognized that her sister-in-law's behavior was indicative of a psychological ailment. The sorrow, regret, and guilt that follow the unexpected loss of a close family member are normal responses. Yet this anguish should naturally diminish with the passage of time. Time has a way of healing wounds. That is an inherent truth. However, it was clear that Liang was unwilling to allow the harsh passage of time to erode her memories of her second brother. By attributing his death to her own shortcomings, she condemned herself to perpetual remorse, ensuring that her brother remained ever present in her heart. In her past life, Cui Ling had encountered many similar cases, often observed in couples deeply in love, where the sudden death of one partner left the other in a state of denial and isolation. Believing their beloved's demise was somehow their fault. They would become trapped in regret over promises unfulfilled, their personalities shifting, and some even contemplating self-harm. The deeper the symptoms, the longer the required psychological support. Cui Ling earnestly wished to jolt her sister-in-law from this quagmire of self-blame and sorrow. Yet reason cautioned her that Liang was steadfast in her beliefs. If she were to speak plainly, the consequences might be dire. The immediate priority was to cultivate a trusting relationship with Liang. And only when Liang gradually lowered her defenses could Cui Ling gently impart the knowledge of grief and healing she had gleaned from her previous life. With patience and care, she hoped to unravel the knots in Liang's heart. After all, Liang was only 26 years old. Though she bore the weight of the court's decree and was unlikely to remarry in this life, for a woman, true happiness in life does not solely revolve around marriage and child-rearing. In Cui Ling's past life, 26 marked a woman's prime, filled with youthful vitality and vigor. If one were to liken it to flowers, a woman of this age has just shed the tender innocence of a budding bloom, gradually unfolding her petals, radiating a fresh and vibrant beauty that surpasses even the gentle morning breeze of May. She cannot allow her second sister-in-law to wither away at the peak of her flowering. After practicing her stances, she has also learned a set of introductory martial arts. On a cold December day, Cui Ling found herself drenched in sweat. Yet she felt no discomfort, for the disdain and indifference that once lingered in her sister-in-law's gaze had vanished. Liang, feeling a pang of concern, remarked that the fifth sister-in-law had perhaps overexerted herself today. While she felt fine now, she would undoubtedly suffer from soreness after a night's rest. "Quickly, it's cold outside. Wrap your cloak tightly," she urged. After a moment's thought, she instructed the attendant Mu Jin, "You go prepare some hot water for your grandmother. Add a few slices of ginger, and ensure she has a good soak. The sudden changes in temperature can easily lead to a chill." Mu Jin timidly inquired, "And what about our grandmother?" Liang shot her a glance. "I will personally take her back. Is that acceptable?" Understanding that the second madam was not one to be trifled with, Mu Jin hastily agreed and withdrew. Cui Ling felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Sister-in-law, you should go change your clothes as well. I am not a 3-year-old. I can make my own way back." Liang smiled gently. "I haven't exerted myself much today and have not broken a sweat. Besides taking you back, I also wish to check on grandmother." She paused, pondering how well grandmother had rested after taking Dr. Wang's medicine last night. Cui Ling tapped her head in thought. "When I arrived, grandmother had not yet risen. I do not know if the medicine has helped." She had intended to practice for a while before returning to check, but time had slipped away unexpectedly. She bit her lip, uncertain if grandmother had enjoyed the goji berry and lotus seed cake she had made that morning. Liang, noticing Cui Ling's anxiety, couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you still lingering for, fifth sister-in-law? Let's hurry and see her." After the early meal, old Madame Yuan appeared much revitalized. Upon seeing Liang and Cui Ling enter with laughter, her heart swelled with joy as she beckoned her two daughters-in-law closer. She first inquired about their training session at the martial hall, and upon noticing Cui Ling's sweaty attire, she urged her to wash up and change into something clean, warning her to be cautious in the cold weather. Cui Ling, too, felt the discomfort of damp clothes clinging to her skin, and, with a playful stick out of her tongue, she said, "I'll go wash up first." As she briskly walked to the door, she vaguely heard her sister-in-law's voice from inside. "Grandmother, I wish to select a son for the second branch as soon as the third and fourth sisters-in-law have given birth." The second sister-in-law spoke with a calm, yet determined tone. "This time, you cannot favor the younger sisters. You must help your granddaughter-in-law." Cui Ling paused, her heart momentarily stunned. As her pace slowed, according to her previous thoughts, such trivial matters were best avoided. Steering clear of trouble had always been her guiding principle, and it was precisely because she refrained from entangling herself in chaos that she had thrived in the complex environment of the An Ding Marquis' household. However, an instinctual unease whispered to her that the usually tranquil and amiable general of the state's residence was on the brink of an upheaval, sparked by the issue of offspring. The outcome remained uncertain, yet Cui Ling mused that if the third sister-in-law bore another boy, she would surely refuse to allow the newborn to be adopted by the second branch. After all, raising another child while relinquishing her own, what kind of arrangement was that? And as for the fourth sister-in-law, having shared the longest companionship, Cui Ling understood Su Zihua's sentiments. If she were willing to part with her child, how could Qi Gur still be with them now? Yet the second sister-in-law was resolute in her desire to procure a child. With both the general and the third and fourth sons of the Yuan family currently engaged in battle in the northwest, they would inevitably reminisce about the tragic demise of Yuan Erlang 5 years prior. If they were to send word to inquire about this matter, they would undoubtedly comply. And the matriarch, capable of making the final decisions, would not let this matter slide easily. Cui Ling anticipated that if a satisfactory resolution could not be reached, the inner quarters of the Yuan family would never again enjoy the current peace and harmony. She had only just begun to relish this harmonious atmosphere. Yet now she pondered, should she wade into this murky water? It would be far too cruel to expect the third and fourth sisters-in-law to willingly relinquish their children. She could not bring herself to do that. In the dynasty, bloodline and familial hierarchy were of utmost importance. A child recorded under the second branch's name, though seen daily, would never truly belong to them. Should they eventually separate, even seeing one another would become difficult, and the bonds between brothers would weaken. Moreover, a century hence, who would offer incense for a nephew to his aunt? Thus, if persuasion were to be made, it could only be directed towards the second sister-in-law. But with the second branch lacking offspring, they would be left without descendants to carry on the family name. How pitiful that would be. A dilemma indeed. As Cui Ling soaked in the warm bath, the rising steam enveloped her like a delicate veil, and through the hazy mist, an unclear thought began to crystallize in her mind. Well, 10 months of pregnancy would unfold, and there was still time before her sisters-in-law gave birth. There was no need to rush. No need. After her bath, she changed into fresh attire, feeling as if the warm water had also washed away her fatigue. Cui Ling felt as light as a feather. Noticing the time was getting late, she first took Mu Jin to the small kitchen. Chef Liu was busy preparing lunch, and upon seeing Cui Ling, he paused his work and greeted her warmly. Good day, fifth madam. Cui Ling smiled and inquired, what are we having for lunch today? Chef Liu proudly presented a beautifully arranged dish. This is ball-shaped perch, just finished, ready for steaming. He then pointed to the stove, given old madam's dental issues. I've also prepared fragrant, crispy shredded pork, where the meat has been meticulously shredded and lightly coated in flour before cooking. Just hearing the names of the dishes made Cui Ling's mouth water. Her spirits lifted instantly. Chef Liu discreetly added, Old Tang has a friend who runs a trade in the south. He brought back some foreign spices for him recently, small, red, and shriveled. I think they might be the chili peppers you mentioned. He paused, grimacing. I tasted a bit, and it was so spicy I thought my tongue would burn off. As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from the cupboard and opened it. Cui Ling exclaimed with delight, That's it, that's the one. Although the red chili peppers before her were somewhat stout and lacked a delicate appearance, she recognized them instantly. Joyfully cradling the small box, she declared, Chef Liu, it's almost lunchtime. You carry on with your preparations. After I serve old madam, I'll come back to discuss how to use these chili peppers. The Yuan family had never tasted chili peppers. If she introduced them too abruptly, the heat might be overwhelming. Thus, it was essential to start with a mild spice, gauging their acceptance before gradually increasing the intensity. Having cooked for her family from a young age, her years of practice had honed her culinary skills beautifully. Yet, since arriving in the dynasty as a noble lady, she had not had the opportunity to cook. Previously, it was due to laziness and the fear of inconvenience. But today marked a joyous reunion with her beloved chili peppers, and she resolved to personally prepare a few signature dishes. With grandmother's hypertension, she would first make something light for her, postponing the spicier dishes for her sisters-in-law. She vowed to transform them into fellow chili enthusiasts, thereby empowering her to confidently ask grandmother to procure more chili peppers in the future. As she indulged in her delightful thoughts, she suddenly noticed a flustered little maid from old madam's room rushing towards her. Fifth madam, fifth madam. Cui Ling peeked out from the doorway of the small kitchen, exclaiming, I'm here. Xiao Li stamped her foot. Fifth grandma, we finally found you. After catching her breath, she continued, the An Ding mansion has sent a wet nurse, crying and wanting to see you. I don't know what great trouble has occurred. You must hurry back to the hall and take a look. A wet nurse from the An Ding mansion wants to see her in tears? Cui Ling felt somewhat bewildered. If the An Ding mansion had caused a mishap, the Yuan family would certainly have heard some rumors. Her elder brother goes to court daily and is well informed. If it were a matter concerning the health of the An Ding madam, they could simply send a message without the need for tears. When she returned to her grandmother's house 3 days ago, her grandmother was in good health. It was implausible that anything serious could have happened in such a short span of time. What on earth had transpired? With a heart full of confusion, Cui Ling hurriedly followed Xiao Li back to the main hall. The main hall of Tian Courtyard was quiet, with only a few maidservants serving tea. A mere wet nurse did not warrant the matriarch's attention, so she had excused herself, leaving the hall for Cui Ling to host guests, thereby granting her beloved granddaughter face. The visitor was a plump woman in her 40s, somewhat unfamiliar to Cui Ling. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, as if she had recently cried. But now her tears had dried, and she did not appear overly sorrowful. Cui Ling scrutinized her closely, confirming that she was not from the fifth household, nor had she seen her in the An Ding Marquis' courtyard. Furrowing her brow, Cui Ling subtly pulled at Mu Jin's sleeve. Mu Jin quickly leaned in to whisper, "That is Nurse Tao from the second madam's side." The second madam of a Ningbo mansion, Martyr, was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Qing. Among the various wives and concubines, she held the highest status, which naturally brought a hint of arrogance, extending even to her wet nurses and maidservants, who believed themselves superior. During her time at a Ningbo mansion, Mu Jin had endured much from the second madam's maidservants due to her master's lack of influence. Whether fetching vegetables from the kitchen or collecting new clothes from the sewing room, even brewing a medicinal soup required her to compete with others. She had encountered Nurse Tao a few times, but the latter had always looked down on her, making her suffer without a word. Such sordid matters were never brought to the ninth Miss's attention. However, Mu Jin's dislike for Nurse Tao naturally seeped in her tone. Cui Ling's eyes flickered, and her thoughts became as clear as a mirror. Nurse Tao was aligned with the second madam, and her weeping visit to the Yuan family undoubtedly pertained to the second household. Yet, she recalled that the second madam's family background was quite formidable. The noble consort in the palace hailed from the Duke of Qing's household. If the second household had an issue, they would seek help from the Duke of Qing's family or the noble consort, not come crying to her. Evidently, her visit was merely a facade, as their true intention was to solicit assistance from the Yuan family of the general of the state. However, if it were a matter of significant consequence involving political affairs, the second madam was not foolish enough to send a mere wet nurse to plead her case. Thus, it was likely that some trivial yet bothersome matter involving the second household's cousins had arisen. Cui Ling sighed in relief. It was not a problem concerning the Cui family, nor the fifth household, although she held no particular affection for the Cui family in the Great Sheng Dynasty. A woman's status in her husband's family was largely determined by her own background. If her maternal family was powerful, her in-laws would naturally grant her more respect and act with caution. For instance, the second madam could act with impunity in the Ningbo mansion. Even the eldest madam, wife of the heir, had to give her some deference, all because her family was the foremost noble lineage in the Great Sheng Dynasty. Therefore, Cui Ling, for her own sake, hoped for the well-being of the Ningbo mansion and the fifth household. As for others, as long as they did not engage in actions that could lead to her family's downfall, she could not be bothered to concern herself. Upon seeing Cui Ling, Nurse Tao quickly bowed. "This old servant is the wet nurse of the second madam, here to send greetings to the ninth Mississippi." Mu Jin scoffed slightly. Nurse Tao, usually so haughty, was now humbling herself, which could only mean she was seeking favor from the young lady. She coldly smiled inwardly, recalling how the maidservants had bullied her in the past, thinking the ninth Miss inconsequential. Otherwise, why would those maidservants not dare to snatch clothing from the elder daughters of the first household or meddle with favored young ladies? Now it seemed, with the ninth Miss married into the Yuan family, they had come to ingratiate themselves. Cui Ling, wishing to avoid entanglements with the second household, resolved to deflect whatever request Nurse Tao had. She smiled faintly. "Oh, it is Nurse Tao." The emphasis on "oh" carried a hint of mockery. Nurse Tao's face flushed, and gritting her teeth, she said, "The second madam intended to come personally, but she has been unwell these past few days, so she sent this old servant to pay respects to the ninth Mississippi." She left her statement hanging, hoping Cui Ling would naturally inquire further about the second madam's ailment, thus allowing her to smoothly present her request without seeming overly pushy. However, to her surprise, Cui Ling merely sighed. "The weather has turned cold. It is easy to fall ill. Our matriarch has also been feeling unwell these days. Please, Nurse Tao, advise the second madam to dress warmly and take care of her health." Nurse Tao was taken aback. The ninth Miss had not given her the opportunity to continue the conversation. Contemplating, she sniffed, and 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. "The ninth Miss is aware. Our second madam has always been in good health. If it were not for fifth master, how could she fall ill so severely?" Nurse Tao thought to herself. Now that she had mentioned fifth master, surely the ninth Miss would inquire what trouble he had caused to render the second madam so gravely ill. Cui Ling silently applauded her own judgment. She had anticipated that it must have been some mischief from a second household. Indeed, she had little impression of her fifth cousin. There were simply too many descendants in the An Ding mansion, 3 or 4 dozen cousins altogether. How could someone as lazy as she remember them all? Especially since the boys moved to the outer courtyard at the age of 10, making it rare to encounter them during family gatherings. She had little recollection of them. Unless they were particularly prominent figures, she might not even recognize them if they passed by. Thus, she had no desire to involve herself in their troubles, especially not with someone she had no memory of. It would be foolish to walk into a trap. Yet, she could not make her avoidance too obvious. Cui Ling sighed deeply again, reflecting on how a mother always worries for her children, just as the second Madame's maternal instincts must have been strong. Surely, a benevolent spirit would bless her with a swift recovery. Nurse Tao gasped. She thought to herself, prior to her marriage, the 9th Miss had been somewhat dim-witted, lacking any assertiveness. Not only did the other households take advantage of her, but even the maidservants from their own 5th household had bullied her people. At that time, rumors circulated that when the previous 5th Madame passed away, the 9th Miss had been so affected that she became reclusive, as if she were celestial being fallen from grace, perhaps a bit simple-minded. Nurse Tao believed her decision to take on this task stemmed from the 9th Miss's reputed docility and lack of temper, making her easy to manipulate. However, how could someone once considered dull and naive suddenly become so articulate upon marriage? She regretted her choice. Yet, with the arrow knocked, she had no choice but to shoot. No one understood the second Madame better than she did. If she failed to fulfill her task, she would certainly face consequences upon her return. Thus, with this in mind, Nurse Tao resolved to abandon the pretense and directly request assistance. She boldly knelt before Cui Ling, exclaiming, "9th Miss, please save me." Cui Ling's heart was filled with cold amusement as she regarded the shameless Tao Mama. Just moments ago, she had been flaunting her authority, but in the blink of an eye, she was kneeling on the floor, weeping profusely. Initially, Shally had rushed to find her, claiming that a mama from the An Ding Duke's residence was crying and begging to see her. Cui Ling had thought it a matter of great importance, but now it appeared to be nothing more than a ruse employed by Tao Mama to gain an audience with her. Although Tao Mama had come bearing the name card of the An Ding Duke's residence, she refused to admit she was sent by the second lady, and her eyes were swollen from crying like walnuts. It was not only Shally, but even the matriarch who could not ascertain what had transpired in the Cui household. Otherwise, why would they have hurriedly sought her out? Tao Mama was clearly scheming, and Cui Ling found the situation amusing. The second lady and Tao Mama were evidently in need of her assistance, yet they attempted to intimidate her. Did they truly believe her to be a fool? If so, she would indulge them in their folly for a moment. Tao Mama, almost inconsolable in her grief, lamented about their 5th master, known for his gentle and courteous demeanor, as if she were an actress in a tragic play. Stealing a glance at Cui Ling, she wondered why the 9th lady had yet to command her to rise. After all, she was a mama brought in as part of the second lady's dowry and held a certain standing before the An Ding Duchess. Though it was December, and the room was warmed by charcoal, the floor remained icy cold, sending a chill through Tao Mama's knees. The cold seeped into her bones, making her feel utterly frigid. Noticing that the 9th lady remained silent and downcast, Tao Mama grew anxious and decided to dispense with any pretense. However, the 4th young master of the Muyang Duke's residence had accused their 5th master of impropriety, claiming he had assaulted someone in public and even bound him. Cui Ling was aware of the Muyang Duke's residence. She had met the 6th Miss of the Muyang family at the birthday celebration of the White 4th Miss, and they had enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Her 4th sister had mentioned that the general of the state and the Muyang family were related by marriage, and the matriarch of the Shi family was the ancestral aunt of the Yuan family. The 4th young master, was said, had grown up alongside Yuan Wulong and shared a close bond with him. It was no wonder the second lady had sent Tao Mama to plead with her. However, no matter how pitifully Tao Mama painted the picture, Cui Ling could not believe that the 4th young master would strike someone without provocation. Though the Muyang family was wealthy, the An Ding family was not one to be easily dismissed. Moreover, Cui Ling's maternal grandfather was the Duke of Qing, and if her 5th brother truly was as gentle and courteous as claimed, why would the 4th young master provoke him? Cui Ling furrowed her brow in silence, observing Tao Mama intently. The latter felt a prickle of unease under her scrutiny and, abandoning her earlier convoluted thoughts, stated her purpose directly. She bowed her head twice and explained that the second lady wished for her to speak on behalf of the fifth master. Asserting that he was not the kind of person to warrant such accusations from the sixth Mississippi, Cui Ling was taken aback. Did her fifth brother do something to Danjia? She pondered, biting her finger, and replied, I do not comprehend what you mean. What has happened to fifth brother? And what does it have to do with the sixth miss? She asked if Tao Mama could clarify. Tao Mama's fachapalid. Although her previous words had been vague, they were not difficult to understand. She had assumed that simply mentioning the word impropriety would suffice for the ninth lady to grasp the situation. Reluctantly, she reiterated, explaining that the fourth young master, under the sixth miss's accusation, had claimed that the fifth master had acted improperly, physically assaulting him in public and taking him to the Muyang Duke's residence against his will. As tears welled in her eyes, she continued. The second lady sought to retrieve him, but the fourth young master refused to release him. After exhausting all options, she turned to you for assistance, ninth lady. Cui Ling continued to bite her finger, still somewhat confused. Tao Mama, could you please speak more clearly? I'm still a bit lost. She paused, recalling that Tao Mama had just stated that fifth brother was a gentle and courteous person. How then could he be accused of impropriety? If fifth brother were truly at fault, even if their grandfather were to find out her fifth cousin, what a predicament. She couldn't even remember his name. In any case, her fifth cousin must have indeed done something to Miss Shirley's maid. The situation was severe, far from being merely a matter of a few inappropriate words. Otherwise, no matter how irritable young Master Sher was, he wouldn't have resorted to publicly beating someone, let alone tying them up and taking them back home. There were certainly many critical details that old Madame Tao had omitted, only mentioning the word improper. Whatever her fifth cousin had done was undoubtedly heinous, so much so that it could not be disclosed to the family. Otherwise, the Sher family, having detained someone, would surely demand an explanation. Whether it was the grandfather, grandmother, or even the uncles and aunts going to the Sher residence to demand the person back. It would be straightforward, right? Even if he had indeed acted indecently towards a maid, there would be punishments and compensations, and even if the Sher family was furious, they wouldn't sever ties with the Cui family over a mere maid. Perhaps they would even send the maid back to the Cui family. Alas, Cui Ling felt rather helpless, but such was the value system of the Great Sheng Dynasty. Here, the lives of servants were as inconsequential as weeds. Even concubines could be exchanged, let alone a maid. Thus, she believed the truth of the matter could not be so simple. However, she didn't really wish to uncover the truth. The more she knew, the less secure she felt, and it was hardly a pleasant affair. The urgent matter was how to send away old Madame Tao without allowing any blame to fall upon herself. The second aunt was not a forgiving person, and she certainly didn't want to hear that the second aunt had sent someone to fabricate stories about her in the future. After contemplating, Cui Ling formed a plan. I have an idea. Isn't the second aunt's sister married to old Master Sher San? She said cheerfully, as if presenting a treasure. The Cui family and the Sher family are somewhat related now. Old Madame Tao might as well seek assistance from the second aunt. Her word would carry more weight than 100 of my statements. The more Cui Ling considered her idea, the more feasible it appeared, nodding repeatedly. The second aunt belonged to the Cui family, and for the sake of her own reputation, she wouldn't spread rumors about these matters. Old Madame Tao became anxious. It was precisely because of fifth young masteress incident that the second husband aimed to target the ninth Mississippi. The matter of fifth young master being detained had yet to be made public. It was a servant who escaped from fifth young masteress' side who secretly informed the second lady, and even the elder master was unaware. The servant reported that fifth young master had somehow gotten entangled with a woman maintained by King Zheng outside. That day, he was supposed to visit King Zheng's outer residence in the south of the city to indulge with that woman. But somehow he entered the wrong house. In Shengjing, many wealthy families resided in the north, while the south was mostly filled with merchants. The house was not large, and an elderly man was on guard. There was little to protect the premises. Fifth young master intended to leave immediately, but was drawn in by the sound of a delicate melody emanating from inside. Considering that King Zheng's mistress lived next door, he assumed the lady of that house was not a virtuous woman. Thus, he followed the music into the inner courtyard. The one playing was a stunning young woman, attended only by a young maid. Fifth young master's lust was ignited, and he immediately forced himself upon her. Perhaps the young maid slipped away to report the news, for it wasn't long before a furious couple arrived, assaulting fifth young master with punches and kicks. Fifth young master explained his identity, but to his surprise, they not only ignored him but escalated their violence. The servant, seeing that the man was focused on beating fifth young master while the woman was busy comforting the weeping girl, seized the opportunity to hide. He witnessed firsthand as the man beat fifth young master to the brink of disfigurement, then bound him and tossed him onto a carriage to leave. This servant had seen the world alongside fifth young master and recognized the crest of the Duke of Muyang's manor. After some investigation, he learned that the furious couple was the fourth young master and sixth miss of the Duke of Muyang. Initially, the servant intended to return home and inform someone to demand fifth young master back from the Duke of Muyang's residence. However, he was clever enough to realize that fifth young master's transgression with King Zheng's woman was a grave matter, especially since he had also forced himself on young master Shi's woman. This matter should not be publicized. Thus, the servant only reported it to the second lady. The second lady immediately sent someone to inquire at the Duke of Muyang's residence, but nothing could be learned. It was unclear whether the incident had taken place or if young Master Shi had not brought the woman back at all. The second lady was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, yet she felt powerless. This incident could not be made public. Her precious son had not only violated young Master Shi's woman, but also encroached upon King Zheng's concubine. Who was King Zheng? He was the current emperor's uncle. Among the many brothers of the late emperor, he was the only one who survived. Could he be a simple character? Rumor had it that he was violent and would whip anyone who displeased him. Once, when a censor advised him that beating court officials was against the law, he returned from court and went to the censor's house, wreaking havoc. Although no one was harmed, the properties and gardens were left in shambles. Yet the emperor revered this uncle and never interfered. Since then, no censor dared to advise him again. His tyranny was tolerated as long as he did not kill or set fire. If fifth young master were to steal King Zheng's woman and he found out, he would surely come with a sword in hand. Therefore, for all these reasons, the second lady dared not let this matter be known. The only solution she could think of was to rescue him before the incident became public. With great difficulty, she learned that the married ninth miss had some acquaintance with young Master Shi Lu, and she planned to take a gamble, hoping to use the ninth Miss' naive nature to resolve the matter. Old Madame Tao felt that she had finally managed to coax the ninth miss into her plans. How could she allow her to turn against her? This matter should rather be known by the Duke of the State's general than reach the young master's wife. However, Cui Ling was unwilling to grant old Madame Tao another opportunity. It was not that she was weary of dealing with this old fox. In truth, the second aunt was currently relying on her, and she held the upper hand. How the second aunt sought assistance was her own affair. Whether she agreed or not was entirely in her control. If she refused to do something, it would be futile for old Madame Tao to plead. Yet, the hour was not late, and in another quarter, it would be time for lunch. She was still thinking about the 2 dishes prepared by Master Lu. Moreover, with the hard-to-obtain small red chili peppers, she was eager to make her signature boiled fish and could hardly wait. However, how to send old Madame Tao away discreetly and without leaving any traces was a dilemma. Seeing old Madame Tao's tenacious demeanor, it seemed she had made a firm commitment to the second aunt and would not be easily dismissed. As she pondered, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is Madame still kneeling?" She quickly signaled to Mu Jin with her eyes, apologizing. "It's my fault. Old Madame Tao, please don't take it to heart. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days, often distracted, and my head isn't quite right, so I forgot to ask you to rise." Quickly, Mu Jin, "Help Madame up. The ground is cold." Mu Jin had been with Cui Ling since childhood and immediately understood her mistress's intention upon seeing the signal. She was not inherently clever. Rather, years of close companionship had forged an unspoken cooperation between them. When her mistress frowned, she knew what to do next. At this moment, when her mistress mentioned her restless sleep and her headaches, she had a plan. Receiving the hint, Mu Jin stepped forward and blocked old Madame Tao's path. She gently helped old Madame Tao to her feet and softly said, "Madam, please don't hold a grudge against the young lady. It's been chilly these days, and her head has been acting up. She keeps complaining of headaches." Old Madame Tao had knelt on the hard, cold ground for quite some time and was utterly exhausted. Since Mu Jin had given her an opportunity, she no longer put on airs, instead clutching Mu Jin's arm to stand up. Perhaps due to kneeling for too long, she found it difficult to rise immediately. Old Madame Tao had no choice but to lean all her weight on Mu Jin, moving little by little. As she moved, she smiled apologetically, saying, Ninth Miss is unwell. It's truly regrettable that I've troubled you. But regarding fifth young master, I have no other options before old Madame Tao could finish. Cui Ling clutched her head and exclaimed, Mu Jin, my head hurts again. Mugua, in a state of urgency, hastily released Tao Mama's hand, assuring her that she would assist her with a gentle massage. However, as soon as she let go, Tao Mama fell to the ground with a thud. Cui Ling, struggling to support her forehead, spoke in a noticeably weakened tone. Oh dear Mugua, Tao Mama has fallen. You must hurry and help her. Tao Mama, not daring to display such authority, quickly waved her hand, insisting that Miss Mugua need not trouble herself, for she could rise unaided. As she spoke, she slowly pushed herself off the ground, yet her legs felt weak and her vision darkened momentarily. Had it been under normal circumstances, Tao Mama, having suffered such humiliation from Lady Gio, would never have remained in the situation. Yet this matter concerning Fifth Master was exceptional. Should Lady Gio refuse to assist, there would be no other recourse for Second Madam. The Second Madam had but one cherished child, the Fifth Master, being extremely indulgent. She had ensured that he was well regarded within the An Ding mansion. However, this time, he had committed a grievous act. If news of it were spread, the consequences will be dire. In truth, Second Madam had contemplated confiding in the Second Master. However, the Second Master had always found her too formidable, treating her with respect but lacking genuine warmth. His true affections lay with concubine Huang, along with her two sons, who garnered his favor more than the Fifth Master. If the Second Master were to discover this incident, it would inevitably reach concubine Huang, and with her cunning, the Fifth Master would find himself in an even more precarious position. Second Madam was determined to prevent concubine Huang from gaining the upper hand. Thus she felt compelled to keep this matter hidden from the Second Master. Tao Mama was aware that Second Madam had considered seeking assistance from her family. However, Second Madam's father, Duke Qing, was a man of considerable influence. Even for his own flesh and blood, he would weigh the risks before taking action. Duke Qing would never dare to risk retaliation from Prince Zheng to save his grandson. Ultimately, the Fifth Master was merely an outsider in the grand scheme of things. As for the others in the An Ding mansion, they were even less relevant. Second Madam valued her reputation above all. Unless the situation reached a point of desperation, she would remain silent. Currently, Second Madam was wagering that the Fourth Master of the Shi family and the disgraced young lady had their own secrets to keep. Although the Fourth Master was furious, he too refrained from making the matter public. With both parties harboring their own shames, it became easier to seek a private resolution. Therefore, Second Madam prepared for dual strategies. On one hand, she sought to meet the Fourth Master of the Shi family personally, willing to pay any price to secure the Fifth Master's discreet return. On the other hand, she would leverage Lady Gio, who was rather naive and easily manipulated, to coax her into agreeing to assist. Regardless of whether she personally pleaded with Miss Shi or sought the Yuan family to exert pressure on the Fourth Master of the Shi family, it was a viable path. Lady Gio, being a newlywed, would likely be granted some deference by the matriarch of the Yuan family. Tao Mama, as Second Madam's attendant, would also benefit from Second Madam's well-being. Thus, Second Madam was prepared to swallow her pride and exhaust all means to solicit Lady Gio's aid. However, Lady Gio was not as malleable as she had anticipated. Tao Mama felt as though she had utterly failed in her task, yet unwilling to concede. She persisted in her plea, imploring Lady Gio to save the Fifth Master. At that moment, Cui Ling, weak and leaning against Mugua, became aware of Tao Mama's insistence. Tao Mama had to repeat her request, but Mugua interrupted her sharply, questioning whether Tao Mama thought their lady was easy to bully. Can you not see her suffering? She is in such a weakened state. Her tone grew increasingly severe, as if ready to unleash her wrath. Our lady is in this condition, and yet you still press her. What are your intentions? Perhaps the commotion was too loud, for it roused the matriarch in the eastern chamber. Granny Yuan was soon attended by Mama Qiao, who inquired about the disturbance. Before Cui Ling could speak, Mugua pointed at Tao Mama, overcome with tears, stammering she. Mugua stamped her foot, hesitating. Our lady is suffering from severe headache, and she is still. Mama Qiao's expression shifted, her voice icy as she summoned several sturdy matrons, commanding, Fifth Madam is unwell. Escort this woman out. Any matters can wait until Our Lady is well. Tao Mama, irate, protested, having yet to secure a satisfactory answer, only to find herself being ushered away. Cui Ling exhaled in relief as she watched Tao Mama exit the Tian courtyard. She felt a twinge of guilt, addressing Mama Qiao. Did we awaken grandmother? Mama Qiao, observing the stark contrast between Cui Ling's previous state of distress and her current vigor, allowed a smile to grace her lips. Not at all. The matriarch was merely in a light sleep and should be rising for lunch soon. Cui Ling was taken aback by Mama Qiao's smile. Although both she and the loquacious Mama Du were attendants to the matriarch, their temperaments were worlds apart. Mama Du was affable and clever, earning trust from both the master and the servants. In contrast, Mama Qiao maintained a stern demeanor, rarely displaying emotion or warmth, exuding an aura that commanded distance. Yet, to see Mama Qiao smile was a rarity. Cui Ling found herself momentarily entranced, realizing her open-mouthed stare was rather foolish and impolite. She quickly composed herself, saying, "I will go check on grandmother and assist her in getting up." The matriarch's chamber lay in the eastern wing, separated from the main hall by a small anteroom. Not far at all. However, with the chill in the air, the door curtains were made of thick cotton, providing excellent sound insulation. Unless the outside noise was exceedingly loud, it would be difficult to rouse the matriarch. Cui Ling mused that Tao Mama's deliberate clamor might have been an attempt to draw the matriarch into this affair. After all, rescuing someone from the fourth master of the Shi family was beyond her capabilities as a newly married granddaughter-in-law. Yet, little did Tao Mama foresee that her seemingly docile Lady Jiao would prove to be quite the formidable opponent. What was once a foolproof plan now lay in tatters due to Mama Qiao's ruthless intervention. The fifth madam is afflicted with a headache, and the matriarch's family attendant is insisting that she intervene, provoking the ire of Granny Yuan. The justification for expelling her was impeccably crafted. Not only would the second madam of the An Ding mansion lack the courage to stir up trouble, but even if she attempted to do so, she would gain nothing from it. Would the second madam believe Tao Mama's embellished account? Renowned for her penchant for blaming others, the second madam would find it impossible to clear her name. Cui Ling had never harbored ill intentions. As a time traveler, she adhered to a strict principle. Under no circumstances would she engage in harm unless in self-defense. This was not out of sense of morality or virtue. Rather, she sought to live a clean life, having already traversed the murky waters of her past existence. However, despite this, Cui Ling felt no remorse for the impending tempestuous misfortunes that would befall Tao Mama. There is a saying in the past, if one does not court death, then death will not come, which she found most applicable to Tao Mama's situation. As for her second aunt, the Duke of Qing's household had failed in her upbringing. While the Anning Duke's household indulged her, it mattered not, for the Muyang Duke's household had provided her with a lesson. Actions are observed, and while retribution may not be immediate, it is inevitable. Cui Ling felt a slight sense of joy, which lightened her steps considerably. Upon entering the inner chamber, she found the matriarch already awake. She promptly sat obediently beside her, playfully saying, "Grandmother, it was all my fault for waking you." Pausing briefly, she rested her head on the matriarch's arm and whispered, "Thank you, grandmother, for calling Mama Qiao to my aid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do." The matriarch's eyes brightened, and her smile grew more benevolent. She gently patted Cui Ling's head and softly instructed, "In the future, if you encounter such situations again, there is no need for pleasantries. Simply retaliate directly. Why waste your breath?" Cui Ling sheepishly stuck out her tongue and replied with a soft After pondering for a moment, she succinctly conveyed Tao Mama's intentions and then asked, "Grandmother, having dismissed Tao Mama like this, there should be no gossip from my second aunt's side, right?" Her second aunt was particularly concerned with her reputation, and this time, the only means to quietly rescue her fifth cousin had been thwarted by her lack of cooperation. Given her second aunt's vindictive nature, it was unlikely that she would simply let this go. Cui Ling was not afraid of potential retaliation from her second aunt. Being a married woman and having received such kindness from the Yuan family, she felt little to worry about. However, in the Anning Duke's household, there were still her half-siblings. While she did not share a close bond with them, she would feel guilty if her actions inadvertently caused them trouble. She sought an impeccable solution that would silence her second aunt while ensuring her discomfort. The matriarch pondered for a moment and said, "I will have your sister-in-law personally visit the Muyang Duke's household to speak with their matriarch. If your fifth cousin truly is with Shi Shaoxi, I will certainly instruct that child to return him." Cui Ling was somewhat surprised. "Grandmother, I did not mean for you to plead for his release. I was. The matriarch gently waved her hand. I understand. You are a good child. Refusing your second aunt is also to spare me from difficulty. After a brief pause, she continued. However, the best course of action is to persuade Shi Xiaoxi to release him. This is also for Shi Xiaoxi's future. If I do not remind Shi Taifu, I fear this child may. She sighed heavily and asked, have you heard anything about the Muyang Duke's household during your time at your maternal home? Cui Ling shook her head, looking bewildered. What? The matriarch softly stroked Cui Ling's hair, expressing her sentiments. I knew you were not one to concern yourself with such matters. Her gaze turned solemn, revealing a hint of regret. Shi Xiaoxi was originally the legitimate grandson of the firstborn son, but his father had passed away years ago, leaving only him and his younger brother as the sole heirs. The Muyang Duke had not appointed a new heir since then. Yet the second branch held sway in the household. Cui Ling softly exclaimed, understanding the implications. The Muyang Duke's firstborn had died, but the second son was vigorous and held dominion over the entire estate. Although Shi Xiaoxi was the legitimate grandson, the presence of the second branch posed a formidable challenge to his claim to the title. After all, while the Sheng Dynasty traditionally bestowed titles upon the legitimate line, there were instances where the title had been passed to the second son after the firstborn's death. It was said that the Muyang Duke's health had deteriorated in recent years. Shi Xiaoxi could not afford to heir at this critical juncture. The matriarch said gravely, Shi Xiaoxi and our fifth cousin are like brothers, having grown up together and sharing the same birthday. Their bond is closer than that of blood brothers. She sighed softly, recalling how her fifth cousin had entrusted her with watching over Shi Xiaoxi before his departure to the northwest, urging her not to let him be misled into making any impulsive decisions. It had not been long since then, and now this child. Her words implied that Shi Xiaoxi was easily swayed and had a volatile temperament. Naturally, this also hinted at another truth. He was often beset by adversaries within the Muyang Duke's household. Tao Mama claimed that her fifth cousin had acted inappropriately toward the maid beside Dan Jia. Cui Ling found this hard to believe. If it were merely an ordinary maid, how could it provoke Shi Xiaoxi to lose his senses and violently assault her fifth cousin? Unless, of course, the maid were someone Shi Xiaoxi held dear. But how could Shi Xiaoxi possibly take an interest in a maidservant of his own cousin? If such rumors were to spread, it would tarnish Dan Jia's reputation. Thus, Cui Ling was quite skeptical about the maid's identity. She suspected that while her fifth cousin may indeed have acted inappropriately, the maid's identity might merely be a facade. The situation was intricate, and she felt it necessary to alert the matriarch. Cui Ling blinked and suggested, perhaps we should first have someone investigate the truth of Tao Mama's claims. It might just be a misunderstanding. The matriarch, hoping for the same, nodded. You're quite thoughtful. Let us first ascertain the situation with Shi Xiaoxi before proceeding. She considered for a moment and continued, rest assured, Shi Xiaoxi's father named him Xiujin, hoping he would be prudent and cautious. Although he may not possess the same calmness as our fifth cousin, he has shown considerable improvement in recent years. The matriarch patted Cui Ling's head and added, he is capable of discerning priorities. I doubt he would truly endanger your fifth cousin's life. In this era, the lives of servants were often treated as expendable. However, Cui Ling's fifth cousin was of noble birth, hailing from a distinguished family. While it might be simple to take his life, the consequences would be dire. This was a burden Shi Xiuji otherwise. If the matriarch were to intervene and approach the matriarch of the Muyangbo family, the situation would escalate unnecessarily. Presently, neither Shi Si nor Cui Wu can afford to be caught in a compromising position. Thus, maintaining peace is the only viable solution. After a moment of contemplation, the matriarch nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed as such. Both the matriarch and Cui Ling dined lightly, burdened with their own thoughts, leaving Master Lu puzzled, suspecting the dishes were poorly prepared, and feeling quite aggrieved for a considerable time. A little while later, Cui Ling instructed Mu Jin to relay a message to the small kitchen, stating that a guest had arrived at the house, and she could not spare the time to prepare the spicy dishes, promising to address it another day. Master Lu, feeling both anxious and dejected, reluctantly stored away the chili peppers with care. In the afternoon, a small sedan chair arrived from the Muyangbo residence, announcing the arrival of Miss Lu. Dan Jia, seemingly fatigued and with dark circles under her eyes, as if she had not rested well for several days, greeted the matriarch and Cui Ling with a forced smile, inquiring if the matriarch had been missing her. The Muyongbo family and the Zhangguo general's family share a kinship. The late matriarch of the Shi family was the only sister of the former general. When Yuan Laotai Jun married into the family, the Shi matriarch was still quite young. As the eldest sister is akin to a mother, and with no daughters of her own, Yuan Laotai Jun raised her sole sister-in-law as if she were her own child. Consequently, the Yuan and Shi families maintained a close and affectionate relationship. The matriarch often found herself with only her two granddaughters, Yuan Yu and Yuan Xin, the latter still a mere 6 years old, having only recently begun to speak. They rarely played together, leading Yuan Yu to frequently request her grandmother to invite Dan Jie to their residence for companionship. Over time, as Dan Jie visited more often, she grew as familiar with the matriarch as a granddaughter, speaking without the usual formalities. The matriarch, smiling, took Dan Jie's hand and scrutinized her closely, noting her weight loss. Perhaps Dan Jie also harbored something to discuss with the matriarch, yet upon noticing Cui Ling, she hesitated. Although Cui Ling appeared somewhat dull-witted, she was far from foolish, understanding that Dan Jie had something to say that she wished to keep from her. Cui Ling cheerfully suggested to the matriarch that she would check the kitchen for any leftover pastries made that morning, so that Dan Jie might sample them as well. As soon as she finished speaking, she gracefully exited. The heavy curtains fell, and within the room, Dan Jie's faint voice could be heard. "Aunt, I was just about to come here to ask you about something." "No one, but you can persuade fourth brother." He said he was sorry to fifth cousin for not protecting him well. Cui Ling frowned, but the voice inside grew increasingly faint, rendering it inaudible. Resigned, she set the matter aside for the moment and proceeded to the small kitchen. Inside, the matriarch, having heard Dan Jie's words, expressed her anger, stating, "Shi Xiaoxi has acted recklessly." Dan Jie was taken aback, having never witnessed the matriarch express such fury. She called out, "Aunt." The matriarch's expression was as cold as ice. "Dan Jie, your fourth brother has fallen into someone else's trap. That Miss Song from Chengnan Lane. What makes her fifth cousin's confidant?" Initially, Fifth Lang saved her life out of goodwill, thinking of his connection with her family. Yet who would have imagined such a scheme against him? Dan Jie found it hard to believe, insisting Sister Song possesses great talent and knowledge, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. "Among the women I have encountered, besides Sister Yuan Si, she is the only one worthy of being called a true lady." She shook her head. "No, she wouldn't deceive." The matriarch let out a cold laugh. 2 years ago, when Prince Ning rebelled, the grand scholar Song Qing-shu was punished as a conspirator due to poems praising Prince Ning's virtues, leading to the downfall of the Song family, with the men exiled and the women taken by the officials. The room was warmed by the silver frost coal fire, yet the matriarch's tone grew even chillier. "Your fifth brother, having had dealings with Song Qing-shu, could not bear to see his young daughter end up in a brothel, so he stepped in to rescue her, providing her with a place in a small courtyard in Chengnan Lane, along with golden servants, hoping she would lead a good life." She shifted her gaze sharply. "This matter was indeed orchestrated by your fifth brother, but he has never shown himself there. He has never set foot in that courtyard. So tell me, how do you and your fourth brother know that this Miss Song is indeed your fifth brother's confidant?" Dan Jie staggered backward, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" She shook her head in panic, recalling that before her fifth cousin departed for the northwest, he had instructed her fourth brother to look after Miss Song in Guozi Lane, leading her fourth brother to assume. Dan Jie and Shi Xiujin were siblings, the last remaining heirs of the Muyongbo family. Naturally, they shared a close bond. Shi Xiujin never concealed anything from his only sister. However, for the past 2 months, Dan Jie had noticed her brother's frequent absences and mysterious behavior, and upon inquiring, he always evaded her questions. Eventually, her childish insistence forced Shi Xiujin to reveal the truth, taking her to the courtyard in Chengnan Lane. When Dan Jie first met Song Ziyue, she was filled with suspicion. Though lively in nature, she was no fool. The current situation at the Muyongbo residence was fraught with danger, and she feared her fourth brother might misstep. With their parents gone and their uncle's family controlling the household, any blemish on Shi Xiujin's character could jeopardize their noble status. Moreover, the matriarch was currently seeking a match for him. The eldest granddaughter of the Huigua Duke was coveted by many prominent families. If rumors circulated that her fourth brother was involved with an unknown woman, such a scandal could jeopardize the engagement. Dan Jie understood that Shi Xiujin could not afford such a risk. Yet, he repeatedly assured her that there was no romantic involvement with Sister Song, stating he was merely keeping a promise to a friend to look after her in her time of need. Shi Xiujin was always forthright, never lying to his sister, and Dan Jie believed him. Song Ziyue was graceful and well-educated, skilled in poetry and music, making her a rare and talented woman, compounded by her tragic past. Dan Jie, being innocent and kind-hearted, was easily moved by the misfortunes of others. If that object of sympathy was beautiful, talented, and sincerely wished to befriend her, she would likely lower her guard. Indeed, as time passed, Dan Jie genuinely became friends with Song Ziyue. Throughout this period, Shi Xiujin never divulged the identity of the friend he was helping. Had it not been for the day Song Ziyue was wronged, and Dan Jie overheard him exclaiming about failing fifth cousin's trust, she would have remained in the dark. Dan Jie was shocked, for she understood that a man of the Yuan family could only take a concubine after reaching 40 widow in the illustrious city of Shengjing. Dan Jie had certainly heard of the esteemed figure, Cui Wu. Cui Wu's maternal grandfather was the renowned and cunning Duke of Qing, a man of exceptional lineage. Far from ordinary, if he were merely a rogue from the streets, his demise would be inconsequential. However, as a noble scion, should Shi Xiujin take his life, the consequences would be dire. Dan Jie felt an unsettling anxiety and urged her elder brother several times to release Cui Wu discreetly. Yet, he was resolute in his intentions. He recalled the solemn charge from his cousin before his departure to look after Miss Song, a duty he felt he had failed. Consumed by guilt and remorse, Shi Xiujin bound Cui Wu and confined him in the cellar of a country estate on the outskirts of the city, depriving him of sustenance and subjecting him to torment, all while he bore the bruises of a brutal beating. As time slipped away, Dan Jie grew increasingly anxious. Without treatment and food, Cui Wu could not survive much longer. Should he perish, both her brother and she would face grave repercussions. Her heart raced with worry, akin to an ant on a hot stove, unable to fathom a solution. At that moment, an invitation arrived from the matriarch of the general of the nation's residence, akin to a lifeline for her, which she grasped tightly. However, the matriarch suggested that all of this was orchestrated by Song Ziyue. Dan Jie was taken aback, unable to accept this revelation. The matriarch gently patted her back, reassuringly stating, Dan Jie, are you truly unaware of your cousin's character? The matriarch asserted with unwavering confidence that he was prudent and composed, exhibiting remarkable decorum despite his youth, and would never engage in actions that defied societal norms. Yuan Wulong and the Ninth Prince were both celebrated figures in Shengjing, with the latter renowned for his romantic exploits. Any woman who caught his eye would inevitably find herself pursued. In stark contrast, Yuan Wulong moved with caution, demonstrating an understanding of propriety and decorum, possessing an extraordinary level of composure, especially regarding matters of romance. The men of the Yuan family were not particularly inclined. From a young age, Yuan Wulong was educated by his siblings on the importance of fidelity, vowing to cherish his future wife until the end of their days. It was inconceivable for him to harbor feelings for another woman before marriage. Thus, if he were genuinely enamored with Song Ziyue, it would be impossible for the current Mrs. Yuan to be Cui Ling. Dan Jie's lips trembled slightly, yet she nodded in agreement, realizing that even if Cui Wu were to develop feelings for someone, he would undoubtedly seek a legitimate union rather than engage in clandestine affairs. Her gaze dimmed as she reflected on her brother's misconceptions. The matriarch scoffed, asserting that Shi Xiaoxi was not foolish. Without external insinuations, how could he have been misled? Yuan Wulong had never claimed that Song Ziyue was his. His request for Shi Xiujin to look after her was merely a matter of principle. Previously, during his time in Shengjing, whenever he encountered insurmountable challenges, he would seek assistance from the general's residence. His unwavering support was well known. After all, Song Qingshu was a revered scholar, and his misfortunes were unjust. Yuan Wulong believed that once the emperor regained his senses, he would restore the Song family's honor, and this was his rationale for intervening. To aid someone thoroughly was to ensure their well-being. Until the Song family's name was cleared, it was merely a matter of moral obligation for him to watch over the daughter of the esteemed scholar. The matriarch, well acquainted with her grandson's character and temperament, understood Shi Xiujin's impulsive nature. He was easily swayed and susceptible to manipulation. Upon hearing Dan Jie recount the entire sequence of events, She concluded that the seemingly gentle and refined Song Ziyue was not as innocent as she appeared. A young and attractive woman, clearly benefiting from wealth and status, yet persistently intruding upon the life of the man who had rescued her, raised suspicions. Furthermore, the matriarch found it perplexing that Song Ziyue, living alone, dared not secure her door tightly. That Cui Wu could enter so easily and breach her inner sanctum without obstruction hinted at deeper intrigues. Danjier felt her strength wane. Initially filled with concern and anger, her ire dissipated, leaving only trepidation for Shi Xiujin. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she implored the matriarch, "Please save my brother." If he were not mistaken about the relationship between Song Ziyue and Cui Wu, he would not have harmed Cui Wu. The thought of Cui Wu starving in the cellar, possibly having already succumbed, sent shivers down her spine. Without a second thought, she fell to her knees, acutely aware of the repercussions from the An Ding Marquis' estate. "Please, dear matriarch, devise a way for my brother to resolve this matter," or else her tears flowed more fiercely. For not only would the An Ding Marquis' family pursue justice, but even their grandfather would not spare him. Shi Xiujin represented the sole hope of the Mu Yang Marquis' household, as well as Danjier's only aspiration. Should anything happen to him, she could scarcely imagine her future. The matriarch gently placed a hand on Danjier's shoulder. "Do not fear, child. This matter shall be entrusted to me. I will ensure that neither you nor Shi Xiaoxi face any repercussions." However, she continued with a tone of admonition, "In the future, you siblings must be more prudent in your actions, lest you be led astray by mere words. A heart willing to trust others reflects a certain innocence. Yet, it is essential to recognize that not everyone cherishes your sincerity. Some may exploit it for their own gain. The world can be treacherous, and Danjier felt a weight lift from her heart with the matriarch's promise. Wiping her tears while sniffling, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear matriarch. Your kindness is something my brother and I will never forget." The matriarch shot her a disapproving glance. "What nonsense! You need not be so formal." Sighing, she added, "Your parents have long since passed, and in the Shi household, only you and Shi Xiaoxi remain. I have always held great affection for you both. Given that you are suffering due to my grandson's plight, it is only right that I do not turn a blind eye." After a moment of contemplation, Danjier timidly inquired, "Should we inform sister-in-law about Song Ziyue?" Before the matriarch could respond, she vigorously shook her head. No, that would be pointless. It's better not to mention it. If sister-in-law learns of this, she will surely scorn my foolishness." Regardless of intention, the reality of her interactions with Song Ziyue remained unchanged, leaving her feeling somewhat ashamed. The matriarch, however, countered, "In human relationships, the greatest taboo is a lack of clarity. Misunderstandings arise when you think one way and I think another. Therefore, you must inform your sister-in-law about this matter." Relieved that Danjier still possessed some clarity, the matriarch reassured her, "Since you have articulated these issues, there is still time to remedy the situation. Rest assured, your sister-in-law is not one to harbor grudges. She will only empathize with you." Having concluded her thoughts, the matriarch called out, "Anan, come in. I have instructions for you." Madame Qiao entered respectfully, leaning in to listen as the matriarch conveyed her directives. Nodding, she assured, "Rest easy, matriarch. I will see to it that this matter is handled appropriately." With that, she hurried away, and the matriarch resumed her calm demeanor, addressing Danjier, "Since you are here, stay a while longer. There is no need to rush back." Her gaze was clear and resolute as she declared, "I shall send word to your grandmother, letting her know how much I miss you. You shall stay here with me today. Let us wait together until we unveil the truth behind Miss Song." Danjier still found it hard to believe. Yet the matriarch was determined to show her proof, which she desperately sought. Biting her lip, she resolutely nodded, declaring her intent to stay at her aunt's house today. As for her brother, the matriarch chuckled lightly, assuring her that her brother would be arriving shortly. The door curtain stirred, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Cui Ling entered, holding a tray of colorful pastries, her eyes sparkling with delight as she greeted, "Grandmother, look how clever Master Lu is. In such a short time, he has devised new delicacies. Come, let you and Danjier taste them together." Having shed tears earlier, Danjier's eyes were slightly red. Although the matriarch had already comforted her, she still felt a pang of guilt as she observed Cui Ling's warm invitation. She opened her mouth, wishing to express something, but words eluded her. Noticing her distress, Cui Ling sensed that the incident involving Shi Xiujin's anger towards fifth cousin was more complex than it appeared. Recalling snippets of conversation she overheard near the small kitchen, her heart raced. Could it be that the maid, whom she initially thought to be Shi Xiu's beloved, was actually entangled with her husband, Yuan Jun? Having mentally prepared herself to build a harmonious life with Yuan Wu Lang, she felt a sense of unease at the thought of an unexpected rival. In her mind, it was clear that the matriarch, eager for descendants, had been impatient to secure a granddaughter-in-law for Yuan Wu Lang. If he truly had feelings for another woman, the matriarch would hardly care for her background. It would be a tale of mutual affection turned tragic through misunderstandings. If her suspicions were confirmed, she would hold Yuan Wu Lang in disdain for life. Seeing Cui Ling's silence, the matriarch sighed softly. She understood that the clever young woman likely discerned hints from Dan Jier's demeanor. Yet the reality was different. If she remained silent like Dan Jier, Cui Ling might misinterpret the situation. Countless couples had drifted from affectionate bonds to estrangement due to misunderstandings. The matriarch did not wish for this cherished couple to become distant over the trivial schemes of a petty maid. Gently patting Cui Ling's hand, the matriarch recounted the events leading up to the current predicament. She confidently assured her, "No one knows the character of Yuan Wu Lang better than I do. If you were truly involved with that Miss Song, he would not have agreed to your marriage." Cui Ling's mouth fell agape in astonishment, struggling to comprehend. She incredulously asked, "Miss Song is the daughter of a learned family. Surely she must realize her behavior is unbecoming. Why would a girl from such a scholarly background demean herself in this manner?" Miss Song was rescued by Yuan Wu Lang from a disreputable establishment. Her status was far from honorable. Even if Yuan Wu Lang were unmarried, with Shi Xiu still being single, there was no way she could enter the household. The notion of becoming a wife or even a concubine was utterly impossible. Yet she had resolutely pursued this course of action. According to the matriarch, even Cui Wu had unwittingly fallen into her trap, step by step, into her web of seduction, which defied all logic. The matriarch scoffed, asserting that Miss Song was intelligent but lacked insight. With a piercing gaze, she continued, "It seems she intends to sacrifice herself to save her family and sisters still in that disgraceful establishment, as well as her relatives entangled with the authorities." The matriarch smiled knowingly at Dan Jier, stating that such encounters typically occurred on the 7th of each month, yet this incident transpired unexpectedly on the 3rd. Miss Song had whimsically sought to improve her calligraphy, leading her to Guozi Alley, indicating that this was not premeditated. Cui Ling, plagued with anxiety, quietly asked, "Does this mean my fifth cousin is also ensnared in a trap?" She could hardly believe that fifth cousin would behave so recklessly as to invade a household and disrespect its young lady. Such actions were akin to the behavior of beasts. No matter how foolish Cui Wu might be, he was still a young master of a prestigious family and would not act with such desperation. The matriarch narrowed her eyes, stating, "We shall inquire with your fifth cousin. Some matters could be discerned from a mere glimpse." Although the matriarch had little interest in the intrigues of the inner quarters, she had witnessed enough over the decades to make educated guesses about Miss Song's intentions. Seeking to aid her family is a filial duty, yet demeaning oneself to manipulate others leads to a lowly fate. Cui Ling's gaze darkened, but she began to understand. Miss Song had never met Yuan Wu Lang, thus could not claim to harbor feelings for him. After encountering Shi Xiu, her repeated attempts to engage him must have had ulterior motives. Unfortunately, Shi Xiu was oblivious to her subtle hints and mistakenly believed the girl was Yuan Wu Lang's beloved. Only the licentious Cui Wu fell into her trap, becoming her plaything. Yuan Wu Lang, Shi Xiu, and even Cui Wu shared a common trait. They hailed from noble lineages. The residences of the general of the state, the Duke of Muyang, and the Duke of An Ding were among the most influential houses of the time. While they might not wield absolute power, providing protection for a few individuals was a simple task. Perhaps Miss Song had grown weary of waiting for news of her family's reunion and, in her impatience, resorted to desperate measures to align herself with Cui Wu. What she had not anticipated was the simultaneous appearance of Shi Xiu and Dan Jier, who without hesitation mistook Cui Wu for a lecher and assaulted him in a fit of rage. In such circumstances, aside from weeping in despair and seeking a way out, Miss Song had little recourse. Thus, this became a farcical drama. If not resolved promptly, the consequences could be dire. Cui Ling urged, "Grandmother, We must devise a plan. My fifth cousin has been imprisoned for several days without food or water, and I fear he may not survive. The repercussions for sure, Xiao Si, will be grave. The sanctity of life was paramount. The matriarch gently stroked her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fret, dear granddaughter. I've already dispatched someone to address the situation." She was a decisive woman, always plotting before acting. Sitting here, engaged in casual conversation, indicated she had taken thorough preparations. Cui Ling, filled with trust in the matriarch's competence, ceased her anxious fretting. Just then, Danjia returned, her face washed and powdered anew, prompting Cui Ling to usher everyone to savor the pastries crafted by Master Lu. Soon, the hour of you arrived, and as night enveloped the world in silence, Mama Qiao returned from her errands, smiling as she announced, "The matter has been resolved." How the matriarch managed to untangle such a thorny issue remained a mystery to Cui Ling. All she knew was that within a few days, rumors spread through the streets that Cui Wu had ventured alone into the deep mountains near the western mountain camp to hunt, only to encounter wolves and leopards. He fought valiantly, slaying 8 wolves and 2 leopards, but succumbed to exhaustion and blood loss, collapsing at the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, Xiao Si from a Muyang duke's residence was also hunting nearby, and upon finding him, rendered assistance, thus sparing him from disaster. On such a frigid day, suffering from an injury, one could only imagine the dire consequences of spending the night outdoors. One might not succumb to illness, but certainly to the bitter cold. After 2 days, the second lady of the An Ding Marquis' residence sent a woman named Maid Bien to convey her gratitude. Maid Bien arrived with heavy gifts and insisted on bowing down to Cui Ling. She expressed that the second lady was aware that, had it not been for the intervention of the ninth lady, the situation would have been impossible to conceal. Fortunately, although the fifth master had sustained some injuries, they were not severe. With a few days of rest, he would recover, which was indeed a stroke of luck. Cui Ling was still reeling from this astonishing turn of events, and the second aunt's goodwill startled her further. However, since gifts had been presented and bows made, she had no reason to dismiss the conversation. Reluctantly, she replied that they were family, and how could she not care for the fifth brother? It was a trivial matter. She would appreciate it if Maid Bien could reassure the second aunt not to worry, lest her concern burden her niece. After a moment's thought, she weakly inquired why Maid Tao had not come this time, as she was the one who visited last. Maid Bien scoffed, stating that the old woman had dared to slander the ninth lady. She continued, saying that the second lady despised such instigators, thus sending the old woman away to the outskirts of the city. Her tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Cui Ling felt that Maid Bien was not a commendable person either, and she was disinclined to engage further. After a few pleasantries, she sent a servant to escort her out. Curiosity piqued her interest in how her grandmother had managed the situation, but since the elder was unwilling to share, she refrained from asking and focused on her own duties. With this thought in mind, Cui Ling recalled the chili peppers. In high spirits, she headed to the small kitchen, where she spent an afternoon with Master Lu, finally preparing the water-boiled fish slices, a dish she had mastered in her previous life. Master Lu, an expert in handling fish, sliced the fish into perfectly even pieces while expertly controlling the heat. As the dish was completed and the spicy oil was drizzled over the tender fish, a sizzling sound filled the air and a fragrant aroma of spice wafted through the small kitchen, making it utterly irresistible. Master Lu, a natural chef, surprisingly adapted well to the spiciness despite it being his first encounter with chili peppers. As he savored the delicious fish slices, he couldn't help but marvel at how the seasoning complemented the fish and eliminated its fishy taste. For a chef, perhaps the greatest joy lies in creating exquisite culinary delights. Under the guidance of the fifth lady, Master Lu felt he had crafted an unprecedented dish that was both spicy and refreshingly delightful, so much so that tears welled up in his eyes. Cui Ling laughed, teasing, "Are you crying from the spiciness?" Master Lu's face flushed with embarrassment, reluctant to admit it was due to his excitement. He quickly turned away, discreetly wiping his tears, and when he turned back, it was as if nothing had happened. However, the masters of the residence had never tasted spicy food, and it seemed that their palates might not be accustomed to it. After some contemplation, Cui Ling decided to portion the fish slices into small bowls to send to each household. She smiled, noting that the fish itself was not too spicy. A prior warning would suffice, and she would prepare cool water for those who might need it. She reminded the serving girls to note the reactions of each household's masters. For those who could handle the spice, she would ensure they received more in the future, while those who could not should not be forced. When the serving girls arrived to deliver the meals, she added a few more instructions, noting that her third and fourth sisters-in-law were pregnant and should not be served. The younger siblings could wait as well. The tolerance for spiciness varied among individuals, and it was unnecessary for everyone to conform to her taste. Such an expectation would be unreasonable. However, if someone shared her fondness for spice, that would be splendid. The notion of enjoying a meal alone was unappealing. Even if one crafted the most delectable delicacies, lacking an audience to appreciate and share in the experience would be a lamentable affair. In her previous life, reading food reviews had been one of her greatest pleasures. The joy was only understood by true food enthusiasts. Feedback from the various households arrived swiftly. Princess Yining could not tolerate spicy food, while young Master Yuan praised the innovative preparation of the fish, inquiring about the red seasoning used. Second sister-in-law Liang, however, was particularly remarkable. Not only did she devour all the fish slices, but she also consumed the chili peppers, remarking that the spiciness could be intensified next time. The second brother of the first household, Yuan Li, was also able to handle spice. In contrast, third brother Yuan Rui and fourth brother Yuan Zhang could not. It was said that upon tasting a bite, they were left gasping. Third sister-in-law and fourth sister-in-law, upon hearing of Cui Ling's new dish, despite being pregnant, expressed a desire to try it. However, having been accustomed to milder flavors, they could only sample it lightly, as their palates were quite particular during pregnancy. Cui Ling felt immensely satisfied with these outcomes. She resolved to cultivate a closer bond with second sister-in-law Liang, forming a steadfast alliance for spicy food. Perfectly timed. She had a long-term plan that involved her, and their mutual love for spice provided an opportunity for camaraderie. On that particular day, after several attempts, Cui Ling and Master Lu successfully created an ultra-spicy version of pig trotters. Her first thought was of Liang, living in the northeastern corner of the residence. Liang was the farthest from the matriarch's quarters. Cui Ling prepared a large basin of pig trotters to deliver personally, intending to chat with her sister-in-law. Since the last encounter in the martial arts hall, where Liang had shown her kindness, Cui Ling's perception of her had shifted. She yearned to delve deeper into Liang's heart and assist her in overcoming the shadows cast by her brother's passing. At merely 26 years of age, Liang's life was just beginning, filled with opportunities beyond merely honing her marksmanship. As Cui Ling approached the entrance of the Qianghua courtyard, she brushed past a middle-aged woman dressed simply. The woman appeared somewhat emaciated and, upon seeing Cui Ling, startled and quickly bowed her head, hurrying away. Cui Ling, taken aback, stole another glance at her. The servants of a National Defense General's residence adhered to a certain dress code, and this woman evidently did not belong to the household. Yet, her attire was neither luxurious nor elegant, falling short of the finery worn by maids Xiao and Du after a moment of contemplation. Cui Ling surmised that the woman was likely a relative of sister-in-law Liang. Retracting her gaze, Cui Ling entered the house. Near the window, Liang stood despondently. Upon hearing the noise, she turned to face her sister-in-law. It was evident that she had recently been crying, her eyes still slightly swollen. Her voice was calm, yet her gaze held an unmistakable hint of despair. Cui Ling disliked witnessing such an expression. Having studied psychology in her previous life, she recognized that Liang's current state was troubling. Reflecting on the woman she had just seen, she could infer that Liang's despair stemmed from familial pressures. Maid Du had mentioned that Liang's family had fallen into disgrace 2 years prior due to political entanglements. Considering recent events involving Song Ziyue, the timeline was indeed intriguing. The Liang family, much like the Song family, had likely suffered due to the rebellion of Prince Ning. However, the Liang family fared slightly better, having connections to the National Defense General. Although they lost their wealth, their kin had been spared. Yet, those accustomed to affluence, particularly from a proud literary lineage, would find it exceedingly difficult to transition from the opulence of an imperial teacher's household to a life of hardship. Cui Ling pondered that if her suspicions were correct, the woman she had encountered was likely Liang's sister-in-law. If the sister-in-law had come to find Liang, it could only be due to family troubles or financial difficulties. There seemed to be no other reason. Liang's despair likely stemmed from the numerous times she had offered assistance over the past 2 years. Among the wives of the National Defense General's household, Liang felt the most isolated. Unlike Princess Yining, who belonged to royal lineage, or the Lin family, who had the support of their noble house. Liang had no such backing. Unlike Su Thiwa, who hails from a prestigious family in Jiangnan and captivates hearts solely through her personal charm, she now faces a grim reality. With her husband deceased, her family in disgrace, and no offspring to carry on her lineage, it is difficult to fathom the life she would have endured had she not married into the harmonious household of the General of State. Her in-laws might have resented her weak family background and the absence of heirs, and in the hands of a more harsh family, she could have been accused of bringing misfortune to her husband and father. If she had encountered hostile sisters-in-law, she might have been utterly devoured by their malice. Fortunately, she found refuge in the Yuan family. The matriarch, filled with compassion for her, consistently ensures that she receives her share of any good fortune that comes their way. The sisters-in-law exhibit deference towards her, and even when she speaks with a sharp tongue, none hold her accountable. The brothers treat her with affection. They do not regard her merely as a sister-in-law, but tend to her as if she were a sister of the household. Had it not been for the burdens of the Liang family's affairs, the Liang women's lives would not have been so desperate. Cui Ling heard from Grandma, that after the Liang family suffered misfortune, they narrowly escaped disaster. But the emperor decreed that the Liang's sons and nephews were forbidden from taking the imperial examinations. The Liang family, known for generations of scholarly pursuits, found their path to rejuvenating their family lineage abruptly severed by the emperor's edict. Consequently, the Liang offspring lost all ambition and fell into a state of despondency. In truth, Su Zihuai's family had also turned to commerce after their aspirations for officialdom were thwarted. Now, the business of the Longzhong Su family has flourished throughout the realm. No one looks down upon them for having ventured into trade. The daughters of the Su family are consistently able to marry into illustrious families. Had the Liang family chosen to follow the path of the Longzhong Su family, they might not have found themselves in such a dismal predicament. However, the glory of producing 3 successful candidates in the imperial examinations has not yet faded. The Liang family remains unwilling to relinquish their scholarly pride, shunning the notion of engaging in trade, which they regard as beneath them. Initially, they managed to survive by selling off the dowries of the women in the family. Yet, as time passed without any gain, their circumstances grew increasingly dire. The men of the Liang family remain entrenched in their stubborn pride, unwilling to bend, while the women cannot idly watch their households suffer from hunger. In desperation, they have turned to Liangshi for assistance. Over the past 2 years, Liangshi has nearly exhausted her dowry for the benefit of her family. However, without a man capable of shouldering the family's burdens, this situation becomes an insatiable pit. Cui Ling speculated that her sister-in-law must have been confronted with another burdensome request from her family. Otherwise, how could her sister-in-law's eyes reflect such despair? She felt a pang of sympathy, but recognized that these matters were private and should not be discussed unless her sister-in-law chose to confide in her. Thus, she feigned ignorance and cheerfully lifted the food box in her hands, mentioning that she had prepared a new spicy dish with Master Lu, particularly flavorful. Upon hearing this, Liangshi's melancholy visibly lifted. She eagerly pulled Cui Ling to sit beside her at the table, feigning interest. Is that so? Let me have a taste. Delicacies, in addition to satisfying hunger, possess the remarkable ability to dispel worries. While others might not know, this has always worked wonders for Cui Ling. Whether in this life or a previous one, whenever she faced unsolvable troubles, a delicious meal would make her anxieties dissipate like smoke on the wind. She earnestly hoped Liangshi would be similarly affected. As Liangshi gazed at Cui Ling, who held her face in anticipation with bright, hopeful eyes, a significant portion of her worries melted away. She chuckled. All right, I shall try it. The spicy pig trotters, golden and crispy on the outside, revealed tender, flavorful meat within. With each bite, the richness lingered on her lips. Liangshi, blowing on her lips, nodded vigorously. Very good. This is delightful. The flavor is bold, and the spice is just right. She hardly spared a thought for decorum and dove into the feast with abandon. The bowl of pig trotters vanished in the blink of an eye. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Liangshi pressed her lips together. Oh dear, fifth sister-in-law, this is too delicious. I didn't even think to save you any. There must be more in the kitchen, right? Coming from a scholarly family. She once prided herself on her elegant demeanor while dining, but over the past few years, she had grown reckless and ceased to care about such things, embracing the boisterous nature of a military family's daughter. Nonetheless, This unabashed gluttony was a first for her. It was largely due to the frustration she had faced with her sister-in-law at her maternal home and the irresistible allure of the pig trotters. Cui Ling, however, was delighted. She waved her hand dismissively. "I was worried you wouldn't enjoy it, but your enthusiasm proves my efforts this afternoon were not in vain. I am truly glad." After a moment's thought, she leaned closer to Liang Shi and whispered, "In fact, I intend to recruit a few trustworthy individuals to open a restaurant that specializes in spicy dishes not previously found in Shengjing. If you're interested, perhaps you can invest a share and earn some pocket money." Cui Ling did not lack for money, but she understood her sister-in-law's needs. Liang Shi, with her fiery temperament, would never accept charity without cause. She would refuse to take money from others. However, if there was a profitable venture, she might not refuse an opportunity to invest. Indeed, upon hearing this proposition, Liang Shi's expression softened. Yet, investing required capital, and business ventures were fraught with uncertainties, especially given her current financial constraints. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, "Fifth sister-in-law, your idea is intriguing, and I am interested. However, I need some time to think it over, if that is agreeable." Cui Ling had intended this proposal solely for Liang Shi, so she was more than willing to grant her as much time as needed. With a smile, she bid farewell to Liang Shi and returned to Tian Courtyard, her spirits high. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiaoli greeted her with a mischievous grin. "Fifth madam, the fifth master sent you a letter. It's quite thick. Very thick indeed." Author's note: the novel Jiangmen Jiao has been officially launched, and I am filled with excitement as well as trepidation. Reflecting on that day, February 7th, I initially intended to write a short story, about 8,000 words, a concise modern romance featuring a slightly capricious female lead who often makes foolish mistakes. It is always forgiven by the male lead. He once said to her, "You have done the most detestable thing in the world, yet I cannot bring myself to dislike you." This sentiment ignited a spark within me, leading me to envision a longer narrative. The imperfect female protagonist, shaped by her past experiences, closes her heart, appearing somewhat selfish and indifferent. Yet, it is love that gradually warms her icy demeanor. She slowly lowers her defenses, unlocking the doors that have kept her heart captive, and begins to extend kindness to her family and friends. Even if she does not always succeed, her sincerity is undeniable. There is no instant attraction between the male and female leads. From the outset, she reveals her worst traits to him. Their relationship does not blossom from an initial encounter marked by beauty, but rather deepens through a series of misunderstandings. I have always felt that ancient couples, married without mutual affection, often instantly become enamored simply because the female lead is beautiful or possesses a kind heart. This seems implausible to me. Thus, I aim to portray a more natural development of their relationship, filled with misinterpretations and trials, where each misunderstanding brings them closer to understanding each other. I began writing, and the initial 10,000 words, which should have been a struggle, transformed into a joyous endeavor simply because I love the story. I wish to express my gratitude to my dear friend, the author Duanmu Jingxian of Chun Guiji Shi. Without the support from 15Ge's chapter recommendation, I fear this book might still be languishing in obscurity. Thank you, 15Ge, for your tremendous encouragement at the outset of my writing journey. For a newcomer-esque book, receiving clicks, favorites, recommendations, and comment from readers is an immense source of joy and motivation. It is you, dear readers, who have bestowed upon me the courage to persevere. I would also like to express my gratitude to the talented creator of the cover, the esteemed Unrest Lord, whose work is truly beautiful and greatly cherished. I extend my thanks to Gu Xingguang, Yi Xuanjuan, Shun Lin, Xiao Hanji, Yi Shi, Shun Qingyu, Lilian Lian, Nanchuang Shuang, Si Fong Visi, Chuluo Shi, Jia Tu Gach, Suzhua 11, Yu Xian, Tang Xiaoya, Emily Liang, Ziyin, Zhao Yilin, by Ronghua, Ziran Dandan Shushu, YH 1166, Byway, Book Friend 140312125514635, Lianer, Xianxian Buting, Fan Xiao Zhuji, Yizhong 130, Xiao Huahua, Yang Sanhua, Dandan Xingxingyu, Zuxizing, Aki 10086, A Singing Bird, and Jiangzi Duo Zhu, among others, for their unwavering support, whether through monetary gifts or voting. I am sincerely grateful to all of you. I also wish to acknowledge every reader who has clicked, recommended, or commented on the beloved daughter of the general. I have heard from my companions that the initial orders are quite significant. Thus, I hope that all friends who pass by will continue to lend their support. I assure you that I will not abandon this tale, nor allow it to falter. I will present the story that resides in my heart in its entirety and with splendid detail. On the day of its release, there will be 2 updates. The first will likely be shortly after midnight, and the second around noon. Subsequent updates will depend on the level of recommendations, but I shall strive to provide as many as possible. This is not a tale of torment. It will occasionally sprinkle in moments of humor, and I hope that all of you will find joy, pleasure, and relaxation in reading it. Therefore, please ensure you read the official version. Thank you. Chapter 53 has been updated. Please remember to scroll back if you have not seen it yet. Don't miss it. In the quietude of the afternoon sun, a letter, discreetly nestled within the reports brought to Shengjing City by Yuan Wulong, lies silently upon the dressing table. Wrapped in a pale yellow oilcloth, it forms a substantial stack. As Shally has remarked, to an uninformed observer, it would appear that such an eloquent and affectionate correspondence could only be penned by a deeply devoted couple. Yet, Cui Ling feels a twinge of anxiety. Her delicate hand, as pure as jade, hesitates repeatedly before the letter, caught in a web of indecision. She finds herself at a loss regarding her true feelings for Yuan Wulong. Is it indifference, or perhaps a flicker of anticipation? Admittedly, her initial willingness to marry him was driven by her own desire for a simple and tranquil life, unconnected to him as a person. Over the course of 3 months since their marriage, her sentiments have indeed evolved. Cui Ling had once entertained the thought of awaiting Yuan Wulong's victorious return to lead a mundane life as a typical couple. However, all her beautiful expectations were shattered by a letter he sent over a month ago, cloaked in superficial pleasantries, yet laden with veiled threats. Now, the vibrant red lacquer of the dressing table glimmers like the brilliant sunrise, mirroring the fragrant rouge in her box, constantly reminding her of the second letter Yuan Wulong has sent from the distant northwestern borders, patiently awaiting her perusal. Yet, she remains uncertain whether to uncover its contents. Just recently, she had begun to nurture a sense of hope, albeit tentative, regarding her relationship with him. She fears this letter might shatter her still fragile hopes like a bubble bursting. The midday sun streams through the gaps in the window panes, casting dappled shadows upon the jade-green floor, while a gentle breeze wafts in, carrying a hint of chill that stirs ripples in her heart. After a moment's reflection, Cui Ling decides to cut open the letter. To her surprise, it does not contain paper, but rather a thick stack of canvas. Curiosity piqued, she carefully unfolds the canvas, revealing a fluid and elegant ink wash painting. The canvas is expansive, capable of covering the entire dressing table. In the lower left corner, a row of houses can be seen, with a small figure in flowing garments standing in the courtyard, a piece of cloth tied around his left arm, suggesting an injury. In stark contrast, the upper right corner depicts a battlefield, where a general clad in armor, mounted on a tall steed, fiercely engages with the enemy. The canvas, a yard wide, glimmers with ink strokes that, though seemingly casual, form a grand vista of the northwestern frontier. Cui Ling gazes upon the setting sun over the vast rivers of the north. He was left in the city, tasked with overseeing military supplies, the logistics of provisions, and the care of injured soldiers. Compared to the perilous combat against the fierce Ruran cavalry on the front lines, this was a remarkably safe assignment. The elderly matriarch busily reassured Cui Ling, "Little Five is fine, don't worry." Cui Ling was intently examining the letter handed to her by the matriarch, where Yuan Wulong's elegant handwriting succinctly conveyed his current situation. The content matched that of the painting he had sent her, yet it was straightforward and direct, unlike her own messages, which required interpretation. Suddenly, she noticed that the matriarch had, unbeknownst to her, retrieved the painting from under her arm. Cui Ling's face flushed with embarrassment as she protested, "Grandmother," only to hear the suppressed laughter of Lian Shi and Su Zihua. Lian Shi, stifling her mirth, nodded and remarked, "What a thick letter from fifth brother. It turns out to be a painting." She clucked her tongue in admiration. Only fifth brother could express everything in a painting. "Your third brother." Lian Shi shook her head in exasperation, holding up the thin sheet of paper. "Look, he can't even articulate his thoughts clearly. Just a few lines, and it's all jumbled. I can hardly decipher what he wishes to convey." Su Zihua, seemingly struck by a revelation, turned to Cui Ling and squinted her eyes, asking, Did you also send a painting to fifth brother last time? Cui Ling was taken aback, hesitating and blushing as she nodded yes. Such an embarrassing matter, she truly did not wish to admit. However, since her sister-in-law had inquired, she was not accustomed to lying. Su Zihua smiled broadly. That explains it. She generously took the letter written by Yuan Xilang and pointed to a line. Your fourth brother says that fifth brother has entrusted me to teach you how to read and write, as our family's daughters-in-law may not strive to be scholars, but they should at least understand written correspondence. Su Zihua chuckled. This statement left me puzzled at first, but if fifth sister-in-law also sent a painting, then it makes sense. Perhaps fifth brother thought you were illiterate, which is why he went to such lengths to create a painting. Lian Shi quickly chimed in. Among our brothers, fifth brother is not only the most handsome, but also the most considerate and caring. She gently patted Cui Ling on the shoulder, her tone sincere. Fifth sister-in-law is truly fortunate. The matriarch was equally pleased. Earlier, when Little Fi's wife feared he had been injured, her genuine concern was evident. She had initially worried that this couple, whom she had forced together and who had shared only one night of marital affection, might grow distant. Yet now, one cared from 1,000 miles away, while the other remained anxious about her husband's expedition. Though separated, their feelings were profound and rich. The matriarch thought, as long as this young couple cherished each other, even if their wedding night did not result in immediate conception, once Little Five returned to Xinjiang, it would eventually bear fruit. The prospect of holding a little great-grandson was imminent, and her heart brimmed with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Cui Ling, however, felt a wave of discomfort. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling of awkwardness. Previously, while residing in the An Ding mansion, she had been like a mere passerby, never investing any emotional attachment. Thus, her mood was as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any fluctuations. Yet now, her heart raced, and her face burned intensely. Was it possible that she had begun to care? The warm curtain fluttered, and Princess Ening entered the room with a smile. What a lively gathering! What my sister's laughing about? Lian Shi, quick on the uptake, recounted the earlier incident, and the princess joined in the laughter. After a moment, Princess Ening composed herself and said, The Empress Dowager has been unwell lately, and I've visited the palace today. I encountered Empress Jiang. The matriarch promptly inquired, What did Empress Jiang say? Did she mention are you well? Yuan Yuer had entered the palace to accompany Princess Chongling, who was the biological daughter of Empress Jiang. The mention of Empress Jiang instinctively brought to the matriarch's mind her beloved granddaughter, who had once delighted her with laughter. Princess Ening's expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head. No, it is not about Yuer. She paused before continuing. The Empress Dowager's health has been deteriorating recently, and despite taking medicine for several days, there has been no improvement. Empress Jiang wishes to pray for the Empress Dowager's health and has thought of the soldiers fighting bravely for our country in the northwestern borderlands. Lian Shi asked, Is she seeking funds or donations for clothing? Empress Jiang, as the emperor's first wife, did not hail from particularly noble lineage. Her father, Jiang Qihai, was currently a nobleman but had started as a mere official in the Ministry of Works. By chance, he had caught the attention of the late emperor, who, upon hearing of his daughter's existence, casually suggested a marriage to the then third prince, now the current emperor. Among the late emperor's daughters-in-law, Empress Jiang had the humblest origins. However, she was exceptionally virtuous and capable, adept at maximizing benefits from minimal resources. The emperor's ascension to the throne amidst adversity was largely due to the significant contributions of both the Defei and Empress Jiang. Therefore, the emperor held Empress Jiang in great esteem. Even after he ascended to the throne, filling the harem with numerous noble women, none could ever challenge Empress Jiang's position. However, despite her elevated status as the most revered woman in the Sheng Dynasty, she had a tendency to be somewhat stingy, although the national treasury was abundant. Empress Jiang often sought to gather support from the nobility to manage affairs. For instance, during the Empress Dowager's 50th birthday a few years ago, she orchestrated a fundraising effort among the noble women. Last year, when the emperor's health was precarious, she urged officials to pray for him, collecting donations from the Guaguosi temple. Without contributing a single coin herself, the noble women in Shengjing secretly refer to her as the fundraising empress. Yet, how could such sentiments be openly expressed? Princess Ening glanced at Lian Shi with mild disapproval. Third sister-in-law, you are quite outspoken. Lian Shi promptly stuck out her tongue, feigning ignorance of the earlier incident, and straightened her posture. She inquired with gravity, "What did Empress Jiang say?" Princess Yining replied, "Empress Jiang said, now that the weather has turned cold, we in Shengjing have coal and thick furs to keep warm. However, the soldiers in the northwest face the harsh battlefield, enduring the biting cold, which is truly heart-wrenching. As it is now late in the year, Shengjing is experiencing frigid temperatures. The vast northwestern front is far colder than Shengjing. In contrast, the fierce Ruan cavalry is more acclimated to the winter prairie climate than our soldiers. Under such harsh conditions, one can only imagine the challenges and difficulties faced by our troops during combat. Yet the war drags on without resolution." Princess Yining looked up at the matriarch. Empress Jiang intends to rally the noble women of Shengjing to donate high-quality cotton clothing, trousers, socks, and furs to be gathered swiftly and sent to Muzhou. Upon hearing this, the matriarch felt a surge of respect for Empress Jiang. It was not merely a matter of insufficient military supplies preventing the soldiers from staying warm. The limited military budget meant that the cotton, clothing, and trousers provided by the Ministry of War were of average quality, far inferior to superior cotton and fur, which offered better warmth and comfort. While soldiers stationed in the city or tents might fare somewhat better, those engaged in warfare often found themselves ambushed in the wilderness. In the bitter cold of winter, the night winds could cut like knives, leaving the skin painfully raw. The meager, cold-weather clothing provided by military supplies was inadequate. The matriarch nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that Empress Jiang's concern for the soldiers was worthy of a national mother and truly reflected a compassionate heart. Perhaps Empress Jiang was somewhat stingy in her usual dealings, but in this matter, the entire northwestern army stood to benefit. Even if Empress Jiang herself contributed nothing, her leadership was more than sufficient. This matter was a matter of life and death, and the matriarch was deeply invested, pressing for further details. "What plans does Empress Jiang have regarding this initiative?" Princess Yining nodded slightly. "The day after tomorrow marks the birthday of Empress Jiang. According to tradition, esteemed ladies must enter the palace to pay their respects. At that time, Empress Jiang will likely propose this matter, and it is reasonable to assume that the noble ladies will acquiesce." However, she shifted her tone, expressing that the Empress hopes all of us sisters-in-law can be present, as this is also in consideration of the interests of the Yuan army. Only those of reputable status among the noble ladies are qualified to meet the Empress. Among the daughters-in-law of the Yuan family, apart from Princess Yining, only Lady Liang hold the title. The other two, Lady Lian and Su Zihua, as well as Cui Ling, have never set foot in the palace. While being summoned to meet the Empress is indeed an honor, the entire process can be quite taxing. Not only are there strict ceremonial regulations, but one must also tread carefully to avoid any missteps. Lady Lian and Su Zihua have just suffered a miscarriage and need a rest, and Princess Yining fears that the palace visit may exhaust them. As for Cui Ling, she has not properly learned the rules. At home, no one holds her accountable, but in the palace, Empress Jiang once intended to betroth her niece to Yuan Wulong, but the matriarch feigned ignorance, effectively declining the proposal. Later, however, the matriarch sought out the Empress Dowager regarding a marriage for the Cui family daughter. Princess Yining is concerned about Empress Jiang's intentions toward Cui Ling. The matriarch is perceptive. Whatever Princess Yining can think of, she is certainly aware of as well, perhaps even more so. The mother of the fifth young mistress, Lady Luo, is associated with an old tale from the imperial palace that others may not know. Yet, she has been a close friend of the Empress Dowager for many years, and their bond is profound. Even if the Empress Dowager has never explicitly stated it, she likely knows something. Lady Luo passed away 12 years ago, and since then, the current emperor's health has gradually declined, leading to his current bedridden state. This secret and buried past may have sunk into obscurity, but who can say what Empress Jiang truly thinks? She is not a magnanimous person. With the emperor in poor health, and the regent prince being the legitimate son of Empress Jiang, she wields considerable power. If she wished to make things difficult for Cui Ling, it would be as easy as pie. The matriarch sighed inwardly, her gaze filled with pity and concern for Cui Ling's beautiful face, which was currently furrowed in innocent worry as she looked at Su Zihua and Lady Lian. Yet, her concerns seemed misplaced. The matriarch couldn't help but beckon Cui Ling over, saying, "Come here, fifth young mistress." Cui Ling timidly asked, "Grandmother, do I also have to go?" The matriarch gently brushed Cui Ling's hair away from her delicate, watery eyes and smiled. What is there to fear? Is the Empress's birthday. Grandmother must go to pay her respects as well. As long as you are with me, who would dare to harm you? Though she spoke with reassurance, her heart was still burdened with apprehension. Nevertheless, the Empress's invitation was too enticing to ignore. It not only concerns the Yuan family's interests, but also the survival of countless soldiers on the northwestern battlefield. Moreover, the Empress's decree is not something a loyal wife can disregard, even if it leads to peril. The matriarch thought for a moment and softly comforted. There's nothing to worry about. In her heart, she was certain that at the Empress's birthday banquet, the esteemed ladies would be numerous, and the Empress would hardly have time to scrutinize Cui Ling. Even if she did, as long as Cui Ling conducted herself with grace and propriety, the Empress would not embarrass her in front of the crowd. After all, Empress Jiang values her reputation, and she must possess a modicum of decorum. Cui Ling, after a moment of contemplation, bit her lip nervously and said, "But I have never learned the proper etiquette for entering the palace." Having been in the An Ding Duke's household for 15 years, Cui Ling had never formally studied the rules. While in the An Ding Duke's residence, she rarely ventured out and seldom approached her grandmother, often opting to avoid lessons. During significant occasions when avoidance was impossible, she would simply hide behind her cousins and follow their lead, managing to pass unnoticed. After all, she was exceedingly low profile, so much so that despite possessing a stunningly beautiful appearance, few recognized her presence. Other cousins had governesses to teach them etiquette, but she, along with two similarly naive girls, had received no such attention. It was hardly surprising. Even her own father showed little concern for her, so why would her stepmother or aunts be expected to? Cui Ling was not resentful. In a way, her lack of attention in the An Ding Duke's household was a result of her own deliberate choice. She was quite satisfied with the outcomes of her chosen path. While her cousins toiled endlessly to perfect a simple courtesy, she enjoyed her leisurely naps. While they strove to maintain a demure demeanor, she was found laughing heartily at amusing tales. While they practiced the art of conversation, meticulously analyzing every word, she unabashedly shared 100 jokes with Mu Jin. Suddenly, hearing her grandmother and sisters-in-law discussing the palace visit, she was taken aback. Cui Ling recalled a story she had overheard from her cousins. The fourth miss of the An Marquis family once accompanied the Marquis's wife to pay respects to the Empress. Due to her poor grasp of etiquette, she incurred the displeasure of Empress Jiang, who subsequently arranged a marriage for her with a prince of the royal family. Notorious for his gluttony and dim-wittedness, although it appeared she had married into royalty and become a princess, she soon met an untimely demise. Official reports claimed she died suddenly, but rumors suggested it was a suicide. Whether these tales were exaggerated or embellished is uncertain, yet the palace's stringent regulations and Empress Jiang's notoriously difficult nature are well established. The matriarch felt a pang of compassion, sighing as she turned to Su Zihua. With the palace visit approaching, it may be too late to start learning now. Fourth young mistress, I must entrust your sister-in-law to you. You need not teach her much. Just ensure she does not embarrass herself publicly the day after tomorrow. Su Zihua quickly bowed yes. Cui Ling, with her large, misty eyes, moved her lips, hesitating to speak. She had hoped her grandmother would devise a way for her to avoid this troublesome palace visit, but it seemed there was no room for negotiation. Fortunately, she was not one to stubbornly resist fate. If she must go, then she would embrace it. Unbeknownst to her, she was coming down with a fever, feeling dizzy and drowsy, which is why the second chapter, originally scheduled for midnight, was released early. The unfolding events ahead promised to be captivating, and I hope those following the story will continue to lend their support, as I am to make an impact on the monthly ticket rankings. I kindly ask those with pink tickets not to hesitate in casting their votes. I assure you, I will continue to work diligently. Once again, I express my gratitude to those who have been waiting since the night to support me with initial votes, pink tickets, and rewards. Your encouragement is deeply appreciated, and I will strive to keep up the good work. Additionally, my pen name is Feigning, which, though chosen casually, carries a beautiful and gentle meaning, Jade Rouge, something every girl adores. So please refrain from shortening it to Jade. I also have the Rouge. Thank you. The following day, after finishing her morning exercises at the martial arts hall, Cui Ling headed straight to the Nianhua Hall. In the courtyard, she encountered Yuan Yu. Dressed in a splendid royal blue brocade robe, with a fox fur scarf wrapped around his neck, he stood quietly beneath the eaves. in the chilly morning breeze. His delicate face resembled a fresh, tender dumpling, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch and taste him. Cui Ling beamed with joy, enthusiastically greeting him. "Yu-ger, do you miss Fifth Aunt?" Yu-ger tilted his head, casting her a sidelong glance, and softly huffed. "Who wants to think of you?" As he spoke, he silently settled on the stone steps, crossing his arms and bowing his head in silence. Such a small figure seemed to harbor significant worries. Cui Ling whispered to Mujin, "You go inside and relay my message to Fourth Aunt, saying I ran into Yu-ger at the door and will speak with him for a moment." Waving her hand to Mujin, she then patted her skirt and sat down on the ground. Mimicking Yu-ger, Cui Ling gently turned Yu-ger's plump, fair face towards her, inquiring, "What is the matter? You seem rather unhappy." The texture was too delightful. She couldn't resist pinching it lightly. "Come now, share your troubles with your Aunt Wu. Let her cheer you up." Yu-ger struggled to free himself from her grasp, indignantly retorting, "You broke your promise, so I won't tell you anything." Cui Ling was perplexed. "What do you mean I broke my promise?" She relaxed her grip, but playfully poked Yu-ger's nose with her finger. "You said you wanted to eat crystal cake, and I specially made it for you. You mentioned wanting to play ball, and didn't I come to find you as soon as you had free time?" As the only friend in the general's residence, Cui Ling treasured Yu-ger dearly. Regardless of the exquisite dishes Master Lu prepared, she always thought of him first, sending him no less than 10 delightful treats over the past month. How could this little rascal look as if she had wronged him? Yu-ger stubbornly averted his head, taking a moment before stating, "We agreed that no matter what new dishes you made, we would share them together." He huffed again, "But the boiled fish from a few days ago was shared among my brothers, and I didn't get any. Isn't that breaking your promise?" Cui Ling burst into laughter, unable to help but flick Yu-ger's forehead. "What are you thinking?" She couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The boiled fish had chili in it. Children can't handle that spice. "I didn't deliver it, because I was worried it would be too spicy for you." "Well, you could say that," she conceded, "but isn't calling it breaking a promise a bit too harsh?" Yu-ger's expression softened slightly, and after a moment, he cautiously turned to ask, "What is chili?" Cui Ling pondered for a moment. "It's like scallions, ginger, and garlic, just a seasoning for cooking." Seeing Yu-ger's bewildered expression, she sighed, "This is hard to explain. How about I take you to the kitchen to see for yourself when you have some free time?" Children often learn best through experience. Once he tries chili for himself, he will understand that her decision not to send the boiled fish was out of love. Yu-ger's expression indicated he was intrigued, but he feigned indifference, saying, "A gentleman avoids the kitchen." Cui Ling couldn't stand his pretentiousness at such a young age. She pinched his chubby cheeks and said, "Children should have the innocence of children. You're acting like an old man, which is just not charming." Yu-ger swatted her hand away, puffing out his cheeks defiantly. "I'm not a child. I'm a man." Cui Ling couldn't help but burst out laughing, noticing his cheeks were slightly reddened from her teasing. Feeling a pang of guilt, she reached out to gently rub them, her tone softening. "All right then, I've explained myself. Can a young man now share his worries with Aunt Wu?" Seeing the warmth in Cui Ling's eyes, Yu-ger's face suddenly flushed. Cui Ling was taken aback to see his cheeks, which she had just kneaded, now blushing even deeper. She stammered, "Yu-ger, your face is so red. Did I really pinch too hard and hurt you?" Yu-ger quickly turned his head away, a hint of guilt in his voice. "No, no." To deter further questioning from Cui Ling, he decided to reveal his worries. "I overheard the maid saying that if mother has another baby boy, he will be given to second aunt." The little fellow looked somewhat dejected. "But why must my brother be given a second aunt?" So he was troubled by this matter. Cui Ling's gaze flickered with a hint of sharpness. Yet, she maintained a gentle demeanor towards the confused Yu-ger. "You might be overthinking this, Yu-ger." She gently patted his back and softly reassured him. "Did you hear about giving the baby brother to second aunt from grandmother or from your mother?" Yu-ger shook his head. "Neither." Cui Ling continued, "If you haven't heard it from them, can the words of some random maid be more authoritative than those of grandmother and your mother?" She chuckled lightly. "Let us not even mention if this is true. Even if it were, it's a matter for grandmother and your parents to worry about. Besides, who knows, maybe your mother is having a little sister instead." Yu-ger looked skeptical. "Really, is that not the case?" Cui Ling hesitated to make absolute claims, unsure of sister-in-law's intentions. Yet, seeing Yu-ger's earnest gaze, she couldn't bear to let him continue worrying. "Little man, shouldn't your concerns be about grander matters?" Why waste your thoughts on such trivialities? She lightly tapped his forehead. Though I'm just a little girl, I too must contribute my share to support the soldiers bravely fighting at the northwestern border. Cui Ling stood up, brushing her skirt. If you finish your archery practice early today, come find me at Tyne Courtyard. She stuck out her tongue. Today, I asked Master Lu to make spicy pig-ass trotters. It's not spicy. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Hearing the enticing name of a new dish, Ugur finally set aside his worries. Though he was used to being obstinate, despite feeling delighted inside, he feigned indifference. Spicy. Pig-ass trotters? After a pause, he slowly added, although it sounds a bit strange, since it's your kind intention, I suppose I can begrudgingly try it. This child always had a knack for infuriating Cui Ling. She raised her fist, hey, but Ugur had already dashed away. A triumphant grin on his face as he shouted, Aunt Wu, come catch me. Come catch me. By the time Cui Ling truly chased after him, that mischievous child had vanished without a trace. Cui Ling could only take a deep breath, suppressing her annoyance, before shaking her sleeves in frustration and striding towards Su Zihua's room. In the fragrant and elegant chamber, Su Zihua had been waiting for quite some time. Hearing Ugur's cheerful laughter outside, she couldn't help but shake her head disapprovingly, though the curve of her lips and the amusement in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. She was clearly pleased to see Ugur and Cui Ling getting along harmoniously, laughing like a true child. The warm curtain lifted, revealing Cui Ling standing gracefully. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Thiwa, resting her hands on her waist, smiled. Not at all, fifth sister-in-law, please sit and have some tea with me. She called for Mei Rui to bring a chair for Cui Ling to sit down. Cui Ling was puzzled. Tomorrow was the Empress Jiang's birthday. The celebration was to be handled by Princess Yining, so there was no need for concern. However, it seemed her sisters-in-law were not in a leisurely state to sit down for tea and chat. After all, with her around, wasn't tea the pressing matter to rigorously teach her the rules and etiquette, how to bow before Empress Jiang, and how to respond if she asked questions? Cui Ling recalled that the cousins from the An Ding Duke's residence had spent a considerable amount of time learning the rules. She had a cousin who married the heir to a prince and remembered that it took her sister over a month just to learn to walk properly. Of course, back then, she had found it amusing. She never imagined she would one day fret over learning the rules herself. Indeed, only a day remains until the audience with Empress Jiang, and she is engulfed by trepidation at the prospect of inadequacy. It is not the fear of the rules themselves, nor the punishment that Empress Jiang might impose upon her. After all, she is married now, and even if the Empress disapproves of her, she can no longer meddle in her matrimonial affairs. At worst, she might utter a few harsh words, leaving the noble ladies to snicker behind her back. However, Cui Ling possesses a thick skin and is indifferent to the opinions of others. What concerns her are the matriarch and her sisters-in-law. Should she falter in her conduct tomorrow or make a mistake that invites ridicule, it would bring shame upon the matriarch and her sisters-in-law. The general's estate would become fodder for gossip at others' leisure, which she fervently wishes to avoid. Su Zihua, however, remains remarkably composed, smiling as she prepares a cup of exquisite tea for Cui Ling. Her movements flow seamlessly, her expression unperturbed, betraying no hint of anxiety. Once the tea is consumed and their idle chatter concluded, Su Zihua finally speaks, acknowledging the intricate rituals of the palace, lamenting that in merely a day, there is little she can impart. Yet, she swiftly shifts her tone, her smile taking on a mischievous glint. Since there are already rumors circulating about you, let's make good use of that, saving ourselves the effort of learning those tiresome customs. Cui Ling is momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the cleverness of this notion. To navigate tomorrow's situation without the burden of learning rules aligns perfectly with her desires. She cannot help but chuckle. After all, playing the fool is her forte. Su Zihua, recognizing Cui Ling's keen understanding, proceeds to impart further counsel, leaning in to whisper at her ear. The room is suffused with the fragrant smoke of the golden incense burner, filled with laughter and joy. With a strategy in place, Cui Ling breathes a sigh of relief. As Su Zihua pointed out, the protocols for entering the palace are convoluted and complex, requiring noble ladies to engage the services of palace matrons for instruction. Without several years of diligent study, one cannot truly master them. In just one day, even if her fourth sister-in-law were to impart every bit of knowledge she possesses, what could Cui Ling possibly learn? In a setting such as tomorrow's, Despite the empress being the focal point, the noble ladies will surely scrutinize the new face. Unless she makes a stunning entrance, flawless like Su Zihua, merely knowing the rules or having a superficial grasp of them is largely inconsequential. After all, she is branded as the clumsy and unattractive simpleton of the rumors, since her natural beauty cannot satiate the fervent curiosity of the noble women of Shengjing. Let her perceived dullness serve to soothe their restless spirits. Su Zihua, observing Cui Ling's eager anticipation, cast her a sidelong glance. With a hint of caution in her voice, she reminds, "Tomorrow, follow my earlier advice, but do not overdo it. Otherwise," Su Zihua shakes her head in exasperation. "How will you ever manage to redeem yourself later? One cannot feign ignorance forever." Cui Ling playfully sticks out her tongue. "Fear not, fourth sister, I have it under control." She affectionately wraps her arm around Su Zihua's, gently shaking it. "After all, I will be closely following grandmother and my sisters-in-law tomorrow, greeting and paying respects alongside you. So there should be no room for error." Su Zihua nods with a smile, glancing at the hourglass. "Since you understand, I shall say no more. If you find yourself with nothing to do, feel free to spend more time with me. If there are matters in the tie-in courtyard that require your attention, you may return there first." Cui Ling rises, but, after a moment's consideration, sits back down. She leans closer to Su Zihua, lowering her voice. "Earlier, I encountered Yugu in the courtyard. He seemed rather disheartened." She shares his confusion and worries with her fourth sister-in-law, pausing slightly before adding, "Logically, I shouldn't say such things, but Yugu is close to me, and I cannot bear to see him troubled by those inferior servants. At such a young age, he should not have to worry about such matters." A glimmer of insight flashes in Su Zihua's eyes. She gently pats Cui Ling's hand. "I am aware of this matter." After seeing Cui Ling off, Su Zihua calls for Mei Rui. "Go to the training grounds in the outer courtyard and speak to Yugu's instructor. Request that he assign lighter work and allow Yugu to return half an hour earlier." Having spent much time with Su Zihua, Mei Rui understands her intentions without needing further elaboration. She stifles a laugh. Grandmother must have overheard fifth mistress speaking to the young master about that delicious spicy pig trotter. It sounds delightful. I'm sure he will be thrilled. However, Mei Rui appears puzzled. If you are so fond of the young master, why do you always maintain a stern demeanor towards him? If you smiled and played with him more, he would surely feel much closer to you. A wistful expression flits across Su Zihua's face, yet quickly vanishes. She sighs. Historically, indulgent mothers often spoil their children. With the fourth master frequently away, lacking a strict father, it would not be wise for me to be lenient. What mother does not ache for a child? However, the Yuan family comes from a military lineage, distinct from ordinary noble families. Even the matriarch, despite her evident affection for her grandchildren, was known for her strictness with the general in her youth. Her stringent expectations for Yuan will cultivate in him a sense of composure and introspection in the future. Who knows the heart of a loving mother? So akin to the warmth of spring, I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. Sometimes, I feel a pang of sympathy at how Yugu seems aged beyond his years. But my rigid demeanor has solidified, rendering it difficult to revert to the gentleness of a nurturing mother. Thankfully, there's Cui Ling. Su Zihua smiles softly, turning to Mei Rui. "Tell the instructor to keep quiet about this. Do not let Yugur know it was my suggestion." Upon returning to the tie-in courtyard, Cui Ling recounts Su Zihua's plan to the matriarch, who agrees that it may be the only viable option. Nevertheless, being privy to more intricate details, the matriarch contemplates the potential scenarios for tomorrow and the questions Empress Jiang might pose, rehearsing them thoroughly with Cui Ling. Once satisfied, she reassures her, "With me here, there is nothing to fear." After a pause, she suddenly inquires with a smile, "I hear your elder brother has been inquiring about that spicy pepper on your behalf?" Cui Ling cheeks flush. "Grandmother, you know?" She looks down, fidgeting with her fingers. "The peppers were obtained by Master Tang from a friend, but there are not many. I made a spicy pig trotter yesterday, and that was all." The matriarch raises an eyebrow in mock reproach. "Is it truly that delectable? And you didn't even invite me to taste it?" Cui Ling hastily responds, "Using pepper in dishes is a foreign custom. No one in the entire Sheng Dynasty has done so. This was my first attempt, and I wanted to gauge the family's palate before proceeding further." Fearing the matriarch might take offense, she elaborates quickly, "You've been a bit unwell lately, so spicy food could be harsh on your system. I didn't want to impose. The matriarch finds Cui Ling's apprehension amusing. Though aging, she sometimes resembles a mischievous child. Hearing these explanations, she feigns annoyance. It's for my own good, and yet you withhold that delightful spicy pig-esque trotter from me. After a brief pause, she adds, but your elder brother is a man of significance, busy with affairs daily. Is it reasonable to have him scurry around Shengjing for such a trivial condiment? Cui Ling stands speechless for a moment, but it was elder brother who insisted on helping me. Upon saying this, she realizes it may sound like she's shifting the blame entirely onto Yuan Daliang, as if he were neglecting his duties. She quickly corrects herself. No, it was I who implored him to assist me. It is entirely my fault, grandmother. I beg for your understanding. One must not blame the elder brother. He is merely acting out of a kind heart, burdened by my own entanglements. Yuan Wang, who relishes spicy dishes, upon hearing that the family's chili pepper supply was dwindling, eagerly volunteered to seek out some from outside. Cui Ling suggested he inquire with Master Tang's acquaintances or see if there were any merchants returning from the south in Shengjing. She reasoned that in such a vast city, there must be discerning individuals. Even if none could be found, it was unlikely that someone like Master Tang's friends, who brought back exotic items from overseas, would have brought back some chili peppers. Thus, she actively strategized for Yuan Wang. In recent days, she had frequently troubled him over the matter of chili peppers, not only to satisfy her own cravings but also due to deeper ambitions. She aspired to partner with her second sister-in-law to open a restaurant specializing in spicy cuisine. Cui Ling thought this endeavor would be straightforward, but to her surprise, the matriarch did not approve. Anxious, she feared involving Yuan Wang in her predicament and worried about being disdained by the matriarch. At that moment, the matriarch suddenly burst into laughter, pulling Cui Ling into her embrace. Chuckling, "Dear granddaughter-in-law, your wide-eyed, open-mouthed expression of bewilderment is truly amusing." She playfully ruffled Cui Ling's hair, her laughter growing more joyful. "Do not be upset with your grandmother. I was reminded of the little red fox I raised during my childhood. When that little creature was nervous, it looked just like you did a moment ago, making one unable to resist teasing it. Mama's Xiao and Du seemed to reminisce as well." Chiming in, if the matriarch had not mentioned it, I would not have realized why Fifth Lady seemed so familiar. It turns out she resembles the little fox we raised in our youth. Indeed, I remember we cared for it for many years. What was its name? Hongyu? Hongzhu? The matriarch interrupted them. It was Hongxia. She fell into a reverie, her expression reflective, as its fiery red fur reminded her of the brilliant sunset. Cui Ling, nestled under the matriarch's arm, wore a petrified expression. Initially terrified, she thought she had displeased the matriarch, but in her panic, she realized the matriarch was merely in a playful mood. After regaining her composure, she found herself cradled like a cherished pet, listening to the matriarch and the two mamas reminiscing about their youthful days decades ago. She dared not move, for at that moment, the matriarch's expression was so tender it seemed to glisten. After a considerable time, the matriarch finally returned to the present, apologetically smoothing Cui Ling's hair. Then, smiling, she said, "If my teasing made you uncomfortable, I have a compensation for you. Good news. Would you like to hear it?" Cui Ling thought how fortunate she was to have a grandmother who genuinely cared for her like a granddaughter. How could she feel displeased by the matriarch's occasional mischief? Thus, she vigorously shook her head, eager to hear the good news. The matriarch continued without hesitation. Master Tang's friend introduced a merchant to Dawang, who has just returned from overseas with a shipload of chili peppers, intending to make a fortune in Shengjing. However, none of the taverns in the city would accept them. She covered her mouth, laughing. The merchant was worried about how to dispose of the piled-up chili peppers when he fortuitously met your elder brother, and he sold them off for a mere pittance. A whole ship. Cui Ling's eyes sparkled, nearly leaping with joy. The household would have enough chili peppers for their needs, and the stock for the spicy restaurant would also be sufficient. There might even be some left over. Her mind raced, and she suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "Thank you all for your support. Although we are still a bit away from reaching 30 pink votes, I am delighted to increase the updates. Am I not good? If I am very good, please shower me with more affection. Additionally, the recent chapters have been somewhat mundane as we prepare for the fascinating encounter between the male and female leads. Are you looking forward to it?" Cui Ling said excitedly. "Grandmother, I know just how to utilize this shipload of chili peppers." The matriarch had been somewhat troubled, not out of concern for the silver. Even if Yuan de Wang had spent a fortune on the chili peppers, it would not concern her. The Yuan family, with their wealth, was not lacking in such small expenditures. However, being of advanced age, she was reluctant to squander resources, even if their treasury was overflowing. A whole ship, even if Cui Ling used them for her culinary endeavors. It would take generations to consume them all. Yet, chili peppers were a rarity in Shengjing, and the intense flavor was not to everyone's taste. Even if she wished to donate the surplus, there would be few willing to accept them. Hearing Cui Ling's proposal sparked the matriarch's interest. She eagerly inquired, "What good idea do you have, dear granddaughter-in-law?" Cui Ling wasted no time, sharing her plan to open a spicy restaurant with her second sister-in-law. Counting on her fingers, she explained, "I inquired with Master Tang, and I have just enough silver to cover the expenses of acquiring a tavern in Shengjing." After a moment of hesitation, she leaned in closer to the matriarch's ear and whispered, "When I'm married into the family, besides the private fund for my grandfather, my father also discreetly provided me with a considerable sum for my personal use." She made a mysterious gesture to indicate the amount. The matriarch found her innocence endearing, but also slightly concerning. Typically, a daughter-in-law would keep her savings tightly guarded, fearing that it might be discovered. Yet here was Cui Ling, openly sharing her financial situation in front of all the servants and maids. Although the staff and Taiyan courtyard were trusted individuals selected by her, the matriarch worried about the potential dangers of such openness outside their home. The matriarch gently swatted her hand away. "I am pleased to see your thoughtfulness towards your second sister-in-law." However, Cui Ling blinked eagerly at the matriarch. After a brief pause, the matriarch continued, "Opening a restaurant cannot solely involve your second sister-in-law. You must consider your other sisters-in-law as well." She smiled. "Dear granddaughter-in-law, you have 4 sisters-in-law. It is commendable that you want to care for your second sister-in-law, but what about the others? Are you not concerned about their feelings? Princess Yining and Lian Shi, not to mention Su Zihua, were all financially well off. However, sometimes matters extend beyond mere finances." Cui Ling nodded vigorously, understanding the matriarch's wisdom. If she were to pursue such an endeavor, it was indeed essential to include her eldest, third, and fourth sisters-in-law. She joyfully exclaimed, "If that is the case, we can resolve a good portion of the chili peppers." The matriarch chuckled. "What about the remaining half?" Cui Ling quickly replied, "ISNT Empress Jiang, seeking to provide quality cotton clothing and furs for the soldiers stationed in the northwest. I was thinking spicy dishes have invigorating properties. In the frigid northwest, if the soldiers could have a warm bowl of fragrant spicy soup, they would surely feel revitalized." The matriarch recalled how Xiaoli and Mama Du had longed for that spicy pig trotter dish, and after just one taste, they had turned crimson from the heat. Du Momo hesitated at once, but Xiaoli, undeterred, continued to exclaim how spicy it was. By the time she finished, her fair face was not only flushed, but her lips swollen, and tears streamed down her cheeks, claiming that the spiciness made her sweat profusely. The matriarch, observing this, could not help but think that it was indeed a splendid idea. Cui Ling noticed the satisfied smile on the matriarch's face and continued, explaining that the chili peppers, brought back from overseas after a long journey, were likely sun-dried, easy to transport, and could be ground into a paste. She gestured, "Grandmother, consider this. During military campaigns, sometimes the specifics are not so critical. With chili paste, even dry bread would taste delightful." The matriarch found this reasoning quite sound and nodded with a smile, deciding to call for her elder brother to discuss it further. However, since the chilies would be sent to the northwest, the immediate focus would be on the soldiers. "What do you think, Xiao Wu's wife?" she asked. "Some matters have their priorities. The establishment of a restaurant, in comparison to the pressing need for the soldiers in the northwest to keep warm, would have to take a back seat. Moreover, while opening a spicy restaurant sounds simple, the execution is far from easy. Even if a shop is secured, there would be time needed for renovations, choosing a manager and head chef, and drafting a menu. These are not tasks that can be accomplished hastily." Cui Ling, well aware of the priorities, smiled and replied that the restaurant could be developed gradually, without rush. After all, it was now known that a certain foreign chili was available beyond the South China Sea at a reasonable price. With the right contacts, a shipment could be arranged in no time. This was a long-term endeavor, indeed not something to be hurried. By the time of the afternoon, Cui Ling was in the kitchen observing Master Lu and Master Tang at work. Despite having been spiced once, Xiaoli found herself increasingly enchanted by the robust flavors and joined in the excitement. With the addition of the newly sourced chilies, Master Lu worked with vigor, and soon the kitchen was filled with an enticing yet pungent aroma. Amidst a light cough, a small, chubby figure appeared at the kitchen door. Cui Ling quickly called out, "You go, halt. It's too spicy here. It will sting your eyes. Go outside. Your aunt will be out shortly." Unexpectedly, Yuan Yu, wrinkling his nose and rubbing his eyes, boldly stepped inside. With a cool demeanor, he declared, a real man should not shy away from a little spice. How could he achieve great things in the future? Cui Ling was at a loss for words, but she recognized that despite his small stature, Uyghur had grand ideas. Since he insisted on joining the fun, she felt powerless to shoo him away and resignedly led him to a spot by the window, where the air was relatively fresh. Uyghur inquired, "Didn't you say we were making pepper salt pig feet? Why are we adding chilies?" Cui Ling smiled, explaining that she had asked Master Lu to prepare two versions, one spicy for those who enjoyed it, and one with pepper salt for those who did not, thus accommodating everyone's tastes. Feeling a sense of warmth, Uyghur listened attentively. Before long, both pots of pig's feet were ready, filling the room with an irresistible aroma that made one's mouth water. Xiaoli, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, it smells so good. I can't help but drool." In the spacious kitchen, an ambience of warmth enveloped them, with the pungency only adding to their joy. The following morning, in preparation for Empress Jiang's birthday, the entire family of the general of the state rose early. The matriarch and Liang Shi, adorned with official robes, were dressed according to their ranks. Princess Ning, of noble lineage, wore her ceremonial colors. Lian Shi, Su Zihua, and Cui Ling, lacking official titles, donned dark, dignified attire with understated yet elegant accessories. As they departed, the matriarch and Cui Ling shared a carriage. Feeling somewhat nervous, Cui Ling remarked, "Grandmother, this is my first time entering the palace. I wonder what it will be like inside despite discussing strategies with Su Zihua the day before, and even receiving a list of potential questions from the matriarch." She still felt anxious. The matriarch gently patted Cui Ling's arm, reassuring her, "Silly child, I know you are clever. Just adapt as the situation arises. There is no need to be afraid." She smiled, adding, "Though the Empress is a woman of great authority, she is also mindful of her demeanor. Given that the sons of the Yuan family are fighting valiantly in the northwest, she will not make things difficult for you." Empress Jiang was a formidable woman. Once merely the daughter of a fifth-grade official, her intelligence and cunning allowed her to overshadow the daughters of nobility. She excelled in psychological strategies, adept at winning hearts. Had she not been such an astute partner, the emperor would not have ascended so smoothly. Consequently, Empress Jiang was particularly protective of her reputation. Unless deeply provoked, she would never easily trouble a new bride from a distinguished military family. While one should not be entirely at ease, excessive anxiety is also unwise. With the matriarch's comforting words, Cui Ling felt a bit steadier. She pondered before asking, "Grandmother, might I see you today?" Since entering the general's residence, she had often heard comparisons between herself and Yuan Yu, noting that they bore a resemblance and shared similar temperaments. The servants mentioned it frequently, and the matriarch had brought it up several times. Whether out of familial affinity or mere curiosity, Cui Ling was eager to meet this girl who was said to be so like her. However, Yuan Yu was serving as a companion to Princess Chongling and had not returned home even for her uncle Yuan Wulang's wedding, as if she were being held as a royal hostage. Although Cui Ling wished to make her acquaintance, she had yet to have the opportunity. Today, however, was the Empress's birthday. Surely, the daughter of the princess would pay her respects, which might mean she could finally meet Yu. The matriarch shared her anticipation but could not confirm, recalling that even during the last wedding, Yu had not returned home. Who knew what excuse would arise this time? Were it not for Yuan Delang occasionally catching glimpses of his daughter after court, the matriarch would truly suspect that her beloved granddaughter was in some trouble. With this thought, she sighed heavily, deciding to wait and see. Upon entering the palace, they switched to the palace carriage at Anqing Gate. Throughout the journey, Cui Ling adhered to the matriarch's instructions, remaining silent and not looking around. She did not feel it was a loss. In her previous life, she had visited the Forbidden City and the Summer Palace, exploring many historical sites. For a girl from modern times, the grandeur of the Imperial Palace was merely impressive, evoking admiration without envy or curiosity. Instead, the oppressive atmosphere of this ancient palace, which had witnessed 5 dynasties, coupled with the biting cold wind seeping through the curtain seams, sent chills down her spine, making her quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, they finally completed the lengthy passage, and, after changing carriages, the women of the general's residence arrived at the Empress's Cui Ling palace. Cui Ling had forgotten how she greeted the noble ladies who had arrived earlier. Simply following Suzy Hua's advice and hiding behind her sisters-in-law, mimicking their actions. If anyone inquired about her, she would offer a harmless smile, knowing her sisters-in-law would handle the conversation. Thus, they successfully awaited the Empress's arrival. Empress Jiang appeared to be in her 30s, not conventionally beautiful. Compared to the well-cared-for noble women in the hall, she appeared somewhat gaunt and aged. Yet, an undeniable aura of authority surrounded her, demanding attention. A smile graced her face. Yet within the hall, an eerie silence prevailed, as none dared to indulge in laughter or revelry. Empress Jiang seemed quite satisfied with this display of authority. She slightly raised her chin, declaring, "Today is my birthday, and the crown prince insists on hosting a feast. I originally had no fondness for such extravagance, but considering it as an opportunity to gather with esteemed guests, I reluctantly consented." Her demeanor was decisive, devoid of hesitation. Upon concluding her opening remarks, she swiftly transitioned to the core of the matter, stating, "As you may have heard, the Empress Dowager has been somewhat unwell, troubled by concerns for the nation and the welfare of the soldiers fighting in the northwest." Empress Jiang paused, her piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. After a deliberate moment, she continued, "It is unfortunate that she, who ought to be enjoying her twilight years, is still burdened by state affairs. How can I, then, remain indifferent?" All present, being women of noble standing, surely shared a sense of patriotism and familial devotion akin to hers. Therefore, it was no surprise when someone immediately responded, "The soldiers are valiantly defending our homeland. As loyal subjects, we can do little but heed your guidance, Your Majesty." The speaker was the elder sister-in-law of Empress Jiang, now the lady of the Marquis of Chang'an. The assembly, having begun to grasp Empress Jiang's intentions, found clarity in the words of the lady of Chang'an, and no one dared to feign ignorance any longer. Without a moment's pause, the noble women chimed in agreement. Empress Jiang's satisfaction blossomed, her smile growing even more radiant. "Very well. I shall take the lead and donate 1,000 high-quality cotton garments, 1,000 warm and light furs, and 1,000 leather caps. The remainder, I ask you all to contribute as well," she proclaimed, "for 10,000 soldiers in the northwest." Her contribution of a mere 1,000 items meant that the remaining 99,000 must come from those present. Cui Ling was left speechless, pondering, is she truly so ruthless? She was uncertain about the market prices outside, yet knew that high-quality garments and furs were not inexpensive, even with numerous noble women in attendance. The burden would still be considerable for each household. Their husbands' annual salaries were limited. Could they withstand such extravagance? Not every family, like that of General Yuan, could seize opportunities for additional income amidst the war. Her own family, the An Ding Duke's residence, was experiencing financial strain. Yet, to her surprise, the noble women displayed no signs of distress. They seemed to have anticipated this and accepted the task with calmness, even joy. Thus, the collection was completed smoothly and efficiently. During the luncheon, Empress Jiang invited the matriarch to sit at her side and raise several inquiries regarding details. Throughout the process, she did not cast a single glance at Cui Ling, who breathed a sigh of relief. However, she remained cautious, hiding among her sisters-in-law, taking small bites of whatever was offered while quietly sitting with her head bowed. Royal banquets were assuredly replete with lavish dishes, though the flavors were not particularly exquisite. Cui Ling recalled a tale she had heard in her past life, which suggested that offerings to the emperor were rarely of the finest quality. Teas and local specialties were often second-rate, for many items could not guarantee quality. If the harvest was poor, even second-rate goods might be hard to find. Fearing imperial reproach for their lack of diligence, the courtiers would not present their best wares. Cui Ling was uncertain of the veracity of this claim. Yet after experiencing this banquet, she found herself inclined to believe it. In her view, Master Lu's culinary skills far surpassed what she had just consumed. Yet Master Lu had explained that he had been pushed out of the imperial kitchen due to his lack of opportunity, revealing the fear chefs harbored regarding their master's tastes becoming finicky. Thus, They would rather offer elaborate, visually striking dishes than risk disappointing their superiors. While ordinary cooks might simply be dismissed for poor meals, imperial chefs could face severe consequences, potentially even losing their lives. As Cui Ling stared blankly at the dishes before her, she was suddenly startled to hear Empress Jiang mention her name. With alarm, she looked up toward the throne, where Empress Jiang's sharp, icy gaze seemed to pierce through her with an air of barely concealed disdain. Unsure of how to respond, she listened as Empress Jiang cheerfully remarked, "My lords and ladies are always decisive in their actions. I trust that this time will be no different, and you will swiftly gather the necessary garments." With a deep sigh, she lamented the harsh winter settling over Shengjing and wondered just how frigid it must be in the northwest. "I hope everyone will exert themselves, so that our brave soldiers do not suffer too greatly from the cold." Another round of agreement followed. Empress Jiang then turned to the matriarch and said, "Young Shi from the Muyang Duke's residence has been clamoring to go to the battlefield in the northwest. I intend to assign him to oversee the delivery. What say you?" Empress Jiang's mother was a distant relative of Shi Xiuqin's late mother. Though they had long lost contact, their familial ties had been rekindled since Empress Jiang's marriage to the emperor. Over the years, Empress Jiang had honored Shi Xiuqin's mother as a cousin and regarded Shi's younger brother as a nephew. Shi Xiuqin was a close friend of the ninth prince and had a good rapport with the crown prince. Thus, when the Yuan family army was dispatched to the northwest, he had implored Empress Jiang several times to join the fray. The matriarch was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Empress Jiang's intentions. The Muyang Duke's residence was currently under the management of the second branch of the family, and with Shi Xiuqin present, their influence was already significant. If he were to leave Shengjing, one could only speculate what events might unfold. However, there was an upside. As long as Shi Xiuqin successfully delivered the supplies to the soldiers in the northwest, it would be deemed a major accomplishment. Should the campaign yield victory, he would share in the rewards. This could be seen as Empress Jiang offering Shi Xiuqin her support. The matriarch pondered this, but maintained a facade of humility. Nodding in agreement, "Young Shi is indeed commendable. If your majesty believes he is capable, then he should certainly be entrusted with the task." A glimmer of sharpness appeared in the corners of Empress Jiang's eyes as she turned her attention toward the silent, downcast Cui Ling, smiling as she said, "Actually, I have another candidate in mind." Pausing, Empress Jiang returned her gaze to the matriarch. "Young Wu, who recently married, is set to embark on a campaign for the nation, leaving his new bride behind. It seems somewhat unfair to both the emperor and myself." She narrowed her eyes slightly, suggesting, "Why not allow young Wu's wife to accompany him to the northwest as well? With Shi Young to escort her, it would be quite safe." The matriarch was momentarily stunned. In her youth, when her husband went off to war, it was common for wives to accompany their husbands. Society placed fewer restrictions on women back then. She had even led troops in a battle herself. However, over the past few years, public scrutiny of women had grown increasingly severe. The idea of young Wu's wife traveling with Shi Young to deliver winter garments to the northwest, a treacherous journey of 1,000 miles, would undoubtedly invite gossip. Even a woman venturing out without an elder-esque company would become the subject of speculation. Now, with Empress Jiang broaching this topic in the presence of the assembly, the matriarch was at a loss for words. To be fair, she would be delighted to provide young Wu and his wife with an opportunity for reunion. Yet, the potential for scandal weighed heavily on her mind. Before the matriarch could respond, Empress Jiang continued with a smile. "Your young Wu's wife would represent the esteemed noble women of Shengjing, and her personal escort of winter garments to the northwest would surely elicit even greater gratitude from the soldiers." Her gaze sharpened as she surveyed the noble ladies in the hall, who were exchanging furtive glances and whispers. With a solemn tone, she inquired, "What do you all think?" Having broached the subject, despite feeling a sense of unease within, who among them would dare to voice dissent? Thus, this matter was inexplicably settled under the autocratic decree of Empress Jiang. A sudden shift occurred, akin to a thunderous clap in a clear sky. It felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck down upon Cui Ling's head, enveloping her in an instant of darkness, as thunder rumbled ominously. After a suffocating pause, a torrent of emotions surged within her. What was happening? Was this not a celebration of Empress Jiang's birthday? Was it not intended to gather cotton garments for the soldiers in the northwest? Why did it all revolve around her? Although she had resolved to develop a peaceful and amicable relationship with Yuan Wulong, she had no desire to venture into the war-torn, frigid northwest to reunite with him. She harbored no grand ambitions to emulate the Lady Dowager's valiant exploits on the battlefield. She would silently pray for the gallant soldiers of the Northwest. But as for Yuan Wulong, she wished him health and safety. As for herself, she yearned to remain in the warmth and comfort of the general's residence. Her tranquility, her leisure, her delectable meals, her spices. Cui Ling felt tears welling up, yet she knew she had no right to refuse. Empress Jiang did not even require the Lady Dowager's input, and had cheerfully made her decision. Even the esteemed Lady Yuan had no grounds to interject, and what could she possibly say against it? Lowering her head in silence, she trembled as she swallowed the fish balls in her bowl hole. Empress Jiang had commanded Cui Ling to represent the noble ladies of Shengjing in sending cotton garments to the soldiers of the Northwest, and this edict struck like a thunderclap. It was as if she had cast a stone into still waters, creating ripples of turmoil. This unexpected task left the Lady Dowager at a loss. She could not fathom Empress Jiang's intentions. Once the banquet concluded, Princess Ening, with a serious expression, assisted the Lady Dowager and remarked, during the intervals of the feast, "I took a moment to check on Yuer. She hasn't lost weight or spirit. She's doing quite well." She paused slightly. She had intended to visit you, grandmother, but with the matter of the fifth sister-in-law, I informed her otherwise. The Lady Dowager, at that moment, had no inclination for idle chatter with her beloved great-granddaughter. She nodded solemnly. "You are well connected in the palace. Please ensure that Yuer is taken care of." Princess Ening sighed imperceptibly, wishing to say something, but ultimately refrained. After contemplating, she lowered her voice, stating, "Let us discuss this further at home." The banquet had dispersed, and Empress Jiang had already departed. The Lady Dowager grasped Cui Ling's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. "Come, let us return home." Upon reaching the general's residence, the Lady Dowager summoned her 5 granddaughters-in-law into the room. The door to Taiyan courtyard was securely locked by trusted servants, ensuring their privacy, while the maidservants attending them were sent away to await orders. Princess Ening's expression was as solemn as water, her tone imbued with an unprecedented weight and authority. "What do you believe Empress Jiang truly means?" Though the Northwest Army was led by the Yuan family, with a significant portion of the 100,000 soldiers serving under the general, Empress Jiang's decision to procure clothing for the troops seemed to benefit the Yuan family as well. However, this battle was a matter of defending the homeland. The honor of rewarding the soldiers should not fall upon a Yuan family. Moreover, the fifth sister-in-law was merely a newlywed, a delicate woman. Leaving aside the gossip that might ensue from her traveling with Shi Xiujin, the very dangers of the journey were worrisome. The distance from Shengjing to Muzhou was considerable, and even the swiftest steed would require at least 15 days to traverse it. The Northwest, a harsh and frigid land, had once known prosperity, but now, with war raging, its former vibrancy had long since faded, likely replaced by displaced refugees. The journey could indeed be perilous. The Lady Dowager's gaze fell, her silence heavy. Lianshi could no longer contain herself. There is no need to fear idle gossip. This task is an imperial command, with so many noble ladies present to witness. Should anyone dare speak ill of the fifth sister-in-law, they would be challenging the authority of Empress Jiang. She paused, allowing for a glimmer of optimism. Perhaps Empress Jiang is simply compassionate, wishing to reunite the newlywed couple, given their recent separation. Yet, this sentiment was mere self-deception. Everyone in the room, except for Cui Ling, understood Empress Jiang's character. She was not a person of benevolence. Empress Jiang never acted without purpose. To suggest that she wished for Yuan Wulong and his wife to be reunited was far from her true intentions. There must be some inscrutable ulterior motive. After a moment of silence, the Lady Dowager's eyes suddenly opened wide. Empress Jiang has issued an edict. The fifth sister-in-law cannot defy it. Therefore, this journey is unavoidable. Cui Ling had been shocked, exasperated, and aggrieved throughout this ordeal, but she had now regained her composure. Empress Jiang held no affection for her. That was the impression she had gleaned from their brief exchange in Cui Ling Palace. Yet, she could not grasp the reason behind it. At this moment, she had neither the time nor the inclination to speculate about the Empress's motives. All she could think was that the journey to the Northwest seemed inevitable. Since it was an inescapable fate, she might as well attempt to embrace it. She thought of it as a journey to the Northwest, an opportunity to experience new cultures and perhaps savor various delicacies. This was the only way she could console herself. From the earlier discussions among her sisters-in-law, Cui Ling quickly gleaned key information. Firstly, the journey was long. Secondly, it could be unsafe. As a sheltered and delicate woman, she realized that she might endure the physical hardships along the way, but if any danger were to arise, her lack of strength would leave her with little hope of survival. In such circumstances, the leader accompanying her with supplies to the northwest would be of utmost importance. Contemplating this, Cui Ling gently grasped the lady dowager's hand. "Grandmother, do not worry. I am willing to go to the northwest. However, as my sisters-in-law mentioned, we may encounter some difficulties along the way. Therefore," her expression turned serious. "I wish to know what sort of person Shi Xiujin from the Muyongbo family is. Can he be relied upon? If Shi Xiujin were a rogue who abandoned her midway or sold her off, upon her return, he could easily claim that they had been waylaid by bandits or refugees, and her life would be irrevocably altered. She needed to ascertain his character and trustworthiness. On this matter, the Lady Dowager was quite certain. She quickly replied, "Shi Xiujin can be somewhat impulsive, easily swayed by others. However, he possesses a commendable quality, loyalty and honor." Before leaving, Yuan Wulong had casually mentioned that if any trouble arose along the way, they should seek out Shi Xiujin for assistance. Shi Xiujin would go to great lengths for Song Ziyue, having once nearly beaten the fifth master of the An Ding Marquis family to a pulp, not for the sake of beauty, but out of loyalty to Yuan Wulong. The Lady Dowager patted Cui Ling's hand reassuringly. "You will be accompanied by Shi Xiujin, you can rest assured." Shi Xiujin and Yuan Wulong were close friends, their bond stronger than that of ordinary brothers. This young man was not only honorable, but also respectful. He would treat Cui Ling with the utmost courtesy. The Lady Dowager was not concerned about any scandal arising between them. Cui Ling felt a slight sense of relief. As long as she could be certain that her companions would not betray or harm her, the dangers of the journey seemed to diminish significantly. From Empress Zhang's words, it appeared that within 10 days, the cotton garments and furs would be prepared, and she would soon set out. The time left for her preparations was, in truth, quite limited. Fortunately, she had frequently traveled abroad in her past life, and before each journey, she had developed a habit of meticulously planning. Having grown up in an environment devoid of familial affection and later enduring deep emotional wounds, she had always been a person plagued by insecurity. Thus, regardless of her whereabouts, whenever venturing into unfamiliar territories, she felt compelled to make exhaustive preparations before embarking on her travels. Cui Ling resolved to utilize this fleeting time to conduct thorough research. She aimed to ascertain the towns she would traverse from Shengjing City to the northwestern Mu province, along with potential routes. She sought to understand the characteristics of each city and town encountered along the way, their unique customs, and any pertinent issues to be aware of. Ideally, she would also like to explore the local cuisines of these towns, as diverse culinary experiences would be a delightful bonus. As for the selection of escorts and accompanying personnel, she decided to leave that to her grandmother and elder brother. Knowing her grandmother's affection for her and her brother's fondness for the spicy dishes she prepared, she was confident they would arrange for capable guards to ensure her safety, leaving her without a worry. With these thoughts, the frown that had marred her face dissipated. Liang Shi, intrigued, inquired why her sister-in-law's countenance had brightened so suddenly after previously shedding tears. After a moment's contemplation, she chuckled. Perhaps it was the thought of reuniting with her fifth brother that alleviated her fears, despite the long journey ahead. Cui Ling, with her bright eyes, asserted that since a journey to the northwest was inevitable, there was no point in weeping helplessly. It would not change the circumstances. With a resolute nod, she embraced the situation, recognizing that crying was futile. Instead, she preferred to devise ways to make the journey as comfortable as possible, ultimately prioritizing a safe arrival in Mu province. Cui Ling genuinely held this perspective. Rather than weeping and causing her grandmother and sisters-in-law to worry or feeling discontented herself, she resolved to treat this journey as an opportunity for growth and adventure. From a positive standpoint, the noble women of Shengjing had little chance to travel on such royal errands. Indeed, most women might never leave Shengjing in their lifetimes. Princess Yining, Liang Shi, Lian Shi, and Su Zihua were all taken aback by her sentiment, while only the matriarch wore a smile of satisfaction, proud that the child had not disappointed her. Recently, she had befriended an inspiring young woman who served as a source of motivation for her writing endeavors. Admittedly, Yin Yin struggled with updates, her writing pace slow and lacking patience. In contrast, this new acquaintance was a prolific writer, capable of producing 200 characters each day, a feat Cui Ling could only admire. She recommended her new book for those experiencing a literary drought. The title is The Fortunate Wife of a Noble Family, book number 311-2859. The synopsis reveals a tale of a woman who devoted her life to two individuals, only to be betrayed by both. As she closed her eyes, expecting to meet her end, she was instead granted a second chance at life. Cui Ling, who once relished idleness due to her detachment from responsibilities, now understood that the Empress Jiang's command was an unavoidable force. She could not evade it nor feign illness once more, as that would only burden her family. Consequently, in the days that followed, she immersed herself in preparations for the journey to the northwest. She began by diligently strengthening her physical condition. Each morning, before dawn, one could find a seemingly frail yet resolute young woman at the martial arts hall, practicing stances, punches, running, and wielding a spear. Cui Ling considered the biting cold of winter, recognizing that the harsh winds of the far northwestern frontier would be akin to sharp blades, capable of slicing through one's skin. As she traveled westward, the climate would undoubtedly worsen. If she remained delicate and fragile, it was likely she would fall ill before even reaching the northwest. She understood that if she were to become unwell on the journey, even if Shi Xiuji adhered to his promises to the matriarch and the Yuan family by seeking medical assistance, his royal duties would prevent him from pausing his progress for her sake. This was a reality she could not ignore. The Empress Jiang had rewarded the military with cotton, clothing, and furs, and with December now upon them, gathering these supplies would take at least another 10 days. This meant they would likely set out around the middle of the month. The journey from Shengjing City to the northwest Mu province would require at least 15 days of swift travel. A convoy transporting goods could not match the speed of a lone rider. Even if they traveled day and night, they would take over 20 days to arrive. By then, the new year would have arrived. Under the most favorable circumstances, any delays or complications along the way could mean that the winter garments would reach Mu province only as the weather began to warm. What purpose would such clothing serve then? Shi Xiuji's task appeared straightforward, a reward from the Empress for his service. However, this was contingent upon his uninterrupted journey to Mu province. Should he encounter delays, the suffering soldiers in the northwest would be pitiful, and he and his entourage would face punishment. Thus, Cui Ling was acutely aware that she could not afford to fall ill on the journey. Otherwise, even if Shi Xiuji had the best intentions, he would have no option but to continue without slowing down, as time would not permit it. Cui Ling was well aware of the medical capabilities of the Sheng Dynasty. A simple cold could prove fatal. While it might be manageable in the bustling city of Shengjing or larger towns, she had observed that the smaller towns along the route were scarce in medical facilities and supplies, often lacking even a decent clinic. If her health faltered, Shi Xiuji would face two perilous choices: to drag her along or to leave her behind in the local area. Both options posed significant risks for a patient, and Cui Ling was not willing to take such chances. Thus, she redoubled her efforts to strengthen her body. The second task she undertook was to consult Yuan Dalong regarding the necessary routes. Beyond the official roads, she wished to discover any shortcuts. Although Yuan Dalong had not experienced the battlefield firsthand, he maintained communication with his father and brothers. He reported daily to the Ministry of War, diligently studying the military dispatches from the northwest. Thus, despite not being physically present, he possessed considerable knowledge about the region. Yuan Dalong was also perplexed by the Empress Jiang's decision, feeling a surge of anger. Unlike the matriarch, who understood the historical intricacies of the imperial court, he believed that the Empress's actions were sanctioned by the emperor, aimed at undermining the formidable reputation of the Zhongguo general's household. The Yuan family had held military power since the founding of the Sheng Dynasty, never tasting defeat, and their prestige was deeply rooted both in the court and among the populace. Soldiers revered the Zhongguo general not out of loyalty to the Sheng Dynasty, but from admiration for the Yuan family and General Yuan Shitao, which had long been a source of concern for the emperor, who sought to reclaim military authority and had never ceased pressuring the Yuan family. Yuan Dalong lamented that his daughter, Yuan Yuer, had become a victim of this trepidation, unable to enjoy her youth and instead confined to the deep palace, accompanying a willful and capricious princess, unable to return home. Now, it seemed that his new sister-in-law was facing a similar fate. The thought of his bright and cheerful sister-in-law, akin to Yuan Yuer, filled Yuan Dalong with a sense of discomfort. He had always felt that this marriage was a disservice to her. After all, she was the daughter of a noble family. Yet her marriage arrangements had been hastily completed within a month, skipping many customary ceremonies due to time constraints. On the second day after her wedding, the fifth brother had departed for war. In the 3 months since, apart from exchanging 2 letters, there had been no further communication. If it were any other woman, feeling heartbroken and wronged would be understandable. She might be consumed by sorrow and melancholy. Yet his sister-in-law had never allowed her family to witness her discontent. The young woman, of an age akin to his daughter, always wore a cheerful smile, regardless of the grievances she endured. She was dutiful to her grandmother, held her brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law in high regard, and fostered affection for her nephews and nieces. In her quest to assimilate into this family and win the favor of the fifth brother, she not only trained in martial arts but also pursued her studies. Setting aside these endeavors, the mere thought of the tantalizing boiled fish and spicy pig trotters made Yuan Dalong reluctant to send the fifth sister-in-law to the northwest. He felt a heavy gloom settle in his heart, convinced that the emperor had truly overstepped his bounds, pressing the Yuan family too tightly. In truth, the general's household had long contemplated a strategic withdrawal, gradually relinquishing some military authority back to the court over the years. However, the pressing issue remained that generals like those stationed in the west, such as General Wu Wei and General Wanning, were not to be called upon. When the Ruren invaded, the imperial soldiers faced successive defeats. The Yuan family had no choice but to step in. 5 years prior, in their effort to protect their homeland, the Yuan family had already suffered the irreplaceable loss of their second son. Did the emperor truly believe the Yuan family was eager to send forth more of their sons and grandsons into the fray of battle, risking their lives? They bore the burden not out of desire, but from a sense of obligation to spare the emperor distress and to alleviate the suffering of the common people amidst turmoil. Regrettably, the emperor required their service yet harbored doubts about their loyalty. Yet, when the sovereign demands a servant's life, that servant must comply. Yuan Dalong's fury was confined to his heart. He found himself unable to protest or even to voice a complaint. He resolved that this would be the final time. Once they repelled the Ruren, the Yuan family would lay down their arms and return to their fields. Should the emperor possess the grace to accommodate them, they would continue their lives in Shangjing, bearing the hollow title of Duke of State. If not, they would relocate, taking their entire family to Xiling City, the grandmother's ancestral home. With the accumulated prestige of generations, their close-knit family values, and the countless treasures stored in their treasury, he believed the Yuan family would surely emerge from the current turmoil and prosper once more. Yet, such plans required careful and deliberate consideration. At present, the matter of sending the fifth sister-in-law to the northwest was of utmost urgency. Yuan Dalong sought to ensure everything was meticulously arranged and therefore summoned Shi Xiujin to discuss the matter. Shi Xiujin arrived promptly, accompanied by his sister, Dan Jierer. In the main hall of Taiyan Courtyard, the matriarch exchanged a few words with the siblings before excusing herself, citing fatigue, and retreated with Dan Jierer to rest in the inner quarters. Some matters are best discussed in fewer numbers. Besides, with her presence, the younger generation felt less at ease to speak. She had faith that Yuan Dalong would manage everything adeptly, thus willingly granting them the space to converse. Cui Ling wished to follow the matriarch into the inner room, but though Shi Xiujin was a relative, she was still a new bride and did not wish to intrude upon the discussions meant for her elder brother-in-law and cousins. While the matters at hand were indeed pertinent to her, she trusted that once Yuan Dalong and Shi Xiujin had reached a consensus, he would inform her of all essential details. Her faith in Yuan Dalong was unwavering. However, Yuan Dalong was not one to adhere strictly to such formalities. He called out to Cui Ling, suggesting that the fifth sister-in-law remain to contribute to the discussion as well. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiujin looked up and was struck by the extraordinary beauty before him. He felt a flicker of surprise, as if he recognized her from somewhere. It cannot pinpoint where. Nevertheless, that surprise swiftly transformed into a sense of pride for Yuan Wulong. He had previously heard of Yuan Wulong's hasty marriage to the previously reclusive ninth miss of the An Ding Marquis, and concern for his dear friend had plagued him. The rumors circulating had reached him, and he had found them credible. If she were not unattractive or simple-minded, why would a daughter of marriageable age remain hidden away? Social events were among the rare opportunities for noble daughters to mingle, and a typical girl would cherish such occasions. He feared that Yuan Wulong might marry an unsuitable wife. Were it merely a matter of another family, it would be inconsequential. But he was aware of the Yuan family's strict rule that a man could only take a concubine after reaching 40 without male heirs. Should Yuan Wulong make a misstep in his choice of wife, it would spell the end of his happiness. Later, upon hearing from Dan Jier that Yuan Wulong's wife was indeed a stunning beauty, Shi Xiujin remained skeptical. If she were truly so lovely, how could there be no whispers of her within Shengjing? He did not expect her to be exceptionally beautiful, only that she was not a foolish or dull-witted person. Upon witnessing her demeanor today, graceful, poised, and direct in her speech, he felt reassured. She was nothing like the rumors suggested. Moreover, she truly was remarkably beautiful. A perfect match for Yuan Wulong. Shi Xiujin discreetly observed Cui Ling, who in turn was stealing glances at him. She had heard of his name, but was meeting him for the first time. Shi Xiujin was tall and slender, with a refined demeanor that belied his reputation for being able to best Cui family's fifth cousin in a brawl. From appearances alone, one could not discern his impulsive nature. As Cui Ling considered entrusting her safety to this individual, she felt a twinge of hesitation. After some contemplation, she resolved to test him. Apologies for the delay. Due to the Qingming festival, I returned to my grandmother's home in the countryside, with the need to pay respects at the gravesite and many relatives gathering. The house was bustling and noisy, making it impossible to write. In desperation, I had to take my laptop to a nearby library to hastily compose this chapter. I noticed some classmates praising the book I recommended, and I would like to assert that not only is Xiao Wu's work captivating, but she is also remarkably diligent in her updates. Since many are experiencing a book drought, allow me to recommend another. Have you heard of the talented author Hongzi? She is known for her exceptional writing quality and dedication, and I often feel embarrassed by my own writing speed when I see her daily updates in the group. Therefore, I would like to recommend her new book, He Huan, which can easily be found on the PK leaderboard, and it has a solid 20 chapters ready. Feel free to dive in. The journey from Shengjing to the northwest typically follows the official roads, frequented by merchants and commoners alike. These roads are broad, lined with relay stations and tea houses, connecting towns and bustling with travelers, offering both convenience and safety. However, due to the necessity of traversing significant towns, one is bound to encounter some detours, extending the duration of travel. Aside from the official roads, there exists a smaller path leading straight down from Shengjing, which, if one possessed a swift steed, could reach Muzhou in just over 10 days. Previously, Yuan Wulong had taken this route to join his father and brothers in the northwest. While this path saved time, it was fraught with winding trails and scarce lodging, and at times, days could pass without a drop of water to drink. Without ample preparation or the agility to forage in the wild, one would not only endure the hardships of camping under the stars, but might also risk their life in the treacherous wilderness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cui Ling smiled gently and inquired, "As you head to the northwest, may I ask which route you plan to take, Cousin Shi?" Shi Xiujin needed to deliver winter garments to the northwest in the shortest time possible. While the official road was indeed comfortable and secure, it would delay his journey. The smaller path, on the other hand, posed numerous unpredictable dangers and would be quite arduous. A choice was required, one that would reveal the essence of his character. Shi Xiujin appeared somewhat conflicted, but did not hesitate for long before providing his answer. His voice was crisp and decisive. "If we take the official road, we will surely be delayed. Should we fail to meet the deadline for Her Majesty the Empress's orders, the consequences would be dire, and I cannot afford to take that risk." As he spoke, he picked up the ink and brush prepared on the table and hastily sketched a few lines on the paper. Pointing to the drawing, he said, "My fifth cousin informed me that there is another shortcut to the northwest." He meticulously charted the terrain. According to him, although the path was narrow, it could accommodate a 2-yoke horse cart. The Empress Jiang had called for 100,000 winter garments, including cotton clothes, trousers, and fur hats, no small number, necessitating their transport by cart to the northwest. As long as the path was wide enough for a 2-yoke cart, they could proceed. Cui Ling nodded, recalling how when she had heard Yuan Dalong discuss these two routes, she had believed that the official road held little promise. Though she cherished her life, she resolved to fulfill the imperial command, recognizing that this task would benefit both the nation and her family. To avoid giving Empress Jiang any reason to punish her. She aimed to perform her duties diligently. Even if Shi Xiuqin chose to pursue an official path, she would encourage him to consider a shortcut. Cui Ling then inquired, "I heard from my elder brother that the road is quite desolate, with no settlements along the way. There are often bandits lurking around. Is it not a bit perilous?" The delayed winter clothing, when compared to the lost garments, was evidently the lesser concern. However, Shi Xiuqin replied with utmost confidence, "My cousin Wu can traverse it alone. I am accompanied by a large entourage. What danger could there be? Moreover, the supplies we are transporting are destined for the valiant soldiers fighting for our country. Who would dare to interfere?" He maintained an air of indifference, asserting that even the rugged wilderness had its own sense of camaraderie, and that Cui Ling need not worry. Cui Ling rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking it strange that Shi Xiuqin could be so nonchalant. While the heroes in tales often exuded loyalty and righteousness, the reality was that such noble bandits were, in fact, rare. In the remote and treacherous mountain trails, thieves cared little for the cargo or its destination. Cui Ling believed that while Shi Xiuqin possessed the valor and spirit, he lacked a measure of strategy. This realization dampened her spirits. She had hoped that if Shi Xiuqin were a reliable ally, she could surrender her life and fortune to him without a second thought. However, it now seemed that this notion was questionable. She would need to rely on herself. Thus, when Yuan Dalong and Shi Xiuqin discussed the specifics of the shortcut, Cui Ling listened intently. Her life was at stake, and she could no longer afford to be lazy or hide in the shadows. She resolved to bring silver notes and jewelry. With money in hand, she would feel secure, even if the journey were uneventful. Offering additional rewards would make it easier to manage the servants and maidens accompanying them. She decided to carry a silver mirror for protection and a short dagger, knowing one must always be wary. Keeping a weapon close at hand would allow her to resist should they encounter danger. Due to her mistrust of Shi Xiuqin, she specifically sought out old Dr. Wang for a few heart-preserving pills. On her way back, she passed by the apothecary and instructed Mu Jin to gather several common medicinal prescriptions. She felt as though she were developing a paranoia of being robbed by mountain bandits, fearing they might use smoke and drugs to incapacitate the entire convoy. To prepare for such dire possibilities, she stocked up on various heat-clearing and detoxifying pills and even brought along a pair of tweezers, an effective tool to awaken herself should she feel faint. Once Empress Jiang successfully collected the winter garments, Cui Ling had also finished packing her supplies. On the day of their departure, Shi Xiuqin personally came to the general's residence to escort her. When he beheld the fully loaded cart of supplies, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He sheepishly remarked, "Since we are taking the shortcut and there will be no provisions along the way, I have not only packed ample food, but also brought a chef and a doctor." "You really need not." Cui Ling smiled at him, reasoning that since they were headed to the northwest, the number of carts was inconsequential. She gently covered her mouth, claiming that these were merely her everyday items, unworthy of his concern, which made Shi Xiuqin chuckle at her expense. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered, "You even brought pots and pans, and still call them trivial." Ultimately, he chose not to pursue the matter further. As Cui Ling stated, their journey to the northwest would involve either 9 or 10 carts, a distinction that held little significance. Seeing that the hour was late and the convoy was about to set off, the old matriarch's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She grasped Cui Ling's hand tightly, unwilling to release it. Cui Ling, however, cheerfully urged, "Grandmother, your health is still fragile, and it's freezing outside. You should return home." She affectionately rubbed her cheek against the matriarch's. "You've given me all your instructions, and I shall remember them. Rest assured, I will arrive safely. I will even send you a letter, though you mustn't criticize my drawings." The matriarch recalled how the couple had corresponded through drawings, which lightened her sorrow somewhat. Though the tears in her eyes had yet to dissipate, she could not help but chuckle as she playfully tapped Cui Ling. "You child." She now held Cui Ling in high regard, appreciating how, in the days leading up to their departure, she had not only prepared her gifts but also explained their purposes. The matriarch felt a wave of emotion as she considered the various items, from medicinal herbs and sauces to rice, flour, and oil, all useful along the journey. Even if they were not needed, they would not go to waste in the northwest. The matriarch thought, should she hear any more comments from the An Ding Marquis household about how the 9th aunt was not clever enough, and that the matriarch should be more understanding, she would be tempted to throw tea leaves in their faces. This child is meticulous enough to even prepare herbs to ward off insects in summer. How could she be lacking in cleverness? Cui Ling bid farewell to her 4 sisters-in-law. Over the past few days, Princess An Ding had entrusted her maternal instincts for Yuan Yuer to Cui Ling, and now, as they parted, the princess was already in tears. Yuan Dalong should have consoled her, but he too was gloomy and disheartened. Lian Shi had finally found a partner to practice morning exercises with and had begun to savor life's joys through an array of spicy dishes. Yet, just as she had begun to enjoy happiness once more, her sister-in-law was about to leave for a time. Seeing the princess weep made her turn her head to wipe her own tears. Lian Shi and Su Zihua were both pregnant, their emotions sensitive, and witnessing the autumn winds sweeping away leaves inevitably stirred their hearts. They both gently caressed their bellies, silently sobbing, feeling a deeper sorrow than when they had sent their husbands off to battle. Cui Ling felt a sudden panic. She hastily tried to lighten the mood with playful words, but her family members were too absorbed in their tears to heed her attempts. Even her usual cold jokes failed to elicit a response. With no other recourse, Cui Ling stamped her foot and declared, "Sister-in-law, please stop crying. When you cry, everyone else follows suit. Grandmother is elderly and still unwell. What if your tears distress her?" As she spoke, she used her sleeve to dab Princess An Ding's tears, adding, "Your tears are too contagious. The 3rd and 4th sisters are pregnant. They cannot cry." Princess An Ding, known for her grace and poise, lost her composure in front of others for the first time. While sobbing, she elbowed Cui Ling playfully, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. "You're being so fierce, 5th sister-in-law." Cui Ling sighed deeply, observing how the women in her family, who had once been so serious and composed upon her arrival, had transformed in just a few months. Feeling helpless, she attempted to reassure them. "Look, I'm about to set off, but if you all continue crying like this, how can I bear to leave? If I'm worried about you all the way, how can I eat or sleep properly? What if I fall ill?" Having said this, her sisters-in-law gradually ceased their tears. It was time to depart. Cui Ling glanced around and noticed that her nieces and nephews had gathered, but there was no sign of Yugu among the children. She shared the closest bond with him. Regretting that she hadn't had a chance to say goodbye to the little fellow, she felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, she reasoned that he was likely too proud to watch her leave, instead hiding away to cry in silence. With that thought, she felt somewhat reassured. Bending down to enter the carriage, she opened the curtain for one last farewell to her family. Amidst the biting cold wind, Cui Ling was finally set to embark on her journey. "Apologies for the late update. I'm still at Grandma's house. We had a family gathering today, leaving me no time to write. After managing to sneak away to type this out, I'm using a neighbor's internet, hoping for a bit of good luck to post this. Fingers crossed." 063 Entering the city in the depths of winter, snow fell upon the northern lands. Cui Ling, wrapped in a thick woolen cloak, huddled in a corner of the carriage, too weary to expend even a finger's worth of energy. The jolting motion of the vehicle made it impossible to tend to the charcoal fire, leaving her to rely on a copper hot water bottle to warm her hands and feet. However, should the water within the bottle cool, she would be compelled to replace it immediately. Otherwise, the cold metal would press against her legs, chilling her further. Yet, the journey was arduous and time was of the essence. There was no luxury of halting intermittently to heat another pot of water. Thus, in frustration, Cui Ling nudged the now-cool copper vessel with her toe, sending it clattering to the wooden floor. "Fifth sister, what happened?" came the concerned inquiry from outside the carriage. Voiced by Shi Xiujin, Cui Ling sighed and quickly replied, "Nothing, the hot water bottle just slipped." Shi Xiujin chuckled. "It must have cooled again. However, fifth sister will have to wait a moment longer. We've just crossed the borders of Muzhou, and soon we shall arrive at Muzhou Prefecture." He exaggeratedly smacked his lips, reminiscing. "I visited Muzhou Prefecture once. The city teems with merchants and travelers. While it may not rival the grandeur of Shengjing, it possesses its own unique charm. I remember a restaurant named Lin's that served the most delectable roasted lamb. The flavor was simply exquisite." Cui Ling immediately perked up. "Roasted lamb? Is that Lin's still in business amidst the turmoil?" Shi Xiujin beamed with pride, recalling how he had often lifted her spirits by mentioning famous dishes from the Northwest whenever she seemed dispirited. Though he was merely painting a rosy picture, it had proven effective time and again, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. To prolong this uplifting effect, he continued, "Of course, Although Muzhou Prefecture is the last bastion against the ruin, it remains a sturdy one. With fifth brother guarding it, what could Lins possibly fear? They shall undoubtedly continue to welcome patrons. A biting wind swept through the carriage, and Cui Ling felt a plump little creature shrink by her feet. She swiftly lowered the curtain and nudged the round bundle with her toe. Hey, did you hear? Uncle Sure says we've crossed the Muzhou border and will soon reach the city. The little creature wriggled vigorously, struggling to rise. Really? A bed is near? Emerging from beneath a quilt embroidered with peonies, a cherubic face appeared. It was Uyghur, peeking out from the luxurious bedding. He seemed to feel a chill and burrowed deeper into the warm woolen cloak, eventually resting his head comfortably on Cui Ling's lap. Exasperated, she playfully flicked his forehead. Hey, I'm tired too, you know. With you weighing down my leg, I can hardly breathe. To her surprise, the little rascal didn't even bother to open his eyes, adopting a defiant demeanor. I'm cold, he huffed. I'm just a child, and I've endured so much on this long journey. If I fall ill at this critical moment, that was a blatant threat. Indeed, Uyghur had no intention of concealing it, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. If I fall ill and something happens to me, you wouldn't want to face the consequences, would you? Not just for the family, but for you, fifth aunt. Could you bear that? Cui Ling felt the urge to reprimand Uyghur. I never intended to bring you along for hardship. You sought this out? Initially, she had felt a pang of regret for not seeing Uyghur when bidding farewell to the Yuan family. Little did she know that her regret would swiftly transform into fury when she discovered the mischievous child had hidden himself in her supplies. After 3 days and nights of travel, he finally emerged, shocking both Cui Ling and Shi Xiujin. However, the caravan was on a mission and could not turn back to return the impish boy, and Cui Ling was reluctant to entrust a 5-year-old to strangers for the journey back to Shengjing's general's residence. Uyghur had managed to sneak into the northwest caravan and timed his emergence perfectly to startle them. What else might he not be capable of? She feared that even if she sent someone trustworthy to escort him back, he might devise some trick to escape and rejoin their caravan. After much deliberation, Cui Ling reluctantly agreed to let Uyghur stay. He claimed to have left a note, with Su Zihua detailing his whereabouts. Yet Cui Ling believed that regardless of the note, Su Zihua would still fret excessively, considering Su Zihua's pregnancy, which made her particularly susceptible to worry. Cui Ling insisted that Uyghur write another letter to inform his family that he had safely reunited with fifth aunt and that Uncle Sure would do everything in his power to ensure his safety. Not stopping there, she herself penned a letter in a rather unsightly scrawl, resolutely assuring Su Zihua that as long as she was alive, Uyghur would be safe. She swore to protect him with all her might, dispatching a skilled guard on a swift steed to deliver the message back to the general's residence. Days later, when she received a reply from Su Zihua, she finally felt at ease. However, the journey to the northwest was inherently fraught with peril. Cui Ling, already burdened by her own anxieties, now had the additional responsibility of caring for Uyghur, which heightened her vigilance and tension. She had never before been so concerned. When the wind picked up, she worried about him feeling cold. When it snowed, she kept his little hands and feet warm, fearing frostbite. The camp cooks were somewhat careless, and she worried Uyghur might not find the food to his liking. So she took it upon herself to prepare meals. Soon, Shi Xiujin was drawn in by the tantalizing aromas, and once he tasted her cooking, he refused to leave her side. The leaders of the guards, always gazing at her with longing eyes at mealtime, prompted her to eventually make extra dishes to share with them. Consequently, she found herself in the unfortunate position of becoming the entire caravan's cook. All of this stemmed from her desire to cater to Uyghur. Cui Ling felt that throughout this journey, she had truly exhausted herself for Uyghur. She had drained all the energy she had accumulated over her lifetime. Having never experienced motherhood, she was now acutely aware of its challenges. Even more frustrating was Uyghur's knack for infuriating her. He was stubborn and prideful, often turning kind words into quarrels, which was utterly annoying. Yet, when it came to punishing him, she found herself unable to do so. Thus, even in her angriest moments, she would merely raise her hand, only to gently lower it again. What did she do? She simply adored this child. Moreover, she carried the weight of the Yuan family's hopes upon her shoulders. She could not allow him to fall ill or suffer, nor could she bear to see him upset or crying. She treated him like a little deity, ensuring his every comfort. However, Yu Gu'er held profound significance for Cui Ling. He was not merely a burden. At least with him by her side, the long, treacherous, and lonely journey became less daunting. Though Yu Gu'er could be quite cheeky at times, his actions were always considerate. He would pour her water when she was thirsty, chat with her when she couldn't sleep, comfort her in her fears by promising to protect her, and silently keep her company when she longed for the warmth of home. Even when he had provoked her anger, he always found a way to charm her with his antics, gently dousing her fury. Because of Yu Gu'er, Cui Ling's journey has been one of both happiness and trepidation, sweetness intertwined with burdens. Fortunately, despite the numerous hardships encountered along the way, she has managed to overcome them all. Now, the grand gate of Muzhou City looms ahead, and victory is within reach. She certainly cannot allow Yu Gu'er to fall ill at this final juncture. Thus, Cui Ling quickly surrendered to her anxieties. From a distance, the imposing city gate of Muzhou stands majestically within her line of sight. Upon entering Muzhou territory, she noticed a lack of chaotic citizens and desolate scenery. The roads gradually became busier with pedestrians, who appeared calm and serene, showing no signs of fear amidst the turmoil of war. Therefore, the grand ambitions envisioned by Shi Xiujin indeed seem attainable. Cui Ling grasped Yu Gu'er's small hand and began a plan. Your uncle sure mentioned that once we reach Muzhou City, he would take us to dine at Lingji restaurant for a roast whole lamb. Have you ever tasted roast whole lamb? Yu Gu'er shook his head, a hint of pity on his face. Isn't it a bit cruel? Cui Ling shot him a glare. Then why don't you feel it's cruel when you eat chicken legs or beef? She teased him, exclaiming, how dramatic. Yu Gu'er quickly surrendered. All right, what I meant was, I've never had it before. He muttered softly, of course not. I'm just a child, and I don't often go out, unlike some people who think about food all day. Cui Ling was at the point of ignoring his incessant murmurs. She tuned out Yu Gu'er's grumbling and, with excitement, declared, the secret to roast whole lamb lies in the cooking. You can discern the chef's skill with just one bite. Cui Ling had little confidence in the taste of roast whole lamb in this era. Perhaps it would retain some original flavor, but it would surely also possess an overwhelming gamey taste. Nevertheless, she felt unperturbed, as she had brought along various seasonings. Even if Lingji restaurant's roast lamb was unsatisfactory, she could always prepare it herself. With such delightful expectations, Cui Ling sat in the swaying carriage, unwittingly entering the city. Tomorrow, she would be reunited with her husband. How thrilling! In Muzhou City, the government office is adorned with a watchtower. Though it stands only 5 stories tall, it is a remarkable sight amidst the predominantly low-rise buildings of the city, offering a panoramic view of the streets below. Originally constructed to assist the governor in monitoring the movements of the ruin outside the city, it has now become a place of restlessness for Yuan Jun, the 5th master. Atop the tower, he sat with a table and chairs, his slender fingers trembling slightly around a white jade cup, revealing his inner turmoil. That woman is arriving. He had long forgotten the mix of emotions he felt upon receiving the dispatch from Shengjing. There was resistance, disdain, and aversion, but also a tinge of concern. As the days drew nearer, and with each message from Shi Xiujin, he found that the feelings of rejection and disdain faded away, leaving only worry, along with a hint of vague anticipation. At this thought, Yuan Jun couldn't help but scorn himself. Had he not vowed to relinquish all hope regarding that woman? Just then a low, languid voice beside him chuckled, Shi Xiaoxi and the others have just entered the city. Your sister-in-law will be here for a while yet. Why the rush? The man, draped in an opulent crimson fox fur cloak, lay languidly on a divan, propping his exquisite face with his left hand, amusement gleaming in his eyes. Yuan Jun promptly delivered a punch to him. Who is rushing? Although he said this, the anxious expression, trembling fingers, and glimmer of hope in his gaze betrayed his true feelings. Realizing his own words felt hollow, he turned his head away. After a moment, he finally found a convenient excuse. I'm just worried about Yu Gu'er. He's only 5 years old and must have suffered quite a bit on this journey. I pity him on behalf of 4th brother. In truth, the boys born into the Yuan family, though raised in opulence, were unlike the children of other noble families in Shengjing. From a young age, they trained in martial arts, cultivating courage as they were drawn to the battlefield. Thus, the adventurous spirit flowed through their veins. In contrast, while it would be a terrifying ordeal for the son of another family to run away and sneak into the northwest, for the Yuan family, it was merely a rite of passage. Both Yuan Jun and Yu Gu'er's biological father, Yuan Sailang, viewed the situation as nothing of great concern. Instead, they admired the child's bravery and decisiveness. Furthermore, with Shi Xiujin and numerous royal guards accompanying them, they felt confident in Uyghur's safety. Therefore, Yuan Jun's genuine worry for Cui Ling and his concern for Uyghur felt somewhat disingenuous. However, the ninth prince, being a considerate friend, chose not to expose Yuan Jun's insincerity. He gazed out from the watchtower towards the city gate, his expression growing distant and contemplative. Ah, soon I shall see that intriguing woman again. How delightful! Suddenly, he spotted a grand procession approaching from afar and exclaimed, "Ajun, they are here!" Just as the ninth prince's words fell, Yuan Jun's figure vanished like a flash of lightning. The ninth prince chuckled, shaking his head, but soon his expression turned bittersweet. Elegantly rising, he adjusted his attire and tightened his crimson cloak, then descended the 5-story watchtower, stepping down with a composed gait. The juxtaposition of the dark architecture, white snow, and the vibrant figure of the man, who bore a faint trace of sorrow, painted a poignant picture. The vibrancy of Muzhou City exceeded Cui Ling's expectations. She had presumed that amidst the chaos of war, many shops and taverns would have closed. After all, it is human nature to avoid danger and seek safety. If she were in their position, knowing that the battlefield lay outside the city, she would have fled far away at the earliest opportunity. Uyghur regarded her with disdain, declaring, "Only a fool would run away." His chubby face turned away, and he raised his chin proudly. The Yuan army is undefeated, led by grandfather. How could the battle possibly reach the city? From outside the carriage, Shi Xiujin's voice chimed in, "Exactly. Cousin Wu is stationed in Muzhou City, and the citizens feel quite at ease. Only a fool would close their business. What a loss that would be." He continued, "Think about it. Fleeing is easy to say, but hard to do. First, one must pack their belongings. There will always be things that cannot fit. What then? Must they be discarded? That is a loss in itself. And what about the expenses on the road? Does lodging come free? Meals? Travel? What if one encounters bandits who rob them? That would be an even greater loss." Shi Xiujin spoke with relentless enthusiasm, clearly unwilling to stop until he had made his point. Even if one manages to settle down in a new place, establishing connections and businesses requires investment. If in 2 years, the Rural conflict concludes and Muzhou City flourishes once more, would they not want to return? Wouldn't that also require money? Cui Ling was exasperated, exchanging a glance with Uyghur, and they both rolled their eyes in unison. To halt Shi Xiujin's endless rambling, she promptly exclaimed to Uyghur, "Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder the merchants here continue their trade. They are truly visionary." Uyghur chimed in, "Indeed. If I hadn't heard Uncle's detailed analysis, I would have only understood the surface of it. It's fortunate that Uncle is so well-informed and knowledgeable." Shi Xiujin finally received acknowledgement and decided to take a step back. He chuckled lightly, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, for he was well-read and widely knowledgeable. "Uyghur, you ought to learn from this." Cui Ling and Uyghur exchanged exasperated eye rolls. After becoming acquainted with Shi Xiujin, she found him to be an extraordinary oddity. Though he possessed a refined visage reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman, he was impulsive and passionate, exhibiting martial prowess, yet lacking in intellect. Such a contrast was indeed peculiar, yet he was not the most eccentric. There was more to discover. Beneath his composed exterior lay an insatiable curiosity. Since he began to indulge in her culinary creations, he had become increasingly familiar, abandoning formalities in conversation and displaying a lack of courtesy in his mannerisms. What left Cui Ling most speechless was his incessant attentiveness to the movements within the carriage, not for their safety, but rather to engage in unimpeded conversation with them. As Uyghur lamented the hardships of training, noting how other children their age frolicked in the dirt, Shi Xiujin interjected, "Ah, one must learn to progress. Uyghur, you are destined to become a general, while those children will grow into good-for-nothings. Your paths diverge. There is no basis for comparison." Cui Ling reminisced about the soft comforts of the Yuan household, contrasting it starkly with the cramped and stifling carriage, which felt more like a prison. Shi Xiujin interrupted again. "Oh, cousin, that is not how one should speak. If you find it confining, you may ride outside. Our escorting soldiers would envy the warmth of this carriage, so be grateful." Even when Cui Ling and Uyghur whispered to each other, Shi Xiujin was relentless. "What are you two discussing? Plotting against me? Please, voice any grievances you have. I am willing to amend." His face bore a comically sorrowful expression. For the solitude of travel was not true loneliness. Real loneliness came from being just a curtain away while they shared secrets, leaving him in the dark. Cui Ling and Yuger unanimously agreed that Shi was a remarkable oddity. Such a rarity was perhaps the most daunting of creatures, one they could scarcely escape. Once they reached Muzhou City, they vowed to keep their distance. To prevent further verbal skirmishes from Shi, they decided to feign oblivion. Sharing a glance, they adopted a composed silence. Suddenly, Shi called out, "Cousin, cousin." Ignoring him, he persisted, tapping on the carriage window. "Yukia, Yuger." The boy pretended to be asleep. Shi would not relent, exclaiming, "Why are you ignoring me? I merely wish to inform you that we have arrived at the governor's residence of Muzhou, and your elder brother is stationed here with his troops." He continued, "I'm not deceiving you. Come out quickly. Your brother has come to welcome us." As his words faded, the carriage came to a halt. Cui Ling discreetly lifted the curtain and realized they had indeed arrived. She heard a deep, languorous voice suggest, "Madam is inside the carriage. Might we drive it within?" The voice was pleasing, yet it did not resonate with her memory of Yuan Wulong. Reflecting on their scant interactions, she acknowledged that after 4 months, it was hardly surprising she could not recall his voice. Thus, the carriage entered the inner courtyard of the governor's residence. Yuger leaped from the carriage and tugged Cui Ling along. He pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, Uncle is eagerly awaiting us." The courtyard was bustling with activity as others assisted Shi with his cargo, leaving only 2 tall, striking men standing before them. One was a stunning figure clad in vibrant red, while the other, with a stubbled face, donned dark garments. As Cui Ling looked up, she realized she could not discern which was Yuan Wulong. To her dismay, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After journeying far and wide to reunite with her husband, she found herself unable to recognize him. Such a ludicrous and melodramatic situation. Yet, it had unfolded unexpectedly, and it was not entirely her fault. That fateful night had been shrouded in darkness, and Yuan Wulong had departed before she could truly engage with him. Thus, even if they had crossed paths, it was natural she would forget his features over time. After all, did not everyone possess some degree of face blindness? Moreover, in the aftermath of her misstep that night, she kept her head down, avoiding his gaze. Aside from a notably tall and striking silhouette, she knew little of Yuan Wulong's appearance. Now, confronted by 2 similarly handsome men, she felt perplexed, unsure which was her husband with whom she had exchanged vows. Yet in front of Yuger, would she admit to being so cowardly as not to recognize her own spouse? Determined, she resolved to employ her keen deductive skills to identify the true Yuan Wulong swiftly. Her clear, bright gaze swept rapidly between the 2 men. According to Shi, her husband was currently stationed in Muzhou, overseeing military supplies and caring for the wounded soldiers, effectively becoming the most authoritative figure in the region. As the governor had ceded his residence, Yuan Wulong was now the one issuing commands. Naturally, a commanding officer could not appear shabby. While the red fox fur cloak was somewhat ostentatious, it conveyed an air of magnificence. In contrast, the bearded man wore simple, dark attire, appearing more like a subordinate than a leader. Cui Ling discreetly observed their features, forming a tentative conclusion. She recalled her sisters-in-law mentioning that Yuan Wulong bore a resemblance to their mother, setting him apart from his brothers. He was renowned as a handsome man in Shangjing, often attracting the admiration of young maidens. The bearded man, while possessing delicate features, was somewhat overshadowed by his coarse appearance. This did not align with her sisters-in-law's descriptions. However, the man in the striking red cloak was breathtakingly beautiful, with skin as smooth and pale as a peeled egg, fitting the image her sisters-in-law had painted of Yuan Wulong. At that moment, Yuger joyfully bounded toward the beautiful man, climbing onto his leg like a spirited little monkey and soon settling comfortably in his embrace, displaying an endearing familiarity. Cui Ling mused that Yuger was typically proud. Such affection could only be directed at his uncle. Thus, it was evident that this man must be Yuan Wulong. Yet, a fleeting frown crossed her brow. Despite confirming his identity, she found herself instinctively repelled by him. He did not embody her expectations of a husband. She had always believed that the man to whom she would entrust her heart and life should resemble Yuan Dalu. Perhaps not conventionally handsome or particularly eloquent, he would be steady and provide a sense of security. He was also remarkably forgiving and considerate. Had she not witnessed how the imposing Princess Ening transformed into a delicate and charming woman in front of Yuan Dalu? Cui Ling gazed enviously at the affectionate relationship shared by her elder brother and sister-in-law, yearning for her husband, Wulong, to embody similar qualities. However, the beauty of her imagination starkly contrasted with the harshness of reality, which shattered her heart. From a distance, she could detect the faint scent of powder emanating from the man, a fragrance that was a blend of rich begonia and delicate jasmine. Whether it was he who donned the makeup or the multitude of women surrounding him, both scenarios were equally repugnant to her. Indeed, she harbored an intense disdain for the philandering and lecherous scoundrel, as well as for the vain and narcissistic fop. Yet this very man before her combined both traits, making it utterly unbearable for Cui Ling. Just as she hesitated, Yu Gu curiously inquired of the man, "Aunt Wu, are you feeling shy? Uncle Wu is watching you." After more than 4 months apart, Wulong Yuanjun once again beheld Cui Ling's ethereal beauty. To claim that he felt no excitement or anticipation would be a lie. During the period of correspondence with the matriarch and his elder brother, he learned that the wife he despised had thrived at home, swiftly winning the affection of the entire family. He was astonished and intrigued, having grown up by the matriarch's side and enjoying amiable relations with his sisters-in-law. Yuan Wulong was well acquainted with their dispositions. None of them, including the matriarch and Princess Ening, were easily deceived. If Cui Ling were to feign virtue before everyone, pretending to be a good granddaughter-in-law or sister-in-law, she might deceive them for a day or two, but inevitably, her true self would be revealed. The matriarch possessed keen insight. She would surely discern the truth. To be so genuinely adored by the matriarch and her sisters-in-law, and to detect a hint of indulgence in his brother's letters, suggested that if Cui Ling were not truly virtuous, her cunning must be unfathomably deep. Yuan Wulong was no fool. He recognized that if Cui Ling were indeed a devious person, she would not have made such a monumental error on their wedding night. The wisdom imparted to every noble woman cautioned against revealing one's true thoughts unless utterly certain of the recipient's trustworthiness. Only a thoughtless woman would brazenly disclose her inner machinations. He began to ponder whether it was fair to judge a woman's character based solely on a few careless words exchanged on their wedding day. Although those words had indeed wounded him, he was a man destined to be her protector, and perhaps it was time to set aside grievances and embrace a broader perspective. His father had explicitly stated that once the conflict with the Ruren was resolved, the Yuan family would relinquish military power and return to a life of tranquility. He was to share a lifetime with this woman. If he harbored prejudice, their days together would be fraught with discomfort, since she was not beyond redemption. He ought to take a step back, granting her an opportunity, as well as one for himself. With this tumultuous mindset, Yuan Wulong suppressed the tempest of emotions within him and took 2 steps toward Cui Ling, intending to address her, but the word wife lodged painfully in his throat, swallowed by a tide of bitter disappointment. For his wife had not even spared him a glance, instead bending toward the neighboring Prince Jiao, greeting him with a respectful, "Husband, may you be well." It was a thunderclap, as if the radiant warmth of spring had suddenly been cloaked in shadow. The sun was obscured by dark clouds, casting a pall over the sky. Then came the thunder and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain grew heavier, and the temperature plummeted, until the raindrops solidified into sharp hailstones. Yuan Wulong's heart was pounded mercilessly by the hail, leaving him bleeding and in agony. His complexion turned pale, and his fists clenched tightly as he wordlessly passed by Cui Ling, striding toward the courtyard gate. Also startled by the thunder was Yu Gu and Prince Jiao. Swiftly, Yu Gu extricated himself from Prince Jiao's embrace and stomped his foot in frustration as he passed Cui Ling. "Aunt Wu Yu, sigh," he lamented, before hastily pursuing the desolate figure ahead. Cui Ling felt bewildered, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that she had made a mistake? Yet, Prince Jiao offered her no chance for introspection. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Was your journey arduous? Come inside for a cup of tea and share your observations." Sure, Xiaoxi mentioned a couple of things in his letter, but he tends to leave much unsaid, which can be quite perplexing. Cui Ling instinctively resisted the idea of being alone with Prince Jiao. She awkwardly chuckled. The journey was indeed taxing. "I feel somewhat fatigued." Prince Jiao, with an understanding expression, replied, "Yes, rest first. We can speak later." He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and called out to the outside, "Jun, your wife is tired. Please escort her to the yachting pavilion." Yuan Wulong, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, sat on the steps at the courtyard entrance. He heard the call from inside, but had no desire to respond. His anger consumed him. How could his wife mistake him for another man? Was this not an invitation for scandal? Even if there had been a minor discord on their wedding night, did they not see each other again the next day during the tea ceremony? Moreover, she had personally escorted him to the second gate. He was perplexed. Did she genuinely not recognize him, or was she deliberately mocking him? Regardless of the truth, one thing was certain. His mood was dismal. He was a man, even without having forged a bond with his wife. What man could remain indifferent upon witnessing his wife address another man as husband? Especially when that man was the dashing Prince Gio. Although he had once shared the title of the most handsome man in the realm alongside Prince Gio, his current disheveled appearance paled in comparison. Yuan Wulong angrily thought that he was here to fight, not to compete in beauty. The unkempt beard was a result of being preoccupied with warfare, and his dark attire was chosen for its practicality. Yet, it was evident that she had judged him solely by appearances, which was utterly unforgivable. Yu Gur sat beside Yuan Wulong on the stone steps, his expression grave. He patted Wulong's shoulder and, with an air of solemnity, asked, "Uncle Wu, you must be feeling quite upset right now, right?" Sighing, he resolved to speak a kind word for Cui Ling. "Do not take it to heart. Aunt Wu has always been somewhat muddled. We're used to it. I wager she did not intend to do this. She simply lacks a bit of common sense. Please, show some magnanimity and do not be angry with her." Yuan Wulong's face darkened as he turned to ask, "So you want me to forgive her?" It was an immense loss of face, and forgiving her was not an easy matter. Suddenly, Yu Gur chuckled. The person involved may be blinded, but the observer sees clearly. If Uncle Wu wishes to understand what kind of person Aunt Wu truly is, why not have a word with Uncle Gio and let it be? It sounds rather dramatic, doesn't it? But perhaps this drama is refreshing, right? Ha ha ha. Wulong Yuanjun paused, deep in thought, and unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Yet in the next moment, his face contorted with the expression of a wronged husband as he muttered through clenched teeth, "I shall see when that woman will finally recognize her true husband." Although Prince Gio was notorious for his scandalous affairs, Yuan Wulong held immense trust in him. They had grown up together as brothers, their bond deeper than that of ordinary siblings. He was confident that even if Cui Ling mistakenly identified him, Prince Gio would show her no disrespect. Perhaps Yu Gur was right. If he were to rectify the misunderstanding now, informing Cui Ling that she had erred, it would inevitably be tinged with negative emotions. He resembled a hedgehog, guarding his innermost feelings. Thus, the reunion brought about by this adventure seemed utterly meaningless. It would be far better to truly observe her from the perspective of an onlooker, to discern what her authentic self truly resembled. Yu Gur stuck out his tongue and assured, "Uncle Wu, do not worry, I shall keep a close watch on Aunt Wu, ensuring she does not grow too close to Uncle Gio." Despite being only 5 years old, his mind was filled with his own ideas. In such circumstances, had he revealed the truth, not only would Uncle Wu be humiliated, but Aunt Wu would also find herself in an awkward position. Thus, the best course of action was to gently lift a matter and subsequently set it down with care. The suggestion to let Uncle Wu make a blunder was aimed at allowing a few days of respite, after which he could find an opportunity for Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu to reconcile. Yu Gur held great confidence in his beloved Aunt Wu. Although she could be a bit foolish at times, her foolishness was endearing. He particularly cherished the sight of Aunt Wu, ruffled with anger, yet utterly defenseless. He firmly believed that Uncle Wu, sharing his taste, would inevitably be enchanted by this scene. Not to mention, Aunt Wu's culinary skills were exceptional. Even Uncle De could not help but sing her praises, and Uncle Wu would certainly succumb to her charm. Once Uncle Wu recognized Aunt Wu's merits, would he still concern himself with trivial matters such as mistaken identity? In the courtyard, the voice of Uncle Gio, stifling laughter, rang out. "Ah Jun, are you still there? Take the lady to the elegant retreat. You've put in so much effort over the past few days. She will surely be pleased." Yuan Wulong stood up abruptly, his steps heavy as he entered the courtyard, wearing a pained expression as he grumbled at Cui Ling, "Madam, please." Cui Ling grasped Yu Gur's hand, trailing behind Yuan Wulong. She found the bearded man ahead somewhat eccentric, his demeanor quite peculiar. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could she have truly mistaken identities? And this man was indeed the real Yuan Wulong? But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion. Surely not. If she had genuinely erred, even if the handsome man laden with powder did not deny it, this bearded uncle would have no reason to acquiesce. Men, after all, were most concerned with such matters. After careful consideration, Cui Ling reassured herself that her reasoning was sound. She likely had not made any mistakes. Gradually, she lowered her guard and began to admire the scenery of the governor's mansion in Muzhou City. Noticing their silence, Yu Gu'er wished to create an opportunity for them. After some thought, he cleared his throat and inquired, "Aunt Wu, what do you think of my Uncle Wu?" Cui Ling stiltilis lod erpace, waiting until the bearded man had distanced himself before lowering her voice. "How could you praise your Uncle Wu to the heavens on the journey, only to find he is?" Considering Yu Gu'er was still a child, she refrained from uttering the derogatory term that came to mind. With a resigned gesture, she sighed, "Oh, never mind. You are just a child. You do not understand adult matters, so I shall not elaborate." Regardless, Yuan Wulong was still Yu Gu'er's uncle. Compared to a beloved uncle, a mere aunt held less weight. Cui Ling was not foolish enough to speak ill of Yuan Wulong in front of Yu Gu'er. Yet Yu Gu'er persisted, "Aunt Wu, do you prefer men in extravagant attire, or those who dress simply?" His keen little eyes noticed that Uncle Wu's feet seemed glued to the ground ahead, and his tone grew slightly heavier. "What do you think of Uncle Wu's attire? Is it not handsome?" Cui Ling halted, her expression serious as she regarded Yu Gu'er. After a moment, she pressed her finger against his brow, warning, "I cannot dictate how your uncle dresses, but you must not follow suit. Your grandmother and your mother entrusted you to me. Until you return home, you are my responsibility." She spoke with conviction. "You claim to be a man, and a man must present himself as such. If you dare to emulate your uncle's flamboyant style, I will not hesitate to break your legs with a bamboo rod." Her feelings about the man in the scarlet attire were overwhelming. She had long held her grievances, having internally criticized his taste countless times. Not even she, a youthful maiden in her prime, would dare to don such a garish crimson cloak. It was utterly absurd for him, as a man, to wear such a thing with such ease, exuding the scent of powder with every gesture. She could hardly accept the reality that this peculiar man was to be her lifelong partner, a fact that left her shocked and disheartened. Had the Yuan family not treated her so kindly, she might have lost her composure right then and there. Yet, she was determined not to quarrel with her husband upon her arrival. If word of that reached her grandmother, it would surely sadden her. Thus she maintained an extreme level of restraint. Yu Gu'er's words, however, broke her composure. Her pent-up frustrations surged forth like a dam bursting. And had it not been for her awareness of Yu Gu'er's youth and the presence of others, she would have erupted right there. Cui Ling fixed her sharp gaze upon Yu Gu'er, her words laced with a hint of warning. "Quickly, swear to Aunt Wu that you will never emulate your uncle's ambiguous demeanor. You shall grow to be an honorable man, standing tall and sitting strong, exuding the scent of sweat, not the fragrance of rouge." Yu Gu'er's bright eyes sparkled as he fully grasped Aunt Wu's grievances. He longed to clarify, "Aunt Wu, you are mistaken. That is Uncle Gio. My Uncle Wu is not like that." But, upon hearing the muffled chuckles nearby, Uncle Wu's stifled laughter, he swallowed the truth he was about to divulge. Uncle Wu was laughing. If he tried a little harder, perhaps Uncle Wu would not hold Aunt Wu's comments against her, right? Yu Gu'er widened his eyes and pleaded, "Aunt Wu, do not be so fierce. I shall be frightened." However, he smiled slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I promise you, as a man, I shall bleed and sweat, but not shed tears. From now on, I will carry the scent of sweat, absolutely not like those who indulge in perfumes." Cui Ling finally felt satisfaction, pinching Yu Gu'er's cheek. "Good." She pointed towards the bearded man ahead, moving at a snail's pace, and added with a smile, "How about you grow up and keep a beard, just like your uncle does, becoming a dashing, bearded man? A man ought to have muscles, sweat profusely, and sport a beard." While she could do nothing about Yuan Wulong, she was resolute that a fine lad like Yu Gu'er must not stray down the wrong path. She would be heartbroken if he did. Yu Gu'er chuckled, "All right. I will heed Aunt Wu's advice and grow a beard when I am older." He felt elated, realizing that Aunt Wu's taste aligned with his own. He had long admired his Uncle De's lush beard, believing it to be the pinnacle of male beauty. Little did he expect that Aunt Wu shared this sentiment. Yuan Jun could not help but stroke his beard, pondering that perhaps this unsightly facial hair ought to remain. Strangely, his previously stormy mood had suddenly cleared, and he felt an inexplicable lightness. Upon arriving at the elegant retreat, servants began to serve the meal. Yuan Wulong spoke in a composed tone, "Young Master Sure, Young Master Shi is dining outside with the soldiers. This is the Northwestern cuisine prepared for both of you. Please taste it and see if it suits your palate. If not, we can have it replaced. Cui Ling found the voice buzzing in her ears somewhat familiar. Yet the next moment, her attention was captured by the table laden with lamb and beef. Northwestern cuisine emphasizes the essence of the ingredients, lacking excessive embellishments. Its drawback lies in its fidelity to the original flavors, which can be quite gamey. Indeed, before she could take a bite, a strong, pungent aroma assaulted her senses. She endured the overwhelming scent and took a gentle bite. The meat was tender and juicy, retaining the purest essence of its ingredients. However, she simply could not acclimatize to it. Young Yuga pinched his nose and took a bite, only to spit it out immediately. Oh dear, what a strong flavor. His large, glistening eyes were wide with a plea. Aunt Wu, this is not palatable. Your nephew longs for the meals you prepare. Each time young Yuga sought assistance from Cui Ling, he would invariably refer to himself as nephew. The stern old gentleman occasionally exhibited a hint of playfulness, a striking contrast that could melt one's heart. Cui Ling was utterly defenseless against this ploy, and considering that she too found this heavy flavor unappealing, she promptly nodded and said, "Very well, Aunt Wu shall prepare something for you." It was only after she spoke that she realized they were currently in someone else's domain. Complaining about the cook's culinary skills upon arrival might be perceived as rude. She turned to the bearded man with a timid gaze. I wonder if there is a small kitchen in this courtyard. Would it be too much trouble to borrow it? Yuan Wulong had been curious about the delicacies mentioned in his elder brother's letter. Hearing that Cui Ling intended to cook for herself, he was eager to assist. The elegant Qingtian cottage indeed possessed a small kitchen. "Madam, if you require any ingredients, please feel free to command. I shall have someone fetch them immediately." Frankly, although he had been in the Northwest for several months, he found the local cuisine rather difficult to adapt to. Yet, being a man of significant affairs, he usually felt it beneath him to fuss over such trivialities, and thus, he had been muddling through his meals. Now, confronted with the prospect of a sumptuous feast, he felt a surge of anticipation. Tears welled up, anticipating a scolding. But could the female protagonist truly be so foolish, so incapable of acceptance? I believe that if we do not envision her as a lofty, composed intellect, it becomes quite easy to accept her character. This setup encourages both characters to adopt an observer's perspective, enabling a more authentic understanding of their personalities. It is only through such understanding that love can blossom. Is it not? Yuan Wulong acted decisively, and shortly thereafter, the kitchen of Qingtian Cottage was filled with an array of ingredients. Primarily, there was beef and mutton, alongside some chicken and duck. However, it was winter, and fresh green vegetables were a rarity. They managed to scrounge a few wilted cabbages from the cellar. As Cui Ling surveyed the kitchen, overwhelmed by the mountain of food, she found herself at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired of Yuan Wulong, "I wonder if the military chef who accompanied us is available?" She conceded that she was a true foodie, but not particularly adept in the kitchen. Having been pampered for 15 years in the Great Sheng Dynasty, her culinary desires had always been met with mere words. Even if she possessed exceptional skills from her past life, they would not suffice now, would they? Due to time constraints, she wished to prepare simple, spicy beef and stir-fried mutton, yet both dishes required precise knife skills. The beef needed to be sliced neither too thin nor too thick. Too thick would lack flavor, while too thin would become dry and tough. The mutton needed to be carved into paper-thin slices without tearing. Aware of her limitations, Cui Ling thought of the accompanying chef, Old Lu. Despite his rather artistic and carefree cooking style, which often yielded mediocre results, he possessed exceptional knife skills, cutting vegetables with precision and speed, and occasionally crafting delightful garnishes. Yuan Wulong promptly replied, "He is waiting outside. I will call him in." Old Lu indeed stood outside, and upon hearing the call, hurried in. Cui Ling explained to him how to cut the beef and mutton. Without delay, Old Lu rolled up his sleeves and set to work. With a skilled hand to prepare the ingredients, the foundation for the two dishes was laid. The most effective method to eliminate any gamey odor was through seasoning. Now it was time for the myriad spices brought from Shengjing City to shine. Cui Ling smiled at young Yuga and said, "The cargo I brought from home has been stored in the warehouse here. Please assist this uncle in retrieving the purple sandalwood box containing the spices." She gently patted young Yuga's head and added, "Be careful. It's filled with various jars and bottles, so don't mix them up." Young Yuga was always eager to help in the kitchen. He cheerfully agreed and excitedly dragged Yuan Wulong outside. Regarding the cargo that Aunt Wu had brought from Shengjing, Yuan Wulong had heard of it. He had thought it merely the usual burdens of a woman, filled with daily necessities and garments. However, upon seeing the warehouse overflowing with bundles of herbs, barrels of spices, various beverages, snacks, and an assortment of dried ingredients, he was utterly astounded. Pointing at the items, he asked, "Is this all part of your Aunt Wu's belongings?" Young Yuga, beaming like a flower, replied, "When I escaped from home, I hid in Aunt Wu's cart for 3 days and nights. That cart was like a treasure chest, filled with food and snacks galore. If it weren't for the enticing aroma of the hot food wafting from outside, I wouldn't have wanted to come out." Young Yuga expertly extracted an oil paper package from the pile of snacks and held it up to Yuan Wulong's nose, proudly presenting it. "Uncle, try this. It's dried plum that Aunt Wu personally pickled. It's delicious." He didn't wait for Yuan Wulong to respond, but thrust it into his hands, then proceeded to enthusiastically describe all of Cui Ling's treasures. Aunt Wu worried that the cold journey might make us ill, so she packed various commonly used herbs for the road. With his hands clasped behind his back, he struck a sage-like pose this way. "We can prepare some for the soldiers on the front lines as well." Yuan Wulong felt an indescribable sensation stir within him. He could not quite discern whether to commend her meticulous nature or criticize her timidity. Nonetheless, at that moment, an odd emotion swelled in his chest, making him feel uncomfortable. To mask this discomfort, he hastily pointed to a barrel and asked, "What is inside this one?" Young Yuga cheerfully replied, "It's chili sauce." Yuan Wulong, puzzled, asked, "Chili?" Young Yuga then recounted how Aunt Wu had discovered chili peppers and how, over time, a spicy trend had taken root within the general's household, culminating in Uncle purchasing an entire ship of chili at an exceptionally low price. He animatedly gestured. That ship was filled to the brim with chili. "It's far too much to consume in a lifetime." Great-grandmother was quite troubled, yet Aunt Wu insisted, "Chili is excellent for invigorating blood circulation and warming the body. I should bring some to the northwest to create various spicy soups for the soldiers to warm them." Pointing to the barrels marked with different seals, he explained, "This one contains dried chilies, while those few barrels contain chili sauce that Aunt Wu had someone grind into paste. They serve different purposes." His pride was palpable as he held his head high. Though Aunt Wu's handwriting is atrocious, she excels in her craft. "I dare say, no one in the world understands food better than her." An expression of contentment washed over him, confident that he would never go hungry while under Aunt Wu's care. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wulong felt an insatiable craving awaken within him like wild vines in spring. He spotted the neatly arranged purple sandalwood box on the shelf, opened it, and found the various jars and bottles that Cui Ling had described. He showed it to Young Yuga, asking, "Is this it?" Young Yuga nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, that's it. Aunt Wu's spice box." Yuan Wulong then embraced the box, lifted his nephew, and with determined strides, hurried towards the small kitchen. When they arrived, Old Lu had already prepared the beef and mutton, as per Cui Ling's instructions. Cui Ling took the spice box, selected the appropriate seasonings, and began marinating the meat to eliminate any undesirable flavors. With a hot pan, the fragrant aroma of sizzling food soon filled the kitchen, tantalizingly inviting. Considering that Yugur is just a child, it is unwise for him to consume excessive amounts of spicy food. Thus, Cui Ling instructed Old Lu to prepare a mildly spicy dish just for him. Yugur accepted it without hesitation, eagerly biting into the pie. The succulent richness of the beef and the tender softness of the lamb delighted his palate, filling his heart with joy. Yuan Wulong gazed enviously at the dishes on Yugur's plate, his face betraying an unmistakable longing. Cui Ling felt a bit embarrassed and quickly inquired, "Has this young man not yet dined? If you don't mind, please join us for a bite." "Mind?" Even a fool would not object. Faced with such enticing and fragrant food, Yuan Wulong felt his mouth water in temptation. Had he not yet concealed his identity from Cui Ling, he would have boldly sat down and indulged in the same ecstatic culinary experience as Yugur. Upon hearing the invitation, he immediately nodded and unceremoniously took a seat beside Yugur. "Thank you, madam." As Yuan Wulong took a bite of the beef, his eyes lit up with delight. "My goodness, how long has it been since I savored such exquisite flavors? Was it at the Wangxiang Tower in Shengjing or at Junzai Lianjiang? No, those renowned restaurants, despite their diverse offerings, could not compare to the alluring taste of this spicy beef." Tasting the scallion stir-fried lamb, he marveled at how the meat could be sliced so thin, resembling gossamer wings. After being bathed in hot oil, it curled into delicate arcs, resembling a flower or clouds drifting in the sky. Yuan Wulong was entranced. At that moment, he suddenly heard a melodic voice say, "Master Lu, there are some leftovers. Please pack them for me." Yuan Wulong abruptly opened his eyes and asked gravely, "Does the lady wish to send food to the general?" Since the 9th prince arrived in the northwest, he had requested to be addressed as general rather than prince. Cui Ling shot him a glance and replied, "Isn't 4th master sure out fetching something? He is rather picky and likely won't enjoy the fare here. Since I have made extra, I thought to leave him a bit. After all, I am his sister-in-law. I cannot allow my own brother to go hungry, can I? As for that effeminate man, he makes me uncomfortable to look at. How could I possibly deliver food to him? He clearly lacks the appreciation for the culinary delights I prepare. Yet, considering he is a subordinate of that flamboyant gentleman, would it not be frowned upon to withhold the offering? Regardless, as a couple who has exchanged vows, even if we lack marital affection, I must consider my grandmother's feelings. After all, she dotes on Yuan Wulong the most." Cui Ling pondered whether to scoop some food from Shi Xiujin's meal to send over. The bearded man interjected, "The general prefers lighter flavors. He has a dedicated staff for his meals. While this spicy dish appears delectable, I am certain the general would not favor such taste." He nodded affirmatively. "I believe it unnecessary for the lady to trouble herself with this errand." Cui Ling, feeling reluctant herself, was relieved by his words and cheerfully placed the food into a warming box, taking a seat across from Uyghur to enjoy her lunch. She relished meat, and beef was her favorite. Spicy beef had always been a dish she adored, so eating it brought her immense satisfaction and happiness. However, on the path of culinary delight, Cui Ling aspired for even greater heights and broader horizons. As she savored her food, she remarked to Uyghur, "I originally intended to prepare dry tossed beef, but time constraints made me fear you might go hungry. Thus, I opted for spicy beef instead. Later, I will ask Master Lu to simmer the beef with spices, and we shall enjoy the dry tossed version tonight, shall we?" Yugi readily agreed, to showcase his superiority before his uncle, who was forced into anonymity. The little one unabashedly leaned closer to Cui Ling, planting a kiss on her cheek and leaving remnants of food on her fair, delicate face. Having succeeded in his playful mischief, he grew even prouder, proclaiming, "Whatever my aunt makes, I shall eat." He then cast a provocative glance at Yuan Wulong. Infuriated, Yuan Wulong felt an urge to seize the boy and throw him outside. Yet, for now, he could only convert his pent-up rage into voracious appetites, stubbornly consuming his meal, determined to finish every morsel. After all, he had agreed to this little brat's so-called plan of embracing the mistake. Thus, he found himself ensnared. An exquisite and sumptuous lunch not only satiated hunger, but also alleviated fatigue. Cui Ling felt as though she had truly come alive at last. After traveling from Shangjing, each meal had been a battle, hastily prepared with simple ingredients. Although Shi Xiujin and the accompanying soldiers found the food delightful, to her, those dishes were merely a hasty means of sustenance. Now that she had finally settled, she intended to create delightful dishes to reward herself. The Northwest favored beef and lamb, and roasted whole lamb was a given. Braised beef, stewed beef shank, lamb bones, or even a lamb hot pot would be splendid. Having spent 15 years as a rice weevil in the Sheng Dynasty, Cui Ling gradually shed her previous competitive nature, adopting a more contented disposition. As long as she could eat well and sleep soundly, she could easily ignore her surroundings. Contentment breeds happiness. However, she had her concerns. Uncertain how long she would remain in Muzhou City, or if she would need to personally convey Empress Zhang's imperial edict to every soldier fighting valiantly for the nation. Otherwise, did Empress Zhang truly send her to the Northwest merely to facilitate a reunion with her husband? The memory of the Empress's cold gaze in Cui Ling Palace filled her with unease. During her journey, she had considered that, given her age and innate low profile, it was impossible to offend such a powerful figure as the Empress. Hence, it must pertain to grievances from a previous generation. It could not be political strife. If it were, how could the Ningbo residents remain stable at this moment? Thus, it left only emotional entanglements. Cui Ling reflected that her mother had passed away early, having shared a loving bond with her father, Cui Cheng Kai. If any issues arose, they would likely involve her father. She struggled to recall, but her father had indeed been quite handsome in his youth, possessing both scholar-like elegance and masculine vigor. Could it be? Cui Ling shook her head, deciding to halt her musings. Otherwise, she might conjure a grand conspiracy rooted in old romantic entanglements. She quickly turned her attention to the peppers. After enduring great effort to transport them, she could not allow them to spoil here. She needed to find an opportunity to teach the army's chef the art of preparing spicy dishes to make her journey worthwhile. However, such intricate matters could wait until Shi Xiujin returned. Although Shi Xiujin's thought process was not exactly conventional, Cui Ling set aside her worries and focused intently on the kitchen, waiting by the pot of simmering beef. Yuan Wulong observed her engrossed demeanor and lowered his voice to ask Uyghur, "Does your aunt always behave like this at home?" The saying goes that a lady should not linger in the kitchen. The kitchen is filled with smoke and heat, surrounded by ingredients, where one might inevitably encounter fresh produce. It is deemed inappropriate for ladies to be sullied by smoke or to carry unpleasant odors, as well as to soil their garments. For the affluent families of high society, kitchen affairs are left to the chefs. If the chef's dish does not suit one's taste, they simply switch chefs. How could the ladies of the household be expected to take an active role? Furthermore, in Shengjing, noble women could simply express their desires, and there was no need for them to labor personally, with just a couple of skilled maidservants or nannies at their side. Any delicate pastries produced would be credited to them. Even his sister-in-law, Su Zihua, renowned for her versatility, did not attend to every matter personally. Thus, Yuan Wulong had never before heard of a distinguished lady who enjoyed spending time in the kitchen. The young boy Uyghur, with his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, often spent entire days in the small kitchen of Tyne Courtyard. Sometimes, when he promised to visit me, he would forget all about it simply because he was preoccupied with preparing chicken wings. He sighed heavily, resembling an elderly man, but at home, he had his sister Mu Jin to assist him. Sister Xiao Li would often join to lend a hand, along with Master Tang, Master Lu, and many other chefs in the kitchen. How different it was now, as Aunt Wu had to tend to the fire all by herself. Cui Ling instructed Old Man Lu to handle other preparatory tasks. Uyghur, still a child, felt it inappropriate to summon the bearded man for assistance. With no maids or servants around, he found himself alone, crouched on the ground, watching the flames. Yuan Wulong, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was his woman. She had traveled countless miles, enduring hardships along the way, and now she had to tend to the fire herself. He couldn't help but angrily inquire about the absence of her attendants. Was it truly acceptable for her family to send her off alone, leaving only Aunt Wu, a frail woman, to accompany her? Among so many strong men along the journey, she was the only woman. The rumors and gossip alone would be unbearable. He couldn't believe that his elder brother and sister-in-law would overlook such matters. He had great faith in his grandmother's decisions. Yu Ge scoffed, explaining that their great-grandmother had indeed sent several nurses and maids along. But as they ventured north, the frigid weather took its toll. The pampered maids, accustomed to a life of luxury in Shengjing, fell ill one after another. He sighed, feeling a sense of heartache. "Uncle Wu, you see, our ancestors had good reason to encourage the women of the family to practice morning exercises. When it comes to crucial moments, the difference becomes evident." The caravan transporting cotton clothing and fur coats to the northwest was in a hurry and could not afford to stop for the sick maids to receive proper treatment in town. They were merely given medicine by the accompanying doctors. However, ailments caused by cold weather, while not trivial, required careful recuperation. The caravan had no time to tend to the maids, so they were left at an inn with a generous fee for care. Along the way, many fell ill, and several groups were abandoned. Only Sister Xiao Li managed to hold on until they reached the borders of Muzhou, but she ultimately succumbed to the cold. In the end, it was just him and Aunt Wu who remained strong and lively. Uyghur thought to himself that although he was still young, he trained diligently in martial arts every day, making him quite robust. Yet, Aunt Wu's endurance through the harsh conditions of the journey could only be attributed to the early morning exercises taught by the Yuan family. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wulong couldn't help but regard Cui Ling with newfound respect. He discreetly inquired whether Aunt Wu practiced morning exercises at home. The painful words she had spoken on their wedding night echoed in his mind, claiming that her greatest desire was to live a life of idleness. Yet here she was, adhering to family rules and attending martial arts classes. This puzzled Uyghur, as he reflected that although Aunt Wu claimed to enjoy laziness, She never neglected her studies or culinary skills. He grinned at Yuan Wulong, raising an eyebrow, for as Sister Shaoli had said, it was all the power of love. Though Yu Gu'er was young, he was astute. When Su Zihua and Mei Rui remarked on Cui Ling's diligence, they recalled that Wulong had asked them to pay more attention to his younger sister-in-law's talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, perhaps desiring a wife of refinement. It was evident that even though his younger sister-in-law did not love reading, she still engaged in such pursuits, demonstrating that she took Wulong's words to heart. This sentiment lingered in Yu Gu'er's mind. He was too young to comprehend the nuances of love. But he understood that undertaking tasks one is reluctant to do requires immense courage and perseverance. The transition from unwillingness to eagerness in learning something new entails considerable hardship. It was akin to his own experience, where he initially resisted martial arts, training out of reverence for his father and fear of his mother, only to later embrace it as his sole passion. He alone understood the profound emotional upheaval he had endured. Thus, Yu Gu'er concluded that Aunt Wu's feelings for Uncle Wulong must parallel his own for his parents, imbued with both reverence and trepidation. Yuan Wulong, taken aback, raised his fist in a mock threat. Lowering his voice, he questioned, "What do you little rascal, know about love?" "Nonsense." He then pondered, somewhat perplexed. "Your elder sister has been in the palace and didn't even return home for our wedding. How did you come to see her?" Yu Gu'er shook his head, admitting he hadn't seen his elder sister in quite some time. With his head bowed and lips pursed, he recounted how last time his aunt had lamented that his uncle had gained considerable weight, no longer possessing the charm of his youth. In a bid to shed his belly, his uncle had gone hungry for several meals, which led his sister to exclaim, "This is the power of love." How gluttonous his uncle was. Yet he starved himself for the sake of a careless remark from his wife. That was true love. What else could explain such a sacrifice? Yuan Wulong fell silent, his gaze on Cui Ling deepening. He observed the delicate, slender woman nearly pressing her entire body to the ground, intent on monitoring the flames, stirring emotions within him. He stepped forward, squatting beside her and suggesting, "The ground is dirty, my lady. Perhaps you should sit on a stool instead. I shall tend to the fire." Cui Ling turned to him, her porcelain-like cheek smudged with soot. Unbothered, she smiled kindly, stating, "It's merely watching the fire. There's nothing to be concerned about. However, if you're busy, you need not stay. I have Yu Gu'er to keep me company, along with Master Lu's assistants. It's no trouble." Though she found the bearded young man somewhat agreeable, she understood the boundaries between men and women. Even with Yu Gu'er present, she feared Yuan Wulong might harbor ulterior motives. Regardless of her feelings towards her husband, she did not wish to alter her situation in such a fine family as the Yuans. Yet, the bearded man showed no signs of retreat, resolutely mimicking her posture, gazing into the roaring flames. "Rest assured, my lady, the general has ordered me to accompany you and the young master for the next few days, perhaps due to the heat of the fire." His voice took on a slightly hoarse quality. "If you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. I shall comply without question." The second chapter has been delivered, dedicated to Emily in gratitude for her precious gift. "I am truly delighted and grateful, and I will strive to do my utmost." In an effort to foster closeness with his wife, Uncle Wu disregarded his dignity and lay on the ground. Yet, Aunt Wu was ready to wave her sleeve and depart, which seemed rather irresponsible. Cui Ling, however, remained unfazed. She turned to the bearded man and cheerfully remarked, "I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on the fire here. Master Lu should arrive shortly, and until then, please maintain the current flame." With that, she joyfully took the hand of Yu Gu'er and left. The kitchen, shrouded in smoke, still bore the pungent scent of chili peppers, while Yuan Wulong felt a chill in his heart. He understood that Cui Ling was eager to leave, partly to avoid suspicion. To her, he was merely a stranger encountered for the first time. Even with orders from above, it felt inappropriate. He should have been deeply moved by her adherence to propriety and virtue. After leaving Shengjing, his only concern for her was the fear that she might stray. Yet, it appeared that once one harbors prejudice, it becomes exceedingly difficult to view others with sincerity and objectivity. Look how selfish, dark, and immature his worries were. This realization only deepened Yuan Wulong's discomfort. Besides feeling disgusted by his suspicion of Cui Ling's character, there was a faint melancholy. She left without a backward glance. Despite having left behind her masculine beard, her gaze lingered not even a moment on him. Did he truly possess no allure in her eyes? The thought startled Yuan Wulong. What was he thinking? Was he not most afraid of Cui Ling's infidelity? Yet now, he found himself wishing for her resolve to waver. Even if she were to stray, how could he bear the thought? If she truly fell under his spell, the pain would be magnified 1,000-fold. Just as Yuan Wulong grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, Shi Xiujin, having completed his tasks, followed the enticing aroma to the small kitchen. Upon seeing Yuan Wulong sprawled on the ground, Shi Xiujin was taken aback. Fearing something grave had occurred, he hurried forward to assist him. "Cousin Wu, what has happened to leave you in such a disheveled state?" Yuan Wulong, noticing Shi Xiujin's infuriatingly smug expression, recalled how this fellow had been indulging himself alongside his wife throughout the journey. According to Yugur, Shi Xiaoxi had been incessantly lingering by their carriage, eager to engage in conversation regardless of their discussions. Although he knew that the bumbling lad harbored no ill intentions, he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. This was a privilege he had not enjoyed, despite his desperate attempts to remain close to Cui Ling, who offered him no opportunity. A wave of intense jealousy washed over Yuan Wulong, reminiscent of a relentless torrent. Suddenly, he recalled the story mentioned in his grandmother's letter about Guozi Lane, which ignited his anger. He had merely instructed that someone keep an eye on matters. Yet Shi Xiaoxi had taken it upon himself to intrude daily. Without discerning the facts, he had unjustly assaulted the fifth young master of the Cui family. What infuriated Yuan Wulong further was Shi Xiaoxi's foolish confidence in assuming that Miss Yue of the Song family was his romantic confidant. What kind of family did the Yuan family come from? What sort of man was Yuan Wulong? Shi Xiaoxi, disregarding their 2-decade-long brotherhood, had formed such a grave misunderstanding of his character that Yuan Wulong could no longer contain his wrath. Old grievances coupled with new animosities made his eyes burn with fury. Yuan Wulong could not help but glare at Shi Xiujin with deadly intent. "Repeat that," Shi Xiujin, bewildered, replied. "I was merely asking how you ended up in such a state." Yuan Wulong shouted, "My disheveled appearance is entirely your doing, you rascal." He admonished, "Do not think I am unaware of the good deeds you performed in Shengjing. To suspect my character, you ought to receive a sound thrashing." Upon realizing that Yuan Wulong was still holding a grudge over that incident, Shi Xiujin felt a bit sheepish. He stammered, It was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." In truth, Shi Xiujin felt quite wronged. Had he not believed the unreliable rumors from Miss Chuijio, he would never have thought that his revered fifth brother had married an unsatisfactory wife. Had he known that Yuan Wulong's wife was not only beautiful but also delightful, he would not have fallen for such tricks. However, that matter had already been resolved by their aunt. The lascivious fifth young master of the Cui family had transformed into a skilled hunter, while he, who had beaten the boy half to death, was now a hero. As for Miss Yue, she had fulfilled her desires by marrying into the Cui family. Each party had gained their wishes, and a potentially tumultuous incident had dissipated without a trace. All were content. It had not tarnished the reputation of Cousin Wu, nor had it invited any harmful gossip against him. Yuan Wulong's wife had witnessed the entire affair without uttering a word of complaint. Yet here was Cousin Wu still fussing over it? Shi Xiujin straightened his back, feeling a newfound sense of pride. He noticed a portion of food set aside for him, and, without hesitation, began to devour his lunch with great gusto. Yuan Wulong's culinary skills were beyond reproach. Ever since he had tasted the fiery allure of chili peppers, he had become enamored with this tantalizing flavor. He savored the meal with unrestrained satisfaction. Just as he set down his bowl and chopsticks, he heard Yuan Wulong's muffled voice. "Have you accounted for the supplies sent by the court?" Shi Xiujin nodded yes. "I have confirmed with the escort officer responsible for transporting the grain to the front lines." Yuan Wulong raised an eyebrow. "Then you should accompany the escort officer to the front lines immediately. It is bitterly cold outside. The soldiers will benefit from donning warm cotton clothing and furs a day sooner." His tone was grave, tinged with irritation. "Have you finished eating? If so, depart at once." Shi Xiujin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from arguing. The reasoning was irrefutable. He had heard that tonight would bring an exceptionally rare severe cold, and while the soldiers had tents and charcoal, those tasked with surveillance would inevitably face a sleepless night in the frigid winter. The journey from Muzhou City to the front lines would take about 2 or 3 hours. If Shi Xiujin set off now, he could ensure that the supplies arrived before dusk. This was not only his mission, but also a significant merit. However, he inquired, What about fifth sister-in-law? Empress Jiang requested her presence, stating she wanted to boost the morale of the soldiers on the front lines. Yuan Wulong frowned upon hearing this. He had been perplexed when his grandmother mentioned this in her letter. Was the Empress's suggestion a warning to the Yuan family? Or was she attempting to place Cui Ling in a perilous situation? He could not quite grasp it. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, orders from above did not apply in the field. Since Cui Ling had endured great hardships to reach the northwest, she had fulfilled her imperial duty. Whether she would willingly venture into the battlefield was up to him to decide. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Wulong shook his head, saying, "Your sister-in-law is a delicate woman. The front lines are still embroiled in conflict, with weapons indiscriminately flying. It is far too dangerous. You may convey the Empress's intentions on her behalf." Shi Xiujin considered this and agreed. Although he felt a twinge of regret at the absence of Cui Ling's delightful cooking, he was more drawn to the battlefield. He perceived no disdain in this assignment. Rather, he felt grateful. "Cousin Wu, you are truly kind to me. I shall not betray your trust and will personally deliver these supplies to the soldiers." Yuan Wulong pondered for a moment before adding, "Wait a moment. It seems your sister-in-law has some chili peppers to bring to the front lines as well." He loudly summoned several guards, confident that Master Lu would know how to handle those items. "You lot, move the things up, and then please invite Master Lu to accompany Lord Shi to the front lines." With the order given, Shi Xiujin strode out with an air of authority. A satisfied smile finally graced Yuan Wulong's face. Excellent. They had successfully dispatched this troublesome fellow who lacked awareness. They were also taking away Master Lu, who could assist Cui Ling. Now, if his wife wished to concoct any new dishes without help in the kitchen, she could hardly resist him any longer, could she? The image of them cooking together, harmonious and beautiful, floated unbidden in his mind. Yuan Wulong thought, since he had missed the best opportunity for recognition. There was no rush now. After all, it was she who had erred first. He imagined that, given her temperament, she would surely blame him for deceiving her. Rather than shatter the hard-won peace between them, it was perhaps better to wait until she acknowledged his character, at which point he would proudly admit, "Indeed, I am your man." This way, things might turn out a little better, perhaps. Today's update ends here. The weekend is quite busy, and I shall return with another update next Monday. As Yuan Wulong continued to dream blissfully, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chang Sui Huai Shu entered the small kitchen, his expression fraught with urgency, and was taken aback to find his master sprawled on the floor without any semblance of decorum. Known for his sharp tongue, Huai Shu had grown up alongside Wulong, their bond resembling that of brothers rather than master and servant. Under normal circumstances, he would seize the opportunity to mock Wulong for such a sight. However, today he merely approached and helped him up. "Master, the Ruran people have somehow learned that Lord Shi will be transporting warm clothing to the front lines and have set an ambush with a cavalry unit 80 miles outside the city." Yuan Wulong's expression turned grave. "What is the state of affairs? Was Shi injured?" Huai Shu quickly replied, "Fortunately, we had secretly dispatched 2 teams to follow them, and they managed to encircle and annihilate the Ruran cavalry. Lord Shi was unharmed and continued to the front lines as planned." He paused. "Our men captured 2 Ruran cavalrymen, who are currently detained in the guardhouse. His Highness the 9th Prince wishes for you to conduct the interrogation, as he dislikes bloodshed." With General Zhenghua and the 2 young Yuan generals absent, the command of Muzhou City naturally fell to Yuan Wulong. However, the 9th Prince, being of royal stature and serving as the military supervisor, warranted Yuan Wulong's utmost obedience to his father's and brother's commands, following the 9th Prince's lead in all matters. Yuan Wulong cast a reluctant glance at the blazing fire in the stove, contemplated for a moment, and handed the fire tongs to Huai Shu. "Then you tend to the fire." Huai Shu was baffled. "Tend? The fire?" As Yuan Wulong brushed off the dust from his clothes, he instructed, "Maintain this flame. If it needs more fuel, be sure not to let it extinguish." He turned a glance toward the main building of Yiqing Shaozhu, recalling to arrange for a few servants to wait at the door in case Lady Wulong and young Master Yu rose, so they would have someone to attend to them. Having just spoken, he strode out of Yiqing Shaozhu with purpose. Huai Shu stared at the fire tongs, utterly perplexed, muttering to himself, "Tend to the fire? Has my master lost his mind? Though I am not a figure of great importance, I am still burdened with many responsibilities. Where would I find the time to stand here watching a fire?" Drawing a deep breath, he spotted a young woman passing by outside and called out, "Halt!" The girl turned around. Brother Huaishu, we need. Recognizing her as Miss Jianyu from the medical hall, he waved her over. What brings you here? Miss Jianyu? The young woman shyly smiled, saying, the wife and nephew of General Wulong have just arrived from Shengjing and are resting at Qin Shaozhu. The household is short-staffed at the moment, so Manager Bai asked me to come help. She paused, a hint of worry in her eyes. As you know, most of the original staff were dismissed by Lord Ling Yin, and with so many injured soldiers arriving at the medical hall, the remaining servants have all gone to assist. We are quite short-handed. Huaishu opened his mouth, but we can't just have you. Miss Jian, you was not a servant, but the daughter of the Liu family estate owner outside the city. When the Ruran forces invaded, they had extended their reach to within 40 to 50 miles of Muzhou City, with Liu family estate being one of the affected areas. 3 months prior, when Wulong received intelligence that the Ruran cavalry was slaughtering the Liu estate, he arrived to find that nearly 20 households had suffered devastating losses. Later, he discovered the unconscious Miss Jianyu in the estate's cellar and carried her back personally. Miss Jianyu was remarkably resilient upon learning of her family's fate. She wept briefly before resolutely requesting Wulong's assistance to help at the medical hall. She declared, the Ruran scoundrels have murdered my parents and kin. This enmity cannot go unavenged. Though I am but a frail girl who cannot fight on the battlefield, I refuse to accept your kindness without contributing to the Yuan army in some way. Huaishu admired her strength and courage. Hearing that Manager Bai was treating her like a servant ignited a spark of indignation within him. Gulme, let's confront Manager Bai about this. You are a guest here, not a servant. How can they ask you to tend to others? Miss Jianyu smiled gently, responding, what does it matter whether I serve or not? General Wulong saved my life. Serving his wife is merely my way of expressing gratitude. With a sigh, she added, the household truly lacks manpower, and you know that well, Brother Huaishu. After contemplating, Huaishu acknowledged her point. The previous tensions with the Ruran had led to multiple generals failing to repel their iron cavalry. Lord Ling Yin, terrified, sent his family away to seek refuge elsewhere, and most of the household staff had been dismissed. It was only after the Yuan army arrived that they managed to reclaim lost territories and drive the Ruran back to their homeland, restoring stability to Muzhou City. However, those dismissed servants had gone far and could not be summoned back easily. To recruit new staff was no simple task either. Fortunately, soldiers and warriors were not overly particular. As long as there were cooks and those to wash clothes, the guards and soldiers left behind at Lord Ling Yin's estate did not complain, including Yuan Wulong. Aside from cooking and laundry, everyone managed their own affairs without requiring much assistance. Eventually, Wulong decided to allocate most of the staff to the medical hall to aid the military doctors in treating the wounded soldiers returning from the front lines. Daily procurement was handled by the soldiers themselves, leaving only a few cooks in the kitchen and some washerwomen in the laundry room. Each person had their role, and it was indeed challenging to spare anyone to tend to Lady Wulong and young Master Yu. Huaishu scratched his head, realizing that, given the circumstances, they would have to impose on Miss Jianyu for a few days. Rest assured, my lady will not burden you, he added. Regarding Lady Wulong's temperament, Huaishu felt somewhat uncertain. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her before Wulong's departure. She was indeed a celestial beauty. However, given Wulong's initial despair, it seemed her nature might not be so agreeable. Yet, according to Yuan family customs, Wulong could only take a concubine if he remained childless at 40, meaning they were bound together irrespective of their personalities. Not one to be foolish, Huaishu decided to speak well of Lady Wulong. Observing Miss Jianyu's gaze at the fire tongs in his hand, she inquired, Brother Huaishu, what are you doing with those? Feeling a bit embarrassed, he replied, my master told me to tend to the fire. Yet he had numerous tasks awaiting him outside and could not afford to waste time here. He had originally intended to delegate this responsibility to someone else. At present, the individual known as Jianyue finds himself at a loss for words. The steward has summoned Miss Jianyue to attend to Lady Wu, which is already a considerable imposition. It would be rather unbecoming to treat her as a mere servant tasked with tending the fire. However, Jianyue, with a smile, graciously takes the fire tongs from Huaishu's hands, assuring him, I understand that Brother Huaishu has matters to attend to, so allow me to handle this. She gestures towards the main room, stating, I will monitor the fire while keeping an eye on any happenings over there. Should Lady Wu require anything, I shall be swift to assist. Her demeanor is exceedingly humble, almost as if she genuinely perceives herself as a servant. Huai Shu feels a pang of sympathy. Yet, he truly has pressing matters. So he concedes, Miss Jianyue, you are truly kind. I leave this in your capable hands. As Jianyue watches Huai Shu's retreating figure, a glimmer of sharpness flickers in her gaze, accompanied by a sardonic smile. Truly kind? Ah. At this very moment, Cui Ling and Yu Gu'er remain sound asleep. Having journeyed from Shengjing all the way to Muzhou, the two of them are resting within the confines of a cramped carriage. Having taken a shortcut that bypasses the broad official roads, the carriage offers little space, and while it might be manageable for Cui Ling alone, the addition of Yu Gu'er makes it quite cramped, especially at night when they are huddled together. Finally, upon spotting a high bed and warm pillows, both Cui Ling and Yu Gu'er become wide-eyed with anticipation, disregarding their long-neglected hygiene and the dirt smudged on their sleeves and collars. Without a second thought, they kick off their shoes and climb into bed, fully clothed, and immediately drift into a deep slumber. They sleep soundly until the night has deepened, and when they awaken, the world outside is shrouded in darkness. The room is pitch black, illuminated only by a faint sliver of light seeping through from outside, casting shadowy outlines of several figures. Cui Ling whispers, Yu Gu'er, are you awake? Yu Gu'er, feeling his way across the blankets, replies, I am here, Aunt Wu. The little fellow crawls over, unceremoniously snuggling into Cui Ling's embrace. I am hungry and wonder how our beef is faring. Cui Ling chuckles, patting his shoulder, fear not. Master Lu is well versed in the culinary arts. He is quite diligent and, noticing our delay, has likely begun preparations. Her concerns do not revolve around dinner, but rather the eerie silence enveloping the empty courtyard. Upon her arrival, she quickly discerned that the elegant residence lacked any servants. She and Yu Gu'er had been in such a deep slumber that no one came to call or alert them, indicating that they were indeed alone. Given the current state of turmoil, it is understandable that the household staff have been sent away for their safety. However, what does it signify that not a single helper has been retained for her assistance? What could Yuan Wulong possibly mean by this? It is not that she is incapable of managing on her own. Though she may be somewhat indolent, she possesses a certain adeptness when the need arises. The crux of the issue lies in her unfamiliarity with this new environment. At present, she cannot even locate the lamp oil, let alone navigate her way to the kitchen in the dark. With a sigh of exasperation, she mutters, Your uncle is truly stingy, not even leaving a servant for us. Yu Gu'er, in agreement, feels the weight of her words, yet he believes it essential to maintain the fragile peace between his uncle and aunt, lest they falter over trivial matters. The room is quite warm, as if they have stoked the silver frost coals. If your uncle were truly stingy, would he have remembered to heat the house for us? Surely, he is simply preoccupied and has forgotten. There is a hint of uncertainty in his voice, for he is acutely aware that his uncle had recently been in the small kitchen tending to the fire for Aunt Wu. Nevertheless, Cui Ling reluctantly accepts this reasoning. Very well, we are indeed in the vicinity of war. Circumstances cannot be compared to life back in Shengjing. With a resigned shrug, she begins to feel her way out of bed in the pitch darkness. Fortunately, despite the frigid winter month, the night sky is still adorned with stars and the moon. Cui Ling opens the door, using the night as cover to locate the oil lamp and fire starter, bending down to ignite the lamp. Returning to her bedside, she wraps Yu Gu'er snugly in a thick, plush cloak, exclaiming, Let's investigate the kitchen. As they step into the courtyard, they suddenly hear a female voice. Is that you, Lady Wu? Cui Ling lifts her gaze to see a modestly dressed young woman, timidly standing before her with a lantern in hand. The girl appears to be around 15 or 16, not strikingly beautiful, yet possessing a delicate charm that evokes sympathy. Unsure of the girl's identity, Cui Ling nods and introduces herself. I am indeed Yuan Cui. May I ask your name? The girl smiles warmly, bowing gracefully. I am Lu Jianyue. I owe my life to General Wu, and now reside in the Lingyi Manor. Due to a shortage of hands here, I have come to assist in caring for Lady Wu and the young master. Her demeanor is friendly, and she moves closer with the intention of reaching for Yu Gu'er, who instinctively recoils from unfamiliar contact. Lu Jianyue remains unfazed, maintaining her gentle smile. The general has tasked me with overseeing the kitchen fire. I heard the commotion from this room and came to check on you. With her large, glistening eyes, she inquires, I have observed from a distance. The beef is already cooked, yet I am uncertain what to do next. Upon hearing Lu Jianyue's introduction, Cui Ling recognizes that she is not a servant of the household. The phrase regarding the general's rescue feels somewhat jarring and peculiar, as if intended for her ears alone. Why is that? She discreetly scrutinizes Lu Jianyue, noting the flicker of complex emotions in her watery eyes. Envy, jealousy, and a hint of placation, mingled with something else entirely. Cui Ling silently muses, could this girl possibly harbor feelings for Yuan Wulong? After witnessing Yuan Wulong in person, her earlier resolve to foster a relationship with him has once again wavered, now transforming into a sense of repulsion that grows uncontrollable. Good heavens! If Yuan Wulong were a rugged man, I would gladly nurture a relationship with such a masculine husband. But why must he be a delicate figure, more charming than a woman, who favors flamboyant attire? She can hardly tolerate such a man. Thus, upon discerning that Lu Jianyue may possess a particular affection for Yuan Wulong, Cui Ling feels no jealousy. Instead, she finds herself pitying the girl. My dear, are you out of your mind? Is it truly wise to admire a man who is more beautiful and effeminate than you? Yet, this is merely her internal contemplation. She would never voice such thoughts aloud. Presently, her thoughts are refreshingly straightforward. Regardless, her marriage to Yuan Wulong is an edict of the crown, unalterable, and her position as the first wife is as solid as a rock, rendering her indifferent to the threats posed by other suitors. As long as Yuan Wulong remains safe and sound, she cares not for anything else. If another girl wishes to throw herself into the flames, it is of no concern to her, provided Yuan Wulong is willing to accept her. With this mindset, Cui Ling's attitude towards Lu Jianyue softens, and she smiles. The beef should be simmered with spices. Since Uigu'er prefers it tender, I specifically instructed to cook it a bit longer. Glancing at the time, she realizes it is indeed late enough for the dish to be ready. I shall retrieve it and add the seasoning. Uigu'er, upon hearing this, smacks his lips in anticipation. Aunt Wu, hurry. I am starving. Cui Ling takes the lantern from Lu Jianyue's hand. Miss Lu, you have yet to dine, have you not? Come and join us. She possesses an exceptional sense of direction. Although it is her first visit to the elegant abode, she remembers how to navigate to the kitchen. Upon arriving, she retrieves the beef, drains it, and slices it. Her knife skills leave much to be desired, resulting in uneven thickness. However, with the absence of Master Lu and the incessant complaints from Uigu'er about hunger, she prioritizes practicality over aesthetics and takes matters into her own hands. She expertly combines the necessary seasonings with the beef slices using her secret techniques, finally garnishing the dish with minced scallions, ginger, and garlic. The result is a delectable dry mixed beef, its alluring color and fragrant aroma drawing Uigu'er in, who unceremoniously digs in with some leftover dumplings from lunch. Cui Ling, feeling famished herself, cheerfully invites Lu Jianyue to join them, acknowledging that the girl must also be hungry after keeping the fire going all afternoon. The lamb and beef from the northwest surpass that of Shengjing, and after eliminating any gamey or pungent flavors, coupled with the right seasoning, it truly becomes a delicacy. Lu Jianyue's eyes flicker, her expression somewhat awkward. Yet, she complies and lifts her chopsticks to take a piece. After all, if Fifth Madam extends her sincere invitation, it would be ungracious to refuse. Upon tasting the beef, her face lights up with surprise, confirming its exquisite flavor. Cui Ling has never regarded this girl as a rival, nor does she perceive her as a threat, treating her with a casual demeanor. Seeing Lu Jianyue's genuine expression of delight brings her joy. Indeed, food possesses a remarkable power. Receiving acknowledgement for one's culinary creations brings delight, regardless of who the recipient may be. In high spirits, she continues to eat, savoring several more bites. The beef has become tender, melting effortlessly in her mouth, releasing an unparalleled satisfaction alongside the fragrant seasoning. However, Cui Ling's brow furrows as she detects an unexpected bitter taste. With a refined palate, she is particularly sensitive to flavors. Even a slight imbalance in seasoning does not escape her notice. There is something amiss with this beef. She urgently inquires of Uigu'er. Do you not find this beef a bit bitter? Uigu'er, appearing bewildered, responds, not at all. It's quite fragrant and delicious. Yet, as soon as she speaks, her small hand grows heavy, and her chopsticks clatter to the ground. Cui Ling realizes with alarm that the beef has been tampered with. Desperately, she nudges the little one. Uigu'er, what is wrong with you? At that moment, a thud echoes from across the table as Lu Jianyue collapses. Struggling to rise, her legs falter, and she fumbles for a small dagger hidden in her sleeve, hoping to prick herself awake. But her hands lack the strength, and the dagger slips from her grasp. Ultimately, she succumbs to the overwhelming dizziness, her head crashing onto the table. After a while, Lu Jianhua lifts her face from her arm. Gazing at the unconscious Cui Ling, and Yu Gu are sprawled on the table, guilt welling up in her eyes. She whispers, "I'm so sorry, Fifth Madam. I had no choice." The entire village had been slaughtered by the Ruren. It was General Yuan who saved her life. She harbors admiration for his bravery. Yet she conceals her feelings carefully, protecting them with utmost caution, never allowing anyone to perceive her affection. Even in her dreams, she weaves the most beautiful illusions. Yet, she knows that as a solitary girl from the northwestern border, she shares no connection with the esteemed general, especially since he is already married. Thus, she feels envy toward Fifth Madam, and jealousy inevitably arises in her heart. Nevertheless, she has never contemplated committing any harm against Fifth Madam or engaging in such despicable acts as she currently finds herself in. She hoped that if she could gain the favor of this esteemed lady, perhaps she could accompany her to Xinjiang. She harbors no grand aspirations. Even if she were to serve as a lowly maid in the general's residence, it would suffice to merely catch a glimpse of the one she cherishes from afar. Alas, fate has dealt her a cruel hand. Just as she sought to impress Fifth Madam, an unexpected figure arrived. This stranger, with deep-set features that betray his Ruren heritage, swiftly subdued her. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to strike him down with her hairpin, seeking vengeance for her family. Yet, as a frail woman, her resistance was laughably futile against the fierce Ruren warrior. With ease, he overpowered her, and as she contemplated ending her life, he coldly remarked, "Your youngest brother is still in our hands. If you choose to end your life, do you believe he will not follow you immediately?" Lu Jianhua was struck with shock. When the Ruren cavalry ravaged her village, her father had hidden her in an abandoned cellar. Upon being rescued by General Yuan, she was met with the sight of countless corpses, and the news of the village's total annihilation left her heartbroken, causing her to faint. The implication of such destruction left no survivors. Over 20 households, more than 100 lives, all extinguished. Yet this Ruren claimed her younger brother was still alive. He produced a cotton hat and a jade pendant, stating, "Your little brother is quite adorable, but if you, as his sister, do not cooperate, that charming little fellow may not see tomorrow." His tone dripped with a chilling malice, leaving Lu Jianhua to decide her brother's fate, whether he would live or die. How could she stand idly by as the last remnant of her family faced doom? Even at the cost of her own life, she was determined to rescue her brother. Thus, she sold her soul to the devil. In the cold kitchen, illuminated only by flickering candlelight, Lu Jianhua fought against her trembling fear, binding Cui Ling tightly with coarse rope. When her fingers brushed against Yu Gu, she hesitated. The little girl was of a similar age to her brother, and the thought of him suffering in captivity filled her heart with agony. Realizing her inability to harm Yukia, she recalled that the Ruren only knew of Fifth Madam as impending arrival and had no knowledge of her innocent nephew's presence. In her dealings with the Ruren, this defenseless child had not been factored in. After much deliberation, conscience ultimately prevailed. Seizing the opportunity before reinforcements arrived, she placed Yu Gu gently into a low cupboard in the kitchen and shut the door firmly. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed as a cook appeared, and even in the dark, it was evident he hailed from the Ruren. He pointed to Cui Ling, who had been bound by Lu Jianhua, and asked, "Is this Fifth Madam Yuan?" With reddened eyes, Lu Jianhua nodded and clung to the man's arm, imploring, "I have done as you instructed. Please return my brother to me." The Ruren man scoffed coldly, "What's the rush? Once we breach Muzhou City, your brother will naturally be returned to you." Lu Jianhua's face turned ashen. "You promised me." Clinging desperately to his arm, she continued, "You said that as long as I assisted in getting General Yuan's wife out of here, you would return my brother. How can you betray your word?" The defenses of the Lingyin residence were tightly secured, making it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to infiltrate. The first time she encountered this Ruren was at the East Street Market, while she was gathering supplies for the young ladies of the household. At that time, he had threatened her with her brother's life, and after much internal struggle, she ultimately chose this morally reprehensible path. She had stolen a guard's uniform of similar size to his and divulged the layout of the residence. In a deliberate act, She widened a dog hole in the west wall to ensure his smooth entry. Taking advantage of a moment while tending to the fire, she mixed a potent sleeping drug into the beef soup. She had even bound Granny Yuan with her own hands. Yet this man now informed her that she must wait until the Ruren army breached the city of Muzhou before her brother would be returned to her. Was this not a cruel jest at her expense? Observing the man's demeanor, which suggested a lack of intention to honor his word, she feared that even the claim of her brother's survival might be a fabrication, merely a ruse to manipulate her into aiding their abduction of Granny Yuan. Anguish and fury surged within her. To harm the wife of her benefactor for the sake of her brother was an affront to justice. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had been a fool, allowing the very perpetrators of her family's demise to lead her by the nose with mere words. In a fit of rage, she seized a nearby kitchen knife and swung it fiercely at the Ruren man. However, the Ruren warrior, possessing immense strength, dismissed her feeble assault with ease, merely striking down on her shoulder with force, causing the poor girl to collapse to the ground. The knife fell awkwardly, embedding itself in her leg, and blood gushed forth. The Ruren warrior spat, "Foolish girl," and hoisted the unconscious Cui Ling over his shoulder, striding out of the courtyard. The yard was eerily silent, devoid of any passers-by, for all the forces of the Lingyi mansion were concentrated in two locations. One was the interrogation hall, where Yuan Wulong was extracting information from the two surviving Ruren cavalrymen who had ambushed Shi Xiujin. The other was the medical hall, which was bustling with activity due to the injuries sustained by the guards during the Ruren attack, despite their victory in repelling the invaders. The distance between Yachin Cottage and both the medical and interrogation halls was considerable, allowing the Ruren to slip past the sparse guard patrols with ease. Making their way to the dog hole in the west wall. Outside the hole, someone inquired, "Lord Jidu, did you succeed?" The Ruren named Jidu sneered, "Of course. Let us depart swiftly before our presence is discovered and our efforts are wasted." The conspirators outside were elated, for they had captured the daughter-in-law of Yuan Shurtao. If they returned to battle, they could strip her bare and display her atop their chariot, to see how the Yuan family would react. Jidu first sent Cui Ling through the hole, then crouched low to follow. He cautioned his companions, "How we deal with this woman is the leader's concern. We shall follow orders and refrain from speaking out of turn. Should anything go awry, we would bear the consequences." Just as he finished speaking, a patrolling guard's voice echoed from the courtyard. "Who goes there?" Quick to react, Jidu mimicked a cat's meow. The guard paused, listening intently, then muttered in this cold weather, "There are still cats about." Jidu held his breath until the footsteps faded, then whispered, "We must hurry." In front of the kitchen door of Yachin Cottage, Huaishu stood in shock at the chaos strewn across the floor. As he approached, he spotted Lu Jianyue lying on the ground, blood flowing profusely from her leg. Panic seized him, causing his hands to tremble as he rushed to check her pulse. "Miss Jianyue, wake up. Please awaken." He tore a strip from his garment, forcefully extracting the knife embedded in her leg and staunching the bleeding while calling out desperately, "Help! Someone please!" After what felt like an eternity, Lu Jianyue stirred, her face etched with sorrow and regret as she gazed at Huaishu. I am so sorry." Tears streamed silently from her eyes as she whispered, "It was the Ruren. They abducted Granny Yuan and went that way. It is my fault, all my fault." Huaishu's heart jolted. "What? Granny Yuan has been taken by the Ruren?" The news struck him as unfathomable. Muzhou City boasted 4 formidable gates, all securely fortified. The east and west gates were closed, while the south gate permitted entry only to officials and merchants from the Central Plains, requiring official documents for passage. The north gate, connected to the battlefield, had long since seen the local populace evacuated within the city, leaving it open only for the soldiers of the Northwest Army. Rurens, with their distinct appearance, could be easily identified. The guards at the gates possessed keen eyesight and would never allow a Ruren to pass undetected. Lu Jianyue extended her trembling hand, revealing a golden button inscribed with foreign patterns. "I tore this from that man's sleeve. Look, this design is unmistakably Ruren. He took Granny Yuan. We must hurry and pursue them." After a moment, she recalled Yu Guer and pointed towards the low cabinet in the kitchen. "I hid the young master there. Please, check on him." With those words, she succumbed once more to unconsciousness. Huaishu hurriedly retrieved Yu Guer from the cabinet. Fortunately, the child, though slightly flushed, was breathing evenly. Just then, Yuan Wulong and Prince Jiu arrived, Having received word of the incident at Yacheng Cottage, Huaishu relayed Lu Jianyue's account, assuring them that the young master was unharmed and merely needed rest. But Granny Yuan Wulong struck the wall in frustration, his anger palpable. It is not easy for the Ruren to enter and exit the city. If we pursue now, we may still catch them. He clasped his hands together before Prince Jiao. Your Highness, I cannot stand idly by while my wife is abducted. I entrust the city of Muzhou to you. Concern flickered in Prince Jiao's eyes as he nodded. Go, Jun. You may rely on me here. He took Ugur from Huaishu, cradling the child gently. He will be safe with me. As Yuan Wulong and Huaishu hurriedly departed, Prince Jiao looked down at the unconscious Lu Jianyue, furrowing his brow. In the heat of the moment, Yuan Wulong had allowed his anger to cloud his judgment, too preoccupied with the abduction of his wife to think critically. Huaishu, too, interpreted Lu Jianyue's apologies and blame as guilt for her perceived inability to prevent Granny Yuan's capture. Yet Prince Jiao remained detached, his mind sharper than theirs. He recalled that they had just encountered a skirmish with the Ruren cavalry, leading to a concentration of personnel in the interrogation and medical halls, leaving the patrols around Yacheng Cottage thinner than usual. If this were indeed a meticulously crafted Ruren scheme, it demonstrated remarkable cunning. However, the Lingyi mansion was heavily guarded. Even with personnel and resources dispersed, it would be difficult to execute such a plan without inside assistance. At this moment, Lu Jianyue, present during the incident, appeared increasingly suspicious. Prince Jiao did not presume her guilt, but believed she possessed knowledge beyond what he could fathom. Given Uyghur's current state, he surmised he had been drugged. Though young, Uyghur was robust. Any substance capable of incapacitating him would surely affect a delicate woman like Lu Jianyue. Yet she had fought against the Ruren. The most glaring inconsistency in her words was her claim to have hidden Uyghur within the cabinet. If she had concealed him prior to the Ruren's arrival, how could she have known they were coming? Conversely, if she had hidden him after the Ruren's assault, she would not have had the opportunity or time. Prince Jiao's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and contemplative, glimmering with insight. He spoke in a deep voice to his loyal guard, instructing him to awaken the young lady, Lu, and compel her to reveal the truth about what she had done to Granny Yuan. He demanded that she articulate every detail clearly, or else, compared to Yuan Wu, although he possessed a beauty more enchanting than that of a woman, his heart was far more ruthless. Amidst a violent jolt, Cui Ling gradually regained consciousness. Her head throbbed, as if it might explode, and the cold wind howled by her ears, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf's growl, instilling a sense of dread. Where was she? Bracing her forehead, she attempted to sit up, only to realize she was confined within a tightly sealed wooden box. The box was small, scarcely allowing her to stretch her arms. Between the planks were gaps, yet at night, peering through them revealed nothing but darkness. There was no wind, indicating that another layer of covering must exist outside the box. The severe jolting suggested that she was in a moving carriage, traversing an uneven path rather than a smooth road. After a moment of bewilderment, Cui Ling finally comprehended the situation. Had she been kidnapped? Since chapters 70 and 71 had already been revised, those who had not yet reviewed them should do so, or else the narrative would be disjointed. It was said that mobile reading might not allow access to the revised chapters, only the web version. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by these changes. This afternoon, there would be a second update around 4 p.m., as I would take a short break for a meal before continuing to write offline. No matter how strong or wise a woman may be, an unforeseen calamity such as this would evoke terror and fear. Even Cui Ling, who had lived 2 lifetimes and had braved many storms, was engulfed in dread amidst the vast darkness, uncertain of her whereabouts, her destination, or the fate that awaited her. Her body was tightly bound by ropes, and after a prolonged period, every muscle ached painfully. And then, Hugo, he had clearly fallen before her. Yet he was not beside her now. She had no idea if he was contained in another box within the carriage or had encountered other dangers. Despair washed over Cui Ling. She was torn between cursing her own foolishness and her fate. Despite having envisioned countless scenarios of being drugged, she had remained utterly unprepared, lacking any vigilance. If it were only her suffering, it would be bearable. But now, Yuji's life hung in the balance. And what of the girl named Lu Jianyue, who was the second to collapse? She had no knowledge of her current state. A wave of regret and fear surged within Cui Ling. a despair she had never experienced before. Tears involuntarily streamed from her eyes, initially a trickle, gradually swelling into a torrent. Were it not for the last shred of reason urging her to remain silent, lest the kidnappers hear her, she might have succumbed to wailing uncontrollably. The situation was far beyond her imagination, leaving her in a state of panic and uncertainty. Cui Ling bit her lip and stifled her tears for a while, eventually managing to regain her composure. After all, she was not a true 15-year-old girl. Having vented her emotions, she could promptly reclaim her rationality. Yes, no matter how dire the circumstances, as long as one is willing to think, a solution will always present itself. Tears are but a declaration of weakness. Sorrow and despair yield no utility, and if one can only weep hopelessly, then one might as well await death. In the dimness, Cui Ling suddenly inhaled sharply. She forced herself to calm down. The incomprehensible could be pondered later, but first she needed to free herself from the ropes that bound her. The prolonged pressure had left her body stiff and sore. If she continued in this manner, she might find herself unable to walk due to the lack of circulation. Shaking off self-pity, she diligently searched for a means of escape within the cramped space. First, she moved her wrists, gently easing the stiffness in her fingers. Then, she endeavored to stretch her fingers further, attempting to discover where the knot of the rope was concealed. She bit her lip, striving to suppress her voice, while her body and wrists continued their struggle. Time passed without her notice, and soon she found herself drenched in sweat in the frigid night. At last, her efforts bore fruit, as she discovered a small knot behind her back. With immense effort, she managed to locate that knot, pulling at it forcefully, only to find it was a slip knot. The tightly bound body felt as though it had been granted breath, gradually expanding as the layers of rope loosened and slipped away. She gasped for air and cautiously began to mobilize her limbs. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt. Cui Ling pressed herself against the wooden box, straining to hear the sounds outside, not wanting to miss any clue that might reveal her whereabouts. Someone was asking why they were trying to leave the city so late. A coarse voice responded that they needed to transport foul water to a farm outside the city to feed the pigs, as no one could stand the stench, necessitating a nighttime departure when fewer people were around. Of course, they had a pass, the soldier said, handing it over. The inspecting soldier hesitated momentarily, confirming the pass was indeed valid. However, given the recent increased scrutiny, he insisted on checking the contents of the carriage. The coarse-voiced man chuckled, acknowledging that the soldier was merely ensuring the safety of the city. If time was of no concern, he could inspect it. 6 large barrels of foul water were loaded, and to prevent the odor from overwhelming passers-by, wooden nails had been affixed to the top. If you'd like, I can open one for you. As he spoke, he lifted the wooden lid, and a wave of putrid stench wafted out. The guarding soldiers were taken aback, urging the driver to move on, exclaiming that the smell was unbearable, which explained why they had to leave at such an hour. Cui Ling surmised that they were currently at the city gates of Muzhou. The individuals who had kidnapped her were masquerading as farmers transporting waste. And while there were indeed barrels of foul water, they were also concealing her, a living being. She realized this was her best opportunity for escape. If she missed this chance, she would find no other. Once they left the city, the outskirts were filled with mountains and wilderness, and the thieves could easily hide her anywhere. She had never been to this place before. Who knew where she would end up? Even if she managed to escape with her life, returning would be another matter entirely. With this thought in mind, Cui Ling began to pound on the wooden box, exerting all her strength, nearly screaming, "Is anyone there? Let me out! Is anyone there? Let me out!" She feared her cries might not carry through the layers of the wooden box. After contemplating this, she resorted to kicking and punching the box, striving to make it sway violently. With a loud crash, one of the barrels that had been opened toppled to the ground, spilling its contents and filling the air with an overwhelming stench. The guarding soldiers finally noticed the commotion, halting the carriage, demanding to know what was inside the barrel. Cui Ling pounded fiercely from within the box, shouting, "Soldier, save me! I'm here!" Upon hearing the voice of a woman, the soldier insisted that all barrels be opened to ascertain their contents. How could there be a woman's cries for help? Were they, perhaps, abductors of women? The low-voiced man, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, immediately leapt onto the carriage, speaking in a language Cui Ling did not understand, while vigorously urging the horses onward, attempting to race through the gates before they closed. It appeared he succeeded, as Cui Ling felt the carriage surge forward like a wild beast. The pursuing soldiers fading into the distance until all she could hear was the wind and the hurried pounding of hooves. Her heart, which had soared with hope of rescue, plummeted into despair. She felt a surge of frustration, as her desperate struggles had not only failed to secure her safety, but had also revealed that she was awake and had loosened her bonds. Before long, once the assailants realize that the danger has passed, she is likely to face a dire calamity. No, that's not right. The criminals would not kill her. If their sole intention was to take her life, why would they go to such lengths to extricate her from the heavily guarded residence of the governor? Only the oblivious gatekeepers might mistake these individuals for mere kidnappers. However, the soldiers remained vigilant, managing to sense something amiss at the last moment. Surely, they must have overheard the foreign tongue spoken by the last of the group. It is evident that these individuals are indeed from the Ruren tribe. One can only hope that the sentinels will swiftly report this discovery. If Yuan Wulong learns of her plight, who knows if he might come to her rescue? Cui Ling turned her bright eyes slightly, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It is indeed true that I have lived too comfortably for too long, forgetting that this is a battlefield. In times of war, having the enemy abduct the commander's daughter-in-law is bound to disrupt the morale of the troops. She struck her head forcefully, chiding herself for being so dim-witted, only realizing this now. It has become clear that her captors are undoubtedly Ruren. Yet, she remains unaware of whether Uyghur is suffering the same fate at their hands. If they seek ransom, she still possesses a considerable amount of silver notes concealed on her person. Though she cherishes her wealth, it pales in comparison to her life. If they desire it, they may have it. However, her abduction is likely motivated by political aspirations, whether as a means to instill fear on the battlefield or as a bargaining chip. Once she falls into the Ruren's grasp, the outcome will be grim. She may either meet a brutal death on the battlefield, enduring torment in her final moments, or she may subject the Yuan family to unimaginable distress before perishing. Undoubtedly, the esteemed General Yuan Shirtao, commander of the Northwest forces, embodies the dignity of the empire. The capture of his daughter-in-law, or even the threat to his own mother, would compel him to forsake personal feelings for the greater good. A general of his stature cannot allow private matters to compromise state interests. Cui Ling believes her fate is sealed, the only distinction being whether her demise will be tragic or profoundly tragic. She mused that since death is inevitable, it would be better to seek an opportunity to create some commotion. After all, she remains within the boundaries of the Sheng Dynasty. No matter how ferocious the Ruren may be, they lack the strength to openly flaunt their power on Sheng soil. It is night, the darkness enveloping the surroundings, allowing them to conceal their identities. Come dawn, there will surely be passers-by. The timing and circumstances are, overall, in her favor. Otherwise, if they manage to transport her deep into Ruren territory, her life would truly be in their hands. Cui Ling resolved that if she were fortunate enough to escape, that would be splendid. She is merely 15, at the cusp of youth, with so much life ahead. The world is a wondrous place, and the Yuan family embodies all her aspirations for a family. It would be foolish to abandon her hopes. She must return to Shengjing to sleep in her warm bed, savor exquisite delicacies, and indulge in a life of leisure. However, if misfortune befalls her and she dies here, it would be less burdensome than witnessing the Yuan family suffer her humiliation and torment. What deterrent is a corpse? Aside from rousing the anger of the Yuan forces, it would only serve to ignite their morale. Only in front of 100,000 soldiers would the violent extinguishment of a beautiful flower evoke despair and dread. Compared to a lifeless body, the Ruren commander would surely prefer the living Yuan Weinai. Thus, no matter how she struggles, they would not dare to kill her with their own hands. And therein lies her opportunity. Suddenly, Cui Ling recalled that when leaving the city, the brigands had deceitfully claimed that they were transporting slop. Although she had lived a sheltered life as a noble lady for 15 years, she possessed enough common sense. Slop could be used as feed for pigs. Wealthy families often owned farms on the outskirts of the city to supply their kitchens with fresh produce. Hence, food scraps and kitchen waste would typically be sealed in barrels and transported out of the city under the cover of night. A cart carrying slop could not be fully enclosed. The barrels would likely be covered with a cloth to signal to passers-by and guards. At that moment, Cui Ling realized that her struggles had caused the barrel she was in to collide with the slop barrel outside. She distinctly heard a single splash, indicating that the barrel surrounding her was now free of obstacles. If she could manage to tip it over, she could easily roll out of the cart. Regaining her composure, she found her mind growing clearer. Many details she had previously overlooked began to surface. First, estimating the cart's speed and the time elapsed. They must have traveled some distance from the city, approximately 20 miles. Judging by the jostling of the barrel, the terrain was likely uneven rather than a smooth road. This made sense. She had heard Sir Xiujin mention that the city of Muzhou had closed its east and west gates. The south gate remains open for merchants and commoners, serving as the sole passage to other cities in the Sheng Dynasty, while the north gate leads directly to the battlefield, accessible only to soldiers. If indeed the Rurin had abducted her, they could not have passed through the north gate to return to Rurin. Instead, they must have exited through the south gate and would be navigating the rugged mountain paths surrounding Muzhou on their way back to the Rurin camp. This implies that she is likely in the forests near Muzhou. In her earlier panic, all of Cui Ling's intelligence had momentarily short-circuited. But now, driven by the final flicker of hope for survival, she activated every ounce of her awareness. She recalled borrowing a map of Muzhou from Yuan Dalu while in Shangjing, merely as a precaution. Distrustful of Sir Xiujin, she wanted to take fate into her own hands. She memorized the potential paths that would lead her through villages and towns, where fresh water and wild fruits might be found, and where wild wolves or beasts could ambush her. She also remembered the dense forests surrounding Muzhou. Cui Ling admitted that, in her 15 years since arriving in the Sheng Dynasty, she had largely existed in a state of complacency, adopting a mindset of merely getting by. She had been reluctant to expend effort seeking anything, too lazy to think, speak, or act, believing it not worth her time. Yet, there were two matters for which she was willing to exert herself, regardless of the cost: the pursuit of fine food and the preservation of her own life. And now, at this very moment, her survival hinged upon her actions. With a determined shrug, she twisted her head and flexed her wrists and ankles, preparing herself. At the next significant jolt, she would exert all her strength to push the barrel over. The barrel toppled as expected, and she couldn't help but cheer for herself. Well done. With great difficulty, she maneuvered the wooden barrel in the opposite direction, inch by inch, until at last it sprang from the cart and tumbled down the rugged, steep mountain path. The tremendous force of the barrel's descent struck Cui Ling painfully, yet her spirits soared with joy. The lid of the barrel had fallen off, revealing a faint luminescence reflected by the night, with droplets of splashed water cascading onto her brow and lashes. There lay the Emerald Hills, concealed beneath a blanket of snow. Towering trees reached towards the heavens, their dense foliage swaying as a chilling wind rustled through, shedding a cascade of icy shavings. It was an endless expanse of forest and snowy plains. Laughter threatened to escape her lips. Indeed, this was as she had anticipated, the mountains beyond Muzhou City. And she had finally broken free from the clutches of her captors, reclaiming her life. The barrel collided violently with the trunk of a towering ancient tree, prompting Cui Ling to instinctively curl up and shield her head. With a resounding crash, the barrel splintered, though the force of the impact left her with a few bruises. Her mind remained alert. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to sit up, then to stand and move. A cool liquid trickled from her arms and face. She might have scraped her skin, but thankfully her bones were unscathed. She could walk, run, and escape. Hearing the sound of hooves nearby, turning back towards her, she realized there was no time to linger. She swiftly plunged into the forest. She understood that the nighttime woods could harbor dangerous beasts. Yet she would rather become a predator's meal than fall into the hands of the Rurin people. However, Cui Ling had evidently overestimated her own abilities and underestimated her two Rurin captors. Ji-Du, who often hunted at night, possessed sharper vision than the average person. Even in the pitch-black woods, his sight extended further than most. He tracked her to the remnants of the barrel, observing a trail of distorted footprints leading deeper into the mountains. His companion, Nai, was furious upon realizing they had lost her, exclaiming in frustration that this woman dared to flee. If he were to retrieve her, he would ensure she experienced the full force of his whip. Before departing, they had sworn an oath before the Khan. Should their mission fail, they would face punishment upon returning to the tribe. In such dire times, to serve as a warning and prevent the morale of their warriors from dwindling, he could only imagine how terrifying that punishment would be. Unlike Ji-Du, who was the Khan's brother-in-law and could rely on the queen's protection, Nai, having risen from the ranks of commoners, knew that failing to bring back this woman would likely cost him his life. Ji-du cast a glance at Na Yi and pointed in the opposite direction, instructing him to search there while he would investigate here. Na Yi, suspicious but obedient, swung his whip and ventured into the opposing thicket. Ji-du raised an eyebrow at Na Ye's retreating figure. He had intentionally misled Na Yi, not out of a desire for glory, but simply because he found Na Ye's demeanor distasteful. Na Yi was reckless and aggressive, and Ji-du believed that if the fleeing woman were to encounter that brute, she would undoubtedly suffer greatly. It was not out of compassion. Both were enemies in this conflict. He had not yet reached a state of desperation where he would be swayed by the wife of an opposing general. Rather, it stemmed from a soldier's sense of honor. Capturing a woman to gain leverage in war through deceit was already a disgraceful act. He could not bear the thought of further tormenting this unfortunate pawn. Moreover, the fact that she had managed to escape under his very nose indicated she was no ordinary person. Despite her being a woman, Ji-du felt a sense of admiration for her resilience. Thus, he was determined to find her himself. In his hands, she might endure less suffering and, at the very least, remain unscathed until reaching the Khan's camp. With this resolve, he waited until Na Ye's figure had completely vanished into the woods before following the trail of delicate footprints deeper into the forest. The clear imprints on the ground led Ji-du effortlessly to her hiding place. He paused, arms crossed, addressing the vast wilderness come out. There was no response. He remained unhurried, refraining from dragging the woman out from behind the tree, opting instead to speak slowly. I have faced Yuan Wu before. He is a worthy opponent. I respect him, hence I have no desire to harm you. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise to step out voluntarily. After a brief pause, Ji-du added, You are hiding behind that tree, are you not? I can see the hem of your skirt. The flicker of hope that had ignited within Cui Ling's heart dimmed in an instant. She realized her movements had been uncovered, rendering any attempt to hide futile. Yet, she refused to surrender. Even if resistance seemed futile, she wanted to try once more. Taking a deep breath, Cui Ling emerged slowly from behind the tree, the glistening white snow illuminating her flawless visage, her eyes sparkling like the brightest star in the night sky. She gently withdrew a hairpin from her lustrous dark hair, defiantly pressing it against her neck. A cold, haughty laugh escaped her lips. You expect me to yield? That is simply out of the question. If you dare to step closer, do you believe I won't drive this pin deep into myself? Ji-du scoffed. Madame Yuan Wu, have you mistaken me? I am merely the bandit who abducted you. Threatening your life to intimidate a brigand is rather absurd, don't you think? He continued, I advise you against such futile endeavors. Lower the pin. Otherwise, should you lose your life, I would only lament your loss, while you would never again see General Yuan Wu. Cui Ling scoffed. Oh, really? She suddenly burst into laughter, her voice devoid of warmth. I thought your Khan had ordered you to bring me back alive. Since life and death are inconsequential to you, what is there to fear? Ji-du, irritated by her insight into his thoughts, felt a surge of anger. He genuinely feared she might plunge the pin into her temple, resulting in her demise, which would incite the wrath of the Yuan family and lead to his own punishment for failing his duty. With his thoughts darkening, Ji-du ceased his words, swiftly using a throwing knife to knock the pin from her grasp. In one fluid motion, he seized the delicate woman, declaring, I had no intention of harming you. But should you continue to resist, my companions will not show mercy. I advise you to remain calm. Cui Ling struggled in despair, her heart breaking as she realized her fate was sealed. Just then a furious voice erupted from 5 zhang away. You scoundrel, let her go. In the distance, a man clad in dark attire, wielding a silver spear, rode swiftly towards them on a chestnut steed, resembling a streak of lightning. His face bore a rugged beard, his expression slightly haggard, yet his eyes burned with uncontainable fury. He dismounted, closing the distance in an instant. The spear pierced through the frigid night air, pressing against Ji-du's neck, threatening his most vulnerable spot. It was the bearded man. Cui Ling saw her savior and cried out with all her strength, Save me. Yuan Wulong thrust the spear, its sharp blade slicing a thin line across Ji-du's neck. He roared, Ji-du, I once believed you to be an honorable man, which is why I refrained from pursuing you after your defeat. It is merely because I still hope that one day I can cross swords with you on the battlefield, in a fair contest of strength. Who would have thought you to be such a despicable scoundrel, resorting to these underhanded tactics? Truly disheartening. The so-called camaraderie among heroes dictates that even against equally matched foes, respect is due. Yuan Wulong harbors admiration for Ji-du, the foremost warrior of Rurin, whose military strategies are unparalleled. Ji-du, a man of great magnanimity, would never stoop to the tricks of a knave, earning him the respect of his adversaries. Yuan Wulong once contemplated that should the day come when the great Zhou and Rurin could shake hands in peace, perhaps he and Ji-du might share a drink in celebration. However, he could never have imagined that this formidable general, meant to wield his weapon with honor, would resort to the clandestine actions of a rat. Upon hearing this, Ji-du chuckled, expressing gratitude for the high regard once held for him, but now revealing himself as a mere schemer unworthy of admiration. With a spear poised at his throat, Ji-du remained unperturbed, maintaining his grip on Cui Ling. He only hoped the commotion would not attract the ferocious Ya. Yuan Wulong needed to exert himself just a bit more for the sharp tip of his spear to pierce Ji-du's flesh. Yet he hesitated. Cui Ling was still in Ji-du's clutches, and he feared that if Ji-du were not slain, she might perish at his hands first. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, maintaining this absurd and terrifying posture. Cui Ling sensed that Ji-du's grip had loosened considerably, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to flee. However, she required the right moment. Given the bitter cold, standing here seems futile, she suggested softly to the two immobile figures. Why not negotiate a method to determine the victor? In the dead of winter, amidst the frigid northwestern mountains, it was the coldest hour of the night. Although Cui Ling had been abducted while wrapped in a thick cloak, she had been exposed to the biting wind for too long, leaving her icy and weary. She felt feverish and on the verge of illness. If these two continued to remain in their standoff throughout the frigid night, she doubted she could endure for much longer. Perhaps in mere moments, she would collapse. Thus, she earnestly urged them to engage in a proper duel. Whoever emerged victorious would take her away. Should they find combat too brutish, they could engage in a contest of wits, debating classic texts or solving riddles. Any method would suffice. The essence was to cease their immobility, for she might soon be incapable of withstanding the cold. Yuan Wulong felt a pang of frustration. Little did he know how much effort it had taken to track her to this place, only to appear as a hero in her moment of peril and thwart Ji-du's intentions. She had not wept with gratitude, though her tear-streaked, alabaster face pained him deeply. At that moment, all he wished was for her safety, for that alone provided him solace. Who would concern themselves with gratitude in dire straits? Yet now, what was she suggesting? That he and Ji-du engage in either a martial or literary contest, hastening to determine a victor? Their impasse was not born of mutual hesitation, but rather careful observation of each other's circumstances and weaknesses, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This was the distinction between a duel of masters and a brawl of ruffians. Cui Ling noted the increasingly stiff expression of the man with the beard and felt disheartened. Was it truly so difficult to act decisively? Ji-du, hearing her words, laughed. Act decisively? You are quite amusing. His sharp gaze darted to Yuan Wulong. Let us engage in a true contest here. If you prevail, you may take her home. Should you lose, do not blame fate. I have granted you your chance. In truth, Ji-du held disdain for such thievery and abduction, yet being a loyal servant, he had no choice but to comply with the Khan's command. He would willingly sacrifice his own life for honor, but could he risk his family's safety? Moreover, his sister was the queen of Rurin. Should the kingdom fall, it would spell doom for her and her two young sons. For their sake, even if he scorned himself, he would see this dark endeavor through to its conclusion. Yuan Wulong scoffed. You have spoken. Should I win, I will take her away. I trust you will uphold your promise and cease your meddling. No sooner had he spoken than the two figures engaged in a fierce struggle. Cui Ling was cast aside by Ji-du, finally able to breathe freely. She inhaled deeply, leaning against a nearby tree. She had initially intended to slip away during their confrontation. From her observations, she knew Ji-du had an accomplice, but he was likely not nearby. And the man with the beard could not have come alone. Reinforcements were assured. If she could somehow ride away on the chestnut horse of the bearded man, heading down the mountain, she would likely encounter others from the Ling family sent to rescue her. Thus, this plan seemed quite feasible. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, she had overlooked two critical points. Firstly, she was nearly exhausted, her head spinning, body feverish, limbs weak and heavy, devoid of any strength. The mere thought of fleeing, A task requiring considerable physical exertion seemed insurmountable. It felt as if all her energy had been drained, leaving her unable to take a single step. Furthermore, she did not know how to ride a horse. If only she had the strength to mount one, perhaps she could still make a fight of it. Given this, Cui Ling concluded that there was no need for further struggle, rather than exhaust herself for naught. She might as well sit and rest until the two men determined a victor. If the bearded man triumphed, she would be joyously rescued. Should he fall, well, she could simply find a suitable tree and end her own misery. The clash between the evenly matched opponents unfolded like a riveting play, each moment teetering on the brink of reversal. Just when one seemed to gain the upper hand, the other mounted a counterattack. Amidst the ebb and flow of the conflict, Cui Ling found herself growing drowsy, her senses dulled by the dazzling spectacle. Time lost its meaning as she blinked back into awareness, her eyes struggling to focus on the entangled figures before her. However, they were now both marked by wounds. Blood trickled from Jidu's cheek, and the bearded man's arm bore a gaping wound, soaking his clothing. Cui Ling's consciousness waned, her body growing heavier by the second, and her breath grew shallower. It felt as if she might slip into eternal slumber at any moment. She longed to urge them to fight faster, for she felt herself on the brink of death. Should she perish, what purpose would their fighting serve? Even if a victor emerged, who would that be? Ruin had no need for a deceased Yuan Wulong. The bearded man could not possibly return to his master bearing her lifeless body. With heavy eyelids, she weakly implored, "Please, do not dawdle any longer. Can we not resolve this swiftly?" A chilling gust swept through, carrying away her unfinished plea. At that moment, a nefarious face appeared before her, a wretched countenance grinning. "Ah, so this is where you unfortunate woman has been hiding." Yah, without hesitation, hoisted her over his shoulder and shouted to the grappling Jidu, "Lord Jidu, I have captured this woman. I will escort her back to the carriage. You must resolve your matters swiftly and follow." He strode purposefully toward the location of the carriage, hurling threats at Cui Ling as he walked. "You wretched woman, daring to escape. Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Yuan Wulong, the fifth lady of the Yuan family, possessed a beautiful face, but what good was that? He threatened, "Just wait until I use a whip to mar that pretty visage." Yuan Wulong, consumed by urgency and anger, disregarded his ongoing struggle with Jidu and swiftly leaped to rescue Cui Ling. With a thrust of his spear, resembling a dragon soaring through the heavens, the silver weapon flashed like lightning and struck directly into the back of the enemy's head, causing a torrent of blood to spill forth, staining the pristine white snow with a foul odor. The assailant collapsed, while Cui Ling, already dazed, fell into a snow pit. Yuan Wulong swiftly scooped her up, summoned his chestnut steed with a soft call, and mounted, galloping down the mountain. Jidu initially intended to pursue, but paused, reflecting on the past. He sighed, murmuring, "Yuan Wulong, had you not driven me to despair, I would have spared you today. Thus we are even. Should we meet again, we shall truly be enemies to the bitter end." Ultimately, his heart lacked the ruthlessness required. Jidu felt a pang of regret while contemplating how to report back to the Khan. However, the immense weight that had burdened his chest was finally lifted, granting him a sense of relief. After some time, he approached the fallen figure and kicked it, receiving no response. He turned the body over, checking for breath, only to find it cold as ice. His gaze darkened, yet a hint of a light-hearted smile crept onto his lips as he hoisted the lifeless form of the assailant, humming a folk tune from the ruined people as he leisurely ascended the mountain. As dawn broke, the morning mist hung low. Yuan Long held Cui Ling tightly on his chestnut steed, racing forward without regard for the gaping wound in his left arm, which continued to bleed profusely. Crimson droplets fell from his drenched sleeve, creating a striking contrast against the white snow, resembling ethereal plum blossoms. Occasionally, he cast a concerned glance at his unconscious wife, whose pallid complexion and lifeless lips resembled a delicate crystal doll, beautiful yet devoid of vitality. Snowflakes, dislodged by the wind, landed on her long, curled lashes, melting into tears that trickled down her cheeks, mirroring Yuan Wulong's anxious heart. In the harsh, frigid, northwestern wilderness, the stark contrast to the bustling city of Shengjing felt like a desert compared to a greenhouse. In his heart, Cui Ling was a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, vibrant and lovely, yet exceedingly fragile. The mere fact that she had bravely ventured from Shengjing to the northwest was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, Her journey had not been a gentle, sheltered passage. It was a harrowing ordeal. Just a moment longer, and Jidu would have succeeded. Yuan Wulong gazed at his wife's beautiful yet fragile face, momentarily lost in thought. He had not anticipated her to be so astute and courageous. Had she not devised a way to seek help and discern the ruse of the waste cart? The city's guards may have been deceived, allowing the bandits to pass unchallenged and obliterating any hope of finding her. Her efforts, though they had not saved her in time, had left him invaluable clues. He had followed the traces of spilled waste and the impressions left by the cart's wheels to locate her. Yuan Wulong mused on how other women might have fared in such perilous circumstances. Those noble ladies of Shengjing would undoubtedly have fainted in fright. Even his strong-willed sisters-in-law would have felt utterly helpless. Ultimately, only his grandmother, in her youth, might have possessed the courage and resourcefulness to outsmart the bandits, devising a means of escape. His wife, however, not only left him vital clues, but also managed to halt the cart and escape the snare. He was astonished, yet his heart ached all the more. With these thoughts in mind, Yuan Wulong softly called, "Linger, hold on a little longer. We shall soon be home." Though he rode alone up the mountain, he believed that Huai Shu and the 2 squads of soldiers he had brought from the Lingyan residence would soon follow. With this conviction, he pushed aside the excruciating pain from his arm and the mounting fatigue weighing down his body and mind. Yet, for reasons unknown after a prolonged time, he and his steed remained lost in the dense forest, failing to encounter Huai Shu and the others. Yuan Wulong sensed his strength waning. If he did not rest soon, he too might collapse in the desolate woods. He spotted a cave not far off and decided to halt. His chestnut steed, named Fu Su, had been his companion for 5 years, and they shared a deep bond of understanding. He leaned close to Fu Su's ear and gently spoke. "Fu Su, both Linger and I are exhausted. We may have to rest here. You have always been intelligent. Shall we give another try?" Fu Su responded with a soft whinny, as if acknowledging his words. Yuan Wulong stroked its mane with his uninjured right hand, saying, "Fu Su, I ask you to descend the mountain and bring Huai Shu here. I trust you can accomplish this." Hope and prayer filled his eyes as he urged, "You can do it, Fu Su, can't you?" The steed nuzzled Yuan Wulong's face, trotted around him twice, then dashed down the mountain. Yuan Wulong exhaled in relief, though uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding Fu Su's ability to summon aid, given the multitude of unpredictable factors. Yet, their years of companionship fostered a bond of mutual trust, and Fu Su had always risen to the occasion in similar situations. Thus, he chose to believe. As he watched Fu Su's figure vanish from sight, Yuan Wulong carried Cui Ling into the cave. The biting cold necessitated a warm refuge to maintain their body temperature and regain strength. Upon surveying the cave, he discovered it to be far larger and deeper than he had anticipated, likely a temporary resting place for hunters. The ground was strewn with thick straw, and the corners held rusty traps, broken steel knives, and wild animal fangs. Hope surged within him as he realized that if hunters had rested here, there might be firestones for warmth. Gently, he laid Cui Ling on the straw, propping her against the cave wall, then began to search for firewood. Indeed, in a dark corner, he found a fire starter and a small pile of wood. Though the amount was meager, it sufficed for temporary warmth. Yuan Wulong quickly ignited the fire, cradling Cui Ling in his arms beside the comforting glow, feeling her temperature gradually rise. He even noticed that her paper-thin face appeared less pale. Perhaps it was exhaustion or the warmth of the fire, but his vision began to blur, and soon he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and Cui Ling slowly awakened. Finding herself enveloped in an unfamiliar embrace, she was surrounded by a masculine scent, sweaty, tinged with blood, and a hint of earthiness, not particularly pleasant, yet somehow reassuring. Her head was still heavy, and her thoughts were muddled. Turning her gaze, she faintly discerned a haggard face, a rugged, formidable man clad in dark attire, his beard framing a strikingly handsome visage. This was neither the bandit Jidu nor any scoundrel, but the bearded man who had saved her. A wave of security washed over her, and she longed to nestle deeper into the warmth of his embrace. Suddenly, she recalled her marriage to the effeminate Yuan Wulong, not this virile stranger. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been thrown over her, jolting her awake. How could she so carelessly find solace in another man's arms? Moreover, he held her so tightly. This is the Sheng Dynasty, not the enlightened era of a past life. Regardless of the circumstances, if a woman engages in physical intimacy with a man who is not her husband, it is considered a loss of virtue. For a young, unmarried girl, unless she marries the man, she would be sent to a convent to live as a spinster for the rest of her life. As for a married woman like her, encountering such a situation could lead to malicious gossip labeling her as an adulteress, which could result in dire consequences, perhaps even being thrown into a pig pen and drowned. Cui Ling thought of this, and suddenly, all her strength seemed to return. With swift movements, she pushed away the bearded man and darted to the corner of the wall. Though I am grateful that you saved my life, you cannot take advantage of me like this, she chattered nervously. I am already married, and my husband is your superior. If he finds out how you have treated me, do you believe he would not cut off your hand? The bearded man remained silent, still sitting motionless before the fire. Cui Ling continued, Fortunately, I am not one to cling to outdated traditions. You touched me only because you were saving my life, and I will not hold it against you. However, she added, my forgiveness alone is not enough. There are many malicious gossips in this world. They thrive on chaos and would relish any scandal. If any unpleasant rumors were spread, not only would I suffer, but you would also face severe repercussions. The bearded man shuddered slightly and finally muttered. It's too noisy. Cui Ling frowned and gently nudged him. Are you even listening to me? Noticing his lack of response, she poked him again. Hey, what I mean is, shouldn't we discuss how to handle things when we leave here and return to Muzhou City? Above all, you must not let slip that you ever laid a hand on me, or else. Before she could finish her sentence, the bearded man suddenly swayed, collapsing towards her. Cui Ling's leg was pinned beneath his heavy body, and she protested. Hey, you're hurting me. His face flushed and beaded with sweat. Yet his eyes remained tightly shut, and he said nothing. Cui Ling sensed something was amiss. She reached out to feel his forehead and immediately recoiled. He was burning with fever. In the dim light of the fire, her gaze fell upon his damp left arm. Carefully, she tore away a piece of his clothing and gasped in horror. Goodness, this wound is so deep. Two ghastly gashes marred the bearded man's strong arm. One was an arrow wound, deep enough to expose bone, previously scabbed over, but now reopened from their earlier struggle, revealing a ghastly sight of torn flesh and gory rawness. The other was a fresh knife wound, long and almost spanning his entire arm, bleeding profusely, staining his sleeve with fresh blood. Cui Ling's hands trembled as she examined the injuries. Please don't die. Though exhausted, she had fulfilled her promise to them, a pink 60 update, written through great hardship. Surely, it would move everyone. I did my best. So tired, I need to sleep now. Goodbye. Now what should she do? Cui Ling looked helplessly at the feverish bearded man. His face flushed. Though she had no formal medical training, her experiences across 2 lifetimes had given her a base of knowledge. The bearded man was in a high fever and unconscious. He had either lost too much blood or his wounds had become infected. In her previous life, this might have been resolved with a fever-reducing injection and some antibiotics. But here, in a time far removed from modern civilization, even a minor ailment could spell death. Moreover, they were neither in Shengjing nor Muzhou City, but in the wild mountains, devoid of medical supplies, food, or even a warm blanket. For a robust man, this situation was already a trial. For an unconscious patient, it was dire. Cui Ling realized that merely sitting idly would not suffice. This man needed help, or he could perish at any moment. He had risked his life to save her, and she could not stand by and watch him die. She had to do something, anything. After a moment of thought, she pulled her trapped leg free and moved the bearded man's body onto a more comfortable pile of straw. Though her legs felt weak, she leaned against the cave wall, unsteadily making her way to the entrance. The morning light had brightened, revealing a vast expanse of white snow covering the ground, stretching endlessly before her. Judging by the terrain, they were still on a mountain. But the thick snow obscured her view, making it difficult to ascertain their precise location. Cui Ling yearned to step outside and assess the situation, but the faint groans of the bearded man brought her to a halt. She quickly paused, retrieving a white handkerchief from her pocket and spreading it on the snow. She scraped away the top layer, collecting the cleaner snow beneath, and returned to the cave. She needed to clean his wounds first. Once the blood was washed away from his arm, she tore off a piece of her inner clothing and tightly bound it around his left arm to staunch the bleeding. Her bandaging skills were rudimentary, decidedly uneven, but the pressure was adequate, and the initial crimson stains on the white fabric ceased to flow. This was a temporary measure to stop the bleeding. Next, she needed to bring down his fever. In this lack of medical resources, the only physical methods for cooling she could think of were ice packs and wiping his body down. Ice packs were easy enough to manage. She could simply gather snow as she had before. Wiping his body down, however, Cui Ling glanced at the pained expression on the bearded man's face and hesitated. Ultimately, the situation was critical, teetering on the edge of life and death. She was not a native woman of the Sheng Dynasty, overly concerned with propriety over life itself. There was no need for her to be overly coy about it. After all, it was just a man's body. She had seen one before and felt no shame. With that thought in mind, she wasted no time. She steadied herself against the cave wall and stepped outside, removing her cloak and laying it on the ground. A cold mountain wind whipped through, biting at her skin like a knife, causing her to shiver. Gritting her teeth, she gathered a handful of snow and placed it atop the cloak. The larger surface area of the cloak allowed her to collect more snow, which would help shield her from the biting cold. Returning to the cave, she unceremoniously stripped the bearded man of his shirt, wrapping the snow in her handkerchief and diligently wiping down his upper body. At first, she was focused and calm, but soon she found herself distracted. It was not that she lacked noble intentions to save him. Rather, the sight of his impressive physique stirred feelings within her that had lain dormant for 15 years. If she weren't mindful of her status as a married woman, she might have lost control and taken advantage of the bearded man while he was vulnerable. With his upper garment removed, he revealed a strong jaw, a graceful neck, and a perfectly sculpted torso, not the intimidating bulk of a muscle-bound man, nor the frailness of a reed. His skin was a delicate shade of wheat, and his upper body was perfectly muscular, with graceful and flowing lines that evoked an irresistible urge to touch or even bite. Just as Cui Ling was unable to resist the temptation to reach out to the bearded man, reason pulled her back. She shook her head vigorously. No, you are a married woman. How could you casually touch a man other than your husband? Cooling him down physically was merely to save his life, not to take advantage of him. Enough. Although Yuan Wulong did not resemble her ideal husband, he had not wronged her in any way. Just because he looked somewhat effeminate and dressed flamboyantly, it was utterly unreasonable for her to impose a green hat upon him. Moreover, he was pitiable enough to maintain a wife who did not quite please him, especially since he could marry a concubine only after reaching 40 without children. If she were to develop affections for another man, it would be a profound betrayal. Cui Ling resolved to ignore the overwhelming allure of the bearded man. She focused her gaze, keeping her thoughts steady as she wiped his body. Once she sensed that his temperature had lowered somewhat, she ceased her actions and carefully dressed him again. To mask her own feelings, she meticulously arranged his clothing. At that moment, her stomach suddenly rumbled. She was hungry. After a restless night, having barely eaten 2 bites of beef before being drugged, she was now famished, her stomach pressing against her back. She was grateful that it had managed to hold out until now before protesting. However, in this icy wilderness, what could she find to satisfy her hunger? Cui Ling glanced at the bearded man's gradually recovering complexion and added a few more straws over him before stepping out of the stone cave. The world was blanketed in snow, with nothing visible but trees. After taking a few steps outside, she noticed shallow hoofprints on the ground, likely from the chestnut mare the bearded man had ridden during the night. The hoofprints were scattered and chaotic, suggesting the horse had lost its way. Cui Ling felt puzzled. Why had the bearded man let the only horse capable of transporting them back to the city run free? Even if they were both exhausted and needed rest, he could have tied the horse nearby and ridden down the mountain once they regained some strength. Relying on oneself was far more dependable than waiting for rescue. Nevertheless, Cui Ling believed that the bearded man must have had his reasons for his actions. After all, he had descended from the skies to save her life from the fierce Ryuan bandits at her most critical moment. She felt compelled to trust this man, regardless of his circumstances. Retrieving her gaze from the hoofprints, she looked up at the towering ancient trees surrounding her. They appeared to be of the hazel variety, but her knowledge was limited and she could not identify the specific species. She only knew that these trees grew tall, their branches and leaves lush but mostly covered in snow, with occasional flakes falling, revealing patches of leaves that retained their vibrant green color. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Perhaps she could find pine cones or hazelnuts among the hazel trees. After wandering nearby, she found a relatively slender tree and hugged its trunk, shaking it vigorously. Her efforts were not in vain. She managed to dislodge some pine cone-like objects. Rushing over, she began to peel them open and discovered that they contained pine nuts. Likely, few people ventured here, and the squirrels in the forest had not eaten all the pine nuts, so most of what fell contained seeds. Cui Ling was overjoyed. Given the bearded man's condition, there was little they could do except wait for rescue. However, waiting required food reserves. Water was manageable. They could drink clean snowmelt. There was firewood available, and she could devise a way to heat the snowmelt. Yet, with no human presence for miles, finding food proved to be a challenge. Wild creatures must inhabit the forest, but as a frail woman, still unwell, she was incapable of undertaking the task of hunting. It would be a stroke of luck if she did not become prey herself. Thus, they faced the looming crisis of food scarcity. With only water and no sustenance, they could last at most 3 days, but considering their injuries and ailments, surviving even a day and a night would be remarkable. But what if rescue did not arrive in time? Just then, Cui Ling's worries found resolution. The hazel trees bore objects resembling pine cones, filled with plump seeds to sustain them. Pine nuts are highly nutritious. If the trees here bore them, she could gather enough to fill their stomachs. Exhaling deeply, she rubbed her palms together and dashed back to the tree, shaking it with renewed vigor. The sound of falling fruits echoed as a rain of pine cones descended. Cui Ling soon experienced a bountiful harvest. She filled her cloak with the gathered cones and returned to the cave, where she found an abandoned iron pot in a corner. After cleaning it, she poured all the pine nuts inside and set it over the fire. In this situation, frying was too labor-intensive, so she added snowmelt to boil the nuts instead. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the cave. Cui Ling gently nudged the bearded man. "Hey, if you wake up, you should eat something to fill your stomach." The fever had mostly subsided, and his forehead no longer burned, yet he curled up, shivering from the cold. Cui Ling listened intently. What? Did he say something? The bearded man pressed closer to her, murmuring cold, so cold. Cui Ling felt helpless, allowing him to snuggle against her side. The cave floor was uneven, and he bumped against the protruding stones, leaving a deep red mark on his forehead. She sighed softly and gently cradled his head in her lap. The fire crackled warmly in the cave, illuminating his chiseled nose and handsome brow. For a moment, Cui Ling was lost in thought. She felt as if she had returned to the place just before her previous life ended. In that secluded mountain villa, away from the city, she endured her most dreadful emotions and terrifying fate. A catastrophic natural disaster struck, shaking the ground and destroying the home she had labored to build. Trapped in a corner by 2 beams, she was uninjured but immobilized. With no food or water, her life was quickly fading. At that moment, despair engulfed her, and she reflected on her brief and tumultuous life. No one had ever truly loved or protected her, willing to forsake everything for her sake. She was an unwanted child, a disappointment to her parents, who had longed for a son. They expressed only disdain, devoid of any love for her. Forbidden from attending school to save money for another son, she relied on her wit, receiving tuition waivers from teachers and working odd jobs to support herself. From the age of 10, she had been self-sufficient. Later, through student loans and scholarships, she managed to complete university while juggling 2 jobs to make ends meet and support her siblings. During her times of hardship, her family, including her parents and siblings who had benefited from her generosity, never offered a helping hand. Yet, when she achieved success, they flocked to her like flies to honey. Family ties? Cui Ling scoffed. There was no true kinship in such a family, only self-interest. In her previous life, she had never felt even a fraction of familial warmth. Those opportunistic relatives would never make any sacrifices for her. Not even a small sum of money would they part with, let alone their lives. As for love, she and her first love were both impoverished children, finding solace in one another's company. However, when confronted with a pivotal choice, he showed little struggle and opted for fame and fortune. Indeed, he cloaked his decision in the guise of filial piety, which sounded replete with excuses. Yet, if he truly loved her, there were ways to achieve a balance. He simply did not wish to relinquish the shortcut to success. She often pondered, had she remained unsuccessful and merely a destitute, unremarkable woman, would her accomplished first love seek her out to rekindle their romance? The answer was a resounding no. At that time, their statuses were worlds apart. He soared above in the clouds, while she trudged through the dust. How could there be hope for a reunion? He had tasted the sweetness of wealth and would not return to a life of simple poverty with her. Thus, can this truly be called love? Perhaps there was once a pure spark, but it had gradually transformed. That man lacked even the courage to endure hardship together. So how could he sacrifice everything, even his life, for her? Yet, at this moment, as Cui Ling gazed upon the handsome visage of the bearded man, she thought, this man would. Whether driven by righteousness or following orders, he had rushed to her aid in her direst moment, rescuing her from the hands of the ruthless bandits, fighting valiantly and risking his life. As she tended to his wounds, she noticed the numerous fresh scars on his back, vivid and numerous. These are the marks of a recent struggle. Although the wounds were not deep, it was merely due to his exceptional martial skills. Had his opponent been stronger, those injuries could have cost him his life. This man truly fought for her with his life. This realization stirred her emotions, as if a gentle spring breeze had plucked a string deep in her heart, producing a melody of infinite beauty, filled with hope and tenderness. In that moment, Cui Ling's heart was a tempest of feelings, her gaze soft enough to shed tears. But soon, she regained her composure, chastising herself. This was mere gratitude for his rescue, a temporary sentiment. Indeed, it was simply kindness, a reluctance to see him suffer further. Once he awoke or reinforcements arrived, all of this would end. After Shi Xiujin completed his task regarding the winter attire, she would return to Shengjing with him, resuming her leisurely life as a rice weevil. And he, like a cloud on the horizon, would scatter with the wind. This dream had scarcely begun before she was jolted awake. Cui Ling felt a pang of loneliness, closing her eyes against the stone wall to gather her strength. But perhaps fatigue overwhelmed her, and she unwittingly drifted into sleep. In her stupor, she sensed the man at her legs shift, warm arms encircling her waist tightly. She was too weary to resist such warmth and succumbed to slumber once more. When Cui Ling awoke again, dusk was approaching. Looking down, she found the ailing, bearded man, who had been resting against her thigh, had vanished. Just hours ago, he had appeared on the brink of death, and now he was nowhere to be found. Could it be that he had recovered enough to walk, leaving her alone in this place? She hastily stood up, taking just a couple of steps before stumbling and crashing to the ground. Concerned voices echoed from outside the stone cave. What had happened? You're awake? What's wrong? It was the bearded man's rich voice. Cui Ling sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had not abandoned her while she slept, thus sparing her the embarrassment of a numbed leg. She leaned against the stone wall to rise, replying, I'm fine, just a little clumsy. The bearded man entered, carrying 2 mountain chickens and a wild rabbit. He appeared slightly unsteady, lacking vigor. Yet he could at least walk, move, and hunt. This man was entirely different from the one who had lain feebly on the ground earlier. Did this mean he was injured, but no longer in critical condition? At least, she need not worry about his imminent demise. Cui Ling marveled at his remarkable vitality, reflecting on how a robust man could swiftly bounce back, while a frail figure like Yuan Wulong might succumb to lingering illness. She pointed to the game in his hands, asking where he had procured them. Before he could respond, she continued, You've just recovered. How can you wander about? What if a beast finds you and devours you? You could catch a chill and fall ill again. Her words tumbled out like popping beans, filled with fervor. Yuan Wulong found her amusing, stifling a laugh as he shook the game before her. You've got to be hungry, right? Come help me prepare these, and we can roast them for dinner. He glanced at the pine, nuts already charred on the fire, suppressing his mirth as he said, That particular item is likely inedible now. I merely thought if we didn't hunt something soon, we'd both starve. That's all. Cui Ling was momentarily speechless, but seeing the bearded man looking vigorous, she relented. Taking the small rabbit from Yuan Wulong's hands, she cradled it, blinking her eyes and asking, Let us cook the mountain chicken first. If we have enough, let us spare the rabbit, all right? Look at it, so pitiful. It was a beautiful little gray rabbit, with thick, fluffy fur, adorable and warm. She could not bear to let it go once she held it. Yuan Wulong, seeing her fondness, showed a rare tenderness. If you like it, keep it. If we don't have enough food, I'll go hunt some more mountain chickens. For him, though he felt fatigued and couldn't tackle larger animals, catching a few mountain birds was no trouble, just one more trip. If it would win her favor, he would gladly venture out 10 more times. Cui Ling could not help but smile, tightly hugging the little gray rabbit and cheerfully declaring to the bearded man, You're so wonderful. Thank you. Like a child who had finally received a long-desired treat, Yuan Wulong felt warmth spread through him at her words. He turned to see Cui Ling, worn yet undeniably beautiful. gently stroking the soft fur of the rabbit with focused joy, her face radiant with delight. In that moment, one would hardly guess they had just escaped life-threatening peril. He was momentarily entranced until he heard her clear, joyful voice. "Little gray rabbit, from now on, you shall be named Little Who." "Little who?" Yuan Wulong interjected. "That's not a fox. How can you call it that?" He waved his hand. To name a rabbit after a fox is absurd. Cui Ling shot him a glare. If not for wanting to commemorate the little gray rabbit gifted by the bearded man, she would not have given it such a masculine name. Little Who referred not to a fox, but to Beard. Seeing his dullness, she felt her enthusiasm wane. Yet Yuan Wulong lingered on the topic, suggesting, "Then how about calling it Little Two, or Little Hui? It is gray after all." Cui Ling, still clutching Little Hu, was not inclined to engage. However, knowing she needed his help to clean the mountain chicken, she reluctantly replied, "What it's called is not important. Anyone looking can see it's a rabbit," she argued. "Besides, a rabbit named Little Who sounds quite stylish, don't you think? Unique in this world." Yuan Wulong inquired. "Stylish?" Cui Ling clutched her head, weeping softly. "Enough. Do not concern yourself with my rabbit's name. Hurry and handle the mountain chicken. I am famished and on the verge of starving." To silence him, she temptingly remarked, "You have tasted my culinary skills, haven't you? You know I possess a true talent for cooking, right? So quickly prepare the mountain chicken and await the delight of my Chui-style beggar's chicken." With the second update of the day complete, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Having finished her tasks without food or a midday nap, tomorrow would bring new endeavors. Upon hearing of the delicious meal, Yuan Wulong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had already savored Cui Ling's cooking. She had a remarkable ability to transform the same ingredients into extraordinary flavors. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. His wife's culinary prowess was unmatched, quick, precise, and impactful. Even a seemingly simple dish of spicy beef could conquer his taste buds, leaving him craving more. She had an extraordinary talent for bringing the mundane to life, and he believed it wholeheartedly. However, in this desolate wilderness, there was nothing but the two mountain chickens. A skilled cook cannot work miracles without the proper ingredients. Yet, seeing her confidence sparked a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps there would indeed be an unexpected delight. As the enticing aroma of the impending feast filled the air, Cui Ling set aside her peculiar emotions and fully embraced her role as a cook. She efficiently directed the bearded man to pluck the feathers, clean the entrails, and wash the chicken thoroughly in snowmelt. Yuan Wulong worked swiftly, soon finishing the preparation. He entered with the cleaned chicken, thinking, "Isn't this just ordinary roast chicken? What makes it so special that she exudes such confidence?" Cui Ling shook her head. "It is not that simple. You go outside and find some broad leaves, and bring back some wet mud. Leave the chicken to me." In truth, true beggar's chicken does not require plucking. It is wrapped in a thick layer of wet mud and roasted until the mud cracks and falls away, revealing the perfectly cooked chicken. However, this method exists only in folklore. In reality, modern standards emphasize hygiene and health. The feathers must be completely removed, the entrails discarded, and the chicken must undergo a marination process to enhance flavor before being wrapped in lotus leaves, covered in wet mud, and placed in an oven. Yet here, there are no lotus leaves, no marinating ingredients, and certainly no oven. Cui Ling could only let her imagination soar. While Yuan Wulong was outside gathering mud, she discreetly retrieved 2 white jade bottles from her bosom, flashing a sly smile. Indeed, for a top-tier gourmand in ancient times, carrying seasonings was an essential task, whether at home or while traveling. With a bottle in hand, one could savor culinary delights without worry. These 2 small bottles contained salt and chili sauce. With these 2 ingredients, how could her Chui-style beggar's chicken not be delectable? The remaining task was to monitor the cooking process. Cui Ling carefully spread salt over the chicken, reserving the chili sauce for dipping later. She set the seasoned chicken aside, allowing it to marinate. When Yuan Wulong returned with the leaves and mud, she meticulously wrapped the chicken in layers of leaves, then coated it with a thick layer of mud. She placed it over the campfire, turning it slowly and evenly, embarking on a long and hopeful roasting journey. In the cold winter mountains, the flickering campfire dispelled the harshness of winter, warming the cave as if it were spring. Cui Ling and Yuan Wulong sat on the ground, their attention fixated on the enticing aroma wafting from the beggar's chicken. The air was filled not only with the delicious scent, but also with a hint of intimacy, for in their endeavor to roast the chicken, They were forced to sit quite close together. In this secluded cave, with a solitary man and woman, one exuding warmth and the other feeling a stir of burgeoning emotions. The atmosphere inevitably became charged with a certain heat. As Yuan Wulong inched closer to her, Cui Ling discreetly shifted to the side. Her heart raced with a blend of unease and unexpected fondness for this closeness. It felt so natural, so inevitable. In a fleeting moment, she entertained the thought of indulging in this intimate connection, as long as she remained faithful to her commitment to Yuan Wulong. Quietly relishing this sweet sensation could hardly be deemed a sin. Yet, in the next instant, she was engulfed by remorse and guilt. Regardless of her feelings towards Yuan Wulong, they were bound by marriage, and she felt compelled to uphold that commitment. She had journeyed to the remote northwest to improve their relationship, not to stray from it. Thoughts of the harmonious family in the capital, the loving grandmother, the understanding sisters-in-law, and the adorable little nephew flooded her mind. She envisioned her dream of opening a spicy restaurant filled with vibrant peppers and the grand ambition of a life free from dependency. How could she ever betray Yuan Wulong, even in spirit? Seeing her previously joyful expression turn somber, Yuan Wulong inquired with concern, "Are you unwell?" Cui Ling quickly shook her head. "No, I am perfectly fine." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "I am truly grateful for your help. I just wish to know your name, so I can repay you in the future." Yuan Wulong was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. "My surname is Yuan, and my given name is Jun. You may call me Ah Jun." Having faced life and death together, there was no need for secrecy. He sensed a change in Cui Ling's demeanor. She no longer bore the cold detachment from their wedding night. This was a promising shift, and he desired even more than this. Thus, he chose to reveal his name. The fifth son of the renowned general of the state, Yuan Jun was a name well known throughout the capital. He thought that once he revealed his identity, Cui Ling's intelligence would surely lead her to realize who he was. If she were to react with shock or reproach, he would allow it. After all, they were alone in this wilderness, and they could clarify any misunderstandings in due time. However, Cui Ling's reaction was one of profound disappointment. She felt as if she had heard the name Yuan Jun before, but where? Many soldiers in Yuan's army shared the surname, so she dismissed any suspicion. It merely felt familiar. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she scrutinized Yuan Wulong's face. Her sisters-in-law often remarked on Yuan Wulong's fair complexion and handsome features, claiming he resembled his late mother, with a slight feminine quality. They also noted his vanity and his keen attention to his appearance, making him a trendsetter among the elite in the capital. Thus, despite harboring a flicker of hope, Cui Ling had to conclude that the bearded man before her, with his unkempt hair and casual attire, bore no resemblance to the legendary Yuan Wulong. If she had mistaken her husband, why did he not protest? Why did he not correct her? This only confirmed her deepest fears. Her fleeting desires were but a grand illusion. A twinge of disappointment washed over her, yet it was soon replaced with clarity. Cui Ling shifted further away, her expression calm and composed. "Ah, so you're Yuan Xiaoga. Once we safely return to Muzhou City, I shall certainly tell my husband of your brave rescue. You will receive the recognition you deserve." While her words were polite and respectful, they struck Yuan Wulong like thunder. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, he finally came to the realization that, in his wife's eyes, he was nothing more than a puppet devoid of status. How could she have dared to marry into the Yuan family without even knowing his name? The name of Yuan Wulong, consisting solely of the character Sun, was common knowledge in Xinjiang. It was something that could easily be discovered with a modicum of effort, even if no one had informed her in advance. The marriage announcement clearly stated it, and she would have remembered it had she merely cast a glance. Even if she could not retain it, she should at least have had some impression. Yet, judging by Cui Ling's bewildered expression, it was evident that she was completely unaware of her husband's name. Surely, she could not believe that Yuan Wulong was simply referred to as Yuan Wulong. Yuan Wulong's teeth ground in frustration as he overheard Cui Ling's hesitant and probing inquiries about his origins, marital status, and whether he had children. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within him as he replied curtly, "From Shengjing, already married, with no children yet." Cui Ling, with a hint of curiosity, ventured further. "Oh, you seem young. Did you marry recently and come to the Northwest to fight? Your wife must have it difficult. If you find the time, you should write home often, otherwise she will worry." Yuan Wulong thought to himself that his wife would be more than pleased to have him away from home. Why would she be concerned? Difficult? She was enjoying the comforts of Shengjing, luxuriating in leisure. No one could be living more easily than her. He felt a profound annoyance. Had it not been for the irresistible aroma of the beggar's chicken in his hands, which signaled that it was nearly time to serve, he would not have been able to endure even a moment longer in her presence. He preferred to remain outside in the chilly mountain breeze, seeking relief from his boundless anguish and frustration, rather than continue discussing such sorrowful topics with her. Cui Ling's mood gradually settled. Initially, she believed that the bearded man had risked his life to save her out of some affection for her. His unwavering footsteps and his keen gaze could not help but reveal his inner thoughts. However, it now appeared that all of this had been mere self-deception on her part. He was simply fulfilling a sense of duty. The bearded man had a wife, so how could he possibly harbor feelings for someone he had only met a few times? Moreover, she was the wife of his superior. She felt an overwhelming urge to vanish, wishing for a hole to hide in, determined not to behold that masculine, robust face again. At that moment, the faint sound of hooves echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by the urgent calls of her ladyship, her 5 cousins, and her aunt. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she stood up. Finally, someone had found them. Today had been exhausting, and she could only manage 1 more hour before needing to rest. The lavishly dressed prince, cloaked in a splendid fox fur coat, personally led a search party. The torches held by the guards flickered like stars, illuminating the night wilderness as brightly as day. Ugur leaped into Cui Ling's embrace, weeping profusely. Auntie, we've finally found you." His chubby little hands clung tightly to her, his buried head shaking with sobs, his shoulders trembling in sorrow. After all, he was still just a child. Cui Ling gently patted his head. "Ugur, you are truly remarkable. Annie has been waiting for you to rescue me." A deep sigh of relief washed over her. She had initially feared that Ugur might have fallen into the hands of those ruined people, but now she was grateful for his safety. She lifted her gaze to the man on the tall horse. His eyes seemed to harbor a smoldering intensity, yet his demeanor remained distant. As he gazed at her from afar through the throng of people, showing no inclination to approach, Cui Ling sighed inwardly, not feeling particularly sorrowful. In truth, if he made his intentions clear, maintaining a respectful distance might actually be a relief for her. With her eyes slightly lowered, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the bearded man. He appeared far from pleased, his expression somber as he silently accepted the cloak offered by others, a shadow of melancholy darkening his features. A subtle pang of hurt stirred within her. Some emotions can strike unexpectedly, and she had yet to grow accustomed to possessing them, only to lose them forever. Xiao squeezed through the crowd, first scanning Cui Ling from head to toe. The cloak she wore was damp, her face smeared with dirt, and there were visible bruises on her side profile and forehead. She seemed to have endured considerable hardship. His gaze, though tinged with concern, was accompanied by his characteristic sarcasm. "Sister-in-law, you didn't trust me before, but look, when I was here, everything was fine, and the moment I left, you were captured by bad people. It proves that I am quite dependable." It seemed he had completely forgotten the incident of being ambushed as soon as they left the city gates. Cui Ling shot him a glare. "If you were truly dependable, you wouldn't have ended up with a bruised face." Xiao dramatically touched his injured nose and asked with exaggerated concern, "Is it that obvious? Is my nose crooked?" He huffed. "If I can't marry a celestial beauty because of this, I will take up arms and eradicate the ruin." In truth, while the area beneath his eyes bore some redness, his nose was merely lightly scraped. Though Xiao often acted foolishly, he was not always so exaggerated. Cui Ling realized that he likely said these outlandish things to lift her spirits, sensing her low mood. She played along, chuckling softly. "No, you could still attract someone even more beautiful than a celestial being." Yuan Wulong stood in the corner, his expression melancholic as he observed their banter. Bitterly, he thought how easily she won the affection of her family, even Xiao conversing with her as if they hadn't known each other for ages. Why was it that he was the only one who repeatedly faced her indifference, setting aside the events of their wedding night and forgiving her failure to recognize him? How could she not even know his name? How utterly dismissive she must be of him for such an unbelievable scenario to transpire. Huai Shu noticed every expression on Yuan Wulong's face. Though he was unaware of the underlying issues, his master's eyes brimmed with grievance and indignation, making him appear truly pitiable. With concern, he asked, "Master, has something happened?" Yuan Wulong scoffed, "None of your concern." At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted from within the cave, so rich it stirred the appetites of the entire group in the deep night. Shi Xiujin was the first to succumb to temptation, asking with suspicion, "What is being roasted in there?" Cui Ling's stomach grumbled, and she licked her lips. "Ah, my beggar's chicken is ready." She glanced at Shi Xiujin and Yugura, who looked at her with eager anticipation, and sighed. "All right, you two can come in and have a taste, but there isn't much. I only hunted 2 mountain chickens, so I can only share a little." As soon as she finished speaking, the bearded man swiftly turned and re-entered the cave. Moments later, he emerged holding a fragrant roasted mountain chicken in each hand, the mud and leaves removed to reveal succulent, golden brown meat that looked utterly irresistible. Cui Ling assumed the bearded man was merely being kind, helping to retrieve the beggar's chicken for Shi Xiujin and Yugura. To her surprise, he provocatively smiled at her, then boldly tore into the chicken, taking a bite from each. He swaggered past her, gnawing on the meat, his demeanor unfriendly as he stated curtly, "These 2 mountain chickens were hunted by me, cleaned by me, and even roasted by me alone. Why should I share them with anyone else?" His childish reasoning was utterly unreasonable and starkly contrasted with his formidable appearance. Just as Cui Ling was about to retort, he waved his sleeve dismissively, leaving no scraps of chicken behind. The guards instinctively parted to make way for him, and a horse was already brought to him. He turned over and mounted the horse, despite having battled a high fever and teetered on the brink of death the previous night. His movements were still remarkably agile and swift. It was peculiar, for even clad in the most ordinary hemp garments, he exuded an undeniable aura. It seemed that all the guards were devotedly focused on him. Wherever he went, their eyes followed. A flutter of unease stirred within Cui Ling as she furrowed her brow in suspicion. The bearded man conversed with an elegantly dressed figure atop a grand steed, and they exchanged a glance without uttering a word before simultaneously spurring their horses away. Cui Ling found herself perplexed, with nowhere to direct her confusion. Accidentally, she caught sight of Yugura's expression of guilt and unease, mistaking his discomfort for disappointment over the absence of a roast chicken. With a smile, she bent down to pinch his small face gently, asking, "Do you want to eat?" "Not to worry. Once we return to Muzhou City, Aunt Wu will prepare it for you." She whispered in his ear, "This place lacks seasoning and has no water source. Those 2 mountain chickens are not very clean. Eating them might upset your stomach, so there is no need to regret it." However, Shi Xiujin's face bore an inquisitive expression. He was impulsive and had never been able to suppress his thoughts. After contemplating for a while, he cautiously inquired, "Sister-in-law Wu, is there something between you and my cousin Wu?" Cui Ling assumed he was referring to a delicate matter, and her expression shifted to one of irritation. She felt a tinge of disdain for Yuan Wulong. Even if he harbored no affection for her, couldn't he at least show her some respect in front of others, considering she had traveled such a great distance? In moments like these, anyone familiar would express their concern. Moreover, he was her husband. He stood aloof, 100 paces away, observing coldly with an air of noble indifference. Anyone with eyes could discern the frailty of their marital bond. She couldn't fathom how this benefited him. Anger welled up within Cui Ling, manifesting as a thin veil of ire upon her face. What could there possibly be? If there is, you should ask him. Yes, tell him on my behalf. I was captured by the Ruin people, hanging by a thread, and he must exert effort to come find me. If the wind in the mountains dirties his clothes, I would truly feel guilty. Both Yugura and Shi Xiujin were dressed in yesterday's clothing, dusty and haggard, indicating they had been worried for her. Unlike that man, who, in such a critical moment, still had the leisure to change his attire. Shi Xiujin gazed at Cui Ling with bewilderment. "Sister-in-law Wu, what are you saying? Could it be that cousin Wu is upset over the dirt on his clothes?" He scratched his head, utterly confused. "That can't be right. Cousin Wu is very generous and wouldn't he be displeased over such trivial matters? Besides, that shabby outfit of his isn't worth much. If it gets dirty or torn, it can simply be discarded. Is it worth being angry over?" Cui Ling shot him a glance. "Isn't it valuable?" While she lacked knowledge of household matters, she hailed from a noble family, and the pristine white fox fur coat she wore was exceedingly rare. Such quality, hue, and craftsmanship made the garment quite precious. Shi Xiujin was increasingly puzzled. Cousin Wu wore coarse hemp clothing like the guards, albeit made from fine cotton. It couldn't he possibly be of great worth? Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, I know. Cousin Wu must feel jealous that you didn't consult him before sharing those delicious mountain chickens with Yugu, and me. Ha ha ha. It's truly unexpected that Cousin Wu could display such a lack of grace. As if a heavy stone had dropped on a Cui Ling's heart. She stood in stunned silence for a long moment before stammering. What did you say? Sure, Xiujin, sensing something amiss in her tone, continued cheerfully, Cousin Wu must be feeling a bit jealous. It's just 2 mountain chickens. He is usually quite generous and shouldn't he mind so much. His voice took on a teasing tone. Cousin Wu really? He is not a child anymore. All he had to do was say something, and Yugu, and I wouldn't have insisted on eating. Why act childishly in front of everyone? Just think, he even took a bite from both chickens. With so many soldiers watching, does he even care about his image as a commander? Cui Ling's gaze hardened as she turned to Yugu, only to find him with his legs tightly crossed, head bowed in silence. A torrent of exasperation surged through her. She thought that scoundrel Yuan Wulong had deceived her, and now even this little brat was playing her for a fool. It was utterly infuriating. Weakened by the cold and overwhelmed by anger, she suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, her legs giving way beneath her. When she awoke once more, the light of day was bright, and it was already the following day. Cui Ling stared blankly at the gauzy canopy above her bed, idly counting the patterns on the soft, lotus-hued fabric. The strength she had lost was gradually replenished after a night of deep sleep. Aside from a slight emptiness in her stomach, she felt no discomfort. Yet, she was reluctant to rise, still grappling with the shocking reality of the previous night and uncertain how to face it upon stepping through the door. Should she express guilt and regret? Indeed, she felt some. Admitting to having mistaken her husband was a matter fraught with potential peril. A strict family might very well cast her aside with a divorce decree, but she hadn't done so intentionally. Whether on the wedding night, the subsequent tea ceremony, or during the farewell, she had kept her head down, avoiding looking at Yuan Wulong. She had indeed harbored selfish intentions. Everyone said that the war against the Ruin would be difficult, and the Yuan family's army wouldn't return for 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. If she remembered Yuan Wulong's face, she would inevitably worry for him. Cui Ling was not seeking excuses to absolve herself. She had a good memory and was not afflicted with face blindness. On the contrary, her past experiences had made her sensitive to information. Anyone she had seen, regardless of how much time had passed, remained etched in her mind. Her excellent memory was precisely why she avoided looking at Yuan Wulong's face. Once she memorized that visage, she would never forget it. Whenever her grandmother or sisters-in-law mentioned Yuan Wulong, she would recall that face. When reports of the war from the Northwest reached the court, she would think of that face. Upon receiving letters of peace from the Northwest, she would remember that face. As Yuan Wulong's wife, she would inevitably hear his name repeatedly. Each time, she would be reminded of that face. Over time, as her grandmother expressed concern, she too would become anxious. When her family worried, her heart would follow suit. This starkly contradicted her initial desire to marry into the Yuan family. She had envisioned a quiet and leisurely life. Whether deemed heartless or selfish, her motives were far from pure. Cui Ling had always envisioned being dutiful and respectful to the aged matriarch of the Yuan family, happily getting along with her sisters-in-law, and becoming a kind and amiable aunt to her nieces and nephews. Even if Yuan Wulong returned victorious, demanding that she fulfill her wifely duties, she would not object. However, at that point, she truly did not wish to bear the burden of longing and worry for a stranger. Thus, she chose to evade the sight of Yuan Wulong's face. By doing so, the visual and textual information could not effectively merge. Whenever others mentioned him in her presence, she could only conjure a tall silhouette in her mind. Consequently, she could hardly be said to care or worry. Worrying about someone is an exhausting endeavor, while she merely yearns for a leisurely existence akin to that of a rice weevil, indulging in a comfortable life. That is all. As for why she did not know the name of Yuan Wulong, Cui Ling revealed a bitter smile at the corners of her mouth. Her marriage was arranged in a whirlwind. From the moment she received the imperial decree from the An Ding Duke's residence to her wedding, all within less than 2 months. The arrangements were overseen by her aunt, and she had no involvement whatsoever. Firstly, it was due to her laziness. After all, her decisive action had already resolved a significant dilemma for her grandfather. She was confident that her dowry would not be lacking. As for the trivial matters, Let her aunt worry about them. She couldn't care less. Secondly, no one had invited her to participate in the preparations. Being somewhat of a transparent figure within the An Duke's household, her presence was so minimal that her aunt managed to organize everything needed in an incredibly short time without once consulting her. The style of the bridal gown, the weight of the golden crown for her hair, were all decided by her aunt without her input. Her laziness led her to have no objections. Thus, she had never even seen the marriage announcement and naturally did not know the name of Yuan Wulong. During her time at the An Duke's residence, she had no close elders or cousins. Her mother had passed away early. Her father was always distant towards her, and her stepmother showed no inclination to care for her. Consequently, by a strange twist of fate, no one had ever informed her of her future husband's name. The servants casually referred to him as the ninth master. When her grandmother and other elders mentioned him, they called him the fifth young master of the Yuan family. Her cousins certainly never spoke of his name. After marrying into the Yuan family, her sisters-in-law referred to him as the fifth brother, while the matriarch called him Little Five. Even when Dan Jie mentioned him, she referred to him as Cousin Five. How was she to know that her husband's full name was Yuan Jun? After a moment of self-reflection, Cui Ling felt that her reasons were indeed quite valid. Thus, her heart began to harbor grievances. Fine, even if she initially misidentified her husband. Why did Yuan Wulong choose to walk away? The first time could be understood as his anger. However, there had been numerous subsequent opportunities to clarify the misunderstanding. Yet he remained silent, leaving her to wonder if he was enjoying her folly or merely observing how foolishly she might act. If the earlier hesitance was due to Yu Ge being present, fearing embarrassment last night in the cave, it had been just the two of them. When she asked him his name, it was such a splendid opportunity. He could have confidently declared himself her husband, but instead, he chose to complicate matters by cryptically revealing his name to put her in a difficult position. Even if her ignorance of his name displeased him, he could have corrected her. Cui Ling felt a twinge of grievance. Had she known that the man with the beard, who aligned perfectly with her aesthetic, was Yuan Wulong, she certainly would have adhered to her original intention upon arriving here, diligently mending her relationship with him and striving to cultivate feelings. Perhaps she recalled the uncontrollable heartbeat she experienced in the cave and the torrent of thoughts that surged when she saw him bare-chested and felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Heaven knows how intense the anxiety and self-reproach were when she realized she had developed feelings for someone else. Yet now, Xiujin had revealed that the person with whom she had endured a night of trials in the cave was indeed her husband, Yuan Wulong. She felt deceived, mocked, and unwilling to accept the situation. Moreover, she felt a touch of embarrassment, just as Cui Ling was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. A faint knocking sounded from outside the door. "Yu Ge, Aunt Wu, are you awake? I brought you some delicious almond porridge. May I come in?" The voice was imbued with an unmistakable desire to please and a hint of unease, starkly contrasting with Yu Ji's usual proud and awkward demeanor. However, Cui Ling remained in a huff, unwilling to acknowledge him. Although Yuan Wulong was her husband, their unfamiliarity, compounded by their lack of prior encounters, made her resentment towards his deceit rather complex. While she felt a myriad of emotions, she recognized her own culpability, and thus her complaints against Yuan Wulong lacked a solid foundation. Yet Yu Ji's actions left her genuinely infuriated. Cui Ling thought to herself, had it not been for Yu Ji's earlier leap towards the man in red, she would have been more cautious in her deductions. Perhaps she might have even feigned ignorance, waiting for Yuan Wulong to identify her first. However, out of trust for Yu Ge and the desire to start on a good note with her husband, she had taken the initiative to speak. Who could have foreseen? Yu Ge had clearly witnessed her error in recognizing the wrong person. Yet this troublesome child had never once thought to correct her. If initially it was due to Yuan Wulong's presence and his unclear stance, Yu Ge, respecting his uncle, had refrained from intervening. But later, the child had even napped alongside her. They had ample opportunity to communicate privately, yet he chose to remain silent. Cui Ling felt a chill in her heart. Yu Ge was merely 5 years old, a child. She had no inclination to suspect any ulterior motives. The reason behind his actions was likely due to the esteemed position and authority Yuan Wulong held in his eyes, which far surpassed her own. What saddened her was precisely this. Whether at the residence of the General of National Defense or during their lengthy journey from Shengjing to the northwest, she believed she had cared for Yu Ge meticulously and sincerely. In terms of attentive care, even if her sister-in-law Su Zihua were to take charge, it would hardly differ. She had assumed that their close companionship would earn her his genuine affection. Yet reality proved to be painfully harsh, as Gu watched her drift further away. Fully aware, yet unwilling to speak up to bring her back. Cui Ling knew she should not harbor such grievances toward the child, yet she felt utterly disheartened. She believed she could no longer face Gu. Even if he were to enter the room, he would surely misidentify her again, and with his favorable demeanor. How could she, as an elder? Cui Ling timidly inquired, I need to change my clothes now. Could you please turn around? Although it was now established that he was her husband, they were still not well acquainted. She had yet to reach the level of comfort where she could boldly dress in front of a man she had only met a handful of times. Yuan Wulong raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that she had indeed learned her lesson this time. She asked him to turn around, but did not outright demand that he leave the room. It was rare for her to be so compliant, and he felt he ought to indulge her this once. Yet, the lingering resentment in his heart was not easily dispelled, and his thoughts could not simply accommodate her wishes. He maintained a stern expression and replied, as husband and wife. What's there to be shy about? Cui Ling opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Given that she had previously mistaken him for another man, she felt a twinge of unease and guilt, thinking it understandable if Yuan Wulong were to be upset. As long as he did not overreact, for the sake of future harmony, she decided to turn a blind eye. She awkwardly pointed toward the wardrobe and said, I would like to get my clothes. This was a subtle way of asking him to leave. However, Yuan Wulong appeared oblivious to her hints, looking at her and saying, Go ahead and get them. The pleading look in the eyes of the woman on the bed did not escape him. In truth, despite the various grievances he harbored, his anger dissipated the moment he saw her face. Just the night before, he had sworn to himself never to develop feelings for this heartless woman again. Yet upon hearing the news of her fainting, he could not help but stay by her side all night. The manor lacked maidservants. If it were not for him, who else would have carried her to the bed, helped her undress, or painstakingly fed her medicine spoonful by spoonful? Yet upon waking, her first words were a request for him to turn around. As Yuan Wulong seethed with indignation, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the woman on the bed smiling faintly at him. The beauty of her smile was akin to the blooming of pear blossoms. Stirring something deep within him, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest and, with a composed demeanor, walked straight to the wardrobe, selecting a darker outfit and tossing it onto Cui Ling's quilt without a second thought. Father prefers girls who are more refined. This outfit is suitable, he stated brusquely, showing no inclination to leave or turn away. Cui Ling's tense body shrank further into the blankets, and she bit her lip before speaking again. Husband, could you please turn around? I need a change. Having had several men in her past life, she understood that watching each other dress could be a form of intimacy when the relationship was close. As husband and wife, sharing such moments was not inherently inappropriate. She mused, if she and Yuan Wulong could disregard their titles and simply be two individuals, given her fondness for him, she would not mind sharing such domestic pleasures with him. However, they were still in a state of discord. She had not fully processed the awkwardness of their situation and was not in the mood to play along. Did he truly need to stand there, scrutinizing her every move as she dressed, escalating their already uncomfortable situation? After some contemplation, she resolved to plead gently, Husband, I beg you, just for a little while. Yet Yuan Wulong remained unyielding. His expression grew impatient. Be quick about it. Do not keep father waiting. He was determined not to leave, even dragging a chair to sit in front of her bed. Cui Ling felt that Yuan Wulong was deliberately opposing her. She was somewhat displeased. While she acknowledged her own fault in their previous encounter, he too bore a significant share of the blame. Why should he act as if she were the sole culprit, required to comply with his every demand? His attitude stung her, touching upon a rebellious nerve deep within. In her anger, she found a strange calmness. Cui Ling was not a naive 15-year-old who had never encountered men. She had seen and been seen by them. For her, being observed by Yuan Wulong, who had established a legitimate marital bond with her and was undeniably attractive, was not a significant concern. Moreover, she was not entirely undraped beneath the covers. She wore an undergarment. Her request for Yuan Wulong to leave was merely to avoid awkwardness and grant him a small favor, as she did not wish to jeopardize the potential for a peaceful and friendly marital relationship, especially since she had never intended to abandon her union with him. However, he showed no appreciation for her consideration. If that were the case, Why should she continue to submit to him? Cui Ling shot Yuan Wulong a fierce glance before deciding to disregard him. Swiftly, she climbed out of bed, revealing a moonlight white undergarment. The loose, flowing fabric subtly accentuated her slender waist, and as she moved, a fragrant breeze wafted through, rendering her irresistibly alluring. With elegance, she descended from a bed, unabashedly swaying her hips as she passed in front of Yuan Wulong, selecting a lively and cheerful pale yellow cotton coat from the wardrobe. She donned it leisurely and, in a deliberate manner, approached Yuan Wulong as if nothing had happened and naturally inquired, "Husband, do I look good?" Of course, she looked splendid. Cui Ling possessed a breathtaking beauty, youthful and graceful, truly resembling a celestial being. Her visage was one that even women would admire, let alone Yuan Wulong, a passionate young man. The sight of this languid and charming beauty, who was now his wife, stirred something profound within him, despite his previous resistance and resentment. He had often thought of her. A delicate part of his heart was suddenly touched, and his resolve to torment her in retaliation crumbled. It was as if he were entranced by her. Yuan Wulong exerted considerable effort to turn his face away, admonishing in a deep voice, "What is this about looking good or not? I told you, father prefers girls to be more refined. Why must you wear such bright and garish clothing?" He intended to sound stern, yet as the words left his lips, his tone softened unexpectedly. By the end of his statement, he could no longer discern whether he was scolding or complimenting her. Seeing him at a loss for words brought a sense of satisfaction to Cui Ling. As she prepared to meet her father-in-law, she wished to leave a good impression on General Yuan Shurtao. However, the concept of refinement was not solely linked to demeanor or attire. What did the color of her clothing have to do with it? She cast a disdainful glance at the maroon cotton skirt Yuan Wulong had chosen for her, which was a deliberately understated garment purchased for a low profile, lacking both quality and cut, entirely unsuitable for receiving guests. Observing Yuan Wulong's expression shift from fervor to dejection, as if he were a defeated rooster, filled Cui Ling with amusement. She was adept at drawing conclusions and had observed that in their few encounters, he was a straightforward man. Although he appeared fierce, he possessed a tender heart. A hint of vulnerability from her would make him hesitate, while if she took the opposite approach, he would crumble as he did now. So, he was a man of outward strength but inner softness. Cui Ling chuckled softly, feeling relaxed as she attended to her grooming, even savoring the congee and side dishes Yuan Wulong had brought. Once everything was ready, she approached him with a beaming smile. "Shall we go? Let us not keep father waiting." Yuan Wulong was seething with frustration, but as Cui Ling had pointed out, his father, General Yuan Shurtao, had likely already arrived. With the military situation being critical, it was no small feat for his father to carve out time to visit his daughter-in-law. He might only be able to exchange a few words before returning to the battlefield. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford any delays. Thus, despite the myriad strange feelings swirling within him, he had no choice but to endure. Cui Ling, in high spirits, followed Yuan Wulong. Along the way, they occasionally encountered patrolling soldiers who brightened at the sight of her. She carried herself without airs, nodding and smiling at them, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. The soldiers whispered among themselves, "Look, General Wu's wife resembles a celestial being. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also gracious. How fortunate General Wu is to have such a wife. Indeed, she follows him closely, never leaving his side. What a virtuous woman." Her radiant smile suggested a deep affection between them, evoking envy among the onlookers. They pondered whether they, too, might one day marry a wife who perpetually wore a smile. It was rumored that she possessed remarkable culinary skills. The aroma from the small kitchen at Yachin Cottage had wafted all the way to Jiangtang, prompting even Prince Jio to inquire about her dishes. Truly, she was a paragon of virtue. The hushed murmurs mostly praised Cui Ling. Even the fragments she overheard filled her with pride. Indeed, the discerning eyes of the public could not be deceived, despite someone's attempts to create discord. The spectacle of her followers providing a vivid lesson upon exiting was amusing. Everyone believed that marrying her was a stroke of luck. Yuan Wulong, sharp-eyed and perceptive, caught every word. Seeing his subordinates captivated by Cui Ling's exquisite beauty, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration, nearly choking on his indignation. Was she virtuous? Gracious? Ridiculous? He cast a sidelong glance at her, only to be met with her sparkling eyes that shone like stars, possessing an enchanting allure that rendered him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he sighed in resignation, his tones softening unexpectedly. Father must have arrived by now. Stop dawdling and follow my lead. Whether out of genuine urgency or a desire to vex Cui Ling, Yuan Wulong quickened his pace. Cui Ling, despite her rigorous training, struggled to keep up, soon finding herself breathless. Upon finally reaching the main hall of the outer courtyard, they encountered a tall, imposing middle-aged man seated and enjoying tea. The man, approximately in his 40s, was broad-shouldered and robust, his face adorned with a thick beard reminiscent of the elder Yuan residing in Shengjing. She marveled inwardly, realizing that her father-in-law truly lived up to his reputation as a formidable general. Standing at over 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 300 pounds, he could intimidate many foes merely by his presence. In stark contrast to her father-in-law's imposing stature, she couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Wulong, silently scoffing at his inadequacies. General Yuan Shirtao was known for his straightforwardness, eschewing pretentiousness and rigid etiquette. Rising first to greet her at the door, he smiled and inquired, "Is this little Wu's wife? I was once a classmate of your father." Cui Ling immediately bowed to perform the customary greeting, feeling that even though months had passed since their marriage, this was her first encounter with her father-in-law, and she had yet to offer her wife tea. However, General Yuan waved his hand dismissively, showing clear impatience for formalities. "No need for such rituals. We are not outside. While I will accept the tea, bowing is unnecessary." He invited her to sit, his expression turning stern as he addressed Yuan Wulong. "I have already heard about how you nearly lost your wife. Your father entrusted you with guarding Muzhou, and don't think it a leisurely task. You can't even keep the minor magistrate's residence secure, yet you have the audacity to clamor for battle?" General Yuan was refreshingly direct in his reprimands, giving Yuan Wulong a light punch that left him speechless. Cui Ling found Yuan Wulong's predicament amusing, wishing to cheer as she witnessed him receive a well-deserved scolding. After all, she had traveled great distances, and he bore the responsibility of her safety. How could he allow her to be nearly captured by the ruined people? She had no obligation to be courteous to him. Observing Yuan Wulong's frustrated expression, she recognized the weight of his father's authority and decided that she would cling to General Yuan's support without hesitation. What could wield greater power over Yuan Wulong than the influence of his formidable father? She realized she could outmaneuver him effortlessly, as General Yuan's easygoing nature and disdain for rigid customs indicated a man of great generosity. As General Yuan chatted with her, he found her refreshingly straightforward, in stark contrast to typical noble women. She responded directly to his inquiries, effortlessly generating new topics of conversation. Pleased, he continued to engage her, completely neglecting his son in the process. Cui Ling reveled in Yuan Wulong's astonishment and frustration, feeling elated by the interaction. She then feigned curiosity, asking, "Father, how long will you be in the city?" Yuan Wulong was visibly shaken, staring at her incredulously. He had not anticipated her boldness in addressing General Yuan so familiarly. Although his father was not one to adhere to formalities, he still maintained a sense of authority. Even Yuan Wulong himself would never dare to speak so freely. Yet, here she was, unabashedly calling him father. More astonishingly, his father, who commanded great respect, seemed entirely unbothered by this familial address, smiling as he replied, "I initially intended to visit you briefly and leave after drinking your wife's tea. However, I find our conversation delightful, so I shall stay for lunch." He paused, gesturing dismissively. "Since the ruined commander has been wounded and has called for a retreat for several days, I doubt there will be any sudden conflict. In truth, given the current state of the Yuan army, even if the Ruin were to launch a surprise attack, the situation could be swiftly managed. Moreover, with Sanlang and Xilang stationed at the front, they were far more reliable than Wulong, allowing General Yuan to feel reassured." Cui Ling stepped forward, smiling. "That is wonderful. I heard from grandmother that you particularly enjoy pastries. Since we have time, please wait while I prepare some osmanthus cakes for you." After a brief pause, she added, "I recall that Sangu enjoys red bean pastries, and Sigu loves radish puffs. I will make some of those as well for you to take back." During her time at the Yuan residence in Shengjing, Cui Ling had often heard the matriarch mention her father-in-law and his sons. She had thus learned their preferences. To her surprise, such a towering figure as General Yuan had a fondness for sweet treats. But that was no concern. Pastries were her specialty. Sensing that the two men had much to discuss, she obediently retreated to find a nearby kitchen, gathering ingredients to begin her preparations without delay. Once she departed, the smile on General Yuan's face transformed into a stern countenance. He turned to Yuan Wulong, stating, "Your wife, my dear son, hails from a noble family. It is indeed no small feat to have traveled such a great distance to be here. Yet, rather than providing proper companionship and care, significant oversight has occurred. One must ponder, is it not deserving of a reprimand?" This assertion is both just and factual. Yuan Wulong found himself at a loss for words, lowering his head in reluctant agreement, acknowledging that perhaps a reprimand was indeed warranted. Observing his younger son's admission of guilt, General Zhenghua chose not to press further, exhaling a sigh of concern. "Originally, it was your grandmother who hastily arranged your betrothal. We remain uncertain of the character and temperament of this young lady, which has caused both your brothers and me considerable anxiety." He gently patted Yuan Wulong's shoulder and continued, "However, I have now had the pleasure of meeting her in person, and I must say, your wife is truly commendable. To have faced such peril at the hands of the Ruin and yet remain unscathed, most